To play with animals? What do you like to do? Oh, bicycling. Okay, very cool. Is that fun? Are you good at riding a bicycle? Yeah, it's been a while, but it's one of those things they say you don't forget. So yeah, I like to ride bicycles. Yes, sir. Do you ride mountain bikes or do you ride like BMX bikes or beach bikes? What do you like to ride? Okay, what's a socialist bicycle? Oh, so it's like 30 years old? Oh, okay. Do they run really well? Do they still work? Hilarious. It's built very well. It's built very well. Oh, very cool. All right. So you like to ride bikes. What else do you like to do? Can you repeat that? Oh, okay. You like shooting guns? Is that fun? Oh, tight. What kind of guns do you like to shoot? Oh, wow. Wow. Big guns. Yeah. No, I get you. All right. And do you like to shoot at targets? Okay. Okay. And uh do you like to shoot in the day or at night? Okay. And do you like to shoot outside or inside? I like to play golf. I like to run. I like to read. I like to eat fruit. I like to live stream. I like to go to the beach. I like to play video games. I like to play other games like mini games, but I also like to play uh fun. Like I like to play tennis. I like to play racquetball. I like to play kickball and ultimate frisbee, and I like to play. I like computers. Um, I like music. I like music a lot. I like to sing. I like to sing karaoke. So that's what I like to do. Do you like any of those things? What karaoke do you like to sing? Okay, there you go. Do you like any American music? That's okay. Right, right. Is it getting better? Is it getting better or no? Yeah. Okay. What are they protesting? Does he suck? Okay, well I'm asking you, does is he okay or does he suck? I gotcha. Dude, did you know your English is really good? It is. It's really good. I mean, I talk to people from all over the world, as you can imagine, every day. And I mean, you're just, you speak very clearly. I understand you. Your vocabulary is quite large. So I just wanted to say that, I'm impressed by your English. Have you been speaking English your whole life? I understand. Well, he did a good job teaching you. Your English is really good. Okay, so you were explaining the political situation in Serbia, and you said, you know, the 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 president's corrupt. Some people died in an incident, but that's kind of like all politicians. They're all kind of corrupt. So I understand. Um, and so you had to leave the country because of the corruption or because of the protests. Hey, I saw something about this. Okay, and they also used another kind of weapon. Um, that was yeah, yeah. I saw a video of it. People were protesting in the streets, and then they turned on this thing, and everybody like ran away because um, it was right, right. Right. Exactly. It's very. It makes you feel hot, like you're on fire. Okay. Yeah. That's a terrible weapon. Yeah. Right. My mom's Hungarian, and we had people in our family who um, basically housed people after that 1956 revolution in the United States because they didn't have anywhere to go. It was a communist revolution, right? Okay. Um, no, my grandparents did, but I don't. I know a few words, but that's it. Very well. Wow. And so you were just scrolling on YouTube and you saw me? Oh, that's tight. That's smart. Well, you should know I'm always live in here. So if you ever want a friend, I'm here for you. Um like I'm live 24 hours a day. So if you're ever bored, you're this is your new home. Um I'm, I'm always here. Yeah. And for the last 3.5 years, I have more data online than any person yet. Yeah. Have you ever seen the movie The Truman Show or the television show Big Brother? Yeah. So that's kind of like my life is. That's kind of like what my life is. Exactly. Exactly. Do you have good internet access in Hungary? Good. I yeah. Okay. Wow. Of all the places you would think they would have Wi-Fi, it would be the Internet Access Store. Wow. So, so you like the internet more? How are the people in Hungary? Okay. So Serbia, they're nicer. Okay. I Do you like the food? Do you know what chicken paprikash is? Yeah, I love that. Yeah, that's like my favorite Hungarian dish. I love that too. Um, I love stuffed peppers as well. Yeah, those are good. Stuffed peppers. You like stuffed cabbage? That's good stuff. Um, Sarma, is it good? Okay, I gotcha. What else do they have? I mean, it's been my grandfather, who is Hungarian, uh, hasn't been alive in a long time. So I'm trying to think of what he would eat. Um, in addition to some other foods. Um, oh, they make this. What do they call it? It's like a dessert. Um, Keefly. Okay. Yeah. Yeah. Exactly. But they put stuff in it, like cinnamon. Yeah, it's kind of like that. Um, when- yeah. Um, Something that's cool about the Hungarian people is they were able to stop Genghis Khan. That's kind of like a claim to fame. It was like 800 years ago, but I think that's fascinating. Like this one, I was just listening to a podcast on this. This one guy, basically, and his family took over everything from basically the Pacific Ocean all the way to the Danube River, but they couldn't beat the Magyars on the Europe. Basically, they were. I find that fascinating. Um, what else? Um, I don't sadly know that much more about it. I mean, my family's been in America since like for like over 100 years. So, um, what else? Actually, my grandfather was born in the United States, but his sister and his brother were born in um, Hungary. So I guess even longer than um, 100 years. But it used to tell me. I always used to want him to tell me stories about life in Hungary, and he was always like, "Well, we were really, we were poor, so it was like there weren't any grand stories or anything." But during I want to say World War I, so between 1914 and 1918, they saw the first plane, something like that, and that was like a big deal to see a plane. Um, and right. What else? Um, and that's basically all I know. I really don't know that much about Hungary. Um, I know, I know, I know, I know Budapest is two cities, or was two cities until it was merged into one. There's Buda and Pest, and they're like on opposite sides of the Danube, but they've kind of been merged. Right? Is the Danube really big? What 13? Yo, Pim. Yo, I'm listening to you. Go for it, Pim. Um, 28. No, that's how old I think you are. All of them. You're knowledgeable. You speak English very well. You have a deep voice. That could be. How old are you? You're 13 years old? Oh, okay. My friend, you can't be in here if you're 13. You have to be 18 to be in here. That's okay. Take care, my friend. Bye bye. 13 years old. He's a good guy. Sounded like he'd been through. Wow. And he said he started speaking English when he was 9. I thought, like, well, it's like, he said, like, 20 years of speaking English. 13 years old. Very mature. But not mature enough to be 18 to be in here.
AM 640, live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Mark Thompson and Tim Conway Jr. Later with Mo Kelly. Just ahead, Dan Tana passed away. You know, the founder of Dan Tana's restaurant. Really sad, 90 years old. Serbian-American actor, former professional soccer player. I didn't know that.
I didn't know that.
Yeah. I always say that, you learn so much when you read these.
Yeah, right.
You read these obits. Yeah, you just learn on the backside, sort of. He opened Dan Tana's restaurant in 1964. A lot of celebrities. It began as a late-night gathering spot for stars. You know, where it is close to the Troubadour, right? But can you imagine if that must have been a poppin' scene in the 60s?
Did you ever pop over there? Did you know Dan Tana?
I didn't ever meet Dan Tana, but I ate at Dan Tana's many times, and I was fixed up on a date with Dan Tana's daughter.
No way.
Yeah.
Are you serious?
Yeah, I came to LA, and I'm coming off a really intense back surgery. I had 2 levels of my spine operated on, and it was hard for me to sit for any extended periods of time, and so I kind of I guess I would say I was in lying down a lot of the time. You'd have to manage the amount of loading your spine could take, amount of weight bearing time. So the reason I mention that is I was kind of, cadaverous looking. I lay chalky. Just looking like I hadn't been outside much because I had. Yeah, believe me, it was sexy, but still. So I was kind of down, and my lawyer and my good friend invited me to lunch. But no, I'm sorry, invited me on a date, kind of a blind date with Dan Tana's daughter. My lawyer, whose name is Stuart Brookman, and still his name, and we're still friends. But the date didn't go so well. Here's what happened. I said I'd happily meet her. Of course, I wasn't going out with anybody. As I say, I was kind of down and out. I was working at Fox 11, but then, going right home and lay down and letting the sort of pain subside from my back surgery. So I said I'd love to meet her. I mean, Dan Tana's a legendary place, but I don't want to eat at Dan Tana's. I don't want her to be distracted. He said, no problem, we're going to go somewhere else. So, again, I was excited to meet her, and at the last minute, I am reached by my friend Stuart. He says, she's got to work tonight because a manager called in sick, but she wants us still to come there to Dan Tana's. I said, I thought we talked about this. I don't want to go to Dan Tana's, especially if she's, filling in for some manager. He said, no, it's going to be great. She said she can spend time with us. It was awful. We sat in the booth, and she was in and out of the booth, and every time, somebody needed a fork, or every time somebody needed a new napkin or a new setup, whatever, she had to get up. And I'm sure it was also because she was probably not into me. You know what I mean? She was probably like, this is not the guy I thought he was.
When you described yourself,
yeah.
Were you laying down at the table there?
Yeah, that's right. Truly, she was away from the booth more than she was there. But that was my experience with
so no love connection then, huh?
No, I don't remember. I don't think for either one of us there was much of a love connection. But for me, I was just kind of bummed because I thought, well, we didn't even get a chance to really talk because she was just doing the Dan Tana thing. But pretty wild that he had a legendary place. I mean, that is a legendary place. Yeah. And 90 years old. He was born Dobrovier Dan Sertovich. He was a professional soccer player before coming to LA. And Elizabeth Taylor, Kirk Douglas, all the big stars of the 60s were there. Now, he sold the place in 2009. I didn't realize that, but I guess it didn't stay in the family. But on that, and I'm also trying to remember, I think the Palm restaurant was just down the way also. So that was kind of a real murderer's row of eateries. Dan Tana's was the classic. The Palm had its own sort of classic vibe. And as I say, the Troubadour was the place where, a lot of the entertainers hung out, musicians.
Did you go out with all of their daughters too?
I was not fixed up with anybody from any of those other places. Red and white checkered tablecloths for those who've never been there. Green neon sign out front. Local institution, Dan Tanis. And he took care of movie stars and moguls. And you know who was the maitre d' at Dan Tanis, who's now become a tremendous restaurateur in Los Angeles with a reputation, I would say, that is high above a lot of others.
Craig.
Craig, right?
I'm sorry, I originally thought I'd be so off on that.
No, that's
right on.
he was. That's he is.
Right?
Yeah.
Wow.
Dan Tanis is where he sort of had, I think, a lot of his restaurant chops in a big LA way anyway, developed. But it was a C&B scene place, and it was every bit that. Now Craig's kind of has a little bit of that, if not a lot of that. So, but it never was viewed as a great restaurant place. You know, the restaurant critic at the LA Times called the food ordinary. And when he said, but weirdly enough, I don't care. He said, Dan Tanis is not about denying yourself things. Go for the chicken farm, and live it up. Really wild. I mean, the thing that makes it also wild, in addition to Dan Tanis being his place, and of course having his name, is that it really is, as he passes away, kind of the end of that time, the old school, Exactly. So it falls into that category of places like that really were a connection to the past, So, but Dan Tanis is still going. It's still there in West Hollywood, just that Dan Tanis himself passes away at age 90. Thanks, everybody who was part of the Conway Show today. Thanks, listeners, Bellio, Angel, Crozier, and Tony. Nice job filling in for Foosh today. Later with Mo Kelly next. Mark Thompson here. We'll talk tomorrow. KFI AM 640. Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. KFI and KOST HD2. Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk. Lucky number 39. I'm Mark Ron, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California's filed its 39th lawsuit against the Trump administration. Attorney General Rob Bonta says the state and 21 others are asking the court to stop the White House from blocking grants to crime victims in states that don't comply with federal immigration enforcement.
If our Republican counterparts took one honest look at this case, they'd see what we see. The U.S. DOJ and U.S. Attorney General Pam Bondi have broken the law. They've trampled over the separation of powers, a fundamental principle of our democracy.
The Victim of Crimes Act was established in 1982 to provide crime victims and witnesses with compensation. Residents, regardless of their immigration status, are eligible for that funding. Police say two shootings in different cities this morning are connected. The first happened in a California Closets warehouse in Huntington Beach, where a guy was shot. LA County Sheriff's Department Lieutenant Daniel Vizcarra says a woman thought to be involved, then drove to Southgate, where she was stopped by a police officer.
And upon exiting his vehicle to contact the driver, the female adult driver presented a handgun, and an officer-involved shooting occurred.
The woman was taken to the hospital, where she died. A state parole board will take up the Menendez case this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, have spent the past 30 years behind bars for the highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were resentenced earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole.
KFI's Monica Nelson reports that while the parole board will make a recommendation on the brothers' fate, the final decision lies with Governor Newsom. The hearing set for Thursday. The San Bernardino County Sheriff's Department says the parents of a 7-month-old boy reported kidnapped in Yucaipa are no longer cooperating with investigators. They also say there are inconsistencies in the mom's story. She told reporters last week that when she was in a parking lot about to change the baby's diaper, and somebody approached, said hello in Spanish, and punched her in the face.
And I couldn't even turn, and that was just, I don't remember nothing. I got up off the floor and I didn't see my child. Someone took him from me.
Child's grandmother says investigators asked Rebecca Harrow to take a lie detector test, but her husband Jake refused until they had a lawyer present. She says the couple would not hurt the baby. The father was convicted of child cruelty in 2023, related to an arrest in Hemet in 2018. Ukraine's President Zelensky and Europe's top leaders have met with President Trump at the White House to discuss ending the war between Ukraine and Russia, including asking the U.S. for protection. Trump says he hopes today's meetings will lead to a trilateral meeting with Russian President Putin.
I think there will be a reasonable chance of ending the war when we do that. This is very long term. We're not talking about a 2-year peace and then we end up in this mess again.
He says he has started making arrangements for a meeting between Putin and Zelensky. And President Trump says he'll sign an executive order to get rid of mail-in ballots and voting machines. Trump has been repeating claims they lead to voter fraud. BBC's Catherine Falders says those claims have been refuted by several courts, election offices, audits, and other security checks in several elections.
We know that Trump obviously has long blamed his 2020 election loss on mail-in voting. The data hasn't shown that to be a statement of fact, frankly, at all. And states do run their elections. It's not like the federal government or the executive can just jump in and change that.
Mulder says studies have shown mail-in voting fraud is rare, and in those few instances, the perpetrator was punished and the votes were never counted. Southland weather from Campine. Mostly clear this evening with lows in the mid-60s. We'll have sun tomorrow and highs in the mid-80s, low 90s in the valleys and IE, 100 in the AP, and mid-70s at the beaches. Then it's going to heat up a few more degrees Wednesday through the end of the week. Right now it's 75 in Seal Beach, 78 in Fullerton, 87 in Malibu, 86 in Northridge. KFI financial report, the Dow closed down 34 today, S&P 500 down less than 1, and NASDAQ up 7. Now we're headed to a big rig crash on the 5 in Cascade.
That's heading southbound just after the Cascade brake check area. You'll see the right lane shut down until further notice. You'll see a heavy ride from just the Delago Road. And if you're in Pomona, the 71 northbound, that's just before the 10. A crash there has the right lane off limits. Your drive jams up to approach Rio Rancho Road. Some good news if you're on the 60 that's heading eastbound in Hacienda Heights, right at Hacienda Boulevard. A crash has been cleared out of the left lane. Your drive is recovering from 7th Avenue. As you make your way up the 15 northbound in the Cajon Pass.
If you've never seen this is really a treat. This motherfucker makes beds with Martha Stewart. This motherfucker, he's got hospital corners. I don't think you all understand how athletic this motherfucker is.
Southern California's most accurate traffic reports.
Look at this. Folks. Folks, I just want everybody, if you're witnessing this, you're witnessing greatness. Rabbi doesn't make beds very often, and when they do, it's really, I can't put into words how athletic this is like. If Babe Zaharias had sex with Babe Ruth on the HMS Olympic during the Olympics, this is like Jackie Joyner Kersey having sex with Reggie Jackson during the Motown 25 reunion of the Jackson 5. This is like
Streaming live only on Hulu. A weekend full of superstar performances. Keep listening for the next chance to win. Go away there. Escape to poolside paradise at MGM Resorts in Las Vegas. Sip on a refreshing cocktail. Lounge in a luxury cabana. Earn a non-stop.
Nadia Comaneci having sex with Kareem Abdul-Jabbar at a bar off of Tustin in Santa Ana. Did you see this athleticism?
iHeartRadio app. No video simulcast tonight. No video simulcast the rest of the week. No video simulcast the rest of the month. Why? Because I'm going on vacation. Leaving on a jet plane. Don't know when I'll be back again. Yep, I'm going on vacation. So we're temporarily suspending the video simulcast. You wonder, like, where are you? You're not on YouTube. You're not on Facebook. You're not on Instagram. That's why. In fact, I'll be here tomorrow. But then Wednesday, I will be on vacation. So we gave Daniel the rest of the month off. I'll be back at the end of the month. And Tuala knows. Are you going to be working any time? Are you taking that time off as well? No, I'll be here. Okay. All right, then you'll hold it down in the meantime. But I have no idea who's still there.
This is like Tom Kite having sex with Lisa Lobo while flying a kite at a New Mexico State Lobos game. Which kind? All of them. They just have some kind of, what do they call those things? Where jamboree kind of deal? Something like that. Anyway, this is like Tom Weisskopf having sex with Kelsey Plum while eating a plum at Plum Fest 14. Was Kelsey Plum 18? No. Okay. Plum Fest 22. She 18. Plum Fest 25. Anyway. Worst stream ever.
It's confounding. I don't understand it. And comedian Paul Rodriguez, you know of him in his legendary career. Well, he's had some real legendary arrests. Both of them in Burbank over the past, let's say, 5 or 6 months. Most recently, or I should say both times, having to do with drug possession. I'm going to give you what I think is at the root of all of that. Paul Rodriguez, well-known comedian, legend when it comes to comedy, and yet is still having these interactions with Burbank police, and they have to do with drugs. I'm like, I'm going to tell you what I think about that before the second hour is over. And we have your horoscope for the week, everything you want to know about yourself this week, and maybe a little too much that you didn't want to know about yourself this week at the weekend box office. And MSNBC is changing its name to something stupid. In the loose of Peacock logo, you may know that MSNBC is no longer part of the NBC Universal conglomerate. They've split it off. Someone owns it now. I have no idea who. And so they're trying to rebrand it, not changing any of the shows, just changing the logo, the decal. I don't know, maybe the incense they, have at the entrance or the receptionist. I don't know. It's all kinds of that. But it's MS now. MS space, second word now. I literally thought you were about to say MS-13. No, I thought you were about to say, you're not MS-13. You're not wrong, because you think MS-13, they probably have some trademark or copyright issues. On anything MS. Yeah. And even multiple sclerosis, MS does not have a positive connotation. Nothing MS. But nonetheless, they're MS now. And Disney, we talk about Hollywood production movies which are being produced in California. I said, hey, they moved to Atlanta, they moved to Toronto, they moved other places around the world. Well, evidently Atlanta/Georgia is going through the same type of problem. Now, Marvel, one of his biggest supporters, if you will,
is leaving Georgia for the United Kingdom as far as movie production. We're going to talk about that before the day is over. And also, we'll check in with George Norrie and see what's going on with him with Coast to Coast AM. And let me just say, I had a pretty good weekend. I didn't get to see any of y'all. I didn't get to see Mark. But that what they did. Yeah.
I don't know. It's a good thing my self-esteem's so healthy. Otherwise, my feelings would be hurt by that.
Oh, you don't have any feelings?
I don't have any feelings. You've been talking to the long-suffering one? Oh.
I have the feeling the long-suffering one and my wife are probably related on some level.
We have to prevent them getting together at all costs. Oh my God. I feel like matter and antimatter. We cannot have that.
No, cannot combine the same space. No. And Tony, sorry, glad to have you back on the ones and twos. Are you going to be with us today and tomorrow, or just today? Today, tomorrow, TFN. Okay. I like it. And we need your, let me just ask you real quick. All right. We gave Tuwala the homework assignment to watch Alien Earth on FX.
What did you think of? I didn't watch it, but I've heard things.
You haven't watched it yet? Oh, I did not want to see your search flooding in here.
There are only 2 alien movies.
Tony.
Intervention time.
No, Tony, I hear you. I trust me, I hear you. Because past Aliens, everything was poo-poo. It was caca. Tony, this series right here, I don't know what they did. I don't know which deal with the devil they made to make this so damn good. But damn it, Tony, okay? Woo!
I saw their activation at Comic-Con. I went through it.
Oh, Tony, you are too much of an Alien fan not to at least see it. Okay. Yeah, look, it's not Alien versus Predator. It's not Aliens. It's not Prometheus. It's not Resurrection. It's not any of that crapola.
The spinning.
Prometheus. No, Tony. This is cut from the cloth of Alien and Aliens. It's cut from the same cloth.
Those are the only 2 alien movies there are.
Well, this is not a movie, so you'll be okay. It is a TV show, and I went in fully ready to trash it. I said, okay, this is just a cash grab. It is anything but that. And it's in the cinematic block, so it may not be a movie, but damn it, they're spending movie-level money on each episode.
It's a nice looking show. I have a theory to run past you guys who've already seen it, which is Timothy Oliphant is some sort of android or something, which is not a spoiler. I mean, it's right up front and center in the first episode. And he's got white hair. What does he look like to you?
Malcolm McDowell? He looks like, from Blade Runner, right?
He looks like Rutger Hauer from Blade Runner, doesn't he?
Yes, he does.
You think that's a thing that's intentional?
You know what? It was so that the way he acted was so like either he studied Rutger Hauer's performance in Blade Runner, or there is a more direct connection because of what he is.
How is the more split second?
Right?
No, because that's like an alien-esque movie. Well, yeah, okay. But I've heard fan theories that Blade Runner and Alien could take place in the same universe. Maybe they're throwing us a bone.
It could, especially with what we're seeing. It absolutely could. It could. It's in the same space. That doesn't interest the time in which it is. All that. Yeah.
We'll see what happens. So we're only 2 episodes in.
Tony, that's your homework assignment for tonight. Do not return to class tomorrow without completion of the assignment.
No doctor pay.
I'll see what I can do. That's all I can ask. Yes, and Tony, you do it.
It's late with Mo Kevin, KFI 640. We're live everywhere.
Not on YouTube tonight for the foreseeable future. So I'm getting ready to go on vacation. But there's nothing wrong. It'll be back after Labor Day weekend when I'm back from vacation. Right now, we're going to go to Mark Roderick, KFI 24-hour newsroom.
Here's the latest. More than a half dozen illegal immigrants are in custody after their boat started leaking off the Newport Beach coast. Coast Guard stopped the flooding, towed the boat, and handed it and its occupants over to Homeland Security. Flights are being disrupted for a 3rd day as the strike by Air Canada flight attendants continues. And weapons is still number 1 at the domestic box office with $25 million in second weekend, with a total of $148 million globally. Disney's Freakier Friday got $14.5 million in second weekend, and the Bob Odenkirk action comedy Nobody 2 made $9.2 million. SoCal weather mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Aleve and from the Southern California Toyota Dealers Traffic Center. See more at the pump with Toyota's full lineup of fuel-efficient vehicles. We got a stall on the 101 in Studio City.
That's heading southbound at the 134-170 interchange. It's taking up the right lane. You'll see delays backed up to about Woodman Avenue. And another stall, this one's on the 110 southbound in Carson. Just before Torrance Boulevard, it's a bus that's in the middle lane. That's slowing you down from about the 405. The 71 northbound in Pomona, just before Holt Avenue, you'll see a crash there that has the right lane off limits. Traffic starts to jam up as you approach Rio Rancho Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeart80s. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeart80s goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeart80s, and make it your next preset. Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone, Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Sonos speakers. Activate iHeartRadio within Sonos to access all your music, radio stations, and podcasts. Or even easier, look on the player screen in the iHeartRadio app for the available connections icon. Then you can cast directly to your Sonos network and control the Sonos experience directly from within the iHeartRadio app. If you've got Sonos speakers throughout your house, you have iHeartRadio throughout your house too. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your home, with the iHeartRadio Sonos integration. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen. iHeartRadio is there. iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
A few miles from the glass spires of Midtown Atlanta lies the South River Forest. In 2021 and 2022, the woods became a home to activists from all over the country.
I found a struggle worth fighting for.
Who gathered to stop the nearby construction of a massive police training facility named Cop City. There, in the forest, they built a different community.
The forest occupation or things like that present a vision of a society where we can have what we need and support each other without being at each other's throats or being subservient to each other.
Until one day, everything shatters open.
At approximately 9 o'clock this morning, as law enforcement was moving through various sectors of the property, an individual, without warning, shot a Georgia State Patrol trooper.
What I heard was a full clip unload. It was just like a whole mess of shots, just like blasting off.
From Wondery, Campsite Media, and Tenderfoot TV, this is We Came to the Forest.
We got about 150 to 200 protesters that rushed into officers now.
I'm Matthew Scheer. Follow We Came to the Forest.
They were so dedicated to that forest. We didn't want to. We never did.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
In the history of cinema, few films have been as successful as The Godfather. Francis Ford Coppola's gangster epic set a new standard, not just for movies about the mafia, but for movies in general. Although, if you talk to the people who made it, The Godfather's prospects for success were far from assured. In fact, before its release, they were pretty bleak.
And they said, we're finished, this is over. Not only is not going to work, you gotta get rid of those guys. It's just that.
Then Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. My co-host Mark Seal and I stripped back the varnish of movie history and talked to never-before-heard-from sources to get at what really made the process so arduous. Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli is based on my co-host Mark's best-selling book of the same title. And on this show, we call years of research to help unpack the story about the
Welcome.
from start to finish.
How you living, pimp?
Innumerable themes, many of them conflicting. Trying to get to the truth.
What's good, B. Alexander?
Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli features new and archival interviews. Francis Ford Coppola.
Yes, that was the real Washington.
Robert Evans.
The Godfather's Godfather. James, to me, once you come to test, that's why you got to force you up and drive around the block. Now, buddy, said I got a call from these Italian guys, and it was moving me to a lot of trouble. Talia Shire.
Everything was a very arduous chess game.
And many others. We still aren't entirely sure what's true and what's not, but we do promise that our 10-part series gives everyone who is involved a chance to tell their side of the story. Listen and subscribe to Leave the Gun, Take the Cannoli. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now. AFI AM 640. More stimulating talk.
Coming up tomorrow after 1 o'clock on the John Cobell Show, 2 congressmen, including Republican Kevin Kiley from California, are demanding to know where the fire aid money went after the Palisades and Altadena fires. Remember the big concert, $100 million? Where'd it go? They want an investigation. It's coming up after 1 o'clock tomorrow on the John Cobell Show.
Live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app, but I am. Can't wait to get all that jet plane. Go to Subway, nice and relaxing. I came across the story of the most relaxing cities in the world. And I don't know, Holafly, Holafly, research destinations using several key health and well-being metrics.
Hi, Ms. Aquarius. Can you bear with me just 2 minutes?
Sunshine hours, traffic congestion, and each one leads to physical and emotional well-being. And here are the top cities in the world to unwind and commemorate the beginning out of LA. Coming in at number 10. Helsinki. Has anyone been to Helsinki? I have. How does this sound? It sounds relaxing. Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's the place to be. Finland, come on. The people there are very happy. Finland? Yeah, Helsinki? No, it's where people just go for, it's too studious, too, tight. I don't know what my idea of relaxing. That's all. What's this website? Tenafly? Holafly. Oh, sorry. Holafly means H-O-L-A. FL1, James McKeeshan TV show. I've been there. I think Helsinki's probably more relaxing. What? You're wrong. You're wrong. Tony, you really wrong? Okay, go ahead and put on your headphones. Yeah, is it relaxing for you? No. I ever just cabs and they Italian drivers or something else, man. Yeah, also watch yourself out in the streets because there's little child muggers with knives and stuff. No, I know it's the big pot capital of the world, but I mean, there are things that you can do to prevent this. Okay, well, enjoy. Yeah, I will hate it. Coming in number 8, the most relaxing cities in the world, according to a website no one's heard of. Portland, Oregon. Hell freaking no. What is this website? That's kind of nice. What's wrong with Portland? There's nothing wrong with Portland, but there's nothing special about Portland. There's nothing especially relaxing about Portland. You might as well say just going to the desert is relaxing. If you got air conditioning, there's nothing going on. Are they mistaking relaxing for boring? That's what I think. I think that's what they said. This is boring. Oh, okay. I've been to Portland a bunch of times. My nephew went to college in Portland, so I was always up there. It's boring as hell. It's not relaxing. The best bookstore on earth is in Portland. Oh my! I'm not going to another state or another country for a bookstore.
All right, Mr. Aquarius, thank you for your patience. Are you ready? Calm down. Calm down. Calm down, girl. You couldn't see. You couldn't see. Apologies, Aquarius. I hope I didn't show the full moon. It was just a little cleavage. All right.
So I don't know. Anyone?
I
It's going to be, the destination. So you're an oligarch spending gazillions of dollars to make some sort of doomsday powers. You have no business there. Yeah. Coming in number 6 of the most relaxing
Look at you.
cities in the world, according to Mark Rothschild. Haven't been, but I hear good things about you. Well, since that one thing, it's a little easier to hang. Not that I'll hold years ago against him. Okay, I'm not. Okay? Maybe. No. I'm just saying, I'm not. When I work, I mean, look, I was like, I can hold something against the United States, and I lived there. No, there was like a troublesome, what's the word? Some kind of barrier there that was. The late great President Reagan. I may have. Yeah, so you don't have that. So there's that. No, didn't he say like tear down the wall? Yeah,
That's what I'm talking about.
Okay. Now it's a great place to go. Okay. It's relaxing. The most relaxing. Melbourne. Yeah, not a lot of unanimity on this.
Oops. Not what I wanted.
Sydney. Well, why don't we just go ahead and move to Australia? Or maybe New Zealand. Get close. Never seen it. Yeah, I've heard nice things too, but like the 16-hour flight? No. No way? No. Command number 3, the most relaxing cities in the world. United States not looking too good. Vienna, Austria. Well, there's some.
Oops.
I'll just say it wasn't just passing through.
Not what I
A
wanted.
few days on a couple of different occasions, but they really have a strong sense of civic, not getting out of line there. Like, if you try to cross the street against the light, people who don't know you will scold you. I like that. You, follower of rules, that's me. Coming in number 2 of the most relaxing cities in the world. I've only been to one on this list so far. Oh, 2.
Good spare.
Singapore. It looks nice. Don't they have severe penalties for like stealing drugs? Yeah. Life for not a hell of a lot. I mean, drugs are what relax you, and they want to punish you for that. Do you know where they publicly caned that one kid? That was that North Korea? North Korea. They caned. Tony, get on the mic. You can't shake your head. You have to let us know what you think. Tony likes a good caning. It was Singapore. It was Singapore. It was like gum or something like that, wasn't it? Yeah, it was something weird where they caned him, and I was like, whoa. Public caning. Yeah, public caning. That's not
All right. You win, I win.
Command number 1. Relaxing in one like Bali. How's that? Relax. It's gotta be one Hawaiian Islands, right? You think?
Nice strike.
Okay, wait. Okay. Right. Most relaxing
Come on.
in the world, according to a BS website.
Thank you, ma'am.
It's a city we've all been to. San Diego. I don't think so. What the hell? Are you serious right now? I'm serious. Get out of here with that tenafly site. They work on market today. They've never been to Comic-Con, that's for sure.
Nice spare.
It is a wonderful city, but it's just not the most relaxing city in the world. Yeah. If I were to put my own list together, I know Barcelona needs to be on this list. I'm trying to think where else. Somewhere in the Caribbean.
needs to be on this list about relaxing. Amsterdam has some rights. More islands. Yes. Yeah, I understand. No disrespect to Australia, if you could just secluded from the rest of the world. That can be very relaxing. Yeah, that's why.
Man, I keep getting these splits.
That would creep me out too. Do they have that? Yes, they do. They have spiders the size of a doll. I don't want that. Yes. They come inside your house. Mess around in the wrong area. And here's the thing. Spiders are like common inside like hotels. It's just spiders everywhere. They're everywhere. Tarantulas, the ground, recluse, all that. Oh, burn it all. Burn it. Yeah. San Diego. The place where the whole world wants to go to relax. Maybe when they made this list, they were there at Comic-Con. Maybe it's like, some nerds made it sort of like
I'm trying. I need these two.
When we come back here, he's right. At least in the city of Atlanta. The city of Atlanta is refusing to ride Uber unless they get paired with a Waymo. True story. Talk about it next. Mark Runner has the news. The only defendant left in the 2023 death of Friends actor Matthew Perry.
Nice spare.
Guilty has decided to change. ABC's Alex Stone says Jasmine Sangha, known as the ketamine queen, has agreed to plead guilty in the overdose death of Perry.
Means she will avoid a trial, which was planned. Prosecutors have said sold the fatal dose.
Says she could get up to 45 years in prison. The LA City Controller has announced an audit of the city's expensive legal payout.
No, it's Aquarius. You win, I win. Good job, Miss Aquarius. Thank you. Great job. Thank you for your patience. Word, girl. How was physical therapy? Right. Exactly. Okay, that's good to hear. And you've got your last appointment. Is it your last appointment on Friday? Oh, okay. All right.
Washington Boulevard is.
Yeah. So he's going to another location on Friday, and then so Monday to a new location just once. I understand. I understand that. But is it going to be in a new location just one time? Oh, and you'll be who are you going to be with next Monday? Oh wow. Wow. I've got you. Right. All right. So you got Friday with your normal guy, then Monday with Marcus, and then you're done, right? Right. I got 100%.
It's chance encounter. We make
All right.
live story. Travel.
All right, Mr. Aquarius. Well, sweet dreams and tomorrow night, God willing. Thank you again for your patience. Absolutely.
More stimulating. Since autonomous vehicles might be on your phone, up into our control, digital under control. Diesel's vocabulary wrong. Who thinks he's on the payroll? Oh, way more. Cause we will be better. We will be better. We will be better. We will be better. KFI, Mr. Bo Kelly here. We're live everywhere at iHeartRadio app. No video simulcast for a while because I'm getting ready to go on vacation, so I gave Daniel some time off, and we'll resume the video simulcast when I return from vacation, which will be at the end of the month. But you know, on the show, we always have fun talking about Waymo and ride sharing, and we've been under the impression that Tuwala has been on the take. He's been receiving money through his ardent support of all things Waymo. Lies. Look, you've been coming in to the station all blanked out. You got a new car. You have this my new car is not a Waymo. No, it's called Quick Pro Waymo. This for that. I mean, you can spend that Waymo money anywhere. It doesn't have to. Why would you buy a Waymo? Well, I don't have to. But Waymo, the people are speaking for Waymo itself. Waymo's taking over, and that's a clear fact. I just want to make sure that you all recognize that I called this long ago. It's never going anywhere. There's no way Waymo's going to. I told you all within a year, Waymo will be everywhere, and I was called a fool, a liar. I was told I was on the take, and now it's everywhere. As it turns out, in June, the city of Atlanta started offering the option to ride in autonomous vehicles in Atlanta through Uber's partnership with Waymo. It's the latest city where the company is experimenting with robotaxis as it looks to keep up with competing offerings from rivals like Tesla and Lyft, as you know. In Atlanta, at least, Waymo has developed a considerable following, and people who are using Uber are declining rides with actual drivers in the hopes that they'll be paired with a Waymo car. And from what I read, users usually have to turn down anywhere between 15 and 20 human drivers on average to get to a Waymo, which seems like more of a last resort than a first resort. It's not something that is being promoted necessarily by Uber, but it's still an option that is being provided by Uber. And more, according to the article, I guess it's not fake news, according to the article, more and more people in the Atlanta metro are opting for Waymo for some undisclosed reason.
Here in the Southland, more and more people are opting for Waymo everywhere. And believe it or not, even in San Francisco, where they had all of those paid anti-Waymo protests, you notice that those have all died down. All this Waymo is a scourge, and that's, it's like, well, we're expanding Waymo all throughout the Bay Area. Why? Because more and more people are seeing the benefits of Uber. We just broke that story on all of the undisclosed sexual harassment incidents involving Waymo, and how it's way more than we thought. More and more cities, more and more cities are acknowledging the fact that this is actually the wave of the future. And I know you said at the beginning you've never been anti-Waymo, but you said it's not ready for prime time. When it gets there, I'm cool with it. You thought maybe the rollout was a little too premature and all that. I said then, I hear you, Mo. I know that we are all dinosaurs, and technology advances like this are kind of like, I don't want anything to do with that. But this is actually the future. Uber and Lyft, they are both investing heavily into self-driving technology to do what? Not to have more people driving. So there will be no more, I'm just going to get a Uber or Lyft for the airport. I'm just going to Uber or Lyft home from the concert. No, you'll be getting a Johnny Cab. Yeah, it's a Johnny Cab. Pretty much. I get it, Martin. I'm not getting one of those with Martin. Martin catches strays in the news. I'm saying, Martin, you drive everywhere. That's fine. And there's never been a need for you to even get over. I get that. But by the time you are in need of a ride somewhere from a ride-hailing service, there will not be a person in it. It'll either be Tesla, as much trouble as they're having, they're still pushing forward. Apple, they're pushing forward. All these companies are pushing forward with self-driving technology.
Here's the thing that I've yet to hear Waymo offer a decent answer as far as addressing. Not nitpicking, but I've seen from other stories when they're been vandalized, all you need to do is just stand in front of the car, whether there is a passenger or not. I wonder about the viability of a Waymo in a situation where a car is accosted and you have to be a rider. What do you do to extricate yourself from that? What do you do? Do you call another car, or do you just sit there and wait until they're done vandalizing the car?
Now, I know that some of the recent updates that they've put into Waymo, one, the whole left turn issue that Waymo been having, like sitting at a left turn and sitting for the longest, they've really been working through that.
I've seen that, yeah,
firsthand. They have been working through that, and they have been working through obstacles in the road, be they cones, be they people, things where a natural driver would go around. Those are some of the...
Did you hear that? They're beta testing on us.
We're guinea pigs. Some of the things that would normally stop a Waymo, where they were like overly cautious with the, I don't know what this is, I need to stop at something in the road. Now more and more they are programmed, maybe the AI is developing even on its own, where it's able to say, I'm going around.
I had no intention of offering myself up in this experiment. You get the technology ironed out before I ever said it.
It's already city to city, LA, DC, San Francisco, Atlanta. I mean, it's everywhere. Arizona, Texas. I mean, it's everywhere.
I would liken this, and it's not an exact analogy, but I would liken this to Ozempic, Mounjaro. The benefits are clearly there, but the long-term implications we're not exactly sure of yet.
Yeah, they give you eye problems.
Right, okay, we're just now finding out some of the issues with Ozempic and long-term use of Mounjaro.
No. We need a technological comparison, because these meds and what they do long-term, it's not here. That's like
in the beginning, there were, pages and cell phones and things. I mean, we need a technological comparison. It's always a brain cancer. Yeah, but then now that's gone. Now there's no one getting brain cancer from phones. You sure about that? This is my real podcast. TMI M640. We give you that one Tuala. That's it. We're live everywhere. The iHeartRadio app, Mark Mark with the news. Here's the latest from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. Meal kit delivery company HelloFresh will pay $7.5 million to settle a lawsuit. Prosecutors from LA and Santa Clara County say it violated state law by deceptively enrolling people in auto-renewing subscription plans without proper disclosure or consent. They'll also pay $1 million in restitution to eligible California consumers. Newsmax has to cough up $67 million to settle a libel suit from Dominion Voting Systems for lying about the 2020 election. Newsmax had also reportedly paid a $40 million libel settlement to voting machine manufacturer Smartmatic previously. And Netflix Frankenstein will be in theaters this October. Guillermo del Toro's adaptation of the classic will be released in select theaters October 17th, making it eligible for the Academy Awards. Then it's on Netflix November 7th. From the Odoo.com Weather Center, Odoo, only business software you need. Mostly clear this evening, lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs from the mid-70s at the beaches to 100 in the Antelope Valley. This report brought to you by Blindster.com, and there's a crash on the 405 in Hawthorne.
That's heading southbound just before Rostream. You'll see the right lane taken away there, so it's slowing down from about the 105. And if you're on the 210, that's heading eastbound in Monrovia just before Myrtle, looks like the crash has been cleared out of the carpool lane. Your drive is slowly recovering as you make your way from Santa Anita. And on the 215 northbound in Riverside, that's right before Central crash. Still has the right lane blocked off. It's slowing you down from Box Springs Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
Get into summer with iHeartRadio. Rewind to a decade of music that defined a generation. From Madonna to Michael and more. iHeartRadio goes commercial-free this weekend and every weekend. Open the free iHeart app, search iHeartRadio, and make it your next preset.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
I may have an officer call me. My daughter is missing.
On July 24th, 2016, 23-year-old Kaylee Sawyer vanished from her small Oregon town.
Cross my mind if there's anything other than just something explainable.
But the story of who killed her and how takes wild twists and turns. A second woman kidnapped.
And then that's like, he just started basically yelling at me to start driving. He's like, I need to get out of here. He's like, I just got somebody.
A dramatic carjacking.
I yelled for help. He said, I'll shoot you, and I yelled for help again, and he shot me.
A high-speed police chase and a murderer's disturbing urge to kill.
Do you think he would become a serial killer had he had the chance? So it just baffles me that somebody can just take someone's life.
I've never seen a pickup or anybody begging, asking people to put on their car. I'm not begging. I'm not begging.
Experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio. Apple CarPlay. Our iOS iOS app comes alive in your car's dashboard with a seamless way to play your favorite music, radio stations, and podcasts. Developed with driver safety in mind, the Apple CarPlay interface was built for simple navigation and to limit driver distraction while making sure you can still access all your favorite content from iHeartRadio. No need to download another app, just plug or pair your iPhone with your dash, and if CarPlay is available in your vehicle, iHeartRadio will sync automatically. iHeartRadio, everywhere you want to listen, including in your car through Apple CarPlay. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio, anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
Several top Senate Democrats are urging President Trump to stop a deal with NVIDIA and AMD. The deal would allow the companies to sell artificial intelligence chips to China after they agreed to share 50% of revenue from sales. However, it's raising national security concerns for Democratic lawmakers. Senate Majority Leader Chuck Schumer led a group of legislators in sending a letter to the White House arguing that the government's deal with the chip makers blatantly violates the purpose of export control laws. OpenAI is relaunching a revamped ChatGPT 5. CEO Sam Altman admits the original rollout was lumpier than expected, so much so that many users complained the previous version, GPT-4o, was better. Altman says the update includes changes that he says are subtle, but will make GPT-5 more approachable now. And over 6,000 new words are being added to the Cambridge Dictionary. Words including skibbity, tradwife, and delulu are being added to reflect the growing influence of internet culture on the English language. Tag Report, I'm Matt Mattinson.
KFI, AM 640, for stimulating talk. Tomorrow on True Crime Tuesday, we've got a chilling update on the Brian Koberger case. Newly unsealed records show a surviving roommate said she heard him call out one of the roommates' names during the attack. We'll break it all down tomorrow on the Gary and Shannon Show on True Crime Tuesday.
KFI, Bill Kelly. We're live everywhere, the iHeartRadio app, and if you're just tuning in, you don't know, we're not doing the video simulcast tonight or the rest of the month. The rest of the month? Yes, the rest of the month, because I will be on vacation. I'm leaving out Wednesday morning, and I may or may not come back. You know, the fans, I just don't know. Sometimes you wonder, like, maybe living as an expat may not be a bad idea after all. So I'm going to be going to Europe, and we're going to fly into Rome. We're going to spend a few days in Rome, and then my wife and I are going to get on a cruise ship. We're going to go to a couple of destinations in Italy, also Greece, 2 locations in Greece, and 1 in Turkey. And I'll be back a little bit before Labor Day weekend. Isn't Greece on fire right now? Like the entire country of Greece? I couldn't tell you. That's the other side of the world. I can tell you. All right, well, you know, I know we're not going to Ukraine, so we're going to avoid that. We're not going to go to, hopefully, anywhere where there's a war president. Yeah, not recommended. Low yield stores. Yeah, Ukraine. We're not going to Russia either. This is one of the places I've written off for the rest of my life. I doubt I'll be going there for a number of reasons. Yeah, but can't wait. Cannot wait. And the hardest part for me is always the travel involved. I don't mind. I don't like flying, but I really don't like flying 9 to 10 hours at a time. And obviously, I've done it going to Korea and what have you. And I've been to Europe on a couple occasions. Those are some long-ass flights. And someone always brings a baby. No, that's what I'm going like business class with the little crumb snatchers in the back. Oh, excuse me. Yeah. Look, I have something that I live by. Save your money, spend it on the airfare. Because getting to if you have a horrible experience, just the travel portion, it throws off the rest of your vacation. So you're not going to go on one of these new flights that we've been reading about where they've got people kind of semi-standing and stacked so they can fit more people in. You know, nobody's farting in my face. You know, you don't want to get crop dust on an airplane. No. The first time we went to, and I'm not saying this is a flex, I'm just saying, as you travel more, there's certain things that you will and will not do going forward. The first time we went to Europe, and it was also to Rome, we flew economy, and it was the worst experience because the road rows were like, they had 7 or 8 people. We were crammed like sardines. There was this woman to the left of us who wouldn't shut the F up, was determined to talk. Maybe she had no electronics or something. So she felt the need to have everyone else entertain her. And she didn't understand when I had my headphones on, that means leave me alone. Those, and obviously just being cramped with knees, trying to go to the bathroom. And I would rather save, let's say, $300 a month set aside for a better seating arrangement for that trip than just flying economy. And it's not like I have any lavish expenditures. It's not like my car payment is really reasonable. I don't believe in $1,000 car payments. And I just recently got a car for the first time in like 12 years. That's where I spend my money. And so when I go on first class, it's just on business class. So it's just not dealing with all the regular stuff. Now, if something jumps off behind us and we have an unruly passenger, I probably won't jump. No, come on, passenger 57. I'll let them handle it. I'll let them play. No. Unless I feel that they're endangering my safety, then I will. No, it's time for Mr. Black Belt to fly into action. I need to see that. See, that's real funny. I only think of fighting when I actually have to, and I have no choice. I'm looking forward to seeing somebody's smartphone video of you flying into action. Yeah, I do not want to end up on TMZ. I really don't. Unless I have absolutely no choice, then yes, put me on TMZ. But for the most part, I want as quiet of a flight as possible. I don't want to talk to anyone, wife included. She'll have her movies, I'll have my movies. But Jackie Ray, why are you shaking your head at that? Can I travel in peace? We'll have another 9 days in which we can talk to each other. We don't have to talk to each other on the plane.
I wish they could see my face right now. I am so appalled.
We will spend plenty of time together on the ship, plenty of time on excursions, plenty of time seeing the sights of Rome and Naples. And
how long is the flight?
Well, we're flying from LA to DC, because we couldn't get a direct this time. And then DC to Rome, LA to DC is 5 hours, and I think the next part is 8 hours.
Okay, so you can talk from LA to DC.
No. She'll have her movies and her downloads. I'll have mine. I'll have my headphones on.
And then there's no, hey, honey, look at this. This is so
nope.
Oh, my goodness.
We don't do that.
Oh, my goodness.
We do not do that. There's time enough later to have conversation. A plane is the worst place to have conversation. Because either you're interrupting me, you're disturbing my sleep, or you're interrupting someone else. Just let me be in my own head, my own space, headphones, listening to music, watching movies, watching videos, whatever.
I just feel a theme here. It was just a couple of weeks ago you said you come home from a bad day, you don't want to talk about it. Now you don't want to talk on the plane. When do you talk, Mo?
You're almost there, Shay. Almost got it. You're right on the precipice of getting it. Have you considered just taking the whole vacation on your own? I've done it before. Okay. I wouldn't be able to do it now because I'm married, but the first time I went on a cruise actually was to the Bahamas. It was a Carnival cruise, so I went by myself and it was great. And actually, I went to Spain one time by myself. That was even better. So this is more like you have a minder with you than a companion. It's one of those things like I've grown up now. I can't do the whole solo road trip thing. Well, you're really doing a lot to sell the whole love and togetherness idea for our listeners. You non-married folk. I don't need your judgment. Time for the news. KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere. iHeartRadio Live.
KFI and KOST HD2 Los Angeles, Orange County. More stimulating talk.
Well, what's one got to do with the other? I'm Mark Ronald, live from the KFI 24-hour newsroom. California Attorney General Rob Bonta has announced the state's 39th lawsuit against the Trump administration.
This time, California is joined by 21 other states in suing the White House over grants available to witnesses and victims of crimes. Bonta says it's illegal for the federal government to withhold the funds from states that don't comply with immigration enforcement.
The Victims of Crime Act has absolutely nothing to do with immigration enforcement. Nor should it.
The Victims of Crimes Act was established in 1982 and provides funds to residents regardless of immigration status. Bonta says the executive branch is not allowed to impose conditions on that money. Michael Monks, KFI News.
The Menendez brothers have a parole hearing this week.
The siblings, Lyle and Eric, had spent the past 30 years behind bars for a high
highly publicized murders of their parents in 1989. They were resentenced earlier this year to allow for the possibility of parole. The parole board will make a recommendation, but the ultimate authority rests in the hands of California Governor Gavin Newsom. Michael Kastner, KFI News.
That hearing set for Thursday. LA City Controller Kenneth Mejia has announced an audit of the rising costs of City Hall's legal settlement. He says the City Council approved more than $500 million in liability payouts in the past 2 fiscal years.
If you don't know, the liability payouts are some of the biggest reasons why the city's undergoing layoffs of city employees, why departments are getting cut, why services for you all are getting cut.
Mejia says the audit would address risk management and how to reduce payouts. In 2006, he said the city only paid $35 million in legal settlements. California's almond orchards are experiencing a severe rat infestation affecting more than 100,000 acres in the San Joaquin Valley alone.
The issue emerged unexpectedly last fall and may worsen without intervention. Experts say increased rat populations are due to drought-related farmland inactivity in the early 2020s, which halted pest control. Though farmland recovered, stricter pesticide regulations have hindered effective rodent management. The Golden State grows all of the nation's commercially produced almonds. It produces over 75% of the world's almonds. Dina Kodiak, KFI News.
White House talks with President Trump, Ukrainian President Zelensky, and European and NATO leaders have ended with no formal announcement of a ceasefire or a peace plan between Ukraine and Russia. But there are suggestions Russian President Putin might be willing to meet with Zelensky, who says that's not confirmed.
We just have formed after this productive meeting with the president and then with all our colleagues, partners, we confirmed that we are ready for a trilateral meeting.
Analysts say the big question is whether the two can make an agreement for lasting peace. And a strike by Air Canada flight attendants is affecting flights around the world. Flight attendants walked off the job early Saturday over pay and scheduling disputes. ABC's Melissa Hayden says they were ordered back to work yesterday, but refused.
Air Canada is now saying that the union is defying an order from the Canada Industrial Relations Board to get back to work. The airline was expecting to restart limited operations today, but because the flight attendants remain on the picket lines, this forced the airline to suspend that plan.
About 100,000 people have had their flights canceled worldwide. Southland weather for KFI, mostly clear tonight with lows in the mid-60s. Sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, low 90s in the valleys and IE, 100 in the Antelope Valley, and mid-70s at the beaches. It's going to heat up a few more degrees, and we're going to have a little hot spell Wednesday through Friday. Right now it is 70 in Newport Beach, 73 in Orange, 77 in Sherman Oaks, 77 in Burbank, and we're heading to a crash on the 5 in Cascade.
That's heading southbound just before Templin Highway. It's involving a big rig. You'll see the right lane closed off until further notice, so expect some heavy traffic as you make your way from the Cascade brake check area. And full closure 14. This is in Lancaster, southbound from Avenue K to Avenue N. All lanes closed off for road work. That's scheduled to end at 4 a.m. And as you travel on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, seeing some slowing as you approach Vermont Avenue. It's going to be a slow crawl there until you reach the 110. And if you're on the 405 southbound in Hawthorne, that's just before Rosecrans. We still got a crash there that has the right lane off limits. You'll see some brake lights as you come away from the 105. In Diamond Bar, the 57 northbound, right up the 60. Got a crash there involving a big rig that's taking up the right lane, causing some traffic that's backed up to about Pathfinder Road. And the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, traffic building up at Weird Canyon. Your drive is stop and go from there until you get past Gibson Canyon Road. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
There's a viral sickness around this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Havoc Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Saturday workouts.
Hey girl, thanks. You almost done? 2 minutes or so. Meet you outside.
Then brunch. Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
Find your iHeartRadio everywhere. There are hundreds of ways to experience iHeartRadio at home and on the go, beyond the iPhone and Android app, and at iHeartRadio.com. Here's another way to connect to iHeartRadio: Vizio TVs. iHeartRadio is coming into your living room on your Vizio TV. Check your TV remote for the iHeartRadio button for one-click access, or visit the Vizio SmartCast App Store and make sure you log in with your iHeartRadio account so all your favorites are there and ready for you instantly. All your music, radio stations, and favorite podcasts available for you on the biggest screen in your home. iHeartRadio and Vizio. Check it out for free now. iHeartRadio. Anywhere you want to listen, iHeartRadio is there.
The NFL coming out saying they disagree with kicker Harrison Butker and his controversial commencement address.
Beyond the Box Score with Jackie Ray. If you ever been to any platform that I'm on again, I promise you, ESPN ain't got enough on me. Y'all, what I'm gonna say, but don't play with me.
The NFL says they have no issue players doing the signature dance of President-elect Donald Trump during their on-field celebrations.
She's acknowledging the reverse DEI that no one wants to talk about. She has a privilege, and she makes more money than the people who built this league.
Beyond the Box Score with Jackie Ray.
Where sports and society meet.
KFI AM 640. It's later with Mo Kelly. We're live everywhere on the iHeartRadio app. Jackie Ray, Beyond the Box Score. Always good to see you, Jackie Ray. How you doing?
Great to see you, too. Doing good.
Let's talk about a little bit of NFL, and then later we'll talk about a little bit of WNBA. First, the NFL. The Minnesota Vikings are in hot water. When I say hot water, as far as how they're being responded to on social media, I know we should not say that social media is real, but it does have consequences. People do respond to social media. And the Vikings announced they had a new team of cheerleaders, and they shared a clip to Instagram a few days ago. It featured a young male cheerleader, and all of a sudden the Minnesota Viking fan base went apoplectic, lost their minds. Like, how dare you have a male cheerleader? And then I just had to remember racking my brain. It's like, wait a minute, okay, they've had male cheerleaders in high school from coast to coast. They've had male cheerleaders in college. I'm talking about football from coast to coast. They
had some in 2018, I believe.
Yes, they did. The Rams and the New Orleans Saints. Yep. That's in 2018, so that's the better part of a decade ago.
Right.
Why is this a news item, and why are people even upset beyond the whole culture war saying that? Like, Minnesota's not making a statement by having a male cheerleader. It's not. I don't get it. What am I missing in this story?
I don't know if I can tell you, it probably would make a whole lot of money, because that would lead to an understanding of a very specific group of people that have issues with how other people live their life. And it's interesting to me because, like you said, most NFL fans have been watching NCAA football for the entirety of their football fandom, and having male cheerleaders is a very common thing. I was on a cheerleading squad in Colorado. There was two male cheerleaders on our squad. So it's not new information for this to happen. So I think what we're seeing is a lot of misogyny in a way, where you're seeing this is a male-dominated sport. This is the last, you're like, banging on your chest, trying to say, this is our sport. We don't want to see, we want strong men on the field, and we want pretty women on the sideline, and we don't want that to cross over. But you don't even have to look at it. I'm sure there's plenty of pretty women on that cheerleading squad that you can focus your attention on to them. So I don't really understand what this is about.
Let's back this up, okay? We know why cheerleading squads in a respective professional sports came to be. One, it was for the dominant men who were in the stands, but also it was about this burgeoning television product where you had these gaps. You had TV timeouts, you had prolonged lulls on the field, and so you had organizations, franchise saying, hey, we need to provide some sort of entertainment in between time. We know with the Los Angeles Lakers, it was Jerry Buss, the late Dr. Jerry Buss, who introduced NBA basketball with the Laker girls, right? And then the rest of the NBA followed suit. So the idea of cheerleaders filling time and being eye candy is not new. In subsequent decades, professional sports have added these male cheerleaders, but never this type of pushback. Do you think that this is going to reverse that trend, or are NFL teams going to continue to move forward in this direction?
I mean, I hope they continue to move forward. Because It's a non-problem. It's a non-starter, and just like men like eye candy, there's somebody in that stadium that's gonna like to look at that male cheerleader. So let's just have equality across the board. But what I think we're seeing is, I've always said this, a lot of people have said it, you said it, sports are always a microcosm of our society. Yep. And what we're seeing right now is there is this movement towards being anti-gay, anti-trans, anti-everything, if we're being honest. And so I think what we're seeing is people's hate come on full display.
And it's a conflation. I don't necessarily know about the sexual...
or it can be a straight man.
Orientation of the male cheerleader. And if you know anything about the male cheerleaders, they've been all across the board. I mean, I've good friends, straight male cheerleaders in Georgetown. Yeah. That has never been indicative of a sexual preference.
It's not. In high school, the two guys that were on our cheerleading squad were straight. They had
to be strong.
Had to be strong because we needed them for the base. And like you see that if you ever watch a cheerleading competition, which are phenomenal, by the way, then you see that that's what they usually do. They spot and they help make sure everybody's safe, basically. You know, in high school it was a little thing for them. They started because they thought it would be a good way to meet girls, and then they fell in love with the sport and then continued into college. So there's a plethora of reasons. I think the assumption is this is a gay man. I didn't even look into see if he's gay or not because it doesn't matter.
Could have been gay, could not have been gay.
Right. Have no idea. I don't care.
And I don't get the sense that Minnesota Vikings, well, since they're at least a third to it, they're not making a statement.
No.
They're making an addition.
Yep, and it was 2018 when the league sent out this thing that said if you want to come and audition and you're a man, you're welcome to do so. We didn't get the influx of men coming to audition for these teams, so maybe that's the disconnect. Maybe they forgot about it and said, well, we didn't have this influx of men. It's not even an influx. It's one guy, one new guy. I'm trying to understand.
I know that NFL seemingly can't get out of its own way, and I know that I have even been very critical of the NFL at certain points. This is not one of those times.
No, this isn't one of those. Because again, the cheerleaders are there to entertain the fans during the timeout or a commercial. We were talking before we got on. My family had season tickets to the Broncos. I distinctly remember as a kid, my dad saying, "Oh, we going to commercial break," because he would always know when the cheerleaders started lining up in the end zone, they were getting ready because it was going to commercial break, and we didn't have the cool arenas and stadiums with all this other electronic and beautiful things going on. So the women, they held it down.
That's a great point, because now you go to these modern stadiums, they have the fantasy stats up there. They have the instant replays. They have the games that you can play during timeout. There's so much more for a fan to do,
right,
which is different from the experience. The first time I went to an NFL football game, it was the Rams versus the expansion Tampa Bay Buccaneers in the Coliseum. I think it was like 1976 or 1977. There's nothing going on other than the football. And so when you're at home, you have TV, you have announcers, commentary, you have replays. None of that was going on in the 70s when you're in the stadium. So it needed something else.
Yeah. So I think the people, in my opinion, who are upset about this, you need to, instead of saying we're upset that there's a man on the team, say you're ready to do away with cheerleading altogether.
That would be more of a fair complaint. Because, and I do believe you're correct. There's this conflation of having a man as somehow endorsement of LGBTQ or having trans athletes on the field with
always that assumption.
Yeah, and one doesn't have anything to do with the other. Now, the person may be gay. I don't know.
Didn't even look to see. Yeah, it doesn't matter. But that is always the assumption. The assumption from the machismo men is that there's no straight man who would want to be a cheerleader.
Except for college football, except for high school football, except for the past 78 years.
And they never have a problem with that. But somehow we make it to the NFL. I don't even know.
When we come back, we're going to talk a little bit about the WNBA. We often talk about Caitlin Clark. She's missed most of the season due to a groin injury. Don't know if she's coming back this season because it's one of those injuries which can nag and be prolonged for any number of reasons during rehab. I get the sense, though, that the WNBA has not missed her as many would have thought. You look at the attendance, you look at the ratings. The league is held up, knowing that Caitlin Clark is not coming back anytime soon. When we come back,
Yo, how are you?
Here's the latest. Governor Newsom demanding President Trump explain the presence of Border Patrol agents outside his LA press event last week. He's accusing the Trump administration of using them as an intimidation tactic.
How are you?
And has filed a Freedom of Information Act request
request demanding all related documents.
What's up, Pimp?
Island communities off the North Carolina coast are bracing for flooding ahead of Hurricane Aaron, the year's first Atlantic hurricane.
How's your day going?
30-mile-an-hour winds early today.
What are you saying?
Caicos Islands and the Southeast Bahamas. And the coroner who did Marilyn Monroe's autopsy is breaking his long silence. Thomas Noguchi, who's now 98, has a new book called L.A. Coroner, Thomas Noguchi and Death in Hollywood, in which he claims the autopsy was never fully and properly performed. Evidence quickly went missing, and he didn't agree with the official ruling of death by suicide. Now it looks like it crashes out of the way on the 57th.
Yo, how are you?
That's heading north now right at the 60. It's been cleared from the right lane. Traffic has recovered and is now moving smoothly. And if you're traveling on the 101 southbound in Hollywood, you'll see some brake lights as you approach Vermont Avenue. Your drive's going to stay slow until you get past the 110. And we have a work zone on the 14. That's southbound in Santa Clarita from Via Princesa to Placer to Canyon. The two right lanes are off limits until 4 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
There's a violent sickness in this town. Must excitement. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Mile from Aaron Mankey, this is Havoc Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc Town and start listening on the free iHeart Radio app today.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
September 1979. Virginia's top prison band, Edge of Daybreak, is about to attempt the impossible, recording their debut album behind bars in just 5 hours. They were black artists serving extremely long felony sentences. Each had grown up under segregation, only to get caught up in America's prison boom during their 20s. I'm Jamie Petrus, music and culture writer. For the past 5 years, I've been talking to the band's 3 surviving members, Jamal Jahanubi, Neil Cade, and Harry Cupcake Coleman.
Put it this way, we were the bad of the state penal system. They would come in and stand around the wall and sweat would pour off them just like it poured off of us, just to hear us play.
They're out of prison now and in their 70s. Their past behind them. But they also have some unfinished business.
The end of daybreak, Eyes of Love was supposed to have been followed up by another album.
They never got that opportunity, but they never stopped dreaming either. Listen to Soul Incarcerated on the iHeartRadio app.
Check it out. Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
iHeart is America's #1 podcast network. Open the free iHeart app and explore podcasts like this.
Dig below the surface in central Mississippi, odds are good you'll find a burnt orange color looking back up at you. It's called Yazoo clay, and there's one thing it's known for: wreaking havoc on anything buried in it.
It's the strangest, most destructive soil I've ever dug in before. You never get what you expect.
Now, over the years, Yazoo clay has held and destroyed a lot of Mississippi's secrets. But in 2012, a construction crew uncovered a big one. Graves, thousands of them, on the site of the old state asylum.
They may have thought they only found 1,000, and then once they realized, okay, wait, 2,000, wait, 7,000.
And all this begs the question, just how do you lose track of 7,000 graves? In Mississippi, keeping secrets is as old as the soil itself. So can the truth ever really be uncovered?
The story is much more complicated and nuanced than that.
I'm Larison Campbell, and this is Under Yazoo Clay.
Listen on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Open your free iHeart app and listen now.
KFI GM 640, more stimulating talk.
KFI Mo Kelly. Beyond the box score with Jackie Ray. Jackie Ray joins us in studio still. Jackie Ray, you and I were on the WNBA train long before the rest of the media was.
Yes, indeed.
Long before anyone at KFI was. So we've seen this maturation, evolution of it pre and post Caitlin Clark. She has been out most of the season due to an injury. No one can deny her impact on bringing eyes, sponsors, and also general awareness to the NBA. WNBA, talking about Caitlin Clark. But I've noticed in her absence, the league has found a degree of equilibrium.
Correct.
And a more general fan base appreciating the sport and some of the other players beyond Caitlin Clark. Would you agree with that?
Oh, absolutely. And I can even say that maybe some of that is because of Caitlin Clark, because the Indiana Fever don't just scrimmage against themselves.
Right.
And so then it's an opportunity for fans to see, I think Nafisa Collier is the best player in the league. I think there's a strong argument to be, say, Asia Wilson right there. Well, I mean, I would put them like 1-1.
Okay.
You know what I mean? Like, I would put them side by side. I think obviously the Minnesota Lynx are a more complete team than the Aces are, but still, if you're going out, you're seeing Nafisa Collier, if you're seeing Asia Wilson, if you're seeing De'Erica Hamby on the Sparks, Kelsey Plum, all that, now you have an opportunity to see other players who have,
As far as at least media exposure.
Yeah, because the talent was always there. The talent has been there for a long time. But the craze started with her in college, and so media came with her. There's a part of it that I feel like it's crazy disrespectful, especially for media that's been there this whole time. Yeah, like come on, man, we've been doing this work, we've been shining this light on these people for a long time. But I do think it's great that it's happening right now. I think what we're seeing, even on both sides, the league was always going to adjust to Caitlin Clark. The players were going to adjust to her. You've seen that in her game. You've seen some of the areas that she fails in have been exposed. She's not the best ball handler in the world. She doesn't take constant pressure too well. There's been an adjustment that's been made to her, and I think the fans are making an adjustment as well in her absence. So I think it's good.
Well, also, without her being on the floor, people are seeing, or I should say, even in watching Caitlin Clark against other players in the league, you get to know the other talent.
Absolutely.
But I was looking during this extended absence of Caitlin Clark how the league would do, and I noticed that sports media is still very high on the WNBA.
Yeah.
And I know that fans by and large are still very high on the WNBA. I don't mind them. I like this player, don't like that player. That's the way sports is supposed to be. I don't need you to love Angel Reese. I don't need you to love Cameron Brink, whoever it may be. But at least you have an active rooting interest beyond one person.
Exactly. And the numbers in the arenas haven't gone down. So
they haven't.
That's the main thing. You're wondering, people know she's not playing, but they're still coming out and they're still rooting and they're still loud and they're still proud.
And these aren't season ticket holders.
No,
They're buying tickets to that game. Oh, and something else.
Look at this athleticism, folks. I really want to put it in everybody's mind how fucking athletic we're being. This is just unreal.
So as a person who's been watching the WNBA almost my whole life, to be able to see them on, they definitely need to do better with the league pass though, but that's a story for another day. But to to be able to see the games you want to see on TV, on ESPN, Hulu, on these regular platforms, and not have to. I've been a fan so long. I can remember where you would have to say, "Hey, are you watching it on Facebook? Can you send us a link?" Because it would only be on certain places. Like, it was atrocious to try to find these games on TV. That's not to say, as much as I'm glad that the league is surviving this, it will be great if the Indiana Fever can make it to the playoffs, which I hope they do, because that's going to be great TV. For people to, even if Caitlin Clark isn't playing with the team, to have them in the playoffs is going to give another boost to WNBA coverage, just because now the narrative will be, oh my gosh, Indiana Fever in the playoffs without Caitlin Clark. What does this look like?
I'm going to say something which is going to piss off some Caitlin Clark fans.
Dun, dun, dun.
But I believe that even in college, but since Caitlin Clark played in the Big Ten, which is not as good of a basketball conference as maybe the Big East, I've always thought, and I think it's been confirmed this year, that Paige Beckers is the freaking truth.
I told everybody that Paige Beckers was better than Caitlin Clark.
Oh my
goodness. They came for me.
Paige Beckers, I mean, she has handles on top of
handles on top of handles. She plays both sides of the ball. She takes good care of the ball well. She almost got that game winner at the buzzer, and that ball was in the basket. And then she's like, no, not today. Came back out. She is great under pressure. So not only is she great under pressure, she is a leader. She didn't have that little up ramp, if you will, where players have to go through. They have to get used to their teammates. She has an ability to connect with people, players, and all that. So she came in and really helped that team a lot, which they need to, because their head coach used to be a videographer. You don't have no coaching background.
Oh yeah, and that's we could do a whole hour on that.
That alone.
But and she does not have the type of persona which is going to command as much attention as maybe a Caitlin Clark or an Angel Reese. But as far as just balling ability, Paige Beckers might be the best first or second year player in the league.
Yeah, I'm gonna take the might off of that.
Okay.
Take the might off of that. And she doesn't have the star power because she doesn't command the attention that way.
No, she doesn't.
Controversy brings attention. Like it or not, we live in a country that if it's controversial, it's gonna get a bunch of attention. The Angel Reese Caitlin Clark dynamic was very controversial because that's the kind of country we live in. Paige Beckers just be balling. That's it.
And part of this, my heart is broken because I know it's going to be a while before we get to see Juju at her best.
Yes. Yeah.
Because she's going to be out presumably all of this season for USC. She would have been the number one pick overall, and she may be, but she's going to have to at least play one more year in college to show everyone that ACL injury didn't take something off her game.
Yeah, and the thing is there's always a ramp up. So when she comes back immediately, she might not be, because people always forget you're not just getting over injury, there's a mental injury that you have to get over as well. Oh my gosh, I don't want to get that injury. Anyways, all of these things have to happen, and the player has to go through it before they get good. So she definitely has to do another year, which is unfortunate for the league, but do what you got to do, girl. We want to see you be great.
I'll see you next month.
See you next month. I'm so good.
It's later with Mo Kelly, KFI AM 640. We're live everywhere in the iHeartRadio app. And I have some thoughts on comedian Paul Rodriguez when we come back. He's had not one, but two run-ins with Burbank police, as in right around the studio. So I have some thoughts on that when we come back. Now, Mark Ronner has the news. Critics of the 2028 Olympics have called on LA to give up the games.
Activists are citing the ongoing immigration operations, President Trump's involvement in the federal task force, other concerns, the financial burden on the city already in financial crisis, and the out-of-control business crisis. LA can't back out of the games, however. Only the International Olympic Committee has that power.
AFI's Jim Roop says the city could request undue hardship to the International Olympic Committee. Even the COVID pandemic didn't reach that standard. The second of two South American men linked to the robbery of $1 million emerald-encrusted watch taken from a tourist sitting on a restaurant patio at the Beverly Wilshire Hotel has been sentenced to 2.5 years in prison. The 19-year-old from Venezuela pleaded guilty in March. Authorities are still trying to figure out how he and his partner from Colombia got a gun registered to the notorious former LAPD officer Christopher Dorner, who killed 4 people before dying in a standoff at least 12 years ago. President Trump's former Attorney General Bill Barr has appeared before the House Oversight Committee. ABC's Catherine Falder says there's no word on what was said in the closed-door deposition on the Epstein Island investigation.
But we do know that Trump's first Justice Department looked into Jeffrey Epstein, whether or not he committed suicide in 2019 in his jail cell. Bill Barr was determined that that was the case.
He says it's one of a number of subpoenas Chairman Comer has issued. Now, the State Department says it's stopping all visitor visas for people from Gaza, pending a full and thorough review of the process used to issue temporary medical humanitarian visas in recent days. The group Heal Palestine says it's brought 148 people from Gaza, including 63 children, to the U.S. for medical care. Southland weather from KFI, mostly clear this evening with lows in the mid-60s, sunny tomorrow with highs in the mid-80s, low 90s in the valleys of 90, 100 in the Antelope Valley, mid-70s in the beaches, heating up a few more degrees for a mini heat wave Wednesday through Friday. Right now it is 71 in Irvine, 79 in Santa Clarita, and we got cones on the 110 in South Pasadena.
That's heading southbound from Orange Grove Avenue to Avenue 52. You'll see the right lane coned off for road work there. That's scheduled until 5 in the morning. And as you travel on the 91 eastbound in Anaheim Hills, seeing a bit of slowing as you come across Weird Canyon. That starts to clear up approaching Gibson Canyon Road. On the 91 westbound in Corona, we have a work zone from the 15 to Main Street that has the 2 left lanes coned off for road work. That's scheduled until 4 a.m. With Southern California's most accurate traffic reports, I'm Pedro Moreno.
There's a vibe of sickness in this town. You must excise it. Take it to the deep earth. Cut it out.
From iHeart Podcasts and Ribbon Miles from Eric Mankey, this is Havoc Town, a new fiction podcast set in the Bridgewater audio universe. Listen to Havoc Town on America's #1 podcast network, iHeart. Follow Havoc Town and start listening on the free iHeartRadio app today.
Taking them on their first real roller coaster.
Okay, buddy, come on over.
I don't know.
Let's measure.
Okay.
Just tall enough.
Yes.
Getting back to the moments we miss starts with getting informed. Get the latest info about COVID-19 vaccines at getvaccineanswers.org. It's up to you. Brought to you by iHeartRadio and the Ad Council.
The free iHeartRadio app is #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one. Discover a new podcast from our library of over 350,000 titles. Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Lisa Sky Hain loved working with people.
I want to do something that really lights me up. I love creating community, connecting people.
She was excited about her new job.
Day one, literally 8 a.m., I have an email that says, "Good morning. Let's create the largest networking community on the planet."
Lisa's new boss was a 6'5" entrepreneur from Israel named Adam Newman, and he had a brand new startup called WeWork.
I remember thinking, all right, I'm about to be on a ride.
Why is this a better idea for millennials than working at home or finding an office? We like to say this is for the regenerations, included by age or gender.
He said that they were elevating the consciousness of people on the planet.
It was $1 billion idea. Cobra's giant WeWork is amongst the most valuable startups in the world.
Downtown Vancouver.
We work here in Shenzhen.
From Wondering, the makers of Dr. Death and Business Wars, comes a new series, We Crashed, about a $47 billion startup.
There's a lot of talk about culture, spiritual awakening, empowerment, and quite frankly, it just all sounded, too soon out.
That was just too good to be true.
One of my colleagues turned to me and said, "Oh, Mike, this is a cult."
David Brown, the host of Business Wars, We Crashed, wherever you're listening right now.
Listen and follow this podcast for free on the iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one.
Denver will begin issuing layoff notices to city government employees today after nearly 4 decades working for Parks and Rec. Audrey Gergo says she and thousands of others are in limbo, not knowing if their positions are safe.
We matter, and we take these jobs not because they're the best paying jobs. We do what we do because we love what we do. I think we deserve a better Denver than that.
Affected employees will be moved to paid administrative leave, retaining their salary and benefits for 30 days. Their jobs will officially end after 31 days, though medical, dental, and vision benefits will continue through September 30th. Officials say the layoffs were needed to help the city close an estimated $250 million budget deficit over these 2 years. Air Canada has suspended its plan to resume limited service as the union representing flight flight attendants told members to defy a government order to return to work. Maya Eaglin has more.
It's unclear when an agreement will be reached, but Air Canada estimates that up to 130,000 passengers could be impacted every single day until the strike is over.
The strike started Saturday. It's already grounded about 700 flights over the weekend. AT&T customers can now file claims worth up to $7,500 as part of a settlement over data breaches. If you are eligible to file a claim, notice. The annual Jackson Hole Economic Policy Symposium takes place this week in Jackson Hole, Wyoming. Mark Mayfield with more.
All eyes will be on Federal Reserve Chairman Jerome Powell when he delivers.
We doen het gewoon weer. Dirk is door YouGov wederom uitgeroepen tot beste supermarkt van Nederland. Met deze week Krat, Hertog Jan of Jupiler.
Interest rates. Next chance to slash rates will come in the Fed's September meeting.
Oh boy, next week we are back on Netflix. There will be no YouTube episode on Monday, August 25th. You're going to have to go over to Netflix and enjoy an action-packed episode live from Madison Square Garden, Mayhem at Madison Square Garden, the newest release of Kill Tony on Netflix. It's an unbelievable breakthrough for a podcast to have any episode on Netflix. This is our second one. We'll see you there, August 25th on Netflix.
Hey, this is Fredman coming to you live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony. It's Who's ready for the best fucking night of their lives, ladies and gentlemen. That is the best damn band in all of the land, everyone. Raul Vallejo, Fernando Castillo, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Nachos Belgrande. The great Matt Muelling on the electric guitar, the leader of the band, John Dees on the keys, and the backbone, the one and the only, the notorious
Demons.
Oh my God. What a show we are going to have tonight. We're happy to have you all. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible, especially ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PrizePicks, and OpenPhone. But here's some more.
Science, and look how myself and my people have to do it. Let me focus my energies now on doing something specifically for my people.
You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show or what? Every single week, two of the best comedians in the world I book on this show. This week, no different. One of them has the most watched special of 2025, including 10 specials available on YouTube. The other one is one of the original regulars of the show. 12 years ago, she was forced under the cruel tutelage, unheard of at the time, of writing and performing a new minute every single week for the internet today. She's one of the best female stand-up comedians in all of the world. Our guests tonight, Ali Sadiq and Kim Congdon, everybody. Fuck yeah. Oh shit. Kim Congdon. Ali Sadiq. His new special is on YouTube at Ali Sadiq Comedy. He's on tour, Ali Sadiq Comedy. Ali AliSadiq.com, KimComden.com, on tour, Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. Welcome back, guys. You've both done this show before. This episode brought to you by ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PrizePicks, and OpenBook. Just made an extra few tens of thousands of dollars there. Don't mind me. Yes. Business is booming. Welcome back, guys. Ali, how are you?
I am wonderful. I'm doing great. Making a lot of money.
Damn right.
Can I do that money sign thing?
Yeah, let's do it one more time. We love that. Did the lights go? Do it again. Do it again. Red man. Wow, amazing. You guys are a little big firework edition there for no reason. Nobody asked for that. Nobody asked for that. Kim, how you feeling?
I'm doing great. Can you do the money sign but stop it halfway?
Yes. Just coming up the ranks.
KimComden.com for tickets.
Yes. That's right. You guys know how it works. About 300 comedians signed up for the chance to get pulled out of this bucket. They do a minute uninterrupted. You know their time is up and you're the son of a kitten. That means they have to wrap it up now. So they bring out the angry West Hollywood bear. And then I interrupt them and we talk about their lives, about their set, about anything that might be more interesting that they possibly could talk about or anything interesting about their lives whatsoever. The whole thing's improvised. Anything could happen. You guys ready to start tonight's fucking show? While we go wrangle the comedian from the bar next door that I just pulled out of the bucket, we are going to start with a very, very special comedian. While he's not a regular and he's not a golden ticket winner, he's been on only one time ever before. But I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. I kind of think he's an instant legend in my mind. Make some noise for the long-awaited return. Kicking off tonight's show with a brand new minute. This is Sir Winston Pickles.
Anybody else really when a severe weather warning turns out to be just an amber alert? I've actually lost my cell phone. I accidentally put it in Malaysian airplane mode, so anybody else really when a severe weather warning turns out to be just an amber alert? I've actually lost my cell phone. I accidentally put it in Malaysian airplane mode, so that's gone. I've been married twice, buried my first wife. Shelter in the woods. No, that's just a joke, everyone. Killed the patio.
Their literacy, their openness to
Shelter in the woods.
ideas to achieve
No, that's just a joke, everyone.
within their society.
Killed the patio.
With few exceptions of minorities who were forced to leave, many
The
of
second
them were
marriage
able
ended
to
when I found out my wife was a swinger. I had no clue, no idea. Left work early one Friday, sneaked home, crept in the house, snuck up the stairs, opened the bedroom door, there she was. She'd hanged herself. She was swinging.
Sir Winston Pickles. Hell yes. Welcome back, my friend. I love your style. A dark, dirty, evil clown. You are so photogenic, videographic. I'm not exactly sure what the word is, but you play well on this show.
Thank you, I have my mother's eyes.
Yes.
They're an amazing job, I have them.
Wait, what?
They're in a mason jar.
Oh, Jesus Christ. See what I'm talking about? You just got me again. I've been Sir Winston Pickled. Fuck yeah. I love your style, Sir Winston Pickles. Remind us, how long you been on stand-up now?
6 years as stand-up, 10 years as a clown.
Right. 6 years of stand-up, 10 years in whiteface. Absolutely incredible. Fun times. Is this your guys' first time seeing Sir Winston Pickles, Ali? Yes, and I'm terrified. I don't fuck with clowns, man. I'm sitting there like,
Do a magic trick, he'll run away.
So it's typical. So you're both British and a clown. I would imagine black people really are freaked out by you.
Yes.
Yeah.
I don't think my neighbors.
You have black neighbors?
Yes. Apparently.
Oh, okay.
He's British, he's so white, this is like actually blackface for him.
So Winston Pickles, what do you do when you're not clowning around or doing stand-up?
I collect things.
Yeah, like what?
Well,
Alley? What do you collect?
Well, my greatest accomplishment was getting the fingerprints of a school friend. Fingertip.
Fingertip?
Yes, a school friend.
A school friend.
Junior school, yes. He cut his fingertip off in wood shop, and I picked it up, thought the hospital would need it, and I kept it.
This is one of those moments where it's not a bit. And we're watching this thing that's going to happen. We're in the documentary right now, you guys.
Did you put it in?
I put it in, I thought the hospital would need it. Bear in mind, I was only 9.
Yeah. You were doing the right thing.
And nobody asked for it, so I kept it.
Wow. What really spooky shit. It is. That is freaky. That part's freaky. Do you ever fall asleep in the makeup?
Yes, often. Yes.
Yeah.
Do you ever fall asleep?
Thank you very much for coming.
I love it, Sir Winston Pickles.
His eyes are so red, too. Do you see how red they are? They're so
That's all these vaping fuckers.
It affects your eyes.
Yes.
He has a San Antonio Mexican lady's eyebrows.
Right, he does. Holy shit, I was wondering what looked familiar about him. That's what it is. Absolutely incredible. Sir Winston, is there anything interesting about you that we haven't learned in any of the other parts of the 2 interviews that you've done?
I left England and I've been able to anybody. I just took off. I had a psycho bitch for a first wife. She came from back and I'd already gone to America.
Wow. Did you ever call her and tell her to just left? Wow. Good for you. Allie,
Soul chance.
Sir Winston. That is true. Well, Sir Winston, you got tonight's show started for us. Another solid new minute, starting with some dark clown fun. I loved it. Thank you so much. Make some noise. The show has begun. Sir Winston Pickles has started it. And now we go to the bucket. Yes. And your next, or your first bucket full of the night, as you guys know, this is where we meet somebody all together. Could be the next future star of the show, could be a crazy person. Anything can happen. Make some noise. Your first bucket full, 1 minute uninterrupted, going to Jenny Ann. Everybody, Jenny Ann, starting the bucket.
Hi everybody, my name's Jenny Ann, and I bought the sexiest car America's ever made. And no, it's not a Tesla Cybertruck. It's a Mustang convertible from 1969. Probably the year some of you were born. You're probably wondering, well, why do you have this car? Well, I wanted to attract men who like beautiful, high-maintenance things over the age of 30. And now, I wanted to impress my ex. And now I'm selling it because I want to impress my therapist. And so you're probably wondering, does it drive? Does it matter you're in a 69 Mustang? Does it turn on? Does it matter you're in a 69 Mustang? Will it make your dad love you?
Doctor,
Doesn't
I had
matter,
this
you're
horrible
crying.
dream
69 Mustang.
that you were my mother.
Thank you.
And that you were smothering me, that you were controlling every
1
aspect of my
minute
life. And I
and 0
didn't make a single
punchlines.
decision
Incredible, Jenny Ann.
consulting with you.
I don't even know where to begin with that. My God, unbelievable. The good news is you're already the 7th funniest female stand-up comedian in the world. I fucked that up. I fucked that up. Your bombing is airborne. I just caught it. I had a taste of it. Jenny, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
6 months.
6 months. Hell yeah. What made you want to start now?
I need to sell 69 Mustangs.
That seems to be it.
Okay, all right.
That's a great way to do
Thank
it.
you for listening
Yeah,
to me. It makes me
incredible.
feel
Ali
better.
Sadiq. She
Okay,
looks like
let's
my
do
father.
the outro. This tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Sir.
That's a compliment.
What do you do for work, Jenny Ann?
He's quite expert in
Boy,
this
she's a
particular subject.
Are you really? You really are?
Yeah, I work at venture capital.
Wait, is she really your financial advisor? Ali said it like it was a joke, but this could really actually be your financial advisor. These people bring their whole entourages when they go to your shows. Oh, I'm telling you. It's my financial advisor, the caterer, the fucking personal chef, this, that. So how long have you been financial advising for?
I've been working in venture capital for over 10 years.
Do you really have a 69 Mustang?
I do. Just check it out at the69mustang.com. Honestly, the whole thing sounds like a porn audition. She came in, she was like, so you're probably wondering.
It's incredible. And so is all of the material that you've written in the past 6 months about this 69 Mustang?
And when I worked at NASA, yeah.
Okay. Tell us about working at NASA. What was that like? Is the Earth as flat as your chest?
Many literary magazines, and we'll be signing copies of his latest book. This was presented a finalist for National Geographic Award. Very impressive poetry, and gives us the sense of what it means to be a poet today. I hope that you will watch poetry in the Illusion period. Let's
what was NASA like, Jenny?
Period.
What'd you do over there?
So that's at 7:30 in this room at this time.
Space Census Daddy.
I know what NASA is. I'm asking you what you did at NASA.
I worked in the bioengineering department on a project to grow algae in space. Catering for astronauts?
Yes, absolutely. Okay. All right, Jenny Ann, where do you live?
In Austin.
Okay, how long have you lived here?
Since 21.
2021. Okay, where were you at before that?
Serving also in the
bioengineering in space.
Even in space, they put us in the kitchen.
It's true. It is true. And in space, no one can hear you all yap all the time. You know what I'm saying? You read poetry. Jenny Ann, so what made you leave NASA and go into venture capitalism?
I turned an old military museum into a hacker house, and I had like 8 founders. I wanted to learn how finance works, so I
even a historian to go through all this level of detail.
Okay. What do you do for fun? What do you do for fun when you're not
Right jokes.
So, let's do the basic biology, the basic biographic data.
Classes off or whatever. That's from the therapist's advice as well. What do you do when you spend time with your friends? What do you guys do together? Oh wow, that's a good question, Jenny Ann. A bunch
just a bunch of highly detailed stuff that I would never tell you about because you'd be staring at me through the outside window. You have crazy energies, Jenny Ann. Do you have a sex swing?
No.
Her car's actually pretty awesome.
Wow, what a follow-up. Follow-up to the sex swing. Yes, we know what a 69 Mustang is. Is that the actual website? That is so weird. You built a website to sell one 69 Mustang.
Yes.
You only have one for sale.
Yes.
Uh,
We could make t-shirts.
You suck at selling this car. It's a beautiful car. How much are you asking for it?
Whatever anyone wants to bid.
Okay, this is retarded. This is crazy. Whatever anyone wants to bid.
Give her spots on Kiltony for it.
No. Much like her jokes, I feel like it doesn't work. Yeah. The red stripe.
And the King stepped
Alright.
She has a Mustang gallery.
Yeah, it's just the one car. It's
You're very tight knit.
110 Ducats.
I'm actually.
And the 10 Ducat
But yeah.
profit would remain.
Jenny Ann. She lowered her mic.
So we're going to recognize the specifics of his role in the economy.
Okay, Jenny Ann, I'm going to let you go.
Adopted name.
She's heard that before. Okay, I'm sorry. If you said it, it'd be funny.
Did you have fun here tonight? Okay. All right, here's a little joke book. Here we go. Oh, good catch, Jenny Ann. Wow, shocking. Shocking catch right, Jenny Ann. All right, here she goes. Go on, Jenny Ann. Back to where you came from. Back to obscurity for Jenny Ann. Oh, my God. Wow. Holy shit. Look at that. A woman cleansing the room of Jenny Ann's energies. A woman with a fully operational vagina.
I'm going to drink all of this water.
This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Short false incognito mode makes you invisible on the internet. It's false. Most people have no idea that your browsing history can still be monitored and even recorded unless you use ExpressVPN. Netflix even hides content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries, so you can get access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch, much like the new premiere of Kill Tony live from Madison Square Garden August 25th. Right, man?
Tony, ExpressVPN is so easy to use. I just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. Not to mention it works on all my devices, my phones, laptop, tablet, even my smart TV. It's all done at blazing fast speeds. Your boy Brian even streams in HD with zero buffering. Tony, I use ExpressVPN. It's such an
That is amazing. I use it all the time when we travel, and it's important to stay secure on the road. So protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months free. expressvpn.com/KillTony. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. Basketball season may be over, but the action doesn't stop on Prize Picks because baseball is just heating up. Step up to the plate with Prize Picks and add your favorite baseball players to your lineup, whether it's strikeouts, RBIs, or first inning runs. Make your call with more or less and play for your shot to win up to 2,000 times your cash today. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you play $5. You don't even need to win to receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this baseball season. Which players are going off? Which ones aren't? Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports takes into real money all season long with Prize Picks free.
And I was looking, and I think this week Prize Picks on the baseball board and selecting Aaron Judge for more than one home run and good C's for more than 6 pitcher strikeouts.
I have the same kicks, Red Band, and I love how easy they make it. Download the app today and use code Tony to get $50 instantly after you play your first $5 game. That's code Tony to get $50 instantly after you pay your first $5 game. Prize Picks, run your game. Alright, back to the bucket we go. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise. A minute from Jimmy Clifford, everybody. Jimmy Clifford.
version.
So my little sister is a conspiracy theorist, and the other day she walked up to me and she goes, "Hey, did you hear about this Helen Keller bullshit?" What was that, Alexa Jones? And she goes, "Yeah, my teacher's trying to peddle us some fake news, saying this bitch was born blind and deaf, but I'm supposed to believe she learned how to read and even gave speeches." I'm like, "Yeah, right, Biden was the president and even he couldn't do both of those at the same time." I was like, "Katie, Helen Keller was born blind and deaf." She goes, "Then how'd she learn how to read?" And I was like, "Well, she had this teacher named Annie Sullivan who used to teach her little symbols into her palm. She learned to read that way." To which my sister said, "Palm reading is a scam used to steal money from white women."
Happened to mention it to one of her other friends, and the word got
She goes,
around
"How'd she learn how to talk?" And I went,
baptized, and amazingly, the church
I don't know. Does anyone here know how she learned how to talk? I had to look it up on Google. Apparently, this is true. Annie Sullivan used to take Helen's hands, put it on her face and in her mouth, and she would feel the vibrations when she spoke and mimic those vibrations. Imagine walking in on that shit. Just some poor little disabled girl finger banging her teacher's face.
All right, Jimmy Clifford, welcome for the super topical bit about Helen Keller learning how to make noises. I'm pretty sure that bit was old at the time that this Mustang convertible that's for sale was made. That was insane. All they looked at me like I hit the ground. I've been over here suffering listening to you, and you gonna look at me like I did something. Help me out. You let me drown. Not my job. That was actually the sound of Helen Keller trying to say hello. King Kong.
I feel like we all wish we were blind and deaf during that.
That was something else. Jimmy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been doing stand-up for like a decade.
A decade. And you went with your Helen Keller.
I went with the Helen Keller joke, you know? Apparently,
But he spent 5 years of that explaining to 15-year-olds who Nirvana was. So,
that was not as good as the Helen Keller joke.
Wow. Jesus. Having a battle of the Titans here. Jimmy Clifford versus King Kong out of nowhere. So, Jimmy, what made you choose that material tonight?
I don't know. It felt mean. It felt like this was the right room for it.
Some people do think that. It's interesting.
Yeah, I don't know why.
There was a fucking clown up 2 people ago. It's a sweet little room. I don't know why you'd be mean or dark or anything.
yeah, how do you talk about Helen Keller but be the retard?
You now can speak. Don't do the Stacey. We're not on Legion of Skanks right now where you have to like make sure everybody knows you were just funny. Jimmy, what do you do for work?
I'm a video editor.
What kind of videos are you editing?
Child porn.
Is it child porn?
It's not child porn.
What are you editing?
I edit all sorts of things. I edit a lot of online content where I make fun of people on Cameo.
Okay.
I mean, I feel like Cameo is pretty topical for Kill Tony. Most of the regulars is how they make their day-to-day wage.
Again, dead silence after everything you say. It's almost amazing. Like, if we wanted to get room tone for audio, I would just have you do a joke so we could hear, make sure that we have the ventilation and the light sound of lighting and everything and edit it out of the baseline sound. It never gets quieter than when you try to make some noise in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live? Austin?
I live in Austin.
For how long?
About 4 or 5 years.
Where were you at before that?
Jersey.
Okay. Jersey, what was that like?
Living in Jersey?
Yeah.
I mean, it was pretty good. I lived on the shore, so it was fucking nice.
When it was naturally ridiculous.
I don't know. Have you been to Jersey? And there's not really much I can say about it.
Okay, I guess 10 years in stand-up and a lifetime in Jersey, not much to say. You know, either one of the things, I guess. What do you think the most interesting thing about your entire life is, Jimmy?
The most interesting thing about my entire life is,
I married an immigrant.
What?
I married an immigrant.
Okay.
Yeah.
Where'd you meet the immigrant at?
Scotland.
You went to Scotland.
I went to Scotland.
What made you go to Scotland?
The Edinburgh Fringe Festival.
Oh, okay. So you went up right now? Yep. And then what happened? You were at a coffee shop or what?
No, I just started screaming at people on the street to come to my comedy shows because I had to do something. Clearly, Kill Tony wasn't moving the tickets for me, so I forced her into a show. She enjoyed it, and then she came back.
Wow. So she came up to you and she goes, I miss you, Cher. And then after the show, what did you do with her? You guys go have drinks or something?
Yeah, grab drinks, got a date going. It was fun, you know.
Did you hook up that first night with her?
Gentleman never kisses and tells. So that's my wife, for fuck's sake.
Hell yeah, no, you're on a show right now. You're on a show, Jimmy. Here's a little joke about you. Ollie, what do you think about all this?
It's crazy as hell, man. A lady who has been doing comedy for 6 months and a guy who's been doing it for a decade are in the same exact place.
100%. A lady who's been doing it 6 months that is much more venture capitalist and mentally ill than a comedian. Just body Jimmy Clifford, who's coming back from festivals, just fresh and ready. All right, Jimmy.
I'll be honest, I'm a little out of practice. I just had a baby about 2 months ago.
That would have been an interesting thing to say 5 minutes ago.
It's the most interesting thing in my entire life, Tony. I would say, it's awesome. I have like 5 kids. You get one was the most interesting.
No. I have 9. You got to do my children.
There he goes, Jimmy Clifford, everyone. We're going to keep it moving. We're having fun here tonight. Interesting bucket pull so far. Very interesting. Doesn't matter if you've been doing it 10 years or 6 months, the pressure can get to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute uninterrupted. Next one is Liv Taylor. Liv Taylor.
So I recently turned 31, and as a woman, I realized that now I'm in my 30s. There's a point in your life that you realize you're no longer in your 20s. Like, that decade of your life is over. That's a defining point. There's a defining point. For me, I thought this is when you turn 30. Apparently, that was when I realized I went from having headlight tits to a headlight and a fog light.
Number of anti-Jewish riots and massive forced conversion.
Bitch, where are you?
Don't have strong demographics.
Like, I don't even have kids to claim this on, and I'm half Puerto Rican. Which is nothing short of a miracle in and of itself. I am half, and I don't speak Spanish. I think I'm more what you'd call like Puerto Rican. Instead, and I get that side from my dad. Kind of hard to talk about him, not because he's dead or anything, but because he's just such a fucking narcissist. He's Puerto Rican, it makes sense. But my dad's like that kind of narcissist that's, he went to a military high school. He's convinced that he's a veteran. Thank you.
Liv Taylor. Amazing. Decent. And somehow the best fucking pull of the night so far. Barely decent, yet the #1 ranked bucket pull of tonight. Hell yeah. I bet you would. You're half Puerto Rican. Is that why you think one of your tits is garbage?
Probably.
Still got it. Leading into the wind. Alright. I love it. Liv Taylor. How long have you been on stand-up?
Almost 2 years in November.
Okay. How do you make money?
I'm a vet tech.
Vet tech?
Yeah, I actually I've been working for about 2 months. The last time I was on, I did $100 contract.
That's what happens. A lot of people think people just make money off of Cameo here for some reason. Steven is a vet tech.
Yeah.
So you're around animals.
Yeah, I actually work in specialty, so I work in anesthesia and surgery.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What is some of the worst animals to deal with that you've learned about so far? What are the ones when you're like, oh no, there's a fucking really?
Land sharks. Yeah, they're pretty terrible.
Yeah.
Not all of them. I'll give some credit. There are some nice ones, but for the most part, they fucking suck.
Yeah, I agree completely. That's why we're trying to deport a lot of them right now.
Back to Chihuahua. Back to Chihuahua. There's a Chihuahua in Mexico.
Oh, okay. Yes, got it. You said it like it was one word. I was trying to back to Chihuahua. All right, there you go.
I thought she had a spell on you.
Yeah, it's weird. It's weird. One of my tits feels weird all of a sudden. What do you do for fun?
I am very homebody, so I like hang out at home with my dogs, but I like to hang out with friends that pretty much far off since I've been here in Austin and really just trying to kind of start a new life.
Religious?
No, not religious. Movies, I mean, like just really hang out. I'm very boring. I've really delved into comedy, that's why I moved to Austin.
Okay, what are some of the wildest things that you've seen out there in the comedy scene? This whole show, it's always comedians. We never really get to delve into the gritty, what it's like at the Austin open mics and whatnot. What have you seen? Can you tell us about it? Describe that for people.
There's piss literally everywhere. I mean, you can be friends with the homeless or you can be their worst enemy. I choose the latter.
I mean, how about at the open mics? Once you get there, you're talking more about the walk to the open mics.
It's literally what you think it is. It's just like hundreds of us just sitting around waiting for our names to be called. Some people get sloshed out, shit-faced. I just kind of hang out with my, close friends that I have.
You don't get shit-faced.
No, I drink here and there, but I don't get shit-faced.
Exactly.
At least on these nights.
Why get shit-faced when you already have a shit body? You're right, Lynn. Oh, come on. Shut up. What kind of show do you think you showed up
It's
to?
a 40-pound shed from last year, so I think I'm actually pretty okay.
That's great. That's great.
Grief's one hell of a diet.
Say that again?
It's grief's one hell of a diet.
What happened? What did you lose?
I'm a widow. I lost my husband last year.
Oh, shit.
Yeah, we talked about it last time. That's cool.
Remind me a little bit what happened.
He flipped his back.
Ah, that's right.
There it is.
Always fun. There he is. We have amazing technology here at Rogan's Comedy Club. Thank you to Spotify for the amazing technology. We're able to tap into the audio in heaven. It is quite incredible. We're getting word that your former husband is trying to tell us something right now. Hold on. Here he is. Oh, wow. Okay. What's his name? Joe. Joe is joining us from heaven. Joe, it's a brand new segment on this show. We're testing out this new technology. That soundboard's terrible. Hold on a second. Wait, was that Antonio Brown I just heard? Is he dead? Antonio, what'd you say? Oh my God. All right. So Liv, if you have like a short-term goal for your comedy, what would it be?
I mean, I'd like to be at least featuring in the next, 2 years. I know I'm not ready for something like that now. I'm definitely still working and building.
That's a good goal.
So yeah, I'd say like 2 years.
Good goal.
I'll tell you a fun fact. I actually have a picture of you with, I went to a show of yours, it was the year before my mom died, and
what year was that?
2023. I actually have a picture with you and him together, and you guys have this, very uncanny.
Really?
Yeah, it's very odd.
Wow.
Yeah,
amazing.
Going like this.
Wow.
I'm sorry.
Well, If you had a husband who looked like me and he was stuck with you, I could see why he wanted to flip that truck. God, we're getting her. She's smiling. She's living her dream. She's on the biggest show in her industry.
Yeah, you gotta be nice. She was there. Part of the truck is still on her face.
Oh my God, you're getting some very roasty panel Liv. But I liked your set so much so that you're leaving with a big joke book today, Liv. Just based on the fact that you're the best fucking pull so far. There you go. Liv and Taylor, we're having fun. We're having fun. A lot of oohs and ahs from this crowd. Very sensitive crowd. A liberal girl whispering into her boyfriend's ear over there. I just think he's mean. Jesus Christ. Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being anything. An astronaut, the president, a princess. That's me. Instead of dreaming of going to space or owning your own castle, maybe start dreaming of owning your own business. You'll need a website, a payment system, a logo, and a way to advertise to new customers. It can all be overwhelming and confusing, but thankfully, that is where Shopify comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S., from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started.
Antonio loves Shopify. You can accelerate your content creation. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling, bowling.
And best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into king with Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GilTony. Go to Shopify.com/GilTony. 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 Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by OpenPhone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. When every customer conversation matters, you need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need OpenPhone. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline. With OpenPhone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts. A little like a shared inbox. That way, any teammate can pick up right where the last person left off, keeping response times faster than ever.
Antonio, love OpenPhone. It's the best business phone system, hands down. Say goodbye to voicemail. Their AI agent is set up in minutes to handle calls after hours, answer questions, and capture leads. So you never miss a customer. So whether you're a one-person operation drowning in calls and texts, or have a large team that needs better collaboration tools, OpenPhone is a no-brainer.
I love a no-brainer. That's why I've been working with you for so long. OpenPhone is offering our listeners 20% off on your first 6 months at openphone.com/GilTony. That's OpenPhone.com/GilTony. And if you have existing numbers with another service, OpenPhone will port them over at no extra charge. OpenPhone. No missed calls, no missed customers. All right. Your next bucket full goes by the name of Benny G. Benny G. Here he is.
So I married the Wish.com version of my high school crush. The original is in height, big busty like this. The knockoff, more like this. Arthritis in both hands. But when we finally got divorced, she took me for pretty much everything. I was so ticked off that I called my sister directly after and said, I hope Obama at the time went the same route as the funny mustache man and just eradicated all redheads. And yeah, I was pretty ticked off. And she happens to have a son who's redhead. She said, well, what are we going to do with Elijah? I said, we're going to throw him in the attic like Anne Frank. So, but unfortunately that prayer didn't come true, and they ended up going after redheads, so I've got to apologize to Gino Carano. Totally my bad.
All right.
I loved the first 30 seconds of that. That was good. And then I had no idea really what the fuck you were talking about after that.
I felt like I kind of got edged with Genius. I thought
The arthritis hand opener had me. I was very interested. And then something redhead, red hat. Okay. Hell yeah. Ollie, he's very nervous. You are? He's shaking a lot. I'm over here trembling.
the clown just took his makeup off.
It's just regular old Winston Pickles up here. Betty G, how long you been on stand-up?
This is my very first try.
Wow, okay, that makes sense. No wonder you're shaking. Look at that. How old are you?
I am 42.
42. What made you want to start today?
I've been actually trying to sign up since October of last year, and what got me down here was the Holy Spirit. I found Christ a little over a year ago, and put it on my heart to come meet with people.
Wow, absolutely incredible. So when Christ found you and told you to come to kill Tony on a Monday night, what exactly did he say? And where were you? And when did this happen? And what did you eat that day?
It was a long journey. So I was an atheist for 40 years of my life, and January of 2024, I called out to a God I didn't believe in, and I actually heard back from him.
Okay, so what's the number to God exactly? Can you give us? When you say you called out to God, what exactly happened? Can you describe it?
I just got ripped off by my in-laws at the time.
For how much? How much did they rip you off for? Give me a number.
Not a specific number. I was supposed to be getting paid 75% of all the calls I was doing. They ended up giving me 40%, and yeah, I was taken aback by it, and asked my wife to try to rectify the situation because they were her parents, and she told me I needed to sell my belongings, sell myself like plasma and stuff like that to make ends meet. And in that moment, I called out to God.
Talk about a real sympathy story. Yeah, this is incredible. This is incredible. Did God tell you to leave that bitch? Was this the first thing he said?
So,
I've come to answer your call. You deserve the 70%. You have to leave this family and sign up for Kill Tony on Monday nights in Austin, Texas. Your story deserves to be heard.
We actually did end up getting divorced.
Absolutely.
I had a feeling I was on the AS spectrum, so I went and got tested, and turns out I had Asperger's.
What a waste of a test.
Turns out, in a stunning turn of events, you have Asperger's. Congratulations on being the last person to find out. They tested him in the parking lot like a COVID test. So like, yep, he just rolled down his window like, yep, you got it.
I saw his thumb in his pocket, and they're like, yeah, go ahead.
Hold on, I'm one of the first giveaways of Asperger's.
Alright. What's some of the most Asperger-y things that you do?
I have really bad social anxiety. Just not good with
Damn, well, look at you facing your fears head on. Absolutely incredible. What else have you been doing with your life for fun?
Not a whole lot. Just going to church and volunteering where I can.
Okay, so tell us about some of the volunteering that you've done. Have you?
I went did a week with Samaritan's Purse out in western North Carolina or whatever where the hurricanes hit.
Okay. What did you do there?
We were just clearing a bunch of different trees and stuff that fallen homes.
Nice. Pretty cool. Incredible. Do you ever talk to the devil? I mean, if God talks to you, I mean, you might, like they say, lightning doesn't strike twice. But I mean, has the devil ever reached out to you since you have a direct call? We have someone. There's someone calling in. What do we got here? Hold on a second.
I know I sounded like God, but he asked if I talked to the that my ex-wife did call on Sunday.
Oh shit! Oh, this ex-wife is getting hell yeah! You're nailing 70% of these jokes. I love it, Benny G. Do you have any kids?
I do have
3 kids. I love it. And are they grown up or?
17, almost 15, and almost 14.
Wow. Okay. Do they have the devil inside them, like especially the 17-year-old?
No, he's actually on the script.
What is wrong with you? Do you have like your own quota for retarded shit you have to say? Like, oh, it's been 10 minutes. Is your 17-year-old corrupted? What's the craziest thing about your 3 kids?
Not a whole lot. Besides being on the spectrum,
They're all on the spectrum?
all but my youngest.
Wow. What do you think you did different with the youngest? How do you think the youngest avoided the spectrum? Did you do something different? Perhaps hold out? Oh my God, I am so sad. What's a lot going on with it, man? I love it. So what makes you think that kid might not be yours, other than the spectrum thing? Does it look different?
Yeah, she definitely does look different.
She's black. Oh, what was that?
I said she does have an afro. He said,
are you serious?
Oh, she's got massive curls.
Have you ever? That might be the best time in use of that sound effect in the history of the show, which I've been hoping would evolve over the past 12 years. But a fun fact is that is one of the oldest sound effects in the Kill Tony playbook, 12 and a half years. Have you ever asked your ex-wife to tell you the truth about your youngest child?
I have, but she's never said anything. So, by the time, we actually thought that she might not be mine, it was too late. She's already mine in my heart, you know what I mean? So I'm not going to try to take that away.
Jesus Christ almighty.
Is there anyone you think it could be?
I don't know. In the 10 years I was with my first wife, I caught her cheating on me 3 times in the 10 years we were together.
Oh my God. How many of these times was when she went to go see Ali Sadiq live? Let's talk about you. And I know this is, obviously personal, but you've seen the show. And let me tell you, you are crushing this interview right now. Everyone wants to look cool. And I'm really happy. I'm a homebody. I go to work. What do you do? All these idiots. And meanwhile, there's you, just unable to tell a lie, just over here. King Bean Spiller, first of his name. Admiral of the Aspergers. The protector of thumbs. Benny G has arrived. So let's go through this cheating thing, which I find so interesting. And all the listeners, guaranteed right now, are enjoying this part of the show because they hear about these things. Maybe it's affected some of them. People get suspicious. Tell us, when you caught her cheating, how did you catch her? Like, what are some of the scenarios that you walked in on or found out about?
Talking about the first wife or the third wife?
Wow, this is incredible.
He gets hotter every time he says it.
Oh, Dee's going to fuck one of them right now.
He must have found her backstages.
Hell yeah. One of them has an afro and is completely blind. Plays a hell of a bass, though. Hell of a bass guitar. She's 4.
I honestly feel like this is how Creed started.
Yeah, absolutely. Okay, so Benny G, let's go to any wife. Just tell us about a time that you've caught a wife cheating on you.
So we just got done moving, and she was supposed to be working night shift at Amazon. I couldn't find
she was working night shift at an Amazon, all right. Only Anaconda. All right.
I couldn't find the mop. I was trying to clean up the house. We just got done unpacking stuff like that. I wanted her to come home at 6 o'clock in the morning or whenever her shift ended to a nice clean house. And
oh, God, Benny G. Holy shit, this is incredible. You wanted her to come home to a nice clean house, so you stayed up all night. You sweet, sweet boy.
Well, I drove over to our old place because we left the broom and mop there to try to clean it up.
You even
had to go back on a trip to do the mission that you wanted to do.
Walked in, she was walking out with another man.
Oh my god! Oh my god, the old broom and dustpan.
And then later, come to find out, she was actually hooking. So
she was making money. She was getting paid to do this.
Prime delivery.
Okay. Ollie, what were you gonna say there? Okay, we're waving it off. Got a tie there. We tied. So NEG, how did you find out? She just admitted to you that she was hooking.
It was actually one of my coworkers. He said
she walked out of your old house.
Okay. He'd been on Reddit. He's like, your wife recently got braces, didn't she? I'm like, yeah. How do you know? You haven't seen her in like 2 years since the last Christmas party or whatever. And he's like, well, you might want to look up this name on Reddit. And sure enough, I did. And there was all her back page ads from the time we started dating.
Oh my god, what's her name? You are disgusting, right, man? I can't believe you would say this is a real emotional part of the show, and there you are asking, what is her name? Just all right. So, this is incredible. Now, did she ever give you a reason why she got into this? Did she need the money that bad?
After we, I forgave her. We tried to stay together after that. But,
you forgave her for being an all-out hooker?
She found out he had one ball.
Wait, you...
No, I have both of them.
Wow. Look at that. They got attached anymore. See, I knew I was right.
Vasectomy.
Oh. Tubes tied. You said enough is enough. Did you get your tubes tied by any chance before your last kid came out?
Thereby is established and made manifest.
Last kid was 2011. I got vasectomy in 2017.
Wow. What made you get it in 2017? Were you nutting inside of a ton of women?
No, my second wife said that would improve our sex life if I wouldn't go to vasectomy.
Because she wanted you to come inside of her.
Pretty much, yeah.
Wow. When you say pretty much, was there something more? Okay, so she wanted you to come inside of her, but she did not want any little Asperger baby running around. She didn't want any of that, right? Yeah. Okay, good, because she had met your other kids, and she's like, oh, hell no.
Yeah, pretty much.
Right. Okay. Wow, it's been a long interview, Benny, but I feel like I could go on and on with you. Wow, is there any other time that, any other good of the cheating reveals? I think that's what people really love.
Now, my mother and my sister stole $3.4 million from a major oil and gas company.
Wow. Oh my god. It's like all the bucket pulls energy and answers went to one chosen man. I think God really is in his fucking earpiece. This guy is so interesting. Did they get in trouble for that?
Oh yeah, my sister did 5 years in prison.
Yeah, those oil and gas companies tend to be able to afford lawyers, private investigators. How did they think they were going to get away with it?
I mean, they got away with it for like 10 years or something.
Wow. Worth it. And they tracked it. It's enough time to spend the money, that's for sure.
I mean, you can Google it to this day. It's a national story in Denver.
Yeah, and you were close with them. What did they spend that money on? Do you remember anything specific where you're like, that's kind of weird?
I mean, hookers and blow, I don't know.
Wow, look at that. Even your own mother was fucking your wife at one point. Incredible. Benny, I love your style. You're so loose up here. You're smiling. 15 minutes ago, you were shaking. An unbelievable job. Unbelievable interview. Thank you so much for coming by. Benny G, everybody. Let's go. A compelling story. His biggest fear, social anxiety. He just crushed it during the interview part for 15 minutes. Let's see if this person can follow that. Your next bucket pull goes by the name of Ty Marion. Everybody, Ty Marion. Oh, we know Ty.
in the present year, they shall
Alright, this is my fourth time now on the show. It has not made me famous, but it's cool because I still look famous.
And Jewish followers.
Like, I know I look like a racially ambiguous Ross from Friends.
And that they do not dare to return to them.
Not too long ago, a dude came up to me in the street and said, "Hey, you kind of look like a special needs David Blaine." And then he goes, "But I bet you're not allowed to do magic within 100 yards of a school." That's kind of fucked up because, like, I won't even listen to Drake. But about a week ago, a girl rejected me because she said that I look like a wax statue of Happy Gilmore that was left in the sun too long. I was like, "Oh, you got a Sandler fan? Well, I bet if you come over, I'll make you call me Big Daddy." And she goes, "I bet if I go over, I'm gonna find out that you have a little Mickey." I know, it's more like an uncut gem. Thank you.
Wow. It is true, you do look like all of those things. You are indeed the platform that God has given you. A face like that has led you right here in this moment with great jokes about what the fuck you look like. It is incredible. A lot of people with a face like that would be sad and have nothing to do with it in their respective industry. Meanwhile, it's like you have a prop with you at all times.
I love it. I'm signing autographs left and right. None of them are for me, but it's fucking fun shit.
Sadler.
Yeah, it is incredible. There's quite a lot. Are your ears fucked up, or is that just the hat?
The hat, maybe, but yeah, I do have big ears. I don't know. I lost like 55 pounds lately, and whatever has happened, it's just gone all to my ears. Like, I fucking hear everything too. So thank you, whoever that was.
Wow. Incredible.
No, that one ear is definitely fucked up.
Yeah, that ear's a little fucked up, right? It's like a little chunky ear.
Is it?
Your lobes you have gigantic earlobes. God,
It's totally two different ears.
That's a new one.
Yeah, definitely melting on this side. It's definitely.
yeah, it is an interesting look. Does your whole family look like this?
No,
Just you.
pretty much.
How do you think this happened?
Don't really know.
Have you ever slept before? Have you ever do you eat and drink the same thing every day? Like, what is it? Well, let us know what to avoid exactly.
Kind of like, I don't think it's really like food related. Like, I'm kind of do look a little different from my family. So recently I did a 23andMe, and I found out that I'm 100% unable to have that many guys at once.
I couldn't hear what you said. D Madness just sat down and he murmured the words, "This motherfucker ugly as shit." I just heard even D knows, which is incredible. Born blind, but meanwhile he walks in from using the restroom and can just tell. Ty, anything crazy happen in your life since the last time you were on the show?
I got hit by a car riding an alarm scooter.
Okay, did it hit you in the face by any chance?
It would have helped me out, I think. No, just one of these great Austin drivers we have here in Texas just not paying attention and went through a red light as I was coming through an intersection.
Wow, they ran a red light and hit you on a lime scooter. It's because they were going normal, like 35, 40.
She was about to make a right turn, so...
Can you say she? What ethnicity was this woman?
She was Hispanic. Surprise.
Yeah. Another L for the Hispanics. Okay, and what did she stop?
Yeah, she could. She was on top of the scooter. She didn't have really a choice.
You fly over the hood.
Well, like...
Wait, so the car was on top of the scooter.
Yeah, so like, not to harp on the last two stuff, but I'm kind of autistic as well. Like,
we just had fucking Shanky McWhat the fuck up here a second ago, so it's not really registering.
My story's a little, I didn't get diagnosed until like really late in life, so I had to like battle it and try to be normal and a normal person, so it's just a facade.
Did they tell you that you have a face that looks like an Asperger? Somebody order number 33, Asperger.
I think they said your face has dwarfism.
right, you can see it. That's very saggy. Thank you, sir. I'm gonna kill myself later. You come over.
Kim has one joke that doesn't work. She goes on a 6-minute break. Fuck you.
Time right now.
All right. Well, Ty, fun times. You were on the show again. You've been on numerous times before. Anything else crazy we should know about you? How did it end? The thing she gave you money?
Yeah, well, we're kind of settling that now. Enough the cop that arrived was the same cop that was here on the last story that I told on the show. Not to rehash anything. That was the same guy. So he was like, hey, you want all this information. You need to go ahead and do this. I was like, I think I'm fine. He was like, you're not fine. So we'll see what happens.
Okay, well, I hope the settlement happens before this episode comes out.
You'll notice the limp now when I leave.
Oh, yeah, for sure. Absolutely. All right, Ty Marion, what do you got? You got a big joke book for? Okay, well, then there you go. Ty Marion, everybody. All right. Very exciting. Guys, this podcast is sponsored by ZipRecruiter. You know, it can be overwhelming to have too many options. Figuring out which TV shows to stream or deciding what to wear in the morning, it can just be too much. Well, the same applies if you're a business owner who's hiring. It can be overwhelming to have too many candidates to sort through. But you're in luck. ZipRecruiter now gives you the power to proactively find and connect with the best ones quickly. How? Through their innovative resume database. And right now you can try it for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony.
Tony thinks ZipRecruiter is the best hiring site out there. ZipRecruiter resume database uses advanced filtering to quickly hone in on the top candidates for your roles. See a candidate you're really interested in? You can unlock their contact info instantly. It's no wonder ZipRecruiter is the #1 rating hiring site based on G.
The #1 rated hiring site based on G2. Skip the candidate overload. Instead, streamline your hiring with ZipRecruiter, where 4 out of 5 employers post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first stage. Just go to this exclusive web address, ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony right now to try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. We're going to bring up one of the rising comedian stars from Canada that's been on the show numerous times before. Here with a new minute, make some noise for Ben Bankus, everybody. It's Ben Bankus.
What's going on? I got 2 kids. I just had my second kid. And, yeah, my wife, she tells people, yeah, we had a second kid for our daughter, so she'd have a friend. Like, yeah, that's what I'm saying too. Just fucking my wife like, oh, it's for my daughter. Yeah, she needs a friend real bad.
His son, Milana, ended up
But I got a son now. Every guy wants to have a son, right? Because it's manly. And, you've seen those gender reveals where the guy already has 2 daughters and then it comes out pink and he's like, fuck. I can't fucking handle this shit.
Situation
so I have a son, but everybody thinks it's manly to have a son, so, it's your boy. But, like, my daughter, she's 3. Not once in 3 years did I worry she was gay. My son's 3 months old. I'm fucking worried.
So it's basically the story of this very sad
fantastic, Ben. Unbelievable set of the night so far, no doubt about it. How long have you been on stand-up again?
Going on 15 years.
A real pro. Does spots here at the mothership. Long story short, we were getting wasted at the bar last week, and I said, I'll give you a minute. Wait, are there any signs that yeah, that's the thing behind the scenes of Kill Tony. If I get drunk enough right next, I'll go, you know what, I'll see what you do.
You guys are watching the sausage get spots.
Yes, the sausage gets spots. Is there anything gay about the 3-month-old that makes you think it might be gay, or is it just a funny joke?
Yeah, I mean,
or is it like sucking its thumb, like back and forth like that?
Yeah. Well, like, he breastfeeds.
It shits and moans.
What?
Rabbi Abarbanel is so fantastically heroic and important.
Jesus.
I mean,
If you guys could
I
just
wish I
laugh
could
at
spend so
everything
much
she
more
says
time
so she doesn't have to
researching
make a
his life
big
and
deal
his
out of it every
activities.
time. That'd be
I'm
great.
deeply inspired by it. Yes, here. Our sponsor tonight is Mr. Charles Joseph, who has been a long-term sponsor of these classes in various forms. He was also a sponsor of my most recent book, which I deeply appreciate. He's dedicated to his beloved parents. Tonight's source is going to rely very heavily on the research of a man named Ben-Zion Netanyahu, born in Warsaw at the beginning of the century. Ironically, it's the same birth date as my grandmother, Allah Shalom. So I guess this is how old she would have been.
She's like, there was a lot of milk
in
coming out. It was
Jerusalem
probably hitting the back of his
years
throat.
ago.
I'm like,
He
Jesus
was a professor. He became interested in Sephardic studies, a professor at the University of Denver, then at Cornell University, and actually briefly had an office near his office when I was there as a postdoctoral fellow. Later, the Encyclopedia of the Encyclopedia of Hebraic. But the reason why we're studying him tonight, of course, is because he wrote a definitive biography about Rabbanel, Avrabanel, Abarbanel. We'll get to that name in a second. Which was published originally in 1952 and then reissued 3 times afterwards because it was really so classic. You may recognize the name Netanyahu because here he is with his illustrious son Benjamin, the current Prime Minister of Israel. He was also the father of Yoni Netanyahu, the hero of Entebbe, and a really very impressive individual. Another son also involved in the IDF. So he has a political and a religious history that's fascinating, but for us, it's his work as a historian that will inform most of our comments.
Cleveland, Chicago, Rosemont, Illinois, all sold out.
Nice.
I want to go back to something that was spoken about briefly when we looked at the life of Abraham Senor last week. And I alluded to this idea that when I first read the work of Rabbi Rothschild, I really found the whole connection to the Spanish Inquisition of the Holocaust was a stretch. When I read Ben-Zion Netanyahu's work, though, I see that it's quite possible, if you look at the dates, that Hitler, who was not an expert in Sephardic history, was probably heavily influenced by Netanyahu's work, because that's where you see the pieces developed in a much more precise fashion. And I think we can look at this in the sense that there's, I'm sure you've heard the famous passage from Santayana, which is all those,
that's why you guys walk like that.
Those who ignore history are doomed to repeat it. And our here at Philip College, our chair of the history department, Senior, likes to say, those who forget history are doomed to repeat it next semester. They'll take it again. So there's another quote that says that history itself is certainly wrong. And there's some really wrong going on here. So let's look for a second at some basic elements of Netanyahu's breakdown of the onset of the Inquisition and expulsion, and I think we have some great parallels. This is a 17th century rendition of an opera d'essai, burning of the state as a result of inquisitorial activities. So if we look at this pattern that we discussed last week, it really starts out in the late 14th century when you have these mass versions of Jews. Netanyahu tends to take a very economic approach to the reasoning behind these mass conversions. Much of the anti-Jewish legislation, he argues, or activity, like rioting and so on, he argues primarily from the burgher class, meaning not the nobility and not the peasantry, but the urban class, burgeoning commercial class, who saw the Jews as direct competitors in their various fields of endeavor. And so it was they who really fomented much of this activity. Ironically, Netanyahu argues that they were unprepared for the results, because the ongoing trope in the relationship between Christianity and Judaism has been, Jews were given the option of convert or die.
person.
And as we saw in the Ashkenazi guys,
What the fuck are you doing here, man? What would make you do this? Why would you sign up for this?
I'm sorry, man. It's right fucking against shit.
Yeah, well, how am I seeing anything? D-Madness crushes back here. He literally can't see shit. Kills every single week. Taking off from the moment he walks out. Plays like the fucking like the devil himself. He doesn't go back. I'm sorry, off today. Can't see shit. Crushing. Meanwhile, you can see a lot. Yes, the lights are brighter than they are in the alleyways where you're used to performing. Have you ever attended stand-up comedy before?
I'm 6 months, dude.
Which is
6
not
months.
something that you see
Yeah,
as a
okay.
pattern in much
All
of
right,
your
Dave.
Jewish
What the
history.
fuck? Do you have a joke in 6
reasons
months?
why
I got a couple
differ in
jokes.
the
Do they all
14th
end
century
in knock
are
knock?
beyond the
That's
split
how the
of
joke's
our
supposed to start.
It was supposed to be
today.
knock,
Netanyahu would argue
Fuck
though
you.
was primarily for social mobility, meaning that the Sephardic Jews felt, this is a really terrible situation. We would rather much prefer to remain Jews and remain in our sphere of activity and have our commercial privileges ratified. But if we're given a choice, perhaps we should pro forma convert and maintain our business practices as always. And then when things calm down, we will go back to
What do you think
our
about
business.
this?
And the burgers are Netanyahu would come off guard by this. And of course, it was a disastrously counterproductive strategy because once
You
the
go by
Jews
the name
converted,
Dave the Butcher? Is that what you do? Are you a
Christian
butcher?
state had
You're a
no
chef, so you're not even a butcher. You're not a butcher. You're not a
discriminating
chef.
against
Jokes,
them.
but
And all of a sudden, all of the restrictions on
Okay, where are you a
commerce,
chef at exactly?
settlement, on education,
Okay, where at
on
Houston?
advancement of the professions, on entry into guilds,
Chili
were
Flats.
all
What do you make there? What do you
disappeared.
specialize
all kinds of stuff.
And
Italian
so
food,
they were
Spanish food,
confronted with
Are
perhaps
you good at that?
100,000
Okay, you know what? I think you should.
new
I
competitors
think you should go back
who
there.
have the same legal rights that they do.
I fucked up.
Hence,
Okay,
this caused the persecution of the so-called new Christians, where the Christian state now had to actually create a new category that did not exist in
Shades on your
theology.
tires, like on your car.
These almost Christians, they had performed the rites of
That was
baptism,
bad.
and
Yes.
by all
Yes. You are the
traditional
worst
canon
thing
law,
to
they were in
happen
fact
to
full
Houston
Christians.
since
What is a
Katrina.
new
It
Christian?
is
The new Christians
incredible.
and their children and their grandchildren
You're
were kind of
terrible.
like really suspect
Try,
Christians,
work
not
hard.
exactly sure what to do with
You have
them.
to do something
This
next
led
time.
to the
There you go. No
Inquisition
joke, no nothing. There you go.
because
Dave the
the church
Butcher.
was instituted. Now, what we're doing is
Absolutely
all these
nothing.
people are claiming to be Christians and they're not really practicing, and
Absolutely
they're going back to their Jewish roots,
horrendous.
so you have to
Terrible.
inquire as to their bona fides.
You guys having fun out there?
And the Inquisition
How
led, as
many of
we
you like it
discussed
when
last week,
comedians
to
do
the
good on this
isolation
show?
of the Jewish community
How
because
many of you like it when
Jews who had
comedians do bad on
converted
this
were
show?
still in
Wow,
extensive
the lights
relationships
even went
with
off.
their
Even Gino,
erstwhile
the lucky
co-religionists,
guy.
and this
So when people do that. Right, so it's your next fucking poll, ladies and gentlemen. Anything can happen.
this is the kind
This
of
is
flow
Rob
of history
White.
that we
Rob
discussed last
White.
week. Netanyahu's thesis, there are others who disagree, particularly with the economic
Tony, how's it going? Oh my God. I did not think I was getting on the show tonight. Otherwise, I would not have dressed like a dago on vacation in the 60s. This is a terrible fucking outfit for comedy, guys. Honestly, it's weird. Like I don't actually do comedy. I have a full-time job. I'm a tattoo artist by day, stand-up comic at night, which is fun because basically I have two jobs and no one thinks it's real.
Massive number of
And so like it was a weird thing. Like growing up, like my dad's a tattoo artist, and he saw me and he was like seeing how I was acting like a tart. And he's like, I need to solve this shit. I need to toughen up my son. So he sent me off to work to learn how to tattoo with this guy, Crazy Joe, at the age of 13. 13 years old. I didn't need to be working with this guy. He was a fucking killer, okay? I mean, like, he wasn't killing it with the ladies or doing killer tattoos. I mean, he actually murdered a guy. He stabbed him to death.
Baptism was their ticket to European culture, but nevertheless felt badly about it for the rest of their lives. It allowed for tremendous social mobility. They had all of these Jews who were reaching the tops of their professions and intermarrying extensively with Germans. And this created an environment that not religiously but socially was untenable because the Aryans, so to speak, felt themselves excluded from their own country. There was this kind of like separate class of people who are like the inside, who are Jews with a tremendous amount of power in media,
So how long have you been doing stand-up?
banking,
I've been doing it on and off now for
arts and culture and so on.
5 years. Okay.
This
And
leads under
do you
the
have a
Nazi
joke?
period to
5
an
years.
isolation
5
of
years
the
ago,
Jewish community,
sure.
passing of
Do your
restrictive
best joke. 5 years
legislation
ago. Okay.
to try and
Here's what I was
identify
working on, guys. What's
those
funnier, the
Germans
Holocaust
who
or
are
slavery?
non-Aryan and separating them away from the rest of the population.
It's a trick question because we all know the Holocaust never happened.
And when
Okay.
obviously Dr. Nazi forced sale in Germany because they still have a rule of law.
What's your second best joke in 5 years? You have another
So
one,
there's a
another
line of
go-to.
history, this
Failing
linkage
miserably.
of the Spanish
The setup
Inquisition
punch is not an easy
to
thing
the
for me to
20th
do. I
century
tell
Holocaust.
longer winded stories that 1 minute does not help.
Appeal,
Yeah. And I didn't even think this was going to happen today. This was like literally flew in today.
Yeah,
that's how it goes. That's what happens on a show where you sign up and your name goes in a bucket. People don't know, and then now you know. This is what you do. Yeah.
We should
If you could
begin
have done
with
something differently, you said you flew in today. You flew in today. There's a lot of people that are thinking about signing up.
Fly
the day before. Maybe you should soak up the energy and get yourself prepared so you don't come here and just wing it last. When you say prepare yourself, do you think the 5 years of attempting stand-up comedy applied at all? Look, this 1 minute is a hard thing to introduce yourself and tell it in the format of the show. Sorry to every waka fucking all these excuses here. And there is no waka. Now you're trying to insult the entire art form of stand-up comedy, but everybody who's funny gets laughs in a minute, even if they're doing a 1 hour long special. There's laughs in the first minute. So it's not. I blame the audience. That's shit. Yeah, I got it. There you go. All right, let's talk about your embarrassing life. What do you got for us? Anything fucking horrible? I have horrible stories. Let's go. I started tattooing at an early age. My dad had me tattoo in the shop. Are you doing your material again? No, this is like what I do every day of the week. 13 years old tattooing, so I've been doing my whole entire life. And I did the worst fucking tattoo in the history of tattooing, like to the point where it's on every website. It ruined my entire comedy and tattoo career simultaneously. What was it? The Mouse Drew a tiger?
No,
it was a Sopranos portrait of the fucking family. How do we find this? All you have to do is remember the show Sopranos tattoo, Ron and Fez, Opie and Anthony. I'm asking you a different story. It happened on the radio, okay? It happened also. How did we find it was the question. The guy that tattoo was Eastside Dave. If you type in Eastside Dave's tattoo, it immediately just fills it the fuck in because I ruined his life too. And it's probably the worst. It looks horrible, so I did this. It was a radio promotion. Oh my god. It's horrible. Oh my god. It's so bad. It's crazy. We're gonna put it on the screen for those of you watching on YouTube right now. Holy shit. Don't ever do that again. I told you. That doesn't work in house. It's like only these 4 people are gonna be like, oh, this was I'm a well-accomplished American traditional tattooer. That's what I've always done. Now, what I was doing, I don't believe. I'm so well said that he was probably good at it. I think this is one of those things like on the, Michael Jordan Jr. or whatever, where it's like, this was Holy City. I wish I could see this fucking tattoo. The tattoo is funnier than anything.
One of the reasons is because the Spanish kings
it's disgusting. There's people vomiting. Wow, oh my god, this is incredible. It's incredible. This is great podcasting, everybody. On the ones and twos. Wow. It's retarded. He can't do anything. There we go. There he goes. All he has to do is turn an iPad around, everybody. Let's see how it goes there. There you go.
The term is Latin,
People are just cheering at the red man being able to do these simplest of symbols. What do you mean? What do you mean? I've been doing this 12 and a half years. I didn't know that better.
Hello, so as a community, whatever revenues they generate, tax filing, commerce, whatever, could be taxed solely by the king directly.
Rob,
As a
craziest
result,
thing about your life, anything, all this is equity. What do you think about
be able to fight without them beat the shit out of
That wasn't like just a normal. This is worse. You can understand. It was a radio show. Ron and Fed on right before Opie and Anthony on the radio, right? So after I did this,
could allow this against the power of the church,
out of me. You understand? Like all my comedy heroes, and I was looking at like Jim Norton and Bob Kelly. I go every week, go on the show and pull up a picture of this tattoo and be like, what an amazing abortion this kid did.
5 years after the Spanish
horrible.
expulsion.
So yeah, I just felt like I thought that would be nice to share with you guys.
Well, it just happened again.
Yeah, I know.
20 years later, it's happening again.
Spain,
On a big show.
Peninsula,
Rob, here's a little joke book, my friend. Sign up again with try it again. Try it again sometime.
They said,
Rob White, Holocaust denier, Rob White.
20-year lease on the Inquisition.
Oh,
In other words, just
oh my
get to
goodness
the
gracious.
just do the thing with the water, all right? And
The
for
lovely
20 years,
Heidi,
look the other
sieging
way
the stage of
and
the
face
energy of
out
Rob
when you
White,
cashier your house.
deep
with,
butcher,
cashiering your deep.
bringing us back to a time when we all felt like we were in show
the Jews in the
business.
population,
All right,
rather than having
your next
a
bucket pool, everybody. It's a promising name, believe it or not.
Still,
I
this
have a
was a
feeling
period of
about this
tremendous
one.
change.
Make some
Aquafana
noise for
was
Just
right at the
Greg.
center of it.
Just
But in
Greg.
his early years, it was actually a very stable kingdom with tremendous opportunities for growth and advancement for a
What's up, everybody? I don't know about you guys, but I hate getting bad
He was
news.
especially
As soon as I think, like, what if I got bad news, like in a fun, entertaining way, and then maybe I wouldn't mind that as much. Like somebody be like, hey, just Greg,
Alfonso,
got some bad news for you,
he
man.
became Alfonso the First, the Duke of Braganza. His initial association with Braganza would be excellent for his advancement. Later on, however, it would prove to be his demise, as we shall see. What was his traditional education? So he received a thorough grounding in rabbinics. And if there was a bias toward one aspect of the massive program of the rabbis, it would certainly be studies of Tanakh. He was an unparalleled expert in the Hebrew scriptures, and of course much of his writings are based on the Hebrew scriptures. One of the Spanish, we haven't had enough time to discuss these things this semester, but one of the Spanish geniuses or their particular form of Judaic research was in text and specifically Tanakh. So the Spaniards excelled in perfecting the Talmudic text and also the religious text. Spain is also, of course, a hotbed of Kabbalistic activity. People like the Ramban, Moshe Filion, and others. And so he was quite familiar with Kabbalistic texts. This would be very significant later on in his life as he began to write about Messianism and predict the Messianic future. He believed, for example, that 1503 was going to be the year that Mashiach came. He was quite disappointed.
No, sir, I started in El Paso, and then I just moved to San Antonio.
At the same time, again,
So you do live in San Antonio.
Yes, sir.
he
How long
received
ago
a
did you move to
very
San
extensive
Antonio?
thorough
About a year ago.
education in secular studies.
What do you do
Rhetoric
for
was
work?
a big deal. He studied
I'm a
Cicero,
stay-at-home dad.
Thucydides,
okay.
many of the
Hell
great
yeah.
Latin classics in
I
particular,
should have just said that.
and he even
Amazing.
studied
How old are
the
the
church
kids?
fathers. They were
6
also
and 8.
noted
Were
for
their
their
first words?
rigorous dialectic and their beauty of expression in Latin, which he knew quite well.
Okay.
He was heavily
You don't make
influenced by
money in any way. How does the baby mama
although he
bring
had
home a
significant
bacon?
differences
She's
with
a surgical
Maimonides, one of his great works
Oh,
was a
wow. It's a
commentary on
fancy
Maimonides.
terminology.
Later,
How long
through
you
the
been with her?
influence of his son, he
13
began to
years.
shift himself a little bit
Okay,
more
look at
towards
that.
the
How do you keep things
Neoplatonics.
exciting
But
in the bedroom?
nevertheless,
Do you
for a person who was truly a gifted and well-rounded individual with a tremendous breadth of sources at his fingertips. In fact, he's one of the most popular of the Hebrew commentators on the Bible in the church, primarily because of
very
his
small
very
family for
liberal
San
attitude
Antonio
towards
Latino.
deriving
for Hispanic,
arguments from sources
What's the
outside of
most
the Judaic
Latino thing
tradition,
about you?
per se.
The most Latino thing about me,
So, in
probably
Portugal,
my mustache.
you rose along a trajectory that you might anticipate for a person of his stature, with the background that he had in the experience of his fathers and forefathers. He rose to become the leader of Portuguese Jewry under Alfonso V.
What do you do for fun when you're not hanging with the kids or
And he performed a number of economic activities, tax farming, just like Abraham Sr., many of the patterns that we've seen in other figures. He also was pioneered, or
you say your wife has 1 minute
led
to
the
live.
charge for defending world Jewry whenever he saw an option.
But even then, it doesn't make sense, because what would the
For
doctor
example,
say?
it's a terrible story of 250 Jews who were taken
I think you should just be more than it knows, like, you have cancer.
And
something like that.
this was something that happened from time to time in Jewish communities, where they would be seized by pirates and then put on the slave market. Portugal was very big in the slave market. And Agravano raced around the peninsula, gathering up a huge amount of sites to track down each one of these Jews who was sold into slavery.
Say 6 and 7, 6 and 8, the kids?
And for this kind of activities, he earned the respect and admiration of the entire Jewish population, who looked to him as a Moses-like figure, someone who was truly deserving of respect and adulation.
The youngest one hates the oldest one because she's jealous of her.
Can I zoom
Like
in
the other
on
day,
the
she was
face a
like,
little bit?
"Oh, Elena says that she's getting boobies, so she needs to wear a bra." And I was like, "Well, that's a weird thing to bring up." And then I was like, "Well, it's fine. She's not wearing her bra." And she's like, "But tell her she doesn't have any boobies." Like that's what she was worried about.
Sorry, students.
Signified that he has an erection.
He had a massive fortune.
8-year-old talking about boobies has
there
rendered
was
him
a
very
loan
excited.
an astronomical amount collected from the nobility in Spain and Portugal to finance a particular war effort, and he himself gave more than 10% of it just from his personal coffers. Rather remarkable amount. He had a happy family
What's
life.
the craziest thing in the history of your life? What do you think makes you different than everybody else?
I got a flu shot. I almost got paralyzed.
Tell us more about that.
So I got there's like a thing, you know that those papers that you get when you get a flu shot that nobody reads. There's like a 10,000 cases a year that somebody gets Guillain-Barré, which is like I get paralyzed.
But as you can imagine, this was
it was weird because I still had to go to work, and then they didn't send me to the neurologist until once I was back my throat. So I was like, answering the phone, like,
very serious success as an economic figure. But his patron, Alfonso V, died of plague, which was devastating to the Iberian Peninsula at the time. He was 49 years old, it was completely unexpected, and this changed Agravano's fortunes dramatically. The successor, and this name I'm not sure how to pronounce it, some say it's Joao.
I don't really think so. Definitely not as an adult. How old were you when you did this?
Born, they said Joao is the boy. I can't do that joke twice. But Joao the second, the successor, was not at all the same as his father. Among other things, he was very land poor. He complained once that all my father left me were the roads of Portugal, meaning no land of the states, no massive treasury, and here he's trying to pull it together. He's seeing that all the other things are moving towards the direction of the absolute monarchy. The state is identical with the thing, and Portugal is the background. So one of the ways that he hoped to shore up his authority was
alrighty, so I do actually have a doctorate degree, but if we're completely honest, I am essentially the Walmart version of Legally Blonde.
The two obvious
regardless, I still got a job at a college, and you wouldn't know by looking at me, but it was actually at a black college. So,
and
I was a diversity hire. So I go by the stage name Dr. Rabbit for reasons that I thought were fairly obvious, and also because all the really hot girls that are blonde seem to have already taken the name Bunny, so that was off the table. But what I didn't expect was that the TikTokers were going to think that I chose Rabbit for how I look, rather than what I thought was the more obvious road.
And on the way, they stopped at an inn, and they learned that, in fact, the House of the Lanza, the youth had been arrested. So so Gravano put two and two together, and he realized that he was not being called to court to get a promotion. He was in fact to get something much worse. And so a very difficult decision was posed to him, and he decided that he had to flee Portugal altogether, leaving his family.
She looks like someone left their Barbie in the sun.
He realized he could not simply skip across the border directly.
Welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
House of Braganza itself. So he decided to move south along
This is it, really. I've done a few like stand-up nights, but not really anything. My professor would say that my class is kind of. My professor would say that my class is kind of stand-up, but I mean, ratemyprofessor.com. You can go read about. That's where you go rate college professors before you sign up for their classes. So she's a professor.
Made their way across the border into Spain. So he was dispossessed of all of his authority and all his wealth in one fell swoop.
Not anymore.
What did you do at the Black College other than scare the living shit out of people?
I don't think I scared anybody, but I taught cultural diversity, believe it or not.
His initial period in Spain was one in which he battled with repression would be too hard a word, but he battled with the
and can you give us a lesson here? Can you give us what it would look like if we showed up to your class and just a like 10 second snippet of you as a professor?
His grandfather, in fact,
usually I walk in and I'm like trying to get the
that some of his
like actually do it.
Yeah.
So I'm not good with technology, so usually I walk in and then I'm like messing with the computer, and then I like say some words, and then they all laugh, and I say, please don't like record me, please don't put that on my TV valve, and I have to like overcompensate for it, but yeah, I don't know. Do what?
You do your college professor thing just for 10 seconds. Just pretend like you're a college professor, and I'll pretend like I'm a black college student.
And he poured his energy into his writing. Something which he had done a little bit earlier. He'd written a couple of small treatises on a number of topics. But once he came to Spain and dispossessed of all of his lands and his authority, he wrote a commentary on the first three books of Tanakh. The first post-Tanakh books of Tanakh. He wrote the books of Joshua, Judges, and Samuel. And it was incredibly prolific output and created a classic work that is still studied to this day. He wrote before than 400,000
honestly, I'm so painfully white that like half the time I don't know what they're saying, or I didn't know what they were saying.
Your typical novel is somewhere between 50 and 75,000
what do you think is the blackest thing
the book that I published a couple of months ago is about 300 pages long.
I do have a black daughter, and I don't know who her father is.
This book that I worked on since like 1994, he wrote 6 of them in 6 months. Research into the language and what else is fascinating about it is because he writes with an unusual sense of self. In the Book of Kings, for example, which is not in this initiative, but his commentary on the Book of Kings, he says things like, yeah, this is exactly the way it was when I lived in Lisbon. And the kings were just like it was over here. And he explains the Book of Kings, talking about Solomon and the rebellions and so on. He's saying he gives examples of things that he personally witnessed in the royal court. So his perspective is hardly academic. It's more like a memoir. You can imagine
you adopted a black child and you're a professor at a black university.
Senator Lieberman writing not only a book about Shabbos, but a learned book.
It doesn't sound like that. I did adopt a black child while I was at the black university, but I then left and went to an all-girls university. That's where I'm at now. But
is giving out what you enjoy. Incredible. Do you only have one adopted child?
given his unique talents and his reputation,
So it's two of us, yeah.
he was summoned to
Awesome. How old is
King
she?
Ferdinand and
14.
Queen Isabella.
Amazing. So let
And
me ask you
was
this,
allowed to
because
retain
I'll
his
bet
Jewish
you it
identity,
did
of course,
happen. My
regardless of
question
his
is,
grandfather's
did
earlier
a
conversion.
lot of the
And he
guys
entered
at the
service in
colleges
their
flirt
court.
with you? Because
So now he's in
there's
his
a lot of
second
teacher
royal
student
court,
hookups.
where
I
he
bet
was
some
essentially the
landed on pretty
third
thick.
in
Am I right?
command economically.
I don't know if I'm
King
really
worked jointly with the head
the
of the
type
government,
that they go
Abraham
for,
Senior was the
but I
principal
mean,
tax collector.
no,
He was third. He worked directly
I'm
under
kind
much
of a
older
pushover.
Abraham Senior, and he rose to the most prominence. In Spain, after having been in chief prominence. But, sorry, in Portugal. As we discussed, that was, we're talking about basically a period from 1483 to 1492, which is where the explosion, 9 odd years was the period of his rise to power in Spain.
I'm really
Amazingly,
the type that they go for, but I mean, I'm kind of a pushover.
Agravano and the other Jews of Spain did not anticipate the expulsion. And from the early writes about this at Great Rock, how is it possible? A lot of it has to do with Ferdinand's own poker face. He is in fact, I didn't know this, but when Machiavelli raised up kings, Ferdinand was his father. That was exactly the person he was writing about. And Ferdinand was able to keep his counsel to himself. He was famous, probably infamous for listening to people without displaying any emotion about what he actually planned to do. And in fact, the Jewish community was completely caught off guard by the expulsion. Agravano attempted to stage the expulsion, which just released in March, and it was supposed to take effect in July, a ridiculously short period of time to expel several 100,000 people from the peninsula. Agravano raised a massive
if we're
bribe,
completely honest, she's got a lot of special needs, and it was hard for me to do it completely on my own, so my parents were willing to step up, and she had been in
which unfortunately
7
Agravano
foster
did
homes,
not
and yeah.
write about in his own words.
Okay, I asked a different question.
Oh, I was sorry. Why did I leave the college? I literally just left so that I could get help from my parents in Indiana. That's great.
Got it. Amazing. So she has special needs. What are those special needs?
She needs a black mom.
But at a key moment, he said, listen,
I mean, I'm not great at her hair, I'll be honest, but
and they start opening and say, oh, it's not good enough. All we have to do is speak to
I have a feeling I'm not going to have a job when I get back. Anyways, but I don't even know what you asked.
What are the special needs of the adopted child?
Yeah, so she's got pretty significant fetal alcohol syndrome. She came from foster care, so I got to really reiterate that so they don't think it's me.
Right.
Every time I go to the doctor, I'm like, she's adopted, and I kind of look like a jerk, but then they see why I have to really emphasize that. But she does have an intellectual disability and some physical, like she has seizures and stuff because of the brain damage.
Let me ask you a question. When you adopt a kid like that, did you know that when you got it, or do you get a discount or something? Like, how does that work?
Rather than begging, he realized that it was hopeless. So he
No
raised himself
discount,
up to full
foster care is
stature,
free.
and
So
he just
yeah, so
blasted
foster care is
Isabella
free,
with a
so I
withering
didn't
rebuke,
have to pay anything. But
saying that
yeah, I knew ahead of time. So at any point, someone would feel like I want it.
that any
Yeah, you gotta go through. There's some hoops you gotta go through, but yeah.
Did she already, like, does the foster kids, like, do you get to, like, is it like a dog? Do you get to, like, rename it? Or was the kid named, like, whatever the original mom named it, like Hennessy or whatever?
Yeah, so that's a law that I really want them to change, because at the age of 13, they can actually legally completely change their name to whatever they want it to be. And hers almost became Cardi B, Ariana Grande Bill, and I was like, we can't do that. And they're like telling me like legally you can't like coach her on what to name herself, and I'm like, we're gonna have Cardi B then. I mean, we can't do this. But she kept her name and gets changed her last name to Mike, thank God.
So this began a period of tremendous wandering.
Hey, yeah, she got the special needs. I mean,
if I was her, I would have gone with Cardi B. To be honest,
he left Spain, and although many Jews chose to take the short route either to North Africa or to Navarre and cross the Pyrenees into Europe proper, they were going to have massive
That would have been the moment. Special needs, picking the name, Cardi B, she's
the
black,
less popular route. It doesn't quite show as well on this map because there's so many arrows here. But he ultimately decided
and you're so likable and it's
and
incredible.
many other Jews that we'll discuss in the next semester made their way to Muslim countries out of Turkey.
I don't know. People have always told me that they think I'm funny, and I was really self-conscious. I was in a bad car accident when I was 16, and that's why my face kind of got destroyed. And I was really self-conscious that people thought I was funny, and so I kind of hide. And so one way to kind of reimmerse to the world by going on to kill Tony.
There was a tremendous hesitation. Oh my gosh, accepting immigrants, refugees, many of the other points were not accepted at all.
So here's a big joke book. Your interview was amazing. You're
when he was there in Naples, he resumed his biblical commentary and continued through many of the other
Thank you, Dr. Rabbit. Make some noise
War,
for
however,
everybody.
interrupted his stay there. He ended up having to flee first to Sicily, then later to Palermo, and then finally to Carthage and then up to wandering for many years, spending
social anxiety fears on this show. Let me remind you all.
war progressed and stays on many avenues for them. He began to expand his writings beyond
Space is the #1 rated online therapy, bringing you professional support from licensed therapists and psychiatrists that you can access anytime. It's easy to get started. And the listener of this podcast, you get $80 off your first month with TalkSpace when you go to TalkSpace.com/show and enter the promo code SPACE80 right now. Thank you, Ready Man. All right, your next fucking call goes by the name of Dimitri King, everybody. Dimitri King.
began to try to use his knowledge of the Torah to calculate messianic life.
What's up, Austin? Where my weed smokers at? Hey, you gotta really watch what you smoke these days. I smoke this strain called Think About It.
His last major stop was
messed up my whole day. I took 2 hits.
Where he actually,
thought to myself, I wonder what white people's favorite rap song is singing. This ain't nigga. Niggas ain't around. Because you know they got one.
Definitely.
They at least got one that they scream on their way to work at 8 o'clock in the morning.
You still have isolated
so I've compiled the top 5 songs that I believe white people say nigga when niggas ain't around.
Many
Number 5.
And the effect can shallows off a map. You can't really ask questions
like that.
As rough as this. But Jews were in fact
I'd rather let you have a very weird conversation with your black friend the next time you get in the car and close the door and the radio turns on. He looks over at you and goes,
okay.
The fuck do you be
So
singing in
Weiter, here we are, Venice. Last stop was Venice, and I think this is one of the most ironic aspects of this day. Remember, we have to understand that at this point,
we didn't even get any examples. I was excited to hear the N-word.
Already into his 7th decade, has been wandering.
What's your favorite time to say the N-word?
2 decades,
when I wake up.
Has seen himself rise to power and been thrown down to the depths several times, running for his life, separated from his family for years at a time. Many other details I haven't shared with you, but for example, he wrote an entire commentary of Devarim, and then he lost it in his migration. And then he was very fortunate that he found a copy many years later that he had given to his son. So he rescued it. In fact, we have a rescue copy today. Incredible stresses of this phenomenal individual. How does he manage it? In Venice, towards the end of his life, he actually rises once again into the service of specifically the issue was there, and it really fascinating that he would be associated with Portugal. His situation, these 2 maps here show the Silk Road and the Spice Route. You have tremendous wealth of natural resources. Spices are especially valuable because
How good? It's a fun show. Like, what do you make them on?
Refrigeration, spices are necessary to keep meat longer and so on.
You have been
Silk is primarily produced in Turkey and points east, China, and elsewhere. Closely guarded secrets how it's produced. It's a highly valuable luxury commodity that's very easy to transport, very light.
What do you do? You have a wife, girlfriend?
Yeah, I have a wife. So you've got India is packed with wealth. China is packed with this kind of wealth that Europeans way up here just love. They want that stuff, spices, silk, and so on. Hence the name spice and silk. But the thing is, there are only two routes. There is the overland route that takes you across the Himalayas into Baghdad and then out here from, let's say, Lebanon, Syria, and then Venice was one of the Mediterranean ports that controlled the trade. Or you could go the maritime route, which essentially took you through Arabic lands, and then up here to Egypt. There's no Suez Canal at this point, so then it has to go overland either above the Sahara Desert or once again into the Mediterranean basin. And one of the most important things about the economics of the silk route and the spice route is that every time you stop the caravan, you got to pay some taxes. Every place you stop, there's a toll. Every place you go, you got to pay for the local security to keep away the brigands. It's an expensive venture. And like you might buy a bolt of silk for, let's say, $1 in China. By the time you finish paying taxes on it, you've got to sell it for $500 in France. It just expands in price so much. So the goal is to try and find a way to get from India to Europe without paying taxes and tolls at every restaurant. It's kind of like traveling with little kids. You know, you want them to sleep as long as possible.
Anything at all.
You have to stop at every single gas station. Maybe that's not the best metaphor.
Fun fact about Dimitri King.
So this is what happened in this time. Vasco da Gama. You'll recall we spoke a few weeks ago about Abraham Zacuto and his development of the astrolabe, development of the Alphonsine tables that allowed Vasco da Gama to make this tremendous jump. And this put Portugal suddenly
my sugar was so high that I should have died.
Boom. As a result, Vasco da Gama found a way to get around the coast of South Africa, primarily using a lot of the shapes we were shifting in patterns. This is a really dangerous turnaround here. And then they
what did you have or consume that put your blood sugar into such a precarious position?
Without having to make all of those toll stops.
Wow, that is incredible. Did you make the chocolate milk yourself? Did you mix the syrup in, or did you pre-buy it already mixed chocolate milk right down?
Yo, what's up, Omni Duck? Tight dog.
Venice,
Okay, doke.
it's like trying to sell, VHS machines in New York Netflix. VHS is all over. In fact, for those of you on the internet who were born in less than 1990, VHS is kind of like a digital recorder that wasn't digital.
That's how many kids you have.
Venice was freaking out when Abravano landed there. They didn't know what to do about it.
Amazing, what an interesting fun fact. Chocolate milk. Do you drink it? I'll even you drink it when your girl's pregnant. Do you drink it straight out of her breast?
Hey, I have an idea of how we can negotiate an effective trade deal.
That's where it comes from, right?
Because they really have the advantage. But on the other hand, you have the local trade network already built into Europe. And if you make a partnership with them and sacrifice
that is an amazing fun fact.
you'll be able to stave off economic disaster. The kings and nobles of Venice heard this elderly patriarch, long flowing beard,
are you any relation
tall individual with a booming voice, very eloquent, and they thought his plan was fantastic. And they elevated him and said, okay, you will be our prime negotiator to go back to Portugal If you can imagine, Portugal that originally was exiled is under a death penalty in Portugal. You can go back to Portugal as necessary to negotiate this deal. Unfortunately, Portugal said, we're not even interested in learning about this deal because we're going to keep all the money for ourselves. We'll make our own trade deal. Thank you very much. And Venice was not able to pursue that route. But nevertheless, you get a sense for what kind of individual
like milk may expire quickly.
This is the third set of kings that he has served. This is the very top fighting to his own personality.
Whoa!
So think about Abraham as a whole. And we have just touched on the political contours of his life with a little bit of a sense of what was
in a stunning turn of events. Nobody thought it was possible. Meanwhile, the 6'5" black man avoided the joke book like it was a cutlet of chocolate milk. Absolutely incredible. One more time for Dimitri K. I very rarely get to use the word couplet on this show, and I'm excited I got it in. That was on your bingo card. You just won $1 billion.
He has a lot to say.
We're having fun. We're in a silly mood tonight.
Exercise to go through its work.
There was weed going around in the green room.
Which is a edition I own,
ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket gold of the night goes by the name of Mason Bird. It is time for Mason Bird.
There's a shoulder note to give you a hint as to, okay, now he's going to talk about this topic.
I have the mindset
much easier to
of an NFL quarterback when I have sex.
On specific points.
If I go 3 and out one more time,
this is an individual
they're going to put in the
who in
black
many
guy.
ways encapsulates and typifies the unique Sephardic Jew, someone who is tremendously skilled in a wide variety of academic disciplines, is completely at home.
I'm much more of a pocket pussy passer.
And is able to negotiate with
My pocket presence is crazy, dude.
And at the same time,
I don't use a pocket pussy.
And presenting a
I know what I look like.
view of Judaism
I know I look like I know serial numbers.
Compelling.
Except the X472,
appealing.
not sloppy enough for me, dude.
I really enjoy doing the research and learning a lot more.
There's all double standards in this life. Like if a guy likes trains, he's autistic. But if a girl likes trains, she's the coolest girl ever, dude.
Difficult decisions associated with imposition, especially with digital expression.
Fantastic, Mason. You've been on this show before, right?
Yes, sir.
You were funny last time. You're a funny guy. How long have you been doing it?
3 years next week.
And you're from where?
Detroit.
Detroit. You live here now?
Yes, sir.
Hell yeah. You're doing great, Mason. What do you do? How do you make money?
Right now, I'm at Jersey Mike's still.
Absolutely.
Yeah, dude, I know how to make sandwiches, man.
Fuck yes. So do 100% of the people in the room. It's incredible. You take the fucking bread, you put the shit on it, and you put the other piece of bread on top. Unbelievable work. How many times have you been in the ICU for your diabetes?
Completely healthy, young man. Never. I don't have diabetes. I'm certain I'm close.
What I take away from this particular lecture was the parallel.
Somebody get Dr. Rabbi back out
there. I'm an athletic fat, all right?
What kind of athletics do you do exactly?
I play basketball, I lift weights, I swim sometimes. Yeah, I'm an athlete.
Do a squat, John B says. Whoa! Look at that! Oh my God! Wow!
We just got a tsunami in the Philippines.
My goodness. Mason Bird talking about being bad at sex, being replaced. 3 and out. Are you really bad at sex, Mason?
I'm good at sex.
What are some of your big moves in the bedroom?
I like to put a girl against the wall with consent, of course.
Adding the word consent makes it a little bit creepy.
Yeah.
I feel like any room you're in, the girl's pinned against the wall.
So you put her up against the wall, and then what exactly would you do? Because there's space in between.
Yeah, so you got to create space, right? So you put the legs by the ankles, kind of like a V, like a really weird V situation.
When you say put the legs by the ankles, legs are on top of ankles already.
All right, sorry, put the ankles on top of your shoulders. That's what I meant to say.
Okay, welcome to the spring semester of lectures. This is going to be an absolutely fantastic series. I'm so pumped up myself about the research that I've been doing over the break since the fall semester. And my basic topic is going to be moving from the Iberian Peninsula, the history of Spain and Portugal, to the Sephardic diaspora. So over the course of the next 12 odd weeks, we're going to be exploring what exactly happened to the Sephardim as they left the Iberian Peninsula and realized our tend to focus on the lives of particular individuals. Tonight, we're going to talk about someone who has received very little attention
Well,
in
if
the
you get a
scholarly
wide enough,
world.
you don't have to worry about the black guy swimming in it.
Archival data that can be done, and only now are scholars beginning to really work with the material that we have, particularly Italian archives. The life of Benvenida Abravano. As the name indicates, she is a member of the great Abravano family. I'll show you a family tree and some
It's like the thing where like black guys like fat women, they kind of like black women like fat.
But she's exemplary in so many ways of the
very aggressive to me, Tony. They're very
that Sephardim began to develop as they entered the first century of their diaspora. Some fascinating things I hope to share with you. The other ideas, like in many ways, they really constituted the first diaspora community since the exile of the Jews from Israel in the first century. And
so tell us about your experiences with black women. When you notice that what's different between having sex with a black woman and then a white woman?
And in many ways, their activity articulated
they tell you what they want,
of a
and
rural Jewish community.
like I've heard it before on the show, but it is warmer. It is.
I'm also very grateful to speak about her because it's so hard to find women with enough historical material to actually fill a sophisticated or even popular lecture such as this. But we do have sophisticated material. Benjamin Gabrielana, and I look forward to sharing with you the aspects of her life and especially the gender aspects of her life. Let's do the good and welfare materials before we get too far. As I mentioned, the series focused for the rest of the semester on the Sephardim as they fled the Iberian Peninsula. You can see these beautiful arrows showing them traveling to Northern Europe, to the entire Mediterranean basin, the Eastern Mediterranean, the Ottoman Empire, and also out to the New World, to America. We look at the crypto Jews as well. I'm also hoping to discuss the experience of the Holocaust.
Even the liver was black.
Said something black would take him out. It just was his liver.
Scholars have been studying Sephardim as opposed to Ashkenazim, even though Sephardim were heavily affected by the Holocaust as well, particularly in Greece. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Dr. Karen and Michael Marcus in memory of their parents, Harry and Ann Chait, and Isaac and Bertha Marcus. We're very grateful for the sponsorship. Your presence here tonight is sponsorship for nothing.
I feel safe in the middle of the night.
I feel very proud that so many of you come out to hear these lectures. And for all of you on the internet, we're hitting about 2,000 views a day, which is kind of an impressive number, I think. We're really grateful for your participation as well. If you would like to support this series, specifically, we're engaged in this project primarily to raise funds for student scholarships. We've raised $12,000 so far. I have a goal of $100,000, so we're almost there. And the website is bit.ly/the Friends of Jewish History. We have 5 lectures this semester that have yet to be sponsored. They're $250 each for a sponsorship. That's a really nice way to participate. But I also really appreciate getting smaller donations too. They all go into the same pot. Even the push-up from my desk goes into this pot, and it helps out our students. Okay, in terms of the sources that we'll use for tonight's lecture, I'm going to rely on three sources in particular. I like to
try to walk up to a lady for like 45 seconds, knock away like one, trying to get her money.
Help us out with the background material here. First of all,
security guard going like, "What's this guy steal?"
Monograph length study
And
that
then they were
I'm
scared because I was
familiar
bigger than them.
in any language on the life of Benvenuto Abrivano. But so we have a few chapter-length studies. Professor Alex Edelman, a landsman of mine from Canada, at Queen's University, wrote a fascinating article on
Do you have any plans on losing the wages?
We're also relying on Professor Renato Segre's article on the Mendes and Benvenista families in Ferrara. Fascinating story of their rivalry that we'll explore. Unfortunately, I couldn't find a picture of her. And Professor Debbie Malchio wrote an amazing article that will occupy the latter third of this lecture when we look at the remarkable world of Benvenuto Abrivano's husband, Shmuel, which occasioned an international debate over what exactly to do with issues of women's inheritance rights, the customs of the secular world as opposed to Jewish halakha, and so on. That's what I have to say that I don't do this often enough, but I rely very heavily on the phenomenal Fuller library staff. They're incredibly professional, incredibly swift and helpful. I have to say that the nicest people in the world end up becoming librarians. Because all they want to do is help you. They're just so happy you come into the library. They say, how can you get me the information you need? In particular, I was desperate for one article that I didn't have, and it was shortly before this lecture, and the amazing Carol Shapiro indicated here in the Manhattan campus got it for me. It went to mine. I'm very grateful to her and to all of the Fuller library staff, particularly in the basement of UJ. Okay, so that's the quick good and welfare. One last detail I've decided to change a little bit for this semester. For a long time I used to tell a joke at the beginning of every class, and I thought that went great. I really enjoyed it. Then for a while people complained that the internet said, stop telling jokes. And then people
Yo, we got any trans people in here? I'm still gonna fucking talk about y'all. What's up? Hey, listen, I got invited to a drag brunch the other day.
Welcome, Zoot.
That's not the funny part, sir.
Zoot, how you living, pimp? Zoot, how the fuck are you, son? What's that, big man? What?
In the history of humankind? Okay. How many did you do forward? You've got an invitation. Everyone's waiting on you.
Do you A, keep walking and hope they pass? B, confront them? Or C, distance and prepare to defend yourself?
I don't even know what he's talking about. Some of them wrong numbers.
Spray with personal alarm lets you alert and defend with a single button, activating both the pepper spray and personal alarm at once. And with its fast flip-top safety and finger grip, you get quick access and better aim for up to 12 minutes. It's better to have Saber and not need it than need it and not have it. So look for Saber 2-in-1 pepper spray with personal alarm at Target, Academy, or Dick's. Or visit saberred.com now and use code radio for 20% off. That's SABRE red.com. Code radio for 20% off. Saber. Live life confidently.
Welcome back to Coast, George Norrie with you as we get your week rolling here.
Matthew James Bailey with us as we talk about artificial intelligence. Matthew, you're talking about the New World Order and AI. I'll let you finish that thought.
Well, essentially, I mean, effectively, Jordan came very, very close, and thankfully, the president took notice of all the work that myself and many others around the world to remove the ideology. So we're now in a new freedom to actually start truly move forward with AI without the ideology.
Right now, I was thinking like bottomless mimosas, NASCAR, down bend, you know. I like it. That's not the funny part, sir. But we're gonna fucking talk about y'all. What's up? Hey, listen, I got invited to a drag brunch the other day. Okay, that's not the funny part, sir. But I know what you're thinking. Same now, I was thinking like bottomless mimosas, NASCAR, down bend, you know. And I get there, it's bottomless mimosas, but it's like post-op pit crew dressed up like Mrs. Doubtfire, okay? Their wieners tucked under. Lady Gaga, I was born this way. I was like, you weren't fucking born that way, you know, you weren't. But I get about 16 goddamn mimosas deep, and I forgot where it was. And your boy got ready to risk it all on a girl named Peter, okay? Me and Peter started fucking sexing back and forth, and I'm a shooter, so I led with a dick pic. Got one back. And I was like, what's that? She goes, that's before. I said, what's after? And she's like, well, you know, I'm post-op. My wiener done been repaired into a lady's vagina. And I said, well, that's not Christian, you know. And y'all ever seen a wiener that's been turned into a vagina? Y'all ever reheat lasagna in the microwave for too long? But y'all ever been inside a wiener that's been repaired into a woman's vagina? A lot shallower than you think it is, a lot more shallow. It's like you ever cannonball into a kiddie pool and scraped your knee on the concrete? My name's Uncle Laser, y'all been fucking great.
Wow. I mean, wow. Uncle motherfucking Laser. I know exactly what I want to say right now. It's amazing because all the golden ticket winners, boom, they started with a bang. All the regulars had something so promising and boom, you know what I mean? We always watched them be good and then keep learning their voice and focusing harder. When you started on the show, you were nothing more than a funny character. You weren't a real comedian. There was no definitive moments of actual punches. There was just a bunch of silly, funny stuff happening and no big bangs throughout the minute. And you worked it out. You've been going on the road. You've done everything that a working comedian can possibly do. And it is amazing to watch your growth on the show. Absolutely incredible fucking performance. I think my favorite that you've ever had on this show. But in real time, I mean, that's what's incredible about this art form is the people that really apply themselves, you get growth, you see results. So that's amazing. I mean, you could go back all the way to the first Uncle Laser appearance and you would go, what the fuck is going on here? And then here you are. The character that you've always had is defined and you're working. And it's funny throughout. And it's still your silly, weird, like methy fucking white trash tone. So you're still on brand, but it's amazing that that was very funny, Uncle Laser. How's life going?
Fucking terrible.
Tell us more.
So you know I got a problem with the homeless.
Yeah.
It's been stated on this show, and they must be at the public library seeing all the shit I'm talking about on social media, because I got my goddamn car stolen out of my driveway the other day by a couple homeless people, and I fucking recovered it, and it took a big creamy shit in the back, and homeless shit smells different than regular shit. It smells like it wants to borrow some change, you know, but then, you know, I recovered the motherfucker, and to make matters worse, and then about a couple hours later, I get a call, because a while back on the show, I told y'all I got my merch stolen in Santa Fe, New Mexico, couldn't locate it. Well, it's been located, okay? And a detective from the Santa Fe Police Department called me and said, are you Uncle Laser? And I said, this is him. He said, man, we located your merch. I was like, cool. Like, where's that? Can I come pick it up? He goes, well, no, it's part of investigation. We set up a sex child predator sting. And 9 fucking homeless dudes came in your merch shirts to meet this 13-year-old girl at the house. And I'm like, you goddamn right, fucking D-Man. I said, try having your face on the motherfucking shirt when they're coming to do all that shit. So, I don't know, man. We're just out here.
Wow, so your merch is basically the Yankee jerseys of pedophiles. That's incredible.
Yeah. Wow. You know, just regular. I've met some dominatrixes there in Vancouver this past weekend, and And I'm always up for whatever. And I got these 2 of them. They fucking tag team me and tied me up on a goddamn closet, hung me upside down, and jerked me off on a repeat to Ozzy Osbourne's Mr. Crowley. And hey Tony, you ever put in your ass before?
Surprisingly not.
Okay.
Shockingly not.
Well, I have. Okay. And let me tell you, first and foremost, fellas, there's a G-spot in your asshole, okay? And if activated correctly, okay, you will ejaculate a bottle of Hidden Valley Ranch. And it's got the viscosity to fix a flat. You can fix any tire in town, I'm sure of it. Sometimes I'm just thinking I should just wear sleeves, but here we are. Here we are.
Redman has a confused look on his face. He absolutely loves Hidden Valley Ranch. And he's now wondering if that will work if he ever orders fries and Postmates forgets his ranch on this side.
You ever put a finger in your own ass, Tony?
No.
Never. You didn't even go through the first water line?
Nope. No. I have no interest in that.
In the shower?
Have you? Is that what you're saying?
I think every guy at least once in the shower is like, let's just see what it's about.
Make some noise, gentlemen, if you put a finger in your ass. Alright.
What about the shy bitches?
God, Redman. Jesus Christ.
Hey, man, happy birthday.
It is Redman's birthday. How many of you think we should shove a birthday candle up his ass and light it right now? Those sweet butter cakes. All right, Uncle Laser, so great. Unbelievable set. Congratulations. Fantastic to watch your growth in real time. It is possible, people. If you don't believe me, go watch Uncle Laser's first 3 sets on the show. People hated me. They were furious with me, but we were friends, and we had a lot of mutual friends back then, and I knew you were funny, and now you're showing it in real time on stage. Incredible.
Can I shake his hand real quick? I'm a big fan of him. What part of
He's never touched a black guy.
This is very exciting. Look at that, everybody.
Third Ward. Yeah, I'm from Richmond, Rosenberg. I spent a lot of time in Mo City. Zero's my favorite goddamn rapper, so I didn't know that. I didn't know he's from Houston, so.
Wow.
H-Town, hold me down, motherfucker.
Oh, wow. Oh, my God. Wow.
Thank you, Tony.
There he is, everybody. Uncle Laser trying to up his street cred before getting off. There he goes. How loud can this place get for Ali Sadiq and Kim Condon? Ali Sadiq's two new specials just dropped. Ali Sadiq comedy on YouTube. He's on tour at alisadiq.com. That's SIDDIQ. Ali, you made me laugh so fucking hard tonight. Absolutely incredible. Unbelievable. One more time for the great Kim Condon. 12 and a half years of being Kill Tony royalty. One of the original regulars. KimCondon.com for tickets to Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas. It's all happening, people. Thank you to ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PrizePicks, and Open Phone. The drawing from Ryan G. Feld is in. It's incredible. Let's see what Chris Rogers drew over there. Oh, James McCann with ice cream. All right, that's a special one. All right. How about one more time for the best damn band in the land? Fernando Castillo, Raul Valeno, Carlos Sosa, Michael Gonzalez, Matt Mueling, John Dees, and D Madness, right, band?
Check out The Secret Show every Thursday, Sunset Strip, ATX. Love you guys.
We love you guys. Thank you. Good night, everybody.
Sunset Strip Comedy Club.
Complain on the internet, hey, where's the jokes?
Check
And
out
the most
Fred Babs'
recently, the
Secret
complaints
Show
I get on
every
the
Thursday.
internet is,
Go to
I have to realize I've been giving these lectures for like 5 years, so there's quite a few, several hundred lectures on the web, and people complain saying, wait a minute, you told that joke already. And how many jokes can I possibly know? So anyways, this is what I'm going to try to do this semester. I'm going to only tell jokes for the first time. I've never told these jokes before. It usually takes me about 4 or 5 tellings before I get it right.
Oh boy,
but
hey, next
you're
week
gonna
we are
the first
back
time. So here's the
on
joke,
Netflix.
and then we'll get
There will
started.
be no YouTube episode on Monday, August 25th. You're going to have to go over to Netflix and enjoy an action-packed episode live from Madison Square Garden, Mayhem at Madison Square Garden, the newest release of Kill Tony on Netflix. It's an unbelievable breakthrough for a podcast to have any episode on Netflix. This is our second one. We'll see you there, August 25th
of wastefulness
on
and
Netflix.
wanton behavior. He's on his deathbed. The rabbi says to him, David, you know, after this long life and all of the mistakes you've made and all the bad choices you made and how you transgressed the Torah in so many ways, now is the time that you should denounce your Yetzer Hara, your evil inclination. You should denounce the Satan, to denounce Satan, who tempted you with all of these evil ways. Now is the time to make your stand and say what you really believe in. Are you prepared to denounce the Yetzer Hara and the Satan? And David says, Rabbi, until I know where I'm going, I don't think it's so wise to do that.
Hey, this is Brandon coming live from the Comedy Mothership here in Austin, Texas. For a brand new episode of Kill Tony.
Okay, let's go on. Let's talk history. So, the Abrahamo dynasty. We spent quite a bit of time talking about Isaac Abrahamo. So let's place Ben Benita, sometimes spelled by the way Ben Benita, in this context. So here is Don Isaac, Yitzchak Abrahamo, who was of course the creator of the Jewish people in Spain, Portugal, and after Venice, and the other places as well. He was originally of Spanish roots, but as we discussed in the class a few weeks ago, his father was forcibly converted, possibly in the 14th century, as he became here. Then a few decades later, he fled to Portugal and readopted his Jewish identity and recanted his forced conversion. And there he raised his family. Judah was his son, and Judah had several sons, one of which was named Don Isaac. Yitzchak, Don Isaac, Abraham, had a son named Samuel, and his brother Jacob had a daughter named Benita. We don't have her birth date, but it would be reasonable to assume that she was probably born somewhere around 1490 or 1500, and the two of them married. So they're first cousins marrying. The laws of consanguinity, I think that's how you pronounce that word. The laws of blood relations are somewhat more flexible with traditional Judaism, although not really practiced so widely. But anyway, she comes from the Abrahamo side through both her father and through her father-in-law. And
the other one is one of the original regulars of the show. 12 years ago, she was forced under the cruel tutelage, unheard of at the time, of writing and performing a new minute every single week for the internet today. She is one of the best female stand-up comedians in all of the world. Our guests tonight, Ali Sadiq and Kim Kaufman, everybody.
And most of the story occurs right at the beginning of the Portuguese and Spanish dynasty. So I'd like to just pause for a second and think about that. for a minute. I've mentioned Spain and Portugal several times in the last few sentences because you have Shmuel who migrates from Spain into Portugal, then you have his grandson Isaac that migrates from Portugal into Spain, and then they're of course expelled. What is the whole business of Spanish and Portuguese Jews? And you'll see quite often that they're mentioned in the same breath and speak about the diaspora. What is the big deal about Portugal? The obvious point is, of course, that so many Jews fled from the expulsion of 1492 into Portugal, but they were only there for decades at most, stretching into the 16th century and slowly making their way out of there. How long does it take before you adopt the identity of the neighboring country? Here you have, for example, from the website of the Congregation Shabbos Israel, here in New York, the Spanish and Portuguese synagogue, and as the website indicates, it was started by 23 Jews in 1654, and for only 23 Jews do they really have to have Spanish and Portuguese. I mean, couldn't they get away with Spanish or even Iberian? Why do they have to specifically designate Spanish and Portuguese? So I like to prefer as a possibility. It definitely has some historical validity, but it's a little bit of a seduce, a little bit of an insight that I have.
While we wrangle the comedian from the bar next door that I just pulled out of the bucket, we are going to start with a very special comedian. While he's not a regular and he's not a golden ticket winner, he's been on only one time ever before, but I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. I kind of think he's an instant legend in my mind. Make some noise for the long-awaited return, kicking off tonight's show with a brand new minute. This
the Inquisition, you will recall, was directed at Jews who had converted, forcibly or otherwise, and were secretly Judaizing, or were suspected of Judaizing. In other words, you have, like, let's say, a massive forced conversion of Jews in 1391, and all of a sudden you have several generations of Christians who have full access to everything that Spain has to offer, no more legal restrictions, but on the other hand, they only marry other converted Christians. They insist on going back to buy food for Passover, going back to synagogue to get lessons in Hebrew, and their Christianity is questioned by the church, leading ultimately to the institution of the Inquisition, which specifically inspired into the bona fides, literally the good faith of their Christianity. So the Inquisition per se targeted these so-called new Christians. The expulsion, on the other hand, of 1492 was directed at Jews, not the new Christians. The Jews were expelled because, at least as was argued in the writ of expulsion, they were expelled because they were gravitational pull on the new Christians. That so long as the Jews maintained their own distinct quality within the Iberian Peninsula, the new Christians would always be going back to them, would always be getting more religious training from them, and you could never be sure of their Christian faith. And so therefore, in 1492, it was the Jews who were expelled, the new Christians, technically, would stay. And we get to the Portuguese point, and I'll pause for a question.
Jesus Christ, see what I'm talking about? He just got me again.
When the Jews were expelled, the first place that they went, of course, was Portugal. This is the easiest crossing. It involves no major cultural shift. They don't have to move into Arab, Muslim North Africa. They don't have to move out of Spanish-speaking Spain into France, for example. They certainly don't have to make the dangerous sea voyages out here where they may not be accepted in any of the ports they visit, and forget about going to New York or anything like that. New York at this point is so backward, there's not a single Chinese restaurant anywhere in Manhattan. So Portugal absorbed a lot of these Jews. Now, we are not going to go into the details of the Portuguese experience today because I've scheduled it more for next week, but we should understand that the Portuguese experience was very, very different. there the kings were not necessarily so rapidly doctrinal about their pursuit of Christian ideological purity. They were prepared to tolerate a lot more open democracy in order to keep the Jews within their boundaries. And they were willing to engage in all kinds of stratagems to keep Jewish wealth in Portugal and simply turn a blind eye to their poor observance of Christianity. So you had in Portugal a lot more of these new Christians, a lot more Jews who had converted, for reasons that we'll discuss in much greater detail, God willing, next week. When they also were forced out of Portugal, 1497 and later, then you had two distinct populations in the Mediterranean basin. You had Spaniards, Sephardic Jews, who were the old Jews, who had never converted, and you had the Portuguese new Christians who were returning to their Jewish roots, but technically were freed from the shackles of Jewish religious identity and legal disabilities. And the two groups had a very different access and entree to European culture, to European laws and societies, as we shall explore. One of the great rivalries that we'll talk about today is between the Abravanos, who were Sephardic, who had never converted, and the Mendes family, known as Gracia Mendes, who was native Portuguese, who had converted and was returned. By the way, in terms of the Spanish and Portuguese, especially placed on Jews, some tremendously horrible things. We won't go into greater detail next week, but I wanted to mention one of the worst is the exile of Jewish children, separating them from their parents and sending them from Portugal on the west coast of Europe down to the islands, the Portuguese islands of South Tome, here off the
So Winston, is there anything interesting about you that we haven't learned in any of the other parts of the two interviews that you've done?
Next week. The Mendes family here, this is actually the niece of Gracia Mendes, not Gracia herself, were from that Portuguese stock, and they had in many ways a lot more rights and privileges because they technically were converted Christians. And for typically economic reasons, the local ruling powers were prepared to turn a blind eye to their personal domestic practice if they stayed within their environs and contributed to the economic climate of society. So that's where the Abravanos fit.
Well, Sir Winston, you got tonight's show started for us. Another solid few minutes, starting with some dark clown fun. I loved it. Thank you so much. Make some noise. The show has begun.
So let's look a little bit specifically at their life. We know most about their life in the period between Naples and Ferrara. Anyways, here was the map of Italy, and
this is where we meet somebody all together. Could be the next future star of the show. Could be a crazy person. Anything can happen. Make some noise. Your first fucking
Samuel
1 minute uninterrupted. Going to Jenny and everybody. Jenny
non-Jewish documents as the king of the Jews. Now, obviously, the Jews did not have a king at this time, but this is probably referring to his high social standing and his great wealth that he was able to leverage to support the Jews of his community. The conflict between the church and the state was extensive during the 16th century. Reformation, Counter-Reformation was going on. And depending on which power held sway at one particular location or another, there was various degrees of pressure exerted on the Jewish communities, and specifically those Portuguese Jews who were expected to behave like Christians whenever the church held more power, as we shall see in that moment. So there were several expulsions of Jews from Naples. The Abravanos were able to avoid two of those. The first in 1511, most likely by paying a large bribe to the local officials. Again, a second exile was decreed upon the Jews in 1533. I know it's a good question if they were exiled in 1511. Exactly. They were Jews back in 1533 that you have to exile them. This is one of these ongoing patterns in Jewish history that
I don't even know where to
when Jews
begin
are
with that.
expelled from a
My
particular
God,
region, typically the
unbelievable. The good
economy
news is you're already
slides,
the
and then
seventh
Jews
funniest
are
stand-up
invited back,
female
formally
stand-up
or
comedian in
otherwise,
the world. I
to put
fucked
into
that
the
up.
economy,
I
and then
fucked that up.
the whole cycle
Your
starts
body
again.
is airborne.
So
It just collided.
the second expulsion
The
in
taste of it, Jenny.
1522
How
was
long have you
most
been
likely
attempting stand-up
averted through
comedy?
Ben Venida herself
6
because
months.
of her
Hell yeah. Well,
association
you
with
want to start
Eleonora
now?
of Toledo.
I need to sell 69
This is not a picture of Ben Venida herself. I
That's
put
a
it up
great
the
way
front
to
because
do
I
it.
think it's an absolutely beautiful
Incredible.
portrait.
Ali
It's one of the most
Steve. She
stunning
looks like Rob
16th
Reiner,
century
that's what
portraits you'll find. It's probably one of the first portraits of a noblewoman and her heir in a portrait like this by Eric Blanzino. Very beautiful.
You really are?
Eleonora was a ward, a non-Jewish woman in a Medici family. She was a ward in Ben Venida's home, and she was tutored by Ben Venida. She was actually raised in their home, placed there by their family in order to receive some of Ben Venida's sense of etiquette, style, and so on. So we only know about this kind of secondhand, or the fact that a non-Jewish young girl from a very important family was placed within the Abravanos family to be raised.
Honestly, the whole thing sounds like porn audition.
That's what their standing must have been like. As
so
she
you're
grew
probably
up,
wondering.
when the expulsion of 1533 was
so
over,
is all of the material that you've written in the past 6 months about
made
the
a
69
significant
Mustang?
difference
And
in
when I worked at NASA,
allowing the Abravanos to
Okay. Tell us about working at NASA. What was that like?
The joke that I have right here is I was going to say, I can't help but say that. I was going to say that, you might think it's unfair that I should put a picture of Ben Venida's student up there, but the reality is that, when you really become close with a student, professors actually tend to take on a little bit of this politeness. For example, when I had pictures of Brad Pitt and Tom Cruise, and I was going to say, these are some of my former students. George Clooney, one of my graduate students.
What'd you do over there?
Such a waste. Okay, anyways, so that gives you a sense of how powerful it was. But she could not avoid it forever. And in 1541, a third exile was declared, and in fact, they moved to Ferrara, which is in the north of Italy. You can see it up over here. It turns out to be a very important center for Jewish activity in Italy, primarily because of a new technology that had become quite the rage among Jews, and that is the technology of printing. Ben Venida was one of the primary sponsors of print scholarship, and I would love to spend a lot more time talking about this revolutionary aspect of the 16th century in the Jewish world, but I'll just hold myself to maybe a couple of minutes. You should realize that the evolution of print technology made a massive difference for Jews that we're still feeling today. And in fact, we feel many echoes of it today with the institution of the internet, which some of you may have heard of.
I turned an old military.
The idea that you could mass produce at a reasonable price printed documents led to a literacy explosion among Jews, who already had prided themselves on having a higher level of literacy than the surrounding society, but all of a sudden you could circulate a tremendous amount of ideas very widely. We're talking about a period when you have the seam between handwritten, hugely expensive manuscripts of the Talmud and commentaries and so on, to all of a sudden having just about anybody able to actually, it's the equivalent of publishing a blog.
I'm pretty introverted, so I spend time with my friends. I go on walks.
You go on walks. Okay, that's from the therapist's advice as well. What do you do when you spend time with your friends?
The Muslims, for example, in Turkey, the Ottoman Turks, they felt that printing was such an ugly and cheap, poor imitation of the beauty of handcrafted calligraphy that they waited about 100 years before they really got on the ball with printing, not recognizing the technological advantage
stuff that I would never tell you about because you'd be staring at me through the
outside
outside window.
Early adopters of
You have
printing.
crazy
Many of the
energies,
early
Jenny.
printed works we have
Do you have a sex swing?
in general are written in Hebrew.
Her car's actually pretty awesome. Wow, what a follow-up.
For example,
Follow-up to the sex
really
swing.
an
Yes, we
incredible
know what a 69
she
Mustang
was
is. Is that the
the
actual
center
website?
of that new printing world.
You built a website
site to sell
was a noted
169 Mustang.
location for printing.
You only have one for
first
sale.
and most important books that she contributed
We
to,
can make
which
t-shirts.
was actually dedicated to her rival, Gracia
You
Mendez,
suck at
because
selling
she
this
gave
car.
apparently even more money,
It's a beautiful
was this
car.
book that was
How
studied
much are you
next
asking
week,
for
The
it?
Consolation for the Tribulations of
Okay,
Israel,
this is from Tony
which was a Portuguese
This is
work
crazy.
that was written by
Whatever
Rabbi
anyone
Samuel
wants to
Usque
bid.
as an attempt to explain the earth-shattering
Much like her jokes, I
significance
feel like it
of
doesn't
the
work.
Spanish expulsion. That will be our topic for next week. But you can see that this is the frontispiece. You can see the globe. The idea that here the Jews are now once again a diaspora people after living for over 1,000 years in Spain. Suddenly they're wandering around the globe. And the Latin phrase here on the banner is "In God is my hope." It's a fascinating work that we'll discuss next week. So that's one of the major contributions she made was using her wealth to sponsor scholarship. She also used her wealth for one of the other unfortunate aspects of the sudden diaspora from the peninsula. She used a lot of it to ransom captives. This is a period when human trafficking was booming. You had lots of stateless people who were wandering around the Mediterranean basin. We're not speaking only about, of course, the rise of the transatlantic African slave trade, which was really exploded in the 16th century once the Portuguese opened up West Africa. But there are a lot of Jews who are captured, and it's widely known throughout Europe that Jews go with the ransom to get
This podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Your false incognito mode makes you invisible on the internet. It's false. Most people have no idea that your browsing history can still be monitored and even recorded unless you use ExpressVPN. Netflix even hides content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries, so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch, much like the new premiere of Kill Tony live from Madison Square Garden, August 25th. Red Man?
Tony, ExpressVPN is so easy to use. I just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. Not to mention it works on all my devices, my phones, laptop, tablet, even my smart TV. It's all done at blazing fast speeds. Your boy Brian even streams in HD with zero buffering. Tony, I use ExpressVPN. It's so easy.
That is amazing. I use it all the time when we travel, and it's important to stay secure on the road. So protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/KillTony. That's expressvpn.com/KillTony to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months free. expressvpn.com/KillTony.
A small man.
This podcast is sponsored by Prize Picks. Basketball season may be over, but the action doesn't stop on Prize Picks because baseball is just heating
African
up.
origins, and there's been a lot of
Step up and play with Prize Picks and add your favorite baseball players to your lineup, whether it's strikeouts, RBIs, or first inning runs. Make your call. More or less and play for your shot to win the 2010 UKG. Sign up today and get $50 instantly when you pay $5 for it. Win and receive the $50 bonus. It's guaranteed. Prize Picks is the best way to win real money this baseball season. Which players are going on, which ones aren't. Make your picks in less than 60 seconds and turn your sports takes into real money all season long with Prize Picks free. And I was looking and I think this week Prize Picks are high the baseball board and selecting Aaron Judge for more than one home run. Galaxies for more than 6 pitchers strikeouts. It's Picks, Red Man, and I love how easy they make it. Download the app today and use code Tony and $50 instantly after you play your first $5 game. That's code Tony to get $50 instantly after you pay your first
spilling out of this mountain,
Prize
and you would
Picks.
have this great conflagration that would ultimately end up in Armageddon.
All right, back to the bucket we go. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise. A minute from Jimmy Clifford, everybody. Jimmy
saying that
Clifford.
you have the ear of Pastor John himself, and that with
So my
the
little
right
sister is a
inducements, you
conspiracy
need a little bit
theorist.
more
And the other day she
reinforcements
walked up to me
from
and she goes,
European
"Did
armies.
you hear
He
about
would
this
actually
Helen
take
Keller
that
bullshit?"
huge host from the Caucasus
Was that
Mountains,
Alexa Jones?
and they would
And she
invade
goes,
the
"Yeah, my
Ottoman
teacher's trying to peddle
Turkish
us some fake
Empire,
news,
and they would
saying this bitch was
liberate
born blind
Israel
and
from
deaf,
its Muslim
but I'm supposed to believe she learned how to
controllers,
read and
and
even gave
this was something which
speeches."
was seen
I'm
with
like, yeah,
great
right, Biden was the
enthusiasm
president,
by
and even
his
he couldn't do
Christian
both of those at the
interlocutors.
same time.
He actually held audiences
I was like,
with
Katie,
many
Helen Keller
kings
was
and
born
popes
blind and
who
deaf.
took
She
him
goes, then how'd she
seriously.
learn how to read?
And then
And I
Vanita
was like, well, she had
Abraham
this teacher
also
named Annie Sullivan. He used to teach her little symbols
she
into her palm.
supported him
She learned to read
financially.
that
She
way.
supported
To
him
which
with
my sister
this
said,
amazing banner
palm
that you
reading
can
is a
see
scam
represented in
used to
this
steal money
piece
from
of
white
art
women.
here. We can zoom in there.
Okay,
In which he
you got a point there.
has
I'll
the
give you
Ten
the hell.
Commandments emblazoned
She goes,
on
how'd
it,
she learn how to
and
talk?
he
went,
made kind of like a striking figure, wandering with tremendous
I don't know. Does
chutzpah
anyone here
into
know how she
all of
learned
his
how to talk?
courts and claiming
I had to look it up on
when
Google. Apparently,
he
this
met
is true.
with the
Annie
Pope,
Sullivan used to take
the
Helen's
Pope,
hands,
was Charles
put it
V,
on
the
her
Holy Roman
face
Emperor.
and
He
in
said,
her
"You know what?
mouth, and she would feel the
I think you
vibrations
should
when she
go
spoke
to
and
my
mimic those
relative,
vibrations."
King Wow.
Imagine walking in on that shit.
Saying that name. I know I'm saying it wrong.
Just some
but I like
poor
saying
little disabled
wow.
girl finger banging your
Go to
teacher's
him,
face.
and he'll help you out. We went to Portugal. Again,
All right,
chutzpah,
Jimmy
right? This is
Clifford.
after the Jews
Welcome.
have been expelled and exterminated. He goes to his law and
Super topical bit
you know what? This
about
is great. I'm
Helen
definitely
Keller
going
learning how to make
count on
noises. I'm
me.
pretty sure that
And
bit was
while he's
old at
there,
the time
he meets a
that
young
this Mustang convertible that's for sale
named
was made. That was insane, Ollie.
He looked at
who
me
was a
like
young
I
man.
hit the ground.
This is one of these people who was converted to Christianity forcibly. He may have been a child of parents who were converted to Christianity. And he saw in David Mulvaney this glimpse of a messianic future.
That was actually the sound of Helen Keller trying to say hello.
He said, I want to follow this man. I want to get close to God.
I feel like we all wish we were blind and deaf during that.
Circumcised himself.
That was something else. Jimmy,
And
how long have you been doing stand-up?
he became Mulvaney's right-hand man and proclaimed his presence wherever they went. They actually later had a falling
5
out.
years of that explaining to 15-year-olds who Nirvana was.
Shlomo Molcho, that was the name that he took on from his Christian name. He became Shlomo Molcho. It means kind of Solomon King. It's a little bit of a variation of his own. This is actually his signature, highly stylized signature.
What made you choose that material
seems to
I don't
in
know. It
itself
felt
herald
mean.
the arrival
Felt
of
like this
Messiah.
was
He
the
went
right
to the
room
Pope
for it.
where, because he was Christian, but returned to Judaism, he did not survive the Inquisition and was burned at the stake. David Mulvaney spent a few months in Portugal, and suddenly King Flower thought he wasn't so amazing and ended up jailing him, and he most likely died in jail. But this is kind of an interesting interlude of Benito's very much he supported this messianic pretender who had for a brief period of time the attention of world Jewry and even the leaders of
I'm a video editor.
What kind of videos are you editing?
Item that gives you a sense of Benito's
Is it child porn?
It's not child porn.
What are you editing?
I edit all sorts of things. I edit a lot of online content where I make fun of people with
located
Cameo.
here on the western coast of Italy.
I mean, I feel like Cameo is pretty topical for Guiltoni. Most of the regulars is how they make their
they were
day-to-day
tolerated
wage.
because of
Again,
their
dead silence after everything
association
you're saying.
with
It's almost amazing. Like, if we wanted to get ringtone for audio, I would just have YouTube jokes. We could hear, make sure that we have the ventilation and the light sound of lighting and everything edited out to the baseline sound. It never gets quieter than when you try to put some noise in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live, Austin? You live in Austin for how long?
Technically,
4 or 5 years. Where were you at before that?
Jersey. To their Jewish
Okay.
identity.
Jersey, what was that like?
Escaping the
Living in Jersey, yeah.
And he
I mean, it was
ultimately,
pretty
through
good.
the
I lived on the
Inquisition,
shore, so it was
burned 25 of those Jews at the stake.
Yeah.
So, Gracia Mendes, who was furious, who
Jersey, it's
recalled
not
that
really much I
she
can
was
say
a
about
very
it.
important and powerful
Okay,
woman
I guess
as well,
10 years
who
in
was of the
stand-up
Portuguese
and
extraction.
lifetime in
And
Jersey,
she
not
was
much to say.
furious,
Either
and
one of
she
the things, I
argued
guess.
for a very strong
What do you think the most
response of
interesting
world
thing about your
Jewry.
entire life
This
is,
is
Jimmy?
rather unprecedented.
The most interesting thing
In
about
the
my
16th
entire
century,
life
for someone to be
is
suggesting this, she argued that the entire port of Ancona should be
I
boycotted.
married an immigrant.
that
what?
Jews should no longer
I married an immigrant?
use
Okay,
Ancona
yeah. Where'd you
as
meet
a
the immigrant
port,
at? Scotland.
triple it economically.
You went to Scotland.
Mendes
I went to
himself was
Scotland. You
extremely
go to
wealthy,
Scotland.
had
The
tremendous
Edinburgh French
connections in
Festival.
Istanbul
Okay.
and the
So
Turkish
you
Empire,
went
and
out
as a
there,
result,
yeah. And then what happened? You were
point
at a
of view
coffee
had a
shop or
tremendous
what? Now I
amount
just
of
start
economic
screaming
and
at people on the
political
street to come to my comedy
behind
shows
it.
because
Benvenida, on the other hand,
I had to do
disagreed
something.
and said that
Tony wasn't moving the tickets for me, so
they were to
I brought her
antagonize
to
the
a show.
papal
She enjoyed it,
states
and then she came
by
back.
boycotting Ancona, then
So
it
she
would
came
only
up to you and she
reflect
goes, I
more
want to see
poorly
a
on
show.
Jews elsewhere.
And then after
Furthermore,
the show,
it did
what
not
did
need to
you
be
do with her?
pointed
You
out
guys
at
go
the
have
time,
drinks or something? Grab drinks,
Mendes herself would have profited tremendously by diverting trade away from Ancona to some of the ports that she had more interest in, whereas that Ravano had much more interest in Ancona itself.
You're on a
After
show right now.
a few years of significant
show,
internal
Jimmy.
Jewish
Here's a little
controversy,
joke about
it died down,
Ollie, what do you
and
think about all
Ancona
this?
remained
That's
open.
crazy
The
as hell,
boycott did
man.
not take hold, it
A
did not have
lady who
permanence,
has been
and
doing
certainly did
comedy
not
for
move
6 months
Paul
and
IV
a guy who's
to
been doing it for
change
a
his
decade
positions
are in the
whatsoever.
same
But
exact
just the
place.
very chutzpah that a Jew
100%.
should
A
suggest
lady who's been doing it 6 months and is much
international
more venture
boycott of a
capitalist and
port,
mentally ill
and
than a
let alone
comedian.
not only a Jew,
Just
a woman
body Jimmy
should
Clifford,
suggest a
who's
boycott
coming
of a
back from
port, gives you
festivals
some
just
sense
fresh
of
and
how
ready.
much
All
these
right,
women
Jimmy.
were
I'll be honest,
giants
I'm a little,
of the 16th century.
out
how
of
they
practice. I just had a
clashed with
baby
each
about 2
other
months
over
ago.
some
Yeah,
very
that would have been an interesting thing to say
The
5
last
minutes
part
ago.
of
The
the
most
story
interesting
is
thing in my
one
entire
that
life, Tony. I would
can be
say,
hard to
you
tell
know, it was
well.
awesome.
I do my best to try and get it over, but we actually have quite a bit of archival evidence
You had like 5 kids. You can't tell me the one was the most interesting.
No, I have 9. Do not do nothing with my children.
You know what, Paul, that in
Here
many
you
of our
go, Jimmy
discussions in the
Clifford,
past,
everyone. We're going to keep it
a
moving.
lot of
We're having
Jewish
fun
history
here
is
tonight.
reconstructed from the
Interesting fucking
response
poll so far. Very interesting. Doesn't matter if you've been doing it 10 years or 6 months, the pressure can get to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute uninterrupted. Next one is Liv Taylor. Liv Taylor.
React to those changing modes, and the answers that the rabbis give back.
So I recently
say a
turned
lot.
31, and
Besides
as a woman, I realized that now I'm in my 30s. There's a point in your life that you realize you're no longer in your 20s. Like that decade of your life is over. That defining point. There's a defining point. For me, I thought this is when you turn 30. Apparently, that was when I realized I went from having headlight tints to a headlight and a fog light.
In the 16th century, but it's only in recent years that it has been connected specifically with Benvenida.
Like, I don't even have kids to blame this on, and I'm half Puerto Rican.
Major 60-page article.
Nothing short of a miracle in and of itself. I have half, and I don't speak Spanish. I think I'm more what you call like Puerto Rican.
Of this controversial will is in fact associated with her and her family.
And I get that back from my dad.
By the way, it makes me
hard to
think
talk
of
about
my
him,
father,
not because he's dead or anything, but because he's just such a fucking narcissist.
Whenever there is
He's
a
Puerto Rican.
will,
It makes sense. When my dad's like that kind of narcissist, that's he went to a military high school. He's convinced that he's a veteran.
That never happened. My father, all of a sudden, passed away, but only because I'm an only child. And who else am I going to fight with? But, anyways, here's the story.
Fucking pull of the night so far. Barely decent yet. The number 1 ranked fucking pull
husband
of
the
night.
Hell
yeah. I bet you would.
Some years after the exile from Naples to Ferrara,
You're
had
half
to go
Puerto
on
Rican. Is that why you think one of your tits is garbage?
And he apparently at that time composed a will.
Still got it.
Then, several years later, while he was treated for an illness,
Taylor, how long have you been on stand-up?
Almost 2 years in
well,
November.
he was ultimately killed by a medicine that was prescribed to him by a local
Yeah, I
doctor.
actually have
been
been working for about 2 months. The last time I was on, I didn't have a job. I found a job.
But at any rate, Samuel dies. I believe
A lot of
he
people
was
think
15,
people just
50.
make money off
And
Cameo here for
there's
some reason.
immediate dispute over
Steven, as a
the disposition
vet
of his
tech,
property.
So you're around animals.
Yeah, I actually work in specialty, so I work in anesthesia and surgery.
Amazing.
Yeah.
What is some of the worst animals to deal with?
There are firstborn male children here. There are survivors. What's the problem? The main problem is that Samuel had a child from a previous relationship. His name was Isaac.
There are some nice ones, but for the
Now,
most
we
part, they
don't
fucking suck.
know, it's
I
not
agree
entirely
completely. That's why
clear
we're trying to deport a
how
lot of them right now.
Isaac came to be. The sources are
Back to
vague,
Chihuahua.
the Jewish sources at any rate.
Back to
The
Chihuahua.
Italian
There's a
sources
Chihuahua
refer
in
to him as
Mexico.
naturale bastardo.
Yes.
Which I think
You said it like it was one
what
word. I
that
was trying
might
to
mean,
back to Chihuahua.
but
All right, there you go.
Sorry, I tried to spell on you.
it could have
Yeah,
come from a
it's weird.
prior
It's weird. One of my
marriage,
tits feels weird
of
all of a
which we
sudden.
are ignorant. But anyways, the firstborn male was his son Isaac,
Liv, what do you do
who
for fun?
was only a half sibling to
I'm
the
very
later
homebody,
Joseph,
so I
who
like
was
hang out
born
at
to
home with my
Ben-Zimri.
dogs, but I like to hang out with
Now,
friends. I've
Isaac,
been pretty much bar hop since I've been here in
upon
Austin.
the death of his
I was just
father,
trying to
claimed
not start
assets.
the
And
new life.
Isaac, by the way, was
Religious,
known to
unless,
Ben-Zimri. It was
God,
not a secret.
No,
He did not
no.
live with the
No,
family.
not religious.
He was an adult at this time.
Yeah, no,
And
movies, I mean,
he
like, just
claimed
really hang out.
his
I'm
share, which
very
according
boring.
to traditional biblical law,
I've really
would be
delved into
Pishai,
comedy
which
since I moved to Austin.
twice
What are some of the wildest
the
things
size
that you've seen out there in the
younger
comedy scene?
brothers.
This whole show, it's always comedians. We never
brothers
really get to delve
However,
into
another,
the gritty, what it's
very
like
well-respected
at the Austin
principle of
open
Jewish
mics and
law
whatnot.
is
What have you
Amos
seen?
Mechavero
Tell us
ala
about it.
Raya.
It's
If
pretty
you want
dirty
to
out
take
here.
property that is in the possession of someone else,
There's piss
the
literally
onus is on you
everywhere.
to provide proof that you
I
should
mean, you can
get
be
this.
friends with the homeless,
So
or you
there
can
was
be
a
their worst
dispute,
enemy. I
and 3
choose the latter.
years after Shmuel Abraham dies, Benvenida
I mean,
produces
How about
the
at the
will.
open mics? Once you get
So
there,
one of
you're
the big
talking
questions
more
is
about
why
the
did
walk
she wait
to the open
3 years
mics.
to produce this will?
Literally
She
what you
said
think it is.
it's
It's
because
just
it
like
had lots of
hundreds of us
embarrassing
just sitting
things.
around
And it
waiting
did.
for our names to be called.
The
Some
will
people get
itself
dislodged out, shit
is a
faced.
very unusual
I just
document.
gotta
In
hang
many
out
ways,
with
we'll
my,
explore two
close
specific
friends
ways in a second. But one of the things it says is
No, I drink
that
here and there, but I don't
the
like shit
heir
faced.
to
At
Shmuel's
least on these
property
nights.
Why get
is
shit
not
faced when
Isaac,
you already have a shit body?
and is
You're
not
right,
his
Liv.
son Judah.
Oh, come
It's
on.
Benvenida.
Shut up.
He leaves
What
his
kind of
property
show do
to
you
his
think you
wife,
showed up
It's
to?
a 40-pound
his
shed
heir,
from last year,
and
so
that
I think I'm
is
actually
highly unusual.
That's great. That's
Typically,
Greece one hell of a
the
diet.
firstborn son receives more,
Greece
the
one
other
hell of a
sons
diet.
receive
What
the
happened?
balance,
What did you
and
lose?
the
I'm a
mother
I lost my husband
is
last year.
Oh, shit.
expected to
Oh, we talked about it last time. It's
supported
cool.
Remind
by
me, what
these
was what happened?
sons. This is,
People just
you know,
drive.
when
that's
you read
right.
the Torah and you imagine
There it
things
is.
like the Middle Eastern ancient setting, you always imagine, I
There
should
he
say always,
is.
but
We
predominantly
have
women
amazing
live in the
technology
shadow
here
of
at
men.
Rogan's
They're in the
Comedy
shadow
Club.
of
Thank
their
you to
protective
Spotify
father,
for
their protective husband,
the
or in this
amazing
case, their
technology.
protective
We're able
son.
to tap into the
A lot of
audio
fascinating
in
discussion. I
heaven.
love what does it mean now that women have economic independence?
It
What does
is
that mean
quite
for
incredible.
many
We're
of
getting
these
word
issues?
that
And
your
it came to play here as
former
well.
husband is trying to
And not
tell
only
us
was
something right
Benvenida
now. Hold on.
named
Here he is.
the heir of all this
Wow,
property,
okay. What's his name?
she was the executive.
Joe is joining us from
Meaning
heaven.
she could decide
Joe.
when and how
It's a brand
much
new
to
segment on
give
this
to
show. We're
each of the
testing out this new
sons.
technology.
There was an indication that they should receive part of that wealth, but it depended on how they behaved and who they married. They
Hold on a
married
second.
women
Wait, was that
that
Antonio Brown I just heard? Is he
There are
dead?
a lot of conditions
Antonio, what'd you
attached
say?
to this will that was revealed again 3
Oh
years
my God.
after the death.
All
So
right.
this, because of the massive
So,
amount of money that's associated
if you
with
have
this will,
like a
imagine this is
short-term
not
goal
just some
for your
shtetl
comedy,
will.
what would it
We're
be?
talking about, a Reichman kind of will, a Bill Gates
I mean, I'd like
sized
to be
will. And
at least featuring in
maybe
the
I should
next,
say
2 years. I know
rich
I'm
Jewish
not
guy.
ready for something like that now.
Okay,
I'm
there you go.
definitely still working and building.
Well, okay,
That's
let's say,
so yeah, I'd say like 2 years.
I don't want to put
Maybe
Jared
5
Kushner will
Oh,
raise
actually,
a
I have
big
a
amount of
picture
money.
of
you with, like, I went to a show of yours, it was like the year before my mom died.
that attracted
What year was
the
that?
solicited and unsolicited opinions of rabbis all over the world, including the opinion of the great Maharam Padua, Rabbi Yosef Karo was cited very heavily, very important rabbis who were really the leading figures of their day. What were the major elements of conspiracy? There are two elements of it, both of which are striking and have tremendous implications for Jewish law. The first is the will almost totally ignores
She's smiling.
Jewish
She's
law.
living her dream. She's on the
The
biggest show
world
in our
gives
industry.
the
Yeah, you gotta be
money
nice. She was
to
there.
the
Part of the
wife.
trunk is still on her face.
And while there's kind of like a
God,
token
you're
where he says
very
regarding his son
rosy,
Isaac,
man,
he should get
But I
some
like your set
special
so much
jewels
so that
that are
you're leaving with a big
precious and
jump up today.
valuable.
Live just
It
based
doesn't
on the
give him the
fact
true
that
shine
you're the
that
best
the
fucking
Torah
pull
refers
so
to
far. There you go.
Now this is not totally outside of what can be expected because there is a very well-known phenomenon that in order to find a way to
girl whispering into her boyfriend's
distribute
ear over
one's
there.
wealth before death, there is this Halachic institution called
Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by Shopify. When we were young, we used to dream of being
I have
anything.
$100,000.
An astronaut, the president,
I
a
would like
princess.
to make sure that
That's
all
me.
of my 10 kids
Instead
get
of dreaming of
equally,
going to space
so
or
I'm
owning
giving
your
it
own
to them
castle,
right now,
maybe start dreaming of
while I'm
owning your own
alive,
business. You'll need a
$10,000.
website, a
And then
payment
whatever's
system,
left
a
after
logo, and a
I
way
die
to
will go
advertise to
towards
new customers. It can all be
inheritance law.
overwhelming
So
and
it's
confusing,
not
but thankfully,
completely unheard
that
of.
is where Shopify comes in. Shopify is the commerce platform behind millions of businesses around the world and 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands just getting started.
Antonio loves Shopify. You can accelerate your content creation. Shopify is packed with helpful AI tools. Get the word out like you have a marketing team behind you. Easily create email and social media campaigns wherever your customers are scrolling or strolling.
Bowling.
Best yet, Shopify is your commerce expert with world-class expertise in everything from managing inventory to international shipping to processing returns and beyond. If you're ready to sell, you're ready for Shopify. So turn your big business idea into Shopify on your side. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/GilTony. Go to Shopify.com/GilTony. 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 Hello there. This podcast is sponsored by OpenPhone. If you're running a business, you know that every time you miss a call, you're leaving money on the table. With every customer conversation matters. You need a phone system that keeps up and helps you stay connected 24/7. That's why you need OpenPhone. OpenPhone is the #1 business phone system that streamlines and scales your customer communications. It works through an app on your phone or computer, so no more carrying two phones or using a landline. With OpenPhone, your team can share one number and collaborate on customer calls and texts.
Rabbi shared inbox that way. Split with some of the very prominent rabbis saying it should be, the will should be set aside, and others saying the will should be upholded. In the end, after a protracted legal debate, both sides agreed to arbitration. And Isaac, in his depositions on the fair, said that he felt badly about going to arbitration, but he was broke, and he could not support himself and his family
I love it,
while
no brainer.
engaging
That's why I've been working with you for so long. OpenPhone is
extended
offering our
lawsuit
listeners
with
20% off
his
your first
stepmother
6 months at
over this bill. He
OpenPhone.com/GilTony.
may
That's
end up winning in the end, but he simply could not afford the lawsuit. So as a result, they went to arbitration, and the will was divided accordingly as per
no missed calls. No missed
the will
customers.
of
All right.
One more
Your next
detail that I
bucket
think
bowl
is
goes
quite
by the name of
fascinating here.
Benny
Since
G.
there's a lot of
Benny
depositions
G.
involved and a lot of swearing
Here
was
he
going
is.
on at this time, it's fascinating to see how Jews took the
So I
oath.
married
I mean,
the
if they were Jews per se, then they typically took the oath on some kind of Torah scroll, or at least a printed Chumash, which were available at this time. If they were Portuguese New Christians, then sometimes, even though they were Jews, they would take the oath on a traditional Bible at a Christian use as well. And it's fascinating to see the whole range of adaptations that Jews were making to society at that time. So that's the last story we have about Benvenuta. Let's just think a little bit about her legacy in this context. So what we begin to see in the period of life of Benvenuta Abraham, and we will explore it more as we move through the 16th century, is that ironically, by expelling its Jews and then later by expelling its new Christian heretics, meaning these crypto Jews and Portuguese
I love
Jews.
the first like 30 seconds of that. That was good. And then I had no idea really what the fuck you were talking about.
I felt like I kind of got edged with Genius.
The arthritis hand opener had me. I was very interested. And then something redhead.
First of all, had a strong connection to each other over a broad swath of international territory. We're located in many different countries to a degree that we've never had before as Jews tended to use, if we can use the phrase, chain migration, where we tended to make small incremental moves across the coast of North Africa or up the Italian peninsula. All of a sudden they're scattered, literally the word diaspora means scattering. They're scattered across the Mediterranean, and they constitute one community. They constitute one nation. This is something which is very unprecedented in European history and certainly Jewish history. And furthermore, because of the strange, nuanced shading of the Portuguese Jews, that is, those Jews who, as baptized Christians, were technically free from legal restrictions, and if they could find themselves in a home where there was a sufficiently tolerant climate, they could nevertheless practice Judaism. Jews tended to exploit that new identity for their economic and political and legal benefit. So this created a very unusual, powerful minority that began to coalesce under this identity of Sephardim, and perhaps helped to understand the long-lasting and secure notion Sephardim have of their joint identity. I hope that you found this lecture interesting and enjoyable, and I had fun, maybe except for that joke part. Next week, as I mentioned, we're going to focus in on Samuel Usquay and his horrible personal experience in the Portuguese expulsion and his explanation for it in a remarkable work which was translated into English only in 1970. Thank you for your attention and your endurance.
Did God tell you to leave that bitch? Was that the first thing he said?
So, it is me. I've come to answer your call. You deserve the 70%. You have to leave this family and sign up for Kill Tony on Monday nights in Austin, Texas. Your story deserves to be heard.
We actually did end up getting divorced.
Absolutely.
I had a feeling I was on the spectrum, so I went and got tested. Turns out I had Asperger's.
What a waste of a test.
Turns out, in a stunning turn of events, you have Asperger's. Congratulations on being the last person to find out. They tested him in the parking lot like a COVID test. They're like, yeah. He just rolled down his window. They're like, yeah, you got it.
I saw his thumb in his pocket, and they're like, yeah, go ahead.
The old warm thumb, one of the first giveaways of Asperger's. Alright. What's some of the most Asperger-y things that you do?
I have really bad social anxiety. Just not good with
damn, well, look at you facing your fears head on. Absolutely incredible. Benny, what else have you been doing in your life for fun?
Of that strange phrase.
Not a whole lot. Just going to church and volunteering where I can.
Okay, so tell us about some of the volunteering that you've done. Have you?
I went next week. Did a week with Samaritan's Purse out at Western North Carolina or whatever. Hurricane detail.
Okay. What did you do there?
We were just clearing a bunch of different trees and stuff that fall in people's homes.
Nice. Very cool. Incredible. Do you ever talk to the devil? I mean, if God talks to you, I mean, you might as well, like they say, lightning doesn't strike twice. But I mean,
thank you everyone for coming. I'm so glad you're here tonight. We have actually a really amazing subject.
There's someone calling in. What do we got in here?
I actually looked up just a minute ago exactly how to pronounce his name because I've been saying it a certain way for a long time, and I realized, oh my gosh, I don't want to do it that way. pronouncing it wrong for an entire 50 minutes. So I would guess the subject of tonight's lecture is Samuel Usquay. However, when I looked it up online, they said Usquay, which seems to be not in conformity with the rules of pronunciation, but on the other hand, the name is Portuguese. So please, those of you who know how to pronounce this properly, forgive me if I say Usquay. It's going to come naturally. But at any rate, I don't mean by this kind of lighthearted introduction to diminish in any way the tremendous heroism of this individual that we speak about today. It amazes me that so few people are familiar with his work. He's one of those tremendous heroes of the Jewish literary tradition, literally risking his life to put certain words to paper, and the book that he ultimately completed that we'll be looking at tonight was in fact a treasured possession of many a conversal family. Many Sephardim, particularly from Portugal, actually gave up their lives for possessing this particular book. I believe that tonight you will be transformed by the story of Samuel Usquay and his book, The Consolation for the Tribulations of Israel. An absolutely amazing phenomenon that I look forward to discussing with you over the next 40 minutes or so. So let us begin with our usual thank yous. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Mr. Brandon Sultan in honor of the Sultan and Benarat families. I'll just read what it says here. The Sephardic roots are expressed in a desire to honor the convivencia, as we discussed last semester, right? The coexistence of Muslims, Jews, and Christians for that brief period of time in Al-Andalus, and also in loving memory of Mrs. Jean Milstein, whose relentless optimism was an inspiration to us all. I also have to make a good ending, so thank you to Mr. Sultan, who is a regular viewer of these lectures online. I have to make a quick announcement. Remember, next week is President's Day, so we will not have our conventional class on Monday night, but gear up because the following week we'll be studying the Fidah, Rabbi Azulai, one of the most important figures of the 18th century, who was really a transformative figure in creating the identity of Sephardic Jews by uniting them around the entire Mediterranean basin. Absolutely fascinating figure, very, very prolific and active in all kinds of Jewish affairs. We're also short, unfortunately, a sponsor for next week, so if anyone would care to donate to our student scholarship fund, we ask for $250 to make these lectures possible, and the money goes entirely 100% to our students to help them pay the sometimes difficult tuition bill, because college is expensive, and in order to make this work, we try to help them in every way possible. You can sponsor by visiting this website.
Meanwhile, there's you just unable to tell a lie just over here. Bean Spiller, first of his name.
Tonight's lecture is going to
Admiral
rely
of the Aspergers.
almost exclusively, certainly very heavily, on the research of Dr. Martin A. Cohen, who translated and wrote a critical edition of this Portuguese work that is the core of our subject tonight. Portuguese is just not one of those languages that is well studied in Judaic studies as a whole. Obviously, the Brazilian community is much more familiar with it, but in Europe, Israel, Portuguese is lower down in the languages that we go to. Nevertheless, we have essentially a Shakespearean work, something of that great status in Portuguese literature, authored by the Jewish individual that we'll discuss tonight, Samuel Usquay. And we're deeply grateful to Dr. Cohen for his pioneering research in many areas of Sephardic studies. We'll be returning to his research when we look at conversos and crypto-Jews here in the Americas, where he's done quite a bit of research as well. So let's kudos to Dr. Cohen. Let us now go right to the topic at hand. What exactly are we talking about? We're going to focus on this book here, which is truly a most dangerous book. It was a book which was banned early on by the Inquisition and consigned to the flames in 1553, but it was ultimately a book that transformed the lives of so many Jews who had felt that all hopes were dashed, that everything that for a millennia and a half of exile reduced and worked for was for naught, and it strengthened their spirits and allowed them to continue to maintain their identity as best as possible under unimaginable conditions. Specifically, the title of the book is, as you see here in Portuguese, translated to English, Consolations for the Tribulations of Israel. It was published in Ferrara, Italy in 1553. I discussed Ferrara a little bit last week when we looked at the life of Benita Abravana. This was produced through her sponsorship and also that of her rival, Gracia Mendez. We will return to those two very important women to understand how they related to this particular book. And it was also authored and printed in a period when printing was still fairly rare. This is the heyday of early printing, the discovery of this new technology that allowed for wide dissemination of text. It meant that official organizations such as the church had to find ways to control the dissemination of often heretical or at least antinomian works to make sure that certain ideas did not circulate too far. Of course, some of them, such as Luther's translation of the Bible, circulated very far and had a tremendously negative impact on the Catholic Church. This is the period of time when this guy came out with this particular work. You see that the frontispiece has this image of the globe, which is meant to reveal the scattering of the Portuguese Jews in particular after the Spanish Inquisition and the Portuguese expulsion. We'll discuss those details. And the kind of the banner around here says, my whole place in God, and you can see that the wackiness of the early printing is such that they not only say the year, but they even published the date, the 7th of September, that it was published. Like somehow, maybe it was Arabic or something, I don't know, but it's like you put the specific date that was published there. Now, just to give you a sense of what this book meant, we can look at some of the Inquisition trial records, of which we have copious numbers. Ironically, this is a theme that we've come back to many times, really, since the false mystery. There are uncanny parallels between the Spanish Inquisition and expulsion and the Holocaust of the last century. So many parallels in terms of social development, in terms of how governing authorities dealt with the challenges of a changing society and so on. And in one of those areas, we see again that just like the Nazis, kept such incredibly detailed records, and they were very, very particular about what exactly happened when, who would manage it, so on. The Inquisition also had very, very detailed records. And so scholars who wish to understand the mechanics of destruction of that 14th and 15th century have a tremendous amount of material to work with. So specifically, there was a Portuguese Jew named Thomas Fernandes. Most Jews took Christian names when they were baptized. He was certainly not a new converso. He was probably several generations into Christian identity, but of course they retained their attachment to Judaism nevertheless. He was arrested in Lisbon in 1558, and he was tried for quite some time before he was eventually sent to the flames. Specifically, he was tried for crimes that he had allegedly committed, that is, crimes against the faith, while he was in Bristol, England. You recall, by the way, I have to do a very quick review for
those oil and gas companies tend to be able to afford lawyers and private investigators. How did they think they were going to get away with it?
Recall, just very briefly, that the Spanish Inquisition, which later spread to Portugal, was not technically speaking directed at Jews. It was directed at Jews who had been baptized. Forcibly,
what did they spend that money on? Do you remember anything specific where you're like, that's
this is referring to new Christians, so-called new Christians, that is, they were Jewish,
even your own mother was fucking your wife.
Who were not adhering to the tenets of Roman
Benny, I love your style. You're so loose up here. You're smiling, and 15 minutes ago you were shaking.
Or their children or grandchildren or great-grandchildren
who are not abiding so much for coming by NEG, everybody.
Later, in 1492, the Spaniards expelled all the Jews as opposed to the New Christians who were allowed to stay. But they expelled the Jews because they were suspected correctly of continuing to maintain contact with these so-called New Christians and to be a center of authority and education and religious practice.
All right, this is my fourth time now on the show. It has not made me famous, but it's cool because I still look
directed technically at Christians.
I know I look like a racially ambiguous Ross from France.
The expulsion was directed at Jews per se.
Not too long ago, a dude came up to me in the street and said, "Hey, you kind of look like a special needs David Blaine."
Because many of those Jews who are called Spanish were in fact Jewish and expelled. Many of the Jews who are called Portuguese were in fact forcibly converted.
That's kind of fucked up because like, I don't even listen to Drake.
At any rate, in the trial, the Inquisition trial in the 16th century of Thomas Fernandez, we have this interesting passage in which he writes that when he was living in Bristol, there was another New Christian named Simon, that was really Simeon, who lived in London, and Fernandez had also already under torture given up this name, so he was speaking about all of his associates in the context of the Inquisition trial, and that this other individual, Dr. Royes, had given Mr. Fernandez a book of prophecies, a printed book of prophecies.
Like all of those things, you are indeed the platform that God has given you. A face like that has led you right here in this moment with great jokes about what the fuck you look like. It is incredible. A lot of people with a face like that would use that and have nothing to do with it in their respective industry. Meanwhile, it's like you have a prophet with you at all times.
I love it. I'm signing autographs left and right. None of them are for me, but it's fucking fun shit.
There are a few errors in here, like for example, it says it was dedicated to Beatriz.
Are your ears fucked up, or is that just the hat and hat?
But yeah, you're the big ears, man. I don't know. I lost like 55 pounds lately. And whenever it's happened, it's just gone all my ears. Like, I fucking hear everything too. So
in Portuguese, it was a quarto, refers to the size of the volume. And as this was a burden on his conscience, meaning the person who was being tortured to confess here, he asked pardon of our Lord Jesus Christ, he asked for penance, and the inquisitors ultimately accept his penance and share his the words they accelerated
definitely melted on
the fires of the buffet. But
it is an interesting look. Did your whole family look like this?
Circulation of
just you, pretty much. How do you think this happened?
And we know from many trials that it's circulating both in manuscript copy and in printed copy, and it was
painstakingly written out in full
from one family and handed to another in order to convey the message that it contained. A message of hope, a message of consolation, a message of chizuk, of strengthening for the Jewish people. It tends to drop away from Jewish consciousness after the 16th century for several reasons. One is, I mentioned, it's written in Portuguese, it was never translated until the 20th century. Portuguese Jews did have some familiarity with Spanish, and in fact, the author himself writes that he could have chosen Spanish
anything crazy happened in your life since the last time you were on the show?
But he felt he really wanted to
I got hit by a car riding a lime scooter.
Those ones who were living in that liminal space between being fully Jewish and being fully Christian. He chose Portuguese specifically, so that limited it to some degree. It could be that the reason why it fell out of circulation is because in 1553, almost immediately after it was printed, the papacy instituted a mass book burning of Jewish texts, and it probably got caught up quite a bit in that first major book burning of the 16th century, and also it may speak to the tremendous secrecy with which the converso community guarded this treasured book that we only know about it primarily from what the inquisitors have to say. It does make some impact on the literary tradition, but unfortunately, many other tribulations rose up shortly thereafter, and it tends to get lost. Let us now look to the history of the Jews of Portugal to try to place this very specific work within that context.
What the fuck up here?
So you recall,
so it's not really
as I mentioned a few minutes ago, there was first conversions in Spain that goes really back to the 14th century, in which some over-enthusiastic lower clergy in particular, acting in many times against the will of the papacy and entire clergy converted tens of thousands of Jews to
Somebody want
Christianity.
order number
And those
33,
Jews who were baptized were
I think they
suddenly
said your face
trapped
has
because the Catholic
autism.
Church does not recognize the institution of
Very
forced
saggy.
conversion, at least not in the
I'm gonna film
14th
myself
century.
later.
In other words, if a
Kim
person
has
was
one joke that
baptized,
doesn't
even
work. She
against
goes
their
on a
will,
6-minute
they
break.
were
Fuck you.
nonetheless
right now.
Christian. As I think we mentioned last semester, we
Well,
talked
Ty,
about the
fun
terrible
times. You were on the show again. You've been
Motara
on
was
numerous
already in
times
the
before. Anything else
19th
crazy we should
century
know
was
about you? How
kidnapped
did it
by the
end?
church
Did
because
she give you
the
money?
maid in his
Yeah,
home,
well, we're kind of
thinking that
selling
he,
right
as
now.
an
I've been
infant,
up
was
and
going
out
to
the
die
ride
of
with the same
scarlet
cop
fever or something like
here
that.
on the last
She had
story
him
that I
baptized because she
told on the
worried
show.
about his
I
eternal
didn't
soul.
rehash anything.
And when the
It was the same guy,
papacy
so
found
he was
out,
like,
they
hey, you
actually
want all this
kidnapped
information?
him
You
and
need to go ahead
never
and do
returned
this. I was
him.
like, I think I'm
He
fine.
grew up
It's
as
like,
a
you're
priest
not fine.
and
So
engaged even
we'll
in
see what happens.
proselytizing with Jews.
Okay, well, I hope
Steven
the settlement
Spielberg
happens
is
before
now
this
with a major
episode comes
motion
out.
picture about the Motara
Oh,
affair,
you'll notice the
which
limp
is
now
soon to
when I
be a
leave.
blockbuster.
Oh, yeah.
Anyway,
Sure.
you've got in Spain now this massive
All right, Ty
population
Marion.
of
What do you got?
Jews
You got a good joke about me for?
forcibly converted
Well, then there
who
you go.
now
Ty
have
Marion,
free
everybody.
reign in
All
the
right.
economy and
Very
society of
exciting.
Spain because they're no
Guys,
longer
this
held
podcast is
captive
sponsored by
by the
ZipRecruiter.
restrictions
You
that
know,
were
it can be
associated with
overwhelming
their
to have
prior
too many
Jewish
options.
identity.
Figuring
This
out
was
which
very
TV
upsetting
shows
to the
to
social,
stream
political,
or
and
deciding what to
economic
wear in the
order,
morning, it can just be too
and
much.
especially
Well,
because
the same
many
applies
of
if you're
these
a
Jews
business owner who's
continued
hiring.
with
It
their
can be
traditional
overwhelming to have too
Jewish
many candidates to
practice
sort
and
through. But
association,
you're in luck.
marrying with
ZipRecruiter
other
now gives you the power to proactively
sometimes
find
even
and
Jewish
connect
families,
with the
and
best
sometimes
ones
you would
quickly.
have
How? Through their innovative
marriages
resume
into
database. And right now
both
you can try it
Christian
for free at
families. It's highly
ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
destabilizing.
Do you think ZipRecruiter is the best hiring
first
site
time
out there?
Isabella not
ZipRecruiter
in the
resume
position to
database
control
uses
that
advanced
movement,
filtering
and
to
ultimately
quickly
in
hone in
1492
on the
decided
top
that's it.
candidates for
We're
your
going to get rid of
roles.
the Jews.
See a candidate
That
you're
will
really
solve the
interested in?
problem
You
because
can
now
unlock
these
their
officials
contact
will
info
have
instantly.
no
It's no
one
wonder
to turn.
ZipRecruiter's number
They
one
were
rating
very wrong.
hiring site
Ultimately, of
based
the
on
Jews
G.
who were
The number
expelled,
one
many of
rated
them
hiring
fled
site based on
to
G2.
neighboring
Skip the
Portugal
candidate
here
overload and
on
send
the
streamline
coast.
your hiring with ZipRecruiter. Work 4 out of 5 employers.
Now,
Question on
in
ZipRecruiter. Quality
Portugal,
candidate within the first stage.
it's
Just
an
go to the
exceptionally
exclusive web
sad
address
story of how they're
ZipRecruiter.com/Tony
treated.
right
There
now to
was
try it for free. Again, that's ZipRecruiter.com/Tony.
incredible cruelty and liberalism, which at
We're going to
times
bring up one of the
fears of
rising
this immigrant community that in fact they would be allowed to live safely
Canada
in
that's been
Portugal,
on
and
the show
another time
numerous times
crush
before.
those
Here were the
folks
new minute
in
makes
their
noise for Ben
infancy with
Bankus.
tremendous
Everybody is Ben
brutality. We
Bankus.
look at, now I would like to say my favorite kid, but I can't because I like his name. I mispronounce everything. It's
Going
Joao,
on.
right?
I got 2 kids. I just had my second kid.
Joao, but I like saying it
Yeah, my
Joao.
wife, she tells people,
So it's
yeah,
not
we had a
like
second
there,
kid,
this is
for our daughter.
Joao the
She have
second,
a friend.
who in 1492 admitted the Jews and said, listen, I see there's thousands of you pouring across my border. You're all very wealthy. The Jews are known as being the leaven of the economy. So you can come in here, you can bring your wealth, you can pay a special tax, and
But I
you can
got a
live
son
here for
now.
8
Every
months
guy
until
wants
you
to have a
sort
son, right?
yourself
Because it's
out.
manly.
You figure out where you're going to live.
You've seen those
And in the
gender
meantime,
reveals where the guy already
once
has
he
2 daughters, and then it
realized
comes out
how
he's like, fuck.
valuable this new immigrant community was, he said, you know, we should really keep the Jews here, but rather than simply open up his borders and give them free reign, he figured it would be much easier if they came and stayed as Christians. So he exposed them to many forced conversionist sermons, which were very popular since the 13th century in Spain.
My son's 3 months old.
The Barcelona dispute with Maimonides. And his successor was especially cool. So it was also Joao the second. He figured that one of the ways we're going to get the Jews to convert is actually to work through their children. After months and months of version of sermons with very little success, we actually took perhaps several thousand children and separated them from their parents and sent them to the newly discovered island of Sao Tome, which is here off the coast of West Africa, with the explicit statement that they would then be returned to their parents once their parents converted to Christianity. So that particular particular episode is
Is
recorded
there anything gay about the 3-month-old? You should think it might be gay, or is it just a funny
I'd
joke?
like to read it to you very quickly just to get a sense of his style and something which was immediately prior to his own birth.
He breastfeeds.
To my misfortune, he puts it in the present and the first person singular because the narrator is none other than Jacob the patriarch, who describes in a kind of symbolic way all of the suffering of Jews throughout time. So right, to my misfortune, the island of Sao Tome had recently been discovered. It was inhabited by lizards, snakes, and other venomous reptiles, and was devoid of rational beings. They used it, for example, as a slave fortress for the burgeoning transatlantic slave trade that would dominate the region. Here the king exiled condemned criminals, and he decided to include among them the innocent children of these Jews. Their parents had seemingly been condemned by God's sentence. When the luckless hour arrived for this barbarity to be inflicted, mothers scratched their faces in grief as their babies, less than 3 years old, were taken from their arms. Honored elders tore their beards when the fruit of their bodies was snatched before their eyes. The fated children raised their piercing cries to heaven as they were mercilessly torn from their beloved parents at such a tender age. Several women threw themselves at the king's feet, begging for permission to accompany their children, but not even this moved the king's grief. One mother, distraught by this horrible unexampled cruelty, lifted her baby in her arms and paying no heed to its cries, threw herself on the ship into the heaving sea and drowned, embracing her only child. Thus, those innocent souls who were living in their parents' sweet tenderness by such inhumanities and delivered into the power of merciless enemies. O brothers, who could describe to you the hidden and visible anguish which choked all my children? The sighs, the tears, the bloody and febrile groans which were heard in all their houses. For there are no words of consolation to relieve a pain so great, even though each one had good reason to hope for consolation. He goes on to say that when these innocent children arrived at the wilderness of Sao Tome, which was to be their grave, they were thrown ashore and mercilessly left there. Almost all were swallowed up by the huge lizards on the island, and the remainder, who escaped escape these reptiles, wasted away from hunger and government. Only a few were miraculously spared that dreadful misfortune. Absolutely horrific, unimaginable kind of persecutions that were meted out to the Jews in an attempt to bring them into Portuguese society.
You're absolutely right.
But unfortunately, it gets worse. So this is a picture of the successor, Manuel the First. Manuel the First, the king, wanted to create a dynastic union with Spain, creating one Christian dominion for the entire peninsula. And so, in order to effect this, he agreed to take the daughter of Queen Isabella, the Infanta Isabella, as his wife, creating a dynastic union. Isabella Ferdinand, very doctrinaire, anti-Judaic individual, insisted that they would not form a union with a country that still permitted Jews to exist. So Manuel agreed to expel all the Jews in 1497 in a manner similar to the Spanish expulsion of 1492. This is, by the way, not Isabella's daughter. This is his second wife, Maria. Isabella died with childbirth, and so he then married her sister in order to preserve the union. The expulsion of the Jews from Portugal, or the agreement to expel them, ironically is, as the historian Prescott put it, the first time that Jews were persecuted out of love. Ironic, right? Because he loved, it's not really funny. I don't know why I said it. Maybe I'll just cut that out of the internet because it doesn't make sense. The lizards. Forget it. Okay. So, what did he do? So he decided, I'm going to expel all the Jews, but then he realized, you know what? Once again, like his predecessor, the Jews are very valuable. So instead, you know what? Let's just baptize them all instead. Let's just make them Christian. That way we'll keep their wealth, we'll keep their know-how. It's only a few thousand Jews anyways, and so through various stratagems, he actually brought them to the seaside, and before boarding boats, they were baptized, and suddenly they became Christians, no more Jewish problems. in Portugal, and then immediately thereafter, he closed the borders. And he said that no new Christians may leave Portugal. So one of these ironic situations in which the Jews are not free to practice their religion. They are free to be Christians, and they're not free to remain either. They must remain within the boundaries of Portugal with their wealth and their economic know-how. So for the next several decades, Portuguese Jews are trying desperately to escape Portugal and find a place where they can practice Judaism freely. Amsterdam, Salonika, Constantinople, places like this, Spa, these are places where the Portuguese Jews, who were always in the inferior Spanish Jews, are now trying to find ways to live their life freely as Jews. But they're terribly afraid, with good reason, that if they were just ever trying to leave, then they would be subject to tremendous persecution. Mob violence dominates Jewish experience in Portugal over the next couple of decades. In 1503, so this is 1497 when they were forcibly baptized. Technically expelled, but then forcibly baptized to stay in Portugal. 1503 is a famine, and the Jews are, of course, blamed for the famine, and there's mob violence. So it's not Jews, these are the conversos, right? The Jews who have been converted to Christianity. Their presence is viewed as the reason for the famine. There's hyperinflation a few years later, and once again the Jews are blamed for the hyperinflation. In 1506 is an especially terrible moment when there's someone in church in, I believe it was Lisbon, on Easter Sunday, who marked that an icon of the Virgin Mary was glowing with a supernatural light, and one of these new Christians, a baptized Jew, says it's just a reflection of a candle. And the suggestion that there was a natural phenomenon created a horrible massacre in Lisbon, in which even lay clergy also participated. And we can list several of these kinds of mob reactions, because the general population is not happy with the introduction of these new economic competitors, who now, as Christians, even though everybody knows they're not really enthusiastic Christians, are beginning to dominate the economic echelon society. There is a little bit of a liberalization under July the 3rd in 1521, but then there's a series of more pogroms after there's a crop failure and several other things that go wrong. In 1531, things reach a climax when there's an earthquake. And so while the third says that's it, we're bringing them in position again, the dreaded Inquisition, which was, of course, scourged Spain. At this point, I would like to read once again from Gusto's work, in which he describes the Inquisition in terrifying and strangely modern terms. When I first read this, it felt to me a lot like Franz Kafka. In fact, in many ways, the Portuguese Inquisition was rather Kafkaesque. If you read the trial in particular, or the harrow, you recognize some elements. Maybe I wouldn't be surprised even if Kafka was influenced by it.
This is Rob White. Rob White.
Kill Tony, how's it going? Oh my God.
The king and queen sent to Rome for a wild monster, right? The Inquisition comes from Rome.
This is a terrible fucking outfit for
of
comedy,
such
guys.
strange form and horrible mien that
honestly, it's weird. Like, I don't actually do comedy. I have a full-time job. I'm a tattoo artist by day, stand-up comic at night,
its
which is
body,
fun because
an
basically I'm two
amalgam of
jobs and no
hard
one thinks
iron
it's
and
real.
deadly poison.
And
As an
so like it was a
adamantine
weird
shell
thing. Like
made of
growing up, like
steel
my dad's a
and covered
tattoo
with
artist, and
enormous
he saw me and he
scales.
was like
It
seeing how I
rises
was
in
acting
the
like
air
a
on a
tart. And he's like, I
thousand
need to
wings
solve this
with
shit.
black
I
and
need to toughen up
poisonous
my son.
pinions,
So
and
he
it
sent
moves
me
on
off
the
to
ground
work to learn
with
how to
1,000
tattoo
pernicious
with
and
this guy,
destructive
Crazy
feet.
Joe.
Its
At the age of
form is like
13.
both the awesome
13
lions
years
and the
old. I didn't
frightful
need to be working
serpents in
with
the
this guy.
deserts
He
of
was a
Africa.
fucking killer,
Its
okay? I
enormous
mean, like,
teeth
he wasn't
equal
killing them with
those
the
of the most
ladies or
powerful
doing killer
elephants.
tattoos. I
Its
mean, he
whistle
actually
or
murdered
voice
a guy.
kills
He
even
stabbed
more
him to
quickly
death.
than the venomous basilisk. Its eyes and mouth spew continual flames and blazes of consuming fire. And the food it eats is the fire in which human bodies burn. Its flight is swifter than eagles. The world it passes its shadow spreads a pall of gloom over the brightest sun. Finally, in its wake, it leaves a darkness like the darkness visited upon Egyptians in one of the plagues. And when it arrives at its destination, the green grass which it treads on, or the luxuriant tree on which it alights, dies, decays, and withers, and then is uprooted by the monster's devastating beat. It desolates the entire countryside with its poison until there is like the Syrian desert and sand, where no plant takes root and no grass grows.
5 years ago,
Now, he goes on to talk about how this affects the Jewish community, and the first thing to say here is that he says, I do not want to be remiss in telling you that in addition to the enemies, there were at that time some confessors, meaning like these Christians, who delivered their own brothers into this cruel monster's power, and leading to the cycle of torture and forced confession and denunciation of other Jews. Poverty was the story and the reason for most of their evil acts. Many poor confessors went to the houses of the richer brothers to ask for a loan of 50 or 100 cruzados for their needs. If any refused them, they accused him of Judaizing with them.
Yeah, that's how it goes. That's what happens on a show where you sign up and your name goes in a bucket. People don't know, and then now you know.
This is what you do.
This is the environment in which
you could have done something differently. You said you flew in today. What would you have done differently? There's a lot of people that are thinking about signing up.
Fly in the day before. Maybe you should soak up the energy and get yourself prepared so you don't come up here and just wing it.
When you say prepare yourself, do you think that 5 years of attempting to stay
and in a few scattered references of his
It's a hard thing to introduce yourself and tell it.
Format of the show.
Share some autobiographical information. He says that his family comes from Huesca, which is a town in Castile in Spain.
Now you're trying to insult the entire form of stand-up comedy, but everybody who's funny gets laughs in a minute, even if they're doing a 1 hour long special. There's laughs in the first minute.
So it's not
I blame the audience. That's shitty. Yeah, I get it.
There you go. All right, let's talk about your embarrassing life. What do you got for us? Anything?
Fucking horrible. I have horrible stories. Let's go.
Which it's an
I started tattooing at an early age. My dad had me tattooing in the shop.
Are you doing your material again?
No, this is like what I do every day of the week. 13 years old tattooing, so I've been doing it my whole entire life. And I did the worst fucking tattoo in the history of tattooing, like to the point where it's on every website. It's ruined my entire comedy and tattoo career simultaneously.
That his family entered Portugal right after the expulsion of 1492.
It was a Sopranos portrait of the fucking family. How do we find this? All you have to do is remember the show Sopranos tattoo.
We know that he has, based on his text, tremendous similarities with the broad swath
how do we find it was the question.
The guy had tattooed Eastside Dave. If you type in Eastside Dave's tattoo, it immediately just fills it fucking because I ruined his life too. And it's probably the worst. It looks horrible, so I did this. It was a radio promotion.
Oh my
grew up as a nominal Christian, where heavy education, the Jewish character was entirely prescribed, so he learned all of his Jewish knowledge underground in Portugal. But he may have gone to the University of Coimbra because he was very familiar with Latin and Greek and with the literature of the Church Fathers. It's not impossible, argues Poe, that in fact he may have been, like many
well-accomplished American traditional tattooer. That's what I always
Christians, he may have been studying for the priesthood, because only as a student of the priesthood he was given access to the kind of broad humanities education that was required to learn from we know from his own text that he managed to leave sometime after 1535, and he essentially embarked on a world tour, which he describes in his book, and we have some sense that he was in England throughout Central Europe. He also noticed Constantinople, Salonika, and Greece, all the places where Sephardic Jews had made their homes immediately after this expulsion, and in particular in the tremendous city of Islam, which was just then enjoying this tremendous explosion of Jewish creativity. But where he represents best is in Ferrara, where he actually wrote this book. Ferrara was the home of Doña Gracia and Benvenuta Agravana, the subject of last week's lecture. Two incredibly powerful and healthy women who used their political might and political acumen and their incredible resources to defend Sephardic Jews worldwide, to ransom captives, to engage in political machination, such as the attempted boycott of the court of Ancona and so on. I know the most important things that both of them did was that they supported early scholarship in Ferrara and allowed for tremendous energy and place into publishing. The Ferrara Bible shown here is the result of their efforts. Exactly in the same period as Restream wrote his book, and you can see in this particular image, which is written with the Ferrara Bible written in Spanish, for those who fled the Inquisition. You can see that this motif is very beautiful. These terrifying gargoyle-like features that sort of remind me of the wind scraps or the and here's a ship that's clearly in distress. The mast is broken, and there are these sea monsters in the water. This is kind of metaphorical with the Spanish Jews being exiled from their homeland, going throughout the Mediterranean, and even crossing the Atlantic to the New World with tremendous danger. There were three stories of note in Ferrara at this time, and scholars have wondered, how could it be like this is a name, which by the way, we don't even know how we spelled it in Hebrew. We only have it in the Portuguese and Roman letters. How is it that three was not a common name altogether in the same place? Possibly because they were related, or possibly because they all chose the same pseudonym. Solomon, Abraham, and Samuel, that's our protagonist here. They were publishers and writers together. Samuel in particular may be an acronym for Manuel Gomez, but the three of them together produced the Ferrara Bible and the Consolations for the Tribulation of Israel, and many other works of its kind.
Sometimes I think, like, what if I have bad news, like, in a fun, entertaining way, and then maybe I wouldn't mind that as much. Like, somebody be like, hey, just Greg.
So, I forgot to read you one thing here. Sorry, I wanted to read you. Don't worry, I only have 4 selections, and I've read 2 of them already. This is the beautiful dedication to Doña Gracia Nasi. Publishing is so dependent on material support. It doesn't happen by itself. People have to find.
That wouldn't be a bad way to get bad news, I don't think.
Ain't cannot ain't Torah. There's no flour, there's no Torah. You have to have. Okay. Anyways, the dedication here is to the very illustrious lady Doña Gracia Nasi. And so Cyrus writes, the heart is prized as the human body's noblest and most important organ, for it is the first to feel the pain which any other part of the body suffers. Indeed, it must be kept content for all the others to be at ease. Since my prime first purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation, Doña Gracia was also from Portugal. She was also a converso who returned to Judaism after fleeing the Iberian Peninsula. My prime purpose is to serve our Portuguese nation with this small branch bearing new fruit. It is proper to offer to your excellency, for you are the heart and the body of our people. In the remedies you have offered, you have always shown that you feel our people's sufferings more poignantly than anyone else. I say this not out of blind devotion, though I am your protege, most illustrious lady, and desire to satisfy your rich and to show myself in some small way grateful for the largesse I have received from your generous hand. Since you began to reveal your light, even our sufferings have imbibed this truth at their mother's breast. And your name and the memory of your goodness will forever be a part of the marrow of their bones, which is in fact true. We speak of Doña Gracia Mendes 500 years later with the same respect and admiration.
You don't make money in any way. How does the baby mama bring home the bacon?
She's a surgical
technician. To get a sense of the relationships there, she also speaks very positively of her rival, Benvenuta Agravana. Obviously, he did not
how do you keep things exciting in the bedroom? Do you
Anyway, what is the purpose of this book?
eat box while you eat box? Yes, sir.
It is, as I alluded to in his dedication there, that he wants to provide consolation
kids, are you
for
going to have
the
more?
scattered,
Very
embattled
small
populations of
family for a
Portuguese
San
Jews
Antonio Latino.
who are not sure what to do with themselves. They're hiding
What's the most Latino thing
their
about
Jewish
you?
identities. They're hiding their Jewish practices. They're trying to live a life of outward Christian behavior. They're worried about what will happen to their children, what will happen to their legacy. And on a deeper level, metaphysically, they're worried.
That's the answer. That's the most Latino thing about you. Just so you know.
1,500 years.
What do you do for fun when you're not hanging with the kids or attempting comedy?
And so he begins in his prologue, which maybe I won't read to, maybe I'll just paraphrase it. It's very good. He says, listen, I've written this book, which is in many ways a long swirl of agony.
Yes. Okay, yeah, I don't think anybody really got
it's
that.
a long swirl of agony,
It doesn't make sense, because why would the doctor
so
say?
many persecutions that we have suffered since the exile, actually 2,000 years ago,
like
the
you have
Babylonians.
cancer.
And
Something like
each
that.
of
No
those
one would believe 1
exiles,
minute
each
to
of those
live.
persecutions,
That's
we
right, unless
have
she's drowning or something.
endured primarily by attachment to our faith. She spends a lot of time talking about how the persecution itself is embedded in biblical texts. That this particular thing happened here, and you can see an allusion to it in the book of Deuteronomy.
Did you say 6 and 7, 6 and 8, the
parallels
kids?
are absolutely chilling.
Okay. They have to anything crazy,
the
good
same
kids?
in our own generation, looking at the Holocaust, where we see the similarities
what do they do that's
between
funny?
these far-off prophecies and some of the terrible things that we experience. But nevertheless, the fact is that if the prophecies that describe the
Elena says that she's getting boobies, so she needs to wear a bra. And I was like, well, that's a weird thing to bring up. And then I was like,
it's reminiscent.
It's fine, just don't wear her bra. She's like, well, tell her she doesn't have any
some
boobies.
rabbis are surveying the disaster in Jerusalem during the Deuteronomic persecutions of the 2nd century. And some of the rabbis are mourning and wailing. Rabbi Akiva, the greatest, starts laughing. And they say, Rabbi Akiva, why are you laughing? Oh, it was specifically a case because they saw a fox running through the home screen in front of his fans. What a terrible thing to have a fox running through the Holy of Holies like that.
We're having fun here tonight. Greg, what's the craziest thing in the history of your life? What do you think makes you different than everybody else?
If this is
I got a flu shot. I almost got paralyzed.
Foretold in our
Tell us
prophecies,
more about that.
then we will
So
also
I
see
got
the redemption
like
that is similarly
you know that
foretold in
those
our
papers they
prophecies.
give you when you get a
So
flu
this
shot.
book,
Nobody
in
reads.
Portuguese,
There's like a 10,000 cases a year that's when you get the parade, which is like I get paralyzed.
The specific persecutions that Jews
Yeah, like
endured
it was weird because I still had to go to work, and then they didn't send me to the neurologist until I went to the back of my throat. So I was like answering the phone like 16th century.
Absolutely fascinating structure. I mentioned already the language is Portuguese because he was speaking specifically to his generation. The style is in the form of a dialogue, particularly between 3 shepherds. There are these 2 shepherds who well, actually, I'll tell you that in the next slide. And the message I've already told you, so let's jump ahead. There's 3 dialogues, and then the first one introduces the 3 characters, where these are kind of like timeless people who live for centuries upon centuries. One of them is a shepherd named Cabo, which is an anagram for Yaakov, which is not a coincidence. Makes that clear in his introduction that this is what he's trying to do. And he is comforted by 2 other shepherds, one named Nimrod, for whom Restream says is representative of prophet Nachum. The word Nachum in Hebrew means consoler, memory consoled. And the other one, Zechariah, which is the prophet Zechariah, meaning the remembrance. Zechariah, remembrance God. And the first dialogue is actually has these 3 characters, and it really does read Shakespearean in a Shakespearean manner.
Alrighty, so I do actually have a doctor's degree, but
you
if
get
we're
a sense
completely
of
honest,
scenery,
I
they
am essentially
describe where they're sitting, what they're doing, sometimes using metaphors of the hunt.
Regardless, I still got a job at a college, and you wouldn't know by looking at me,
and he goes
but it was actually at a black college.
Elements of Jewish history in the first
I
novel
was
up to the
diversity hire.
Babylonian exile. I should
So
mention
I
at
go
this
by the
point,
stage name Dr. Rabbit for
many
reasons that
scholars
I
have kind
thought
of got
were
lost in the weeds
fairly
about this
obvious,
because
and also
as a
because all
historian,
the
he's
really
not
hot
so good.
girls that are
As a
blonde seem to
historian,
have already taken
there
the
are
name Bunny,
lots
so
of
that was off the
inaccuracies,
table.
and he is
But
heavily
what I
dependent
didn't expect
on
was
poor
that the
sources. So he
TikTokers
can
were
only
going
be
to
as
think that I
good
chose
as his
Rabbit
sources,
for how
and
I
quite often he's conflating dates
rather
with
than what I
conflating
thought was the
events,
more
and
obvious
he's
route.
confused about certain basic elements. But that's not what he's trying to do. He's not trying to write a history. He's trying to write a book of consolation, and the religious and psychological message is really what is covered up here. The second dialogue takes it from the time of the Jews in the 6th century before the Common Era, right up until the Roman exile, right?
Hello, Dr. Rabbit.
Dr. Stephen Fine, a scholar at the Yeshiva University, recently discovered
She looks like someone left their
traces
Barbie in
of
the sun.
pigment in the famous Arch of Titus
Welcome to the show. How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
And he was able to reconstruct
well,
the way it actually looked in the first century.
This is it,
So
really.
Romans,
I've done a
at
few
the
like
time it
stand-up
was built, actually
but
saw
not really
a
anything.
painted frieze that
My
looked
right back
something
professor
like
would say that my
this.
class is
It was
kind of,
much more
sorry.
garish
My
than
right
the
back
way that we
professor
see
would
it
say
today,
that my
but
class is
nevertheless
kind
it's
of
very
stand-up,
powerful thing.
but
And
I
if you
mean,
can imagine
ratemyprofessor.com if you go read about. That's where you go rate college professors before you sign up for their classes. So she's a professor. Yeah.
At any rate, let us go on. The third dialogue is perhaps the most fascinating, and the one that many scholars have meditated on the most.
Not anymore.
It goes from the first Roman exile, 2nd century, basically, right up until the 16th century.
I don't think I scared anybody, but I saw cultural diversity, believe it or not. Our class was called Get In.
Experienced himself or his immediate prior generations. So he now becomes a much more important source for
And can you give us a lesson here? Can you give us what it would look like if we showed up to your class and just like 10 seconds snippet of you as a professor?
And we have some sense of what Jewish life was like as he wanders around these scattered sephardic communities.
Actually do it?
Yeah.
So I'm not good with technology, so usually I walk in and then I'm like messing with the computer, and then I like say some words, and then they all laugh, and I say, please don't like report me, please don't put that on my dignity vow, and I have to like overcompensate for it, but
he wraps up all of his thoughts about the persecution of Jews and
college
connects it
professor thing just
specifically
for 10 seconds. Just
to
pretend like you're a college
the
professor
coming
right
of
now.
the
Pretend
Messiah,
like I'm a
though
black
he may
college
tarry
student.
with tremendous drama and feeling. It's hard to not be swept away into the ocean of this work. If you can imagine yourself in the kind of conditions under which Portuguese Jews would have been reading this. Perhaps they would have been working with a newspaper in the hand, copy his mother. Perhaps the head of the family would have been reading it by candlelight quietly in order to arouse the attention of neighbors. Perhaps they would have been physically studied in a secret room in the house.
Studies are the motherfucking children of the cold up here.
Honestly, I'm so painfully white that like half the time I don't know what they're saying, or I didn't know what they were saying.
This, by the way, is photographic.
Dr. Rabbit, what do you think is the blackest thing about you?
After this
I do have a black daughter, and I don't know who her father is.
The ultimate redemption that in many ways we can enjoy aspects of it today with a free state in this world itself. No theological context implied there. So taking it as a whole, the legacy of some of this is extremely important. Although very rarely studied. This is, by the way, a sense of the kind of environment which they were adopted.
They were all hoping that you got adopted one of your students, literally.
Since we have
nothing like that. That's not why I still don't work
parallel of the Holocaust and the Spanish Inquisition expulsion, it makes me wonder, who is writing this kind of material for us today? Where are the authors who are giving us a coherent message that helps us assimilate the prolific
You adopted a black child and you're a
Jewish people
professor at a
endured
black
last
university.
century
What's up with
into our
Well, not anymore. But yeah. Well, it doesn't sound like that. I did adopt a black child while I was at the black university, but I then left and went to an all-girls university. That's where I'm at now. But
Always giving our children away.
Thank you very much for your attention and your endurance. Remember, no class next week, but we'll begin the week after with the lecture on the Tibet.
Incredible. Do you only have one adopted child?
Yeah, just her.
Awesome.
So just 2 of us, yeah.
Okay, great.
You enjoyed that.
Awesome. How old is she?
14.
14. Amazing. So let me ask you this, because I'll bet you it did happen. My question is, did a lot of the guys at the colleges flirt with you? Because there's a lot of teacher-student hookups. I bet some laid it on pretty thick. Am I right?
I don't know if I'm really the type that they go for, but I mean, no, I'm kind of a pushover.
I'm not going to take this 30 seconds or so that I have right now to go through all of it. So there's no question that we are living in a for example, things that come to live with them are that taste and fantastic repair.
Oh no, you are is the line of the night. Sealed forever. That is incredible. Brought to you by ZipRecruiter, Shopify, Prize Picks, and OpenRoad. Ali Sadiq's 2 new specials are at Ali Sadiq Comedy on YouTube. Holy shit. Okay, Dr. Rabbit. So, what happened? Why did you leave the black college?
She's got, if we're just completely honest, she's got a lot of special needs, and it was hard for me to do it completely on my own. So my parents were willing to step up, and she had been in 7 foster homes, and yeah.
The adopted daughter?
Yeah.
Okay, I asked a different question.
Oh, sorry. Why did I leave the college? I literally just left so that I could get help from my parents in Indiana to help raise her.
Got it. Amazing. So she has special needs. What are those special needs?
She needs a black mom. I mean, I'm not great at her hair, I'll be honest, but I try. I have a feeling I'm not going to have a job when I get back. Anyways, but I don't even know what you asked.
What are the special needs of the adopted child?
Yeah, so she's got pretty significant fetal alcohol syndrome. Because she came from foster care, so I got to really reiterate that so they don't think it's me.
Right.
But every time I go to the doctor, I'm like, she's adopted, and I kind of look like a jerk, but then they see why I have to really emphasize that. But she does have an intellectual disability and some physical, like she has seizures and stuff because of the brain damage.
Let me ask you a question.
Yeah.
When you adopt a kid like that, did you know that when you got it, or do you get a discount or something? Like, how does that work exactly?
30% off. No discount. Foster care is free. So yeah. So
tonight's topic, fascinating material. We're going to look at the life of an individual known by the acronym of his name, the Feed Dog.
You gotta go through it. There's some hoops you gotta go through, but yeah.
In fact, is the first sentence of the major biography of the life of the Feed Dog. The Feed Dog's life itself was the Feed Dog. You have to know people to understand the pun with the Feed Dog means little or puzzle. And in fact, many aspects of his life are a puzzle.
Because at the age of 13,
The truth is, so much of it is available to us, and it's fascinating the details that are coming out. He was a major Sephardic figure in the 18th century, very important role to play in the crafting of the identity of members of the Sephardic diaspora scattered throughout the Mediterranean basin, all the way up into northern Europe and in fact into England as well. And I think you'll find his life fascinating and unusual. Let's start with the usual good and welfare material. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor. Thank you anonymously. We're doing pretty well. We've raised almost $15,000, and we only have 2 lectures remaining this season that need sponsors. So if you're interested, we've got 2 left. I think Sephardim, the Holocaust, and the Distal Jews were drafted from Rabbi Rothschild, but those two lectures are still left to sponsor. Sources to try, we're going to look at Dr. Meir Ben-Ayahu's classic work, a major 600-700 page Hebrew language biography of the Fidel. And I also like to rely on two other works, which are
I don't know, people have always told me that they think I'm funny, and I was really self-conscious. I was in a bad car accident when I was 16, and that's why my face kind of got destroyed, and I was really self-conscious, and people said I was funny, and so I kind of hide. And so what way to kind of reimmerse the world by going on
it's a fascinating study, and we will spend the first 2 minutes of our lecture looking at the first generation or two immediately after the expression. We'll also look at the remarkable work by Matthias Lehmann, which is much more closely dedicated to the Fidal's work. It's called Emissaries from the Holy Land, the Sephardic Diaspora, and the Practice of Pan-Judaism, which is kind of Anglicism of the term Klal Yisraeli, the idea of pan-Jewishness, something that encompasses all Jewish people in the diaspora in the 18th century. Those are two works that we'll be relying on as well. One last bit about their announcements, a little more personal. I'm very pleased that a book that I published way back in 1999 is now available in a revised edition. I don't even have my copies yet, but they are on for sale online right now. It's kind of a cool book. It's the first book I ever wrote. It's my dissertation that came out at Harvard University, published the first edition. There is the original cover kind of
podcast, you get $80 off your first month with TalkSpace when you go to TalkSpace.com/Tony and enter the promo code SPACE80. Right, man?
Looks at the history of the Jews in Ukraine in the first 2 years immediately after the fall of the Tsarist Empire. It was a difficult time, and there was a tremendous amount of on the one hand, great optimism that a lot of the independent governments that were set up during those first few years tried to create special relationships for the Jews. There was a Ministry of Jewish Affairs that was set up in Ukraine, for example. But it all ended in disastrous failure because there was a wave of pogroms that swept through the region, killing possibly somewhere in the neighborhood of 50 to 60,000 Jews. That's a low estimate, but probably a fairly reliable one. And ironically, about 40% of the reported pogroms were perpetrated by the same government that also had the Ministry of Jewish Affairs. So this book explores that particular paradox. It just came out, I'm really pleased, in Ukrainian translation last year, so it's met with a certain amount of critical acclaim both in English and in Ukrainian. And here's just one kind of interesting picture from the cover. This is a 1918 100 cuttable monets bill, which was published by the very briefly Ukrainian Republic. And it has on the other side of the bill, everything is written in Ukrainian. On this side, you have Russian, Polish, and the third official minority language, Yiddish. On the currency, it says here in Yiddish, 100 kalavanses, which is kind of, like the high point of their cooperation related to subversion. So technically, 10 years, but just came back on stage. But that's not our topic for tonight. That's just a shameless self-promotion. Okay, let's go to our topic. We're going to look specifically at the Fidal. Now, the Fidal's life is primarily 18th century. He was born in 1724 off the top of my head. So when you think about it, we spent a lot of time last semester looking at the Jews of the Iberian Peninsula per se, right up until the expulsion. And then we spent a couple of weeks looking at the early 16th century. But we are now jumping all the way to the 18th century, so there's a big gap in our discussion. I need to take a little bit of time to speak about that gap, and so we'll start with that before we go to the Fidal directly. Of course, this map, which we've used many times, indicates the kind of paths that Jews took from the Iberian Peninsula, and this is where Jonathan Ray's book is absolutely fantastic, and actually quite disturbing memories. For example, we should bear in mind that degree of dislocation that the 1492 expulsion occasioned not only dislocation in the immediate and physical sense, they physically had to leave their place of residence and find another place to live, but the disruption of family ties, the disruption of economic support, the disruption of their entire connection to the world and to their God was challenged by the huge dislocation of the expulsion. Ray catalogs how there were 3 entry ports into Portugal, going into that country before, of course, it was transformed to the Jews there 5 years later. And a large number of Jews were trapped at these 3 entry ports as they tried to get petition to get into Portugal. While they were there, many of them actually turned back and decided it's too difficult, let us convert to Christianity and we'll figure out what we can do in Spain. These were often communal decisions reached by the elders of a village, because an entire village would pick up and would be forced to leave at once to go to Portugal. And it came to pass that from time to time, the leaders of these communities said, how are we supposed to feed all of these people under our care? How are we supposed to find the wherewithal for them to live? And they felt that perhaps they do better, and they felt their basic sustenance if they were to capitulate to the demands of Ferdinand and Isabella, and in fact convert Christianity with varying degrees of sincerity, as you might imagine. So large numbers of Jews actually turned back at the Portuguese border. Looking at the Mediterranean basin, there's tremendous piracy going on with, as we've seen when we talked about Ventanita Bravana, human trafficking, literally, and in the worst sense, because you have to imagine that these Jews are entirely helpless. They're completely stateless. They have no larger state authority to grant them a writ of protection, and they're just hoping to make it alive and leave their possessions to some other more hospitable shore, and they were regularly boarded by a whole series of pirates that would simply go on, demand their property, and still kill them even after they rendered their property, because there was nothing to really stop them. It's tremendous danger. When they landed, especially in North Africa, they often overwhelmed the local populations and were totally bereft of any means of sustenance. I mean, they could possibly sell whatever valuables they managed to salvage and bring with them to the foreign shores, but quite often they ended up being a burden on the local Jewish community that simply could not withstand this demographic of people. Furthermore, in some very sad cases, including the city of Rome, the Jewish community itself would actually send away Jewish refugees. Something is so hard to even imagine in our day and age. But these boats would come to shore, teeming with Jewish refugees from Spain, often penniless, and the local communities knew that they would be charged with their upkeep. From time to time, they actually turned them back. We saw a couple weeks ago how this happened in Genoa, because there was fears that the Jews carried plague on the boat. But in Rome, it seems to be primarily economic in nature. The legend goes, it's hard to determine if there's any basis to this, but apparently even, and this is what they call a tremendous period of time, even the Pope was apparently aghast that the Jewish community turned away the Jews that were coming by boat to Rome. So a very, very difficult, hard time. You can imagine the sort of stress, I'll take questions at the end, but you can imagine the kind of difficulties that these Jews must have been under as they attempted to find some safe haven somewhere within the orbit of this region. So we're talking about an incredibly hard time for Jews overall, and this is something that will last for generations. When we go into Portugal itself, those Jews who made it into Portugal, we discussed 2 weeks ago, the slow rise of the Inquisition until 1530, when it was finally put into place in Portugal, and then the closing of the borders and the difficult time that the Portuguese converts had to exercise when they tried to escape Portugal and make their way to safe havens, and anywhere, including in the New World, in England, in in Northern Europe, they could be subject to the Inquisition if they ever set foot in any territory where the
Like
Inquisition
milk
was
they
active.
expire
So
quickly.
essentially, the Jews of Portugal were trapped and fearful for their lives and
Here's a
were
medium-sized joke of my
constantly
friend.
running from one place to another, hoping not to be discovered by Jews.
Only one
So
of
it's
the
a really
night to not
horrible
catch
time.
one.
Now, over in the Eastern world, we have quite a significant difference because the Ottoman Empire, which was based here in Istanbul, Constantinople, which is earlier named this, the Eastern world is showing great haven to the Jews who are making their way out of here, and giving them respite in Greece in particular, and also in Israel, we have the famous developments in the town of Tzfat, which we'll see in a second. So the Jews who could take a risk to go so far east would find that they eventually had some safe haven here, and that's where the story of the Fidah really takes place. We also should bear in mind, and I'll just kind of like in a space of a few minutes sort of race through the 16th century to give you a sense of the kind of cultural and physical environment that Jews were living in when they left Spain. We should now look at the 17th century just for a minute. For those of you who are regulars in this class, we talked about Shabbatai Tzvi twice. We talked about Shabbatai Tzvi himself, and then we have another lesson where we talked about his rather bizarre wife, Sarah, who's also a whole story for herself. But just to give everyone who's a perhaps a newcomer to this audience, because the Shabbatai Tzvi plays a role in the latest story of Fidah,
I know what I look like.
Comes from the Eastern world. He was from Smyrna near Greece, where he was a rather talented, quite brilliant, well-loved young scholar, known to have a beautiful appearance, a sweet voice,
he's autistic.
To sort of
but if a girl likes
trains in the forest, and
she's the
perhaps
coolest
with
girl
some
ever.
delicate personality. At some point, he had some kind of a psychotic break, and he began to regard himself as the Messiah. There are different ways to understand the story of Shabbatai Tzvi. The historiography tends to portray him as more of a villain, a charlatan. The reality is, more and more research really the last half of the 20th century has demonstrated that probably he was just mentally ill, and he was taken advantage of by some of his supporters who encouraged him and perhaps reinforced the worst aspects of his illness, and unfortunately it triggered a Europe-wide phenomenon that swept up tens of thousands of Jews in Israel. But anyway, he was actually so popular that it became a non-Jewish phenomenon as well. The line drawings we'll show here are in fact Christian works that were circulated because non-Jews wanted to know what's this up, Shabbatai Tzvi, what kind of guy is, what is going on with the Jews? Anyways, he proclaimed himself as the Messiah, claimed to be able to levitate, to traverse vast distances with feats of Haderach, with hours. He abolished traditional fast days, pagan events, normally the way. At one point, he married a Torah scroll, another point, there's lots of crazy things that he did at the time when he was in some of his what they call illuminations. But he gathered a massive following of Jews who were so broken by the suffering of 1492 and the later Ukrainian rebellion under Khmelnytsky that many of them turned to Shabbatai Tzvi saying, in fact, he must be the Messiah. And how much else do we have to suffer? It must be the time of Mashiach. He must be the Messiah. So wherever he went, he gathered hundreds of Jews to follow him, and many of them sold their property and made their way following Shabbatai Tzvi towards Israel.
I feel like any room you're in, the girl's pinned against the wall.
Constantinople, where he was the Sultan, and then he would present himself as Mashiach, and the Sultan would then say, very good, let me give you Jerusalem so that you can initiate the end of days. Here you see, by the way, his principal propagandist, Nathan of Gaza, leading this massive hordes of Jews who would sell their property out of fitness and then just take a small amount of cash and go make their way with Shabtai Tzvi. Then, however, he confronted the Sultan. The Sultan said, I have an excellent counter offer. How about I let you keep your head if you become a Muslim? He had a flash of sanity, and he said, you know what, that sounds like a very appealing counteroffer. And so after being imprisoned, he became a Muslim, and most of his followers,
He seemed to have a lot of competition with us,
dejected,
too.
fled his movement and tried to rebuild their lives back in their home state.
Fat women like me, and
small
also
but
like
significant
my
number
guys.
was so committed to Shabtai Tzvi. I don't think, especially when I think about it, comparing it to contemporary politics in America, it was usually a fascination.
Well, if you get a white enough, you don't have to worry about the black guy swimming in it.
There's nothing that he could do wrong, and it must be that we should justify even if those are things that he did. And so a group of Jews, who were later called the Dinner, figured that if Mashiach converts to Islam, it must be that that's what we're supposed to do too. We're supposed to convert to Islam, and
it's like
we're
this thing
supposed
where
to do
like
this
black guys like fat women,
of all these Middle Eastern religions, and only then will Mashiach come. So the Dinner actually converted to Islam. Jews who converted to Islam, they maintained their dogmas relations for a couple hundred years, right up through the 20th century. They discovered bring up those major wars and Turkish politics later on. Perhaps we'll talk about that in the last lecture. I talked about crypto Jews. But at any rate, the movement ended in a tremendous defeat.
Okay,
it was
so
not
tell
a
us
sudden and
your
sharp break
experiences with black women.
because
When you
Shabtai
notice
Tzvi
that
had
what's
such
different
an
between
influence.
having
We should
sex with a
realize
black woman
that
and
much of his Torah
they're a lot
was
more bossy.
very appealing.
They tell you what they want, and
thought-provoking,
like I've heard it before on the show, but it is more
like
Yes, can you give some
like
examples of
ridiculous
what
ideas.
black
A
women
lot of
have
his
bossed
thought
you
was
around
very,
to do?
very persuasive, and many
lift up your
thinkers,
belly.
you would be surprised if I gave you some of the names, many very mainstream thinkers were engaged to one degree or another in Sabbatean stuff. So for the next 100 years or so, many Jews in Europe were like having a mini inquisition where there was always a taint of suspicion of anyone engaged in mystical thought. There's a question perhaps who was actually a secret Sabbatean. In some cases, especially with G-rated figures, they were actually closet Sabbateans. In other cases, they just maybe looked at some of the books and created a few ideas. But nevertheless, Jews in the 17th century were having a really hard time
cirrhosis of
dealing
the
with these
liver.
and this brings us to the immediate 18th century
Even the liver was
and
black.
the foundations of the enlightenment work of Trudeau. One of these messianic movements was led by an Eastern European rabbi named Yehuda the Chassid, not to be confused with Yehuda Chassid from the 12th century. Yehuda Chassid led several hundred Jews from Poland, and Germany to Israel, who were laboring under the misconception that the Messiah was to appear in the year 1706. Bear in mind that the height of Sabbatean activity was the 1650s, early 1660s. This is 50 years later, and Yehuda Chassid brought somewhere in the neighborhood of 1,000 Jews to Israel, who also sold all of their belongings, anticipating that the Messiah would be revealed and we would have the dawn of a new era. When they landed in Israel, penniless and without any means of support, they overwhelmed the local population in Jerusalem by at least 100%. Meaning there was a want of these followers of Yehuda Chassid for every native Jerusalemite Jew. And then within a couple of months of their arrival, Yehuda Chassid died. And now they're left alone and leaderless, bereft of any economic support whatsoever, and Jerusalem goes into a precipitous economic crisis, the Jewish community specifically. They borrow heavily from Muslims, and they are unable to repay the loans, so much so that in 1720, the Muslims actually seized the central courtyard and synagogue of these
security
Ashkenazi
called, like, what's
Jews
this guy's
and
deal?
destroy it. For
And then they were scared
events
because I
that
was
were
bigger than them.
outstanding,
And
absolutely
then
horrible
more
kind
security
of
showed up.
situations. And this is the period when
And then
Yehuda
they
was
let me
born.
keep hanging out, actually. It was so weird.
Let's finally speak about our
They were like,
subject. I apologize for taking so long to get up to. The name Yehuda, he's known as the
Yes, I actually got a gold gym membership. It's the last time I've been on.
Jewish practice. It's an acronym for his name, Rabbi Chaim David Azullah.
It's just $30
a
a month
also
for
means secrets, a riddle or puzzle, so it's kind of a clever acronym. His father was a famous Kabbalist. His mother was an Ashkenazi Jew. It's not impossible that his mother
I guess I'm
was
just
perhaps
afraid
one
to be
of
embarrassed at the gym by Jack guys.
the original
Smoke those guys, right?
immigrants, or perhaps a child of the immigrants who made it to Israel after Yehuda Pasuk. His years, however, are 1724.
Congratulations, you did it again.
She's
You already have a
most
big
likely
joke book,
someone
right?
who was a
Yes, sir.
very
There
young
you go.
child
So
at
setting
the
up
time
for
that
ladies
they
and
arrived.
gentlemen.
And he died in Leghorn, also known as Livorno,
Now it's an
Italy, in
interesting one
1806.
tonight, ladies and gentlemen,
His
because I must inform you
birth was
that William Montgomery is on a very
by
rare
something of a
vacation
miracle.
with his family.
When he was born,
Yes, very rare.
all of the attending physician, midwife, and in fact,
came back
his
from
own
the
mother
road,
thought
and
that
he
he was
said,
stillborn, that he was
Hans
dead.
Kim is
But his
stuck
Bobby,
locked
the
in
grandmother,
a
refused
sushi
to accept
restaurant
this,
right now.
and she managed to get
And
him
Kim
to
Patterson is
scream,
yet again filming
and
another
suddenly
movie
realized
called
the fact
Wild
that he
Success
was alive.
Story.
So
So
he
you might be
dedicated
wondering,
most of
what the
his
hell?
later
People are saying
Torah
there's
to his
Latino
Bobby.
men wearing sunglasses. Well, what the hell they do? Literally, right now.
Managing to save his life
So,
he was a
closing
child
tonight's
prodigy
show,
from his youth.
ladies and
Apparently, at the age of 13,
that
he was
very,
also
very
already giving
polarizing
classes
figure
to
in the
people who were
history
3
of
times
the
his
show.
age, and he was
Ladies and
especially
gentlemen, I
associated with the
present to you
Kabbalistic
the long-awaited
synagogue
return
there
of
in
Uncle Wade.
Jerusalem, and then later in Hebron. He's famous for so many things, but I'm going to focus on 2 things in particular. First of all, as a great Jewish literary figure, he composed some 85 works. About 65 of them have eventually seen print. The other 25 have either been lost or remain in manuscript. Most of them are fairly small, but some are really quite massive, huge contours of tomes. The most famous of which, he actually wrote a massive 2-volume collection called Shema Gedolim, which he wrote in 40 years, sorry, 40 days, lost the manuscript and wrote it by heart. So it's an amazing thing to do. It's an encyclopedic work that we'll discuss later on. He also was quite interesting from a historical perspective because he wrote a brilliant memoir, later published in 2 volumes, under the title Na'adal Tov. It may not have been his own title, but in fact it's not even clear if he intended to publish his memoirs. They may have originally been started as kind of like his own personal journal associated with the job that he had to do, as we shall discuss, but later he decided to develop these and flesh them out and clearly writing for the later readers. The Na'adal Tov, the word Na'adal means like circle, or circle, and the first 2 volumes, the 2 major trips he took as a Mashiach, as a charity collector for the Jews of Hebron in the south of Israel. Here is a map of his 2 major trips that he took in the middle of the 18th century, starting out here in Hebron, making his way all the way across the Mediterranean basin into northern Italy, which is a major center at the time, and then all the way to Northern Europe, up into Amsterdam and London, and the south to Paris and Bordeaux, primarily visiting Sephardic communities,
all the golden ticket winners, they started with the bang. All the regulars had something so promising, and you know what I mean?
And then he
We
brought back
always
the
watched
funds
them
to
be
Israel.
good
He was
and
then sent out a couple decades later, where he made a slightly different trip. This time, so the first time he also went to Istanbul and the Ottoman Empire. The second time he skipped that and stayed primarily in the West. But he left us this amazing record of what it was like to travel through Europe and most of these Jewish communities And
worked it
we
out.
have now
You've been
a
going on the
phenomenal
road. You've
document
done
that has
everything
not been
that a
studied enough.
working comedian
It's only been
could
translated
possibly
into English
do,
once
and it is
in the
amazing to watch
1980s,
your
and
growth.
many of those are a brilliant translation, but could be brought up to contemporary standards,
I think my
and
favorite
there's a
that
lot
you've
more
ever
research
had
that
on
can be
this
done.
show. But
Okay,
in
so
real
guys, we're going
time,
to spend
I
a
mean,
lot of time
that's what's
looking at
incredible
these
about this art form is the people that really
excursions.
apply
This, by the way,
themselves
is his signature,
get growth.
which
You
gives
see
you the
results.
kind of
So that's amazing. I mean,
mystical,
you could go back
Kabbalistic
all the way
feel
to the first
of
Simple
his
Laser appearance, and you would go, what the
persona
fuck is going
and
on here? And then here you are, the character
type
that
of issues
you've
that he
always
works on. I
had
have no idea
is
even how to
defined,
read this. I
and
don't know
you're
where to
working,
start.
and it's funny
Backwards,
throughout,
forwards,
and it's still your silly, weird, like
what
messy
exactly
fucking
what
white
he was
trash
doing?
tone.
The institution he
So
was
you're still
involved
on
in is called
brand, but it's
Shlichut,
amazing
or
that
he was on
was
a
very
mission.
funny, Uncle
The
Laser. How's
Shalem,
life
Hebrew
going?
means to send
Fucking
out.
terrible.
A person who is sent out is called a Meshulat, meaning someone who
Tell
is
us
sent,
more.
or someone who is Shadar, which is Shliach Rabbanan, a messenger, an emissary of the rabbis. And basically, he was sent out to collect tzedakah for the impoverished Jews of Israel. You recall that they're struggling because their population suddenly doubled with all these Ashkenazi freeloaders. They're showing up as part of a managed out, and all these Ashkenazi come, some of them are Hungarians, they take all the furniture, cover it with plastic, put chandeliers everywhere, can't put records on credit. So he was sent out to collect the money. It's a really interesting kind of institution. Why would someone do this? And these trips, by the way, took like 3 years. These are massive trips. Leaving his family behind and so on. When I talked about this with my wife the other day, it was so exciting. Reading about the Chidah. Guess what he did? It's interesting. Of course, my wife's reaction, it's always 180 degrees. What I'm thinking about. She's saying, what's going on with his wife?
Girl at the house, and I'm like,
how come we don't have any books about what his wife and kids had to put out there? Well, he goes gallivanting on visiting all the great museums of Paris. She's the owner of Chevron, even if I was Ashkenazim, what's going on? So I could not, as usual, I could not answer my wife's queries satisfactorily. Her satisfaction, but we'll try. But among the motives for being a Shaliach are obviously tremendous communal responsibility. It's a great honor to be able to support community this way, but it's also very profitable. The Mishulachim, we have great records of how Mishulachim worked in the 18th century. They keep 1/3 of everything they collect. Which is, I understand, about the rule of thumb nowadays. That's a huge chunk of money. If you go to a wealthy community and you collect 6 figures, well, you know, you've made a decent salary right there in a few days visit to a place about Harvard or something like that. So it can be quite profitable. It's difficult, but the wife and family are cared for by the community that you left behind. And you come back with a massive amount of money. You also need to choose some communities, choose someone who is trustworthy, who will manage the accounts appropriately, will not embezzle the funds. A huge problem that was ongoing with the
Smith forgets his ranch on this side.
Because they would have to maintain very detailed and trustworthy records of the monies they collected, the monies they dispersed, and so on. The study by Dr. Lehman that I showed you earlier goes into great detail looking at the records of the central organizations
gentlemen, if you put a finger in your ass.
And the kinds of problems they had with less than trustworthy messengers. You also have people who are like free agents who would show up in a town and they had poorly crafted papers or leasing documentation to prove that they were representing a particular community, and they represent themselves as being bona fide charity collectors, collect a certain amount of money and move on, and then when the real charity collectors would come, there'll be nothing further to the community.
Uncle Laser, so great. Unbelievable set. Congratulations. Fantastic to watch your growth in real time. It is possible, people. If you don't believe me, go watch Uncle Laser's first 3 sets on the show. First 7 people hated me. They were furious with me, but we were friends.
Part of Canada here, where the red dot is.
A lot of mutual friends back then, and I knew you were funny. And
remember this would be in the
and
late
now you're showing it
1960s,
in real time on
maybe early
stage.
1970s.
Gosh, that is
But every now and then,
I'm a big fan of him.
this
What part is
rabbi
this?
would show up, and we were the
This
only
is
Jewish
very
family in
exciting.
this town.
Look at that,
This
everybody.
rabbi would show up, and my parents would kick me out of my bedroom, and I would have to sleep on the living room sofa, and he would get my bedroom for a few minutes while he made the rounds in whatever way it is. You're in this town 10 miles away, you're in this other town 10 miles away, and so on. And my father told me that this rabbi was collecting for Base Yaakov in Montreal. I think his name was Showers, if I remember correctly. And he would literally, in the 1960s, hitchhike 800 miles from Montreal to go visit all the tiny little towns of Northern Ontario. In every town there's a little Jewish general store that was owned by someone like my father, and he would go from town to town, hitchhiking in areas where there are no
incredible,
bears,
unbelievable. One more time for the great
incredible.
Ken Condon. 12 and a half years of being
And then
Total
later,
Movie Royalty, one of the original regulars,
America
Kentucky.
because he
Top
was down
conference
to
tickets in
North Beach
Nashville, Tacoma,
for my
Charlotte, Fort
first
Wayne,
10-year track
Dallas.
job was
It's
down
all
here.
happening.
And
People think you
to
ZipRecruiter,
Sunday,
Shopify,
and I show
Price
up
Fix, and
and I
Open from the
see
drawing from
there's
Ryan
the
G.
rabbi,
It's
and
incredible.
he makes the
Let's see
same
what Chris
route,
Rogers
probably
drew over
not
there.
hitchhiking,
Oh,
but he makes
James
it all the way
McCann
down
with
to
ice
North
cream.
Miami
All right,
Beach.
that's a
And of
special
course,
one.
he knows
All right.
father,
How about
mother,
one more time for
every
the best
single
damn
Jewish
band
family
in
that
the
lost 9
land?
or 11
Orlando
is
Castillo,
absolutely
Raul
sad.
Vallejo, Carlos Sosa, Michael
This
Gonzalez,
is
Matthew Lee,
one
John
of my
B, Sandeep
sons,
Menendez,
Johnny
Ray
Oakland
Band.
Falls.
Secret
This is
Show
the
every
town, by the way,
Sunset
that whole
Strip,
town.
ATX
This is
Love
what
you
it is.
guys. We love you
Here's the
guys.
paper
Thank you. Good
network
night,
here.
everybody.
And if my son were to turn around and look back this way, there would be no human habitation until you hopefully over that track and go into Siberia. So there's truth in the middle. And this is where the Shulach gets travel. It's really mind-boggling that this would happen. So that's the kind of institution that we're speaking about. And the Fudah was run like these hitchhiking Mr. Watson. We ran with just one assistant. And we have to realize, by the way, this is a person with a great size in Montana. This is a person who, if he just stayed at home and wrote Torah books, he would be incredibly famous. Yet here he is, going from town to town, knocking the doors of wealthy people to ask for funds for the book. It's astounding. It's like you can imagine a Nobel Prize winner standing on a street corner with a tin cup. That's the kind of job that the Fudah was doing. So the
next week we are
looking at the map
on
as a whole, the kinds of places that
There will be no YouTube episode on
Constantinople,
Monday,
here on the
August
Bosphorus,
25th.
this little
You're going
strait
to have to
that
go over to
separates the Black
Netflix and
Sea
enjoy
from the
an
Adriatic and the Mediterranean.
action-packed
Very
episode
important town.
live
It's the
from
center
Madison
of
Square Garden mayhem at Madison Square
Eastern
Garden.
Empire,
New
the
Week's
Ottoman
release
Empire,
of Kill Tony on
Istanbul, of course,
Netflix.
is
It's
the
an
Muslim
unbelievable
name.
breakthrough for a
That would be
podcast
the
to have any
center
episode on
of the
Netflix. This is our
Sephardic
second one.
diaspora.
We'll
That's
see you
where the
there
Jews
August
had the most
25th
power, and it was
on
the capital city of the
Netflix.
entire Ottoman Empire. So the central organization of these Meshulachim was based in Constantinople. And as Dr. Lehman points out, one of the important things that happens at this time is that the Sephardic diaspora, through the activity of people like the Fudah, begin to organize themselves as a diaspora community. Rather than using their identity by being subsumed within the local cultures that they arrive, people like the Fudah are kind of like the arteries, the veins that connect one community to another, often living with some degree of hostility with their non-Sephardic neighbors, and connecting them to the idea that they are all part of one diaspora, that they are one cloud, so to speak, that is Sephardic in nature, despite their far-reaching connection. This diaspora was very difficult to manage the languages of the central authorities, the Hebrew Kushta, the appointed people of truth is the name of the organization. They would have to communicate in Latino, which is basically a Spanish vernacular written in Hebrew characters. They would also communicate in English and Hebrew and different types of handwriting as well. They would have different styles of calligraphy. They would have to send letters ahead to communicate with other communities these Shulchan were attempting. So this is a very complicated, hard to understand diaspora. And sometimes the work that people like the Fidah really tie them together. For example, the Sephardim were associated with Syria, and the Sephardim were associated with
what a show we are going to have tonight. We're happy to have you all. Before we get started, here's a little bit more from the amazing sponsors that made it all possible, especially ZipRecruiter, Shopify, PrizePicks, and Open Open Your Soul.
To still connect them together, to remember that Israel is really the beating heart, the center of the Jewish body politic, literally, and maintain their identity as a gospel community. So why was this such an amazing show? This is a source, by the way, I didn't have the opportunity to consult the most popular, but the very prolific young man named Yehuda Azulai.
Number one of them is the most watched special of 2025, including 10 specials available on YouTube. The other one is one of the original regulars of the show. 12 years ago, she was forced under the cruel tutelage, unheard of at the time, of writing and performing a movie minute every single week for the internet today. She is one of the best female stand-up comedians in all of the world. Our guest tonight, Ali Sadiq, and Kim Common, everybody.
Probably not that far off what we look like. It's true, it is 18th century. There's a lot of liberties taken, but we have similar contributions with pictures of the Golden Dawn, for example. But nevertheless, he apparently was very tall, very good looking,
Ali Sadiq Comedy Now,
AliSadiq.com,
KimCommon.com, on tour, Nashville, Tacoma, Charlotte, Fort Wayne, Dallas.
Welcome
back, guys.
In many cases, he describes how he is sort of challenged by the local rabbis to a kind of impromptu Torah debate. And those who are perhaps more insecure in their own knowledge will make it more of an aggressive challenge. And the Fidah was always very careful. He used to, for example, fine himself, a monetary fine. If he ever gets frustrated or angry, he would often, put aside money that he would manage all of these strange kind of encounters
amazing, you guys are in a very firework edition there for no reason. Nobody asked for that.
He was quite ascetic. He insisted that while he traveled, he would not sleep on a bed. He slept on boards or with he was a vegetarian during the week.
KimCommon.com for tickets.
Because he was never entirely sure about the kashrut or whatever
you
village
guys know how it works.
By
About
the way,
300 comedians signed up for the chance to get
he
pulled
and
out of
his
this
assistant
bucket.
were quite often
They do a minute uninterrupted. You know, their time is
services
up
of
when you're the son of a kid.
non-Jews to convey them
They
to
have to
their
wrap it up now. So they bring up the Angry West Hollywood
every
Bear.
now and then he had to spend Sabbath
And then I interrupt them and we talk about their lives, about their set, about anything that might be more interesting that they possibly could talk about, or anything interesting about their lives whatsoever. The whole thing's improvised. Anything can happen. You guys are ready to start tonight's fucking show? While we go wrangle the comedian from the bar next door that I just pulled out of the bucket, we are going to start with a very, very special comedian. While he's not a regular, he's not a golden ticket winner, he's been on only one time ever before, but I want to see more of him. I think everybody wants to see more of him. I kind of think he's an instant legend in my mind. Make some noise for the long-awaited return, kicking off tonight's show with a brand new minute. This is Sir Winston Pitbull.
And on the other side of the stone wall, you saw what looked like solid earth. So you said you would just pop over this stone wall and do what you have to do. But on the other side of the stone wall was
anybody else really want to submit a
realize that he ended up
just
to his chest. It was filled, and he could not get out. It was
Actually, I lost my cell
so he
phone.
started screaming until some non-Jewish woman in a farmhouse nearby came out, and they pulled him out. Imagine he was dressed in all this Ottoman garb with a turban and everything, and smiling. And he describes how he had to cover him in blankets and stuff like that. These are the kind of adventures. You imagine the Gadol Hador, this great rabbi, with these kinds of very human adventures. It grounds you in the kind of so he burned to chef his own chickens, and he would chef the chicken on Friday for his meal. Otherwise, he tended not to partake in the food wherever he ate. And there are a lot of interesting, miraculous stories associated with it. So much so, I'll show you at the end of this lecture. There's actually an app for your iPhone where you can read one miracle a day associated with so many of these amazing stories. One that I find very appealing, that apparently brought an 8-month-old child
Welcome back, my friend.
to visit,
I love your
and a
style
very
and
precocious
dark,
child. And
dirty,
he
evil
actually
clown.
taught the child the
You are
Hebrew
so
alphabet, which everyone thought
photogenic,
was amazing.
videographic. I'm not exactly
And then
sure what the word is, but you play
kissed the
well
child
on
the
this
forehead.
show.
Thank you. I have
A few
my
days
mother's
later,
eyes.
the child
Yes.
They're an amazing job. I
died.
have
Then
them.
people said to
Wait,
him,
what?
you
They're
know,
an amazing
that
job.
it's
Oh,
just a horrible,
Jesus
horrible
Christ. See
story.
what I'm talking
But
about?
he
He
said
just
to him,
got
you
me
don't
again.
realize that
I've
that
been
child
Sir
was
Winston
actually
Pickle.
Mashiach. Mashiach was born in
Fuck
our
yeah.
generation.
I love your
So
style,
we
Sir
were not
Winston Pickles.
ready
Remind
to
us, how long
see
you been
him.
on stand-up now?
It's kind of
6 years of
ooh,
stand-up, 10
stories,
years,
but you get a sense
club.
of
Right.
what kind of person
6 years
he
of
was.
stand-up, 10 years
So let's talk about the first expedition. Here's the title page, Magal Tov of it. You can see it.
Fun times. Sure, guys, this is first time
map
seeing
here. This is
Sir
the
Winston
first
Pickles.
expedition.
Now,
Takes them out all the way out to Europe, out to London, back down to the Sephardic regions of Spain, France, and then back out to the Ottoman Empire, where he reported to the central authorities there, and just played
Sir Winston Pickles, you're both British and a clown, I would imagine. Black people really are freaked out by
I talked about some of the receptions that he received. You also have to realize that he had to get frisked by the TSA constantly. He had to go into these many different countries.
He's British, he's so white, this is like actually blackface
He
for him.
describes, for example, that when he went into one particular town, I believe it was in Germany, but I can't recall off the top of my head. And then they told him in advance, the Jewish community said in advance, listen, in our community, this particular nobleman who runs our town is insistent on the Jewish faith. There was a band that was placed in the year 1215, so this is over 500 years later. It was widely ignored, but that Jews had to wear some identifying clothing, either a round badge on their chest, sometimes 2 tablets of the law. But quite often,
this is one of those moments where it's not a bit. And we're watching this thing that's going to happen. We're in the documentary right now, you guys.
He was convinced that this was not only undignified, but it can't be serious. I mean, this is after the 18th century, please.
We're doing the right
he
thing.
describes how he put the hat in his cloak, and he walked around his home inside the town. He got arrested, and he got dragged before the magistrate to find him 100 golden pieces, which was like an astronomical sum of money. And he managed to argue his way out of it by saying, listen, I had it on my person. I was technically wearing it. I wasn't actually wearing it on my head. It was in my pocket. That's good enough, isn't it? You see the boys go up to the basketball, they have to keep that in their pocket. Or,
it affects your eyes.
So he describes these kinds of adventures and difficulties that he has as he's traveling. Quite often he is subject to danger. He's carrying a lot of money. He has to bring this money with him. And it's true that when he gets to a more established town, then he can work with the community there and an agent bills exchange to write essentially checks that will be sent back.
So Winston, is there anything interesting about you that we haven't learned in any of the other parts of the 2 interviews that you've done?
Different currencies. Certain currencies are illegal to possess in different territories. Tremendous dangers that he's faced with for years that he put up with. Very adventurous. He also describes he's quite an intellectual. He's got incredible, insatiable intellectual curiosity. Whenever he stays in some wealthy man's home, like Devere, wherever he goes, he wants to know what kind of books they have there. And he writes down his diary. Oh, they had a great copy of this, and I read it. They had a great copy of this book, and I saw it. And I saw this manuscript version, and it had differences from the book that I read in Constantinople.
Well, Sir Winston, you got tonight's show started for us another solid new minute, starting with some dark clown fun. I loved it. Thank you so much. Make some noise here for the show. We got Sir Winston Pickles has started. Your first bucket full of days. You guys know this when we meet somebody all together. Could be the next future star of the show. Could be a crazy person. Anything can happen. Make some noise. Your first bucket full. 1 minute uninterrupted going to Jenny and everybody. Jenny and
fascinating document. He also was introduced something of a celebrity himself.
Hi everybody, my name's Jenny Ann.
He's introduced to some
And I
fascinating
bought the
people. We heard
sexiest
about, for
car
example, his
America's
visit
ever made.
with a Jewish man named
No, it's not a
Perrier,
Tesla Cybertruck.
who invented sign language.
It's a
And
Mustang
Perrier was a Sephardic Jew living in France who was the first person to actually teach a deaf mute
You're probably wondering,
to
well,
sign
why
with
do you
his
have
hands.
this car?
It's a Jewish invention.
Well,
Amazing.
I wanted to attract
And, he went to meet him, and he was
over
astounded.
the age of 30.
The child that had been taught by Perrier could speak in French and in Hebrew by signing the alphabet.
And now I'm selling it because I want to impress
the
them.
has a sense of humor. He says, I was so amazed by this that
And so you're
just for
probably
fun,
wondering,
I tried, just wiggling my fingers in different ways. And he says the child looked
does it turn on?
had a look of consternation on his face. And Perrier said to him, please don't do that. You just made a vulgar gesture.
Doesn't matter, you're crying in the 69 Mustang.
He's obviously joking around there, but nevertheless, it's an amazing story, and we get to meet some of these celebrities in the description of the two guys travel. Also, a very heroic individual.
I don't even know where to begin with that. My God.
All of this stuff is fascinating.
The good news is you're already the seventh funniest female stand-up comedian in the world.
First of all, there's this book here called Shame Had the Golden. It's probably his best known book.
Jenny, how long have you been attempting stand-up comedy?
6 months.
6 months. Hell yeah. What made you want to start now?
I need to sell 69 Mustangs.
That seems to be it. That's a great way to do it. Yeah. Incredible honesty.
In one volume, it's a citation of every Jewish book.
That's a compliment.
What do you do for work, Jenny Ann?
Astonishing. I mean, think about it in a bibliographic context.
You really are? Yeah, I work in venture capital.
This is a list from
really your financial advisor? They said it was a joke, but this could really actually be your financial advisor. These people bring their whole entourages when they go do shows. I'm telling you.
Phenomenal piece of
Financial advisor, the caterer,
scholarship.
the fucking personal chef.
Not just a matter of what's inside these books.
So how long have you been financial advising
and this
for?
Besides many important commentaries such as the
capital
Birka Yosef on the Shulchan Aruch,
Do you really have a 69
Mustang?
I do. You can check it out at
I will tell you that,
Mustang.com.
Honestly,
the whole thing sounds like a porn audition.
And after
You mentioned, like, say you're probably
we started running out of names. We didn't know exactly who to name the kids after.
And so is all of the material that you've written in the past 6 months about the 69 Mustang?
And the rabbi says, go look at Shame
Tell us about
Golden,
working at NASA. What was that like?
Go look in the
Is the earth as flat as your chest?
Find a name that makes sense for a good time. So that was an interesting sort of, it's a go-to source of the baby name book as well. I did note your time. That one problem is like, what happens if you have a girl? All the guys, they all guys in these books. Anyways, one other book that I personally studied many times over and I got a lot out of is this book called Chok L'Israel, which is not authored by the Chidah, but he composed a major part of it. Basically,
I know what NASA
it's a 5-volume series, as you can see here, and it's inspired by Rizal, one of the great Kabbalists of the city of Tzfat, who had a particular practice of learning a certain number every day, a certain number of verses of the Torah, a certain number of verses of the Haftorah, a certain number of verses of the Ketuvim from the Bible, and then a little bit of Mishnah, a little bit of Talmud, and a little bit of the Zohar. And that was his regimen every single day. So one of his students, the Arizal students, figured out exactly which verses and he set it all down to order. And so you can study the entire Torah and the Haftorah and so on this daily basis. The Chidah took this and said, wow, this is a great idea, but let's make it a little bit more fulfilling by adding a section of halakha and adding a section of musar, a section of ethical writings, and he fleshed it out with more modern material such that, the daily regimen, if you read Hebrew well, you can probably finish it in about 15 to 20 minutes. There's an, I think there's an English translation. I know there's a Spanish translation. Might take a little longer, but although he did not insert his own writing into it, he really edited it. You nevertheless get a real feel for who he was because of the sections that he chose. Very deep, passionate connection to ethical behavior.
When you want to like let your hair down and take the glasses off or
the
whatever.
second expedition, somewhat more difficult. Now he's coming back when he was in his 50s. The first expedition he started when he was late 20s, and he was this brilliant, young, charismatic individual.
I'm pretty introverted, so I like spend time with my friends.
By the time he went across in his 50s, already he's a senior scholar with an entirely different sort of daring character. Everywhere he went, he was treated with tremendous respect, and people didn't regard him as a Sherlock anymore. People didn't show him any disrespect for being, to use a Yiddish term, a schnorrer, someone who was begging money. They treated him like a visiting dignitary that he was. He was, of course, very successful with his collection efforts, but he was also importuned on multiple occasions to stay and be the rabbi of the local community. An issue that he felt very difficult not accepting these positions because the community treated so well, and he clearly felt that he was needed and loved.
You built a website to sell 169 Mustang.
He was heartbroken when he learned, however, en route that his wife Rachel had passed away, and that took him down quite a bit in terms of his energy, and also in terms of his desire to return. Many of his family had already relocated to Livorno. He had children living in Livorno, and in the end, he decided that he would stay in Livorno and spend several years there, where he finally passed away, being with his children. He did remarry another woman by the same name, ironically, tried to rebuild his life, but he brought it to an end.
She has a Mustang
I'll
gallery.
just focus on one last detail about his trip, which is
it's just
discussed in Dr. Lehman's book.
Very type A.
He received very different reception, particularly on his first trip when he went to Ashkenazi communities. Very often, when you go to Sephardic communities, Sephardim would regard him as
okay, Jenny, I'm gonna let you go.
One of ours, the Sephardi.
She's heard that before.
Okay,
I'm sorry.
The Ashkenazi, on the other hand, were very like, sorry, you're from the Sephardic community of Hebron. We only get to the Ashkenazi community of Hebron. So we're not really interested. And he was often turned away, empty-handed, or with very niggardly gifts from his Ashkenazi community. So much so that we often had to reject them in order to get them to donate more revenue. This began to fade, especially when we came by the second time, but it portrays a kind of a woman with a fully operational vagina. To close our lecture, here's
this podcast is sponsored by ExpressVPN. Your false incognito mode makes you invisible on the internet.
The most important aspect
it's false. Most people have no idea that your browsing history can still be monitored and even recorded unless you use ExpressVPN. Netflix even hides content from you based on your location. ExpressVPN lets you change your online location so you can control where you want Netflix to think you're located. They have servers in over 100 countries so you can gain access to thousands of new shows and never run out of stuff to watch, much like the new premiere of Kill Tony live from Madison Square Garden August 25th. Right, man?
Tony, ExpressVPN is so easy to use. I just fire up the app and click one button to change locations. Not to mention it works on all my devices, my phones, laptop, tablet, even my smart TV. It's all done at blazing fast speeds. Your boy Brian even streams in HD with zero buffering. Tony, I use ExpressVPN. It's such
that is amazing. I use it all the time when we travel, and it's important to stay secure on the road to protect your online privacy today by visiting expressvpn.com/Keltony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Keltony to find out how you can get up to 4 extra months free. ExpressVPN.com/Keltony. This podcast is sponsored by Prize Pigs. Basketball season may be over, but the action doesn't stop on Prize Pigs because baseball is just heating up.
tiny amount of views. So
Step
the
up to the plate
idea
of Prospects and
that
add
all
your
of these
favorite baseball
hundreds of
players to your
thousands
lineup,
of
whether it's
people living in
strikeouts,
Nebraska
RBIs,
still
or
see
first inning
Jerusalem
runs, make your
as their
call.
homeland was very
More or less,
significant.
and click your
So he
shot
really
to
did a
another
lot to
guessing
solidify
as
the
you
idea of the
catch.
Sephardic
Sign up
diaspora.
today, get $50
Furthermore,
instantly when you
the
play. $5
hostility
Canadian
which we
win.
occasionally
Receive the
encounter
$50
from
bonus.
Ashkenazim,
It's guaranteed.
more on the first trip
Prize
than
Picks
on
is
the
the
second
best way to
trip,
win real money this
indicates
baseball season.
the
Which players are going on?
tendency,
Which
the
ones aren't?
centrifugal
Make your picks
tendencies
in less
that
than
could
60 seconds and turn your sports
torn
takes
apart
into
the Jewish
real
community were
money.
it not for
All
people
season
like
long with
there is
Prize
one
Picks
last
free. And
miraculous
I was
story
looking and I
associated
think
with
this
this
week
weird
Prize Picks are
tournament.
I
In
the baseball board. It
1956,
slipped
Chief
Aaron
Rabbi of
Judge to
Israel,
more than one home
noting
run.
that
Who
the
knew it?
Fedora
Sees
had
more
always
than
wished to
6
be buried
pitchers
in the
strike
home
out. I
run,
have the same picks right there, and I
petitioned
love how easy
successfully
they
to
make
have
it.
his
Download
body
the app today and
returned
use code
from
Tony to get
the runoff,
$50
and in
instantly
fact
after
he
you play your
received
first
a
$5.
burial
That's
victory
code Tony to
here
get
at his
$50
mausoleum
instantly after you pay
in
your
Mount
first
Olivet. But there's one
Prize
last
Picks.
small story. Sorry, I'll have a little for you. Mountain of rest. Thank
All
you.
right,
There's
back to the
one
bucket we go. Let's see what happens here. Make some noise. A minute from Jimmy Clifford, everybody. Jimmy Clifford.
So there's one amazing story associated with it that's told by Rabbi Mordechai Eliyahu.
So my little sister is a conspiracy theorist. And the other day she walked up to me and she goes, "Hey, did you hear about this Helen Keller bullshit?"
The bodies of the
Was that
righteous
Alexa
do not
Jones?
decompose.
And she goes, "Yeah, my teacher's trying to peddle us some fake news, saying this bitch was born blind and deaf, but I'm supposed to believe she learned how to read and even gave speeches."
So
I'm like, yeah, right, Biden was the president and he could do both of those at the same time.
mystical belief that the bodies
I was like,
of
Katie,
the
Helen
righteous do
Keller
not
was
decompose.
born blind and deaf. She
The
goes, then
story
how'd she
told by
learn how to
Rabbi
read?
Eliyahu
And I was like,
is
well, she
that
had this teacher named
when
Annie
they
Sullivan, who's
put
the
the body
teacher
of the
of
Chida
little
in the
symbols into
plane,
her palm. She learned to read that
there
way.
were
To which my
two
sister said,
occasions
palm
on
reading is
the
a
trip.
scam
One, in
used to
fact,
steal
the
money from white
coffin
women.
fell, was actually turned upside down.
You got a point there. I'll
So
give you that
when they
one.
wanted to
She goes, how'd she learn how
remove
to
the body
talk?
from the plane, and they were going to take him for internment, the rabbi said,
I don't know. Does anyone here know how she learned how to
we
talk?
can't just
I
bury
have to look it up on Google.
without
Apparently,
making
this is
sure
true.
that
Annie
his body
Sullivan
is
used to
resting in
take
a
Helen's
dignified
hands,
position.
put
The
it
rest of
on
the
her
Kadisha,
face and
the
in her
Beres
mouth,
site didn't
and
want
she
to
would
open
feel
the
the
coffin, did not
vibrations
give
when
up,
she spoke
but
and
Rabbi
mimic those
Eliyahu,
vibrations.
who was the chief among them,
Imagine walking in on that shit.
and so he apologized, as
Just
is
some
the
poor
custom, he
little disabled
apologized
girl
to the
finger
Chida
banging her
body,
teacher's face.
that he would not intend to do it any injustice or
All
indignity.
right, Jimmy Clifford.
They opened the coffin, and he did not let Chris put his hands in to make sure that the bones were arranged properly. And he said
Helen
that
Keller
the way
learning
it
how to make
felt,
noises. I'm
in
pretty
fact,
sure
the body
that bit was
did not
old at
feel
the
like it
time
had
that
decomposed
this
at all.
Mustang
200
convertible
years
that's for
later.
sale was made. That was insane, Ollie. He looked
Anyways,
at me
that's
like
the
I made the ground.
story for today. Ladies and gentlemen, I hope you found the life of Chida as interesting as I did. Next week, we'll look at a very different individual. We'll look at St. Moses Montefiore, also a person of tremendous heroic stature, working
That was actually the sound of Helen Keller trying to say hello.
Thank you for your attention as always.
Kim Congdon.
I feel like we all wish we were blind and deaf during that.
So much inspiration.
That was something else. Jimmy, how long have you been doing stand-up?
I've been stand up for like a decade.
Decade. And you went with your Helen Keller.
I went with the Helen Keller joke, you know?
This is a
Apparently,
But he spent 5 years of that explaining to 15-year-olds who Nirvana was, so.
And he had
I was about to give the Helen Keller joke.
Wow. Jesus. We're having a battle of the Titans here. Jimmy Clifford versus Kim Congdon out of nowhere. So Jimmy, what made you choose that material tonight?
I don't know. It felt mean.
Kalbe.
I felt like this was not the right room for it.
The blessing of an ordinary person.
I don't know why. There was a fucking clown up 2 people ago. It's a sweet little room. Why you be mean or darker?
Yeah, how do you talk about Helen Keller but be the retard?
You now Kim's pissed. Don't do the we're not on Legion of Skates right now, right? To like make sure everybody knows you were just funny. Jimmy, what do you do for work?
I'm a video editor.
What kind of videos are you editing?
Child porn.
Is it child porn, Jimmy?
It's not child porn.
What are you editing?
I edit all sorts of things. I edit a lot of online content where I make fun of people on Cameo.
Jews of Ukraine, check out
Okay.
I mean, I feel like Cameo is pretty top of it for Kill Tony. Most of the regulars is how they make their day-to-day wage.
Yeah, dead silence after everything you say. It's almost amazing. Like if we wanted to get room tone for audio, I would just have you do a joke so we could make sure that we have the ventilation and the sound of lighting and everything edited out of the baseline sound. It never gets quieter than when you try to make some noise in this room. Jimmy, so where do you live? Austin?
I live in Austin.
For how long?
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen.
Where were you at before that?
Thank you very much for coming.
Okay. Jersey, what was that like?
We have an amazing person to speak
it was
about. Someone who
I lived on the shore, so it was
lived just a little over a century and had a phenomenal impact on the entire 19th century. In many ways, a lingering legacy that continues to inform the way we relate to each other as Jews, even into the 21st
a lifetime in Jersey, not much to say. Either one of the things, I guess. What do you think the most interesting thing about your entire life is, Jimmy?
And
the most interesting thing about my entire life
that I got a lot out of in doing the research for this particular presentation. I'm speaking, of course, about
I married an
Moses
immigrant.
Montefiore.
What?
Important philanthropist.
I married an immigrant.
Okay, yeah. Where'd you meet the immigrant at?
Scotland. Involved on
You went to
personal level
Scotland. I
on
went
the
to Scotland.
rescue
Did you go
of
to
many
Scotland?
communities,
The Edinburgh Fringe
both with his
Festival.
wealth, but also with
Okay.
his
So
tremendous force of
went out
personality
and
and
then what
the
happened?
pressure
You
that
were
he
in a
brought
coffee
to
shop
bear
or what?
No, I just started screaming at people on the street to come to my comedy shows because
many regarded him
had
as
to
a
do
Messiah-like
something.
figure because
Apparently,
of
Kill Tony wasn't moving
the
tickets for me. So
salvation that he was able to
I
bring
brought
to
her into a show.
individual
She enjoyed
communities,
it, and
especially
then she came back.
in the Near East.
Wow.
His life
Wow.
is
So she came
somewhat
up to
more
you and she goes, I
complicated, but
missed
the
you,
deeper
Sheriff.
we go into his
And then
personal
after
background,
the show,
I think you
what
will
would you
find that
do with her?
it
You
is
guys
as
go have drinks or
inspirational
something?
as
Yeah, grab
his
drinks,
tremendous
got
achievements
a
were.
date going.
Let's do our good and
Did you
welfare
hook up
very
that
quickly.
first night with her?
So
Gentlemen, never
tonight's lecture is
tell.
sponsored by
Tony's my
Christopher and
wife, for
Anne-Marie
fuck's sake.
Gray. They've
would you tell
long
her?
sponsored
Yeah,
a lot
no, you're
of our lectures
You're on a
here
show
by
right
donating
now.
to our scholarship fund, and it's
You're on a
especially
show,
appropriate, I
Jimmy.
think,
Here's a little
that
joke
longtime
book.
sponsors should be
Ollie, what do
associated
you
with
think about all this?
Montefiore.
That's
Our
crazy
source
as hell,
today
man.
is going to be
A
Abigail
lady
Green's
was
recent
doing comedy
biography,
for
a real
6
hopper of a
months
book
and
here,
a guy
about
was
500 odd
living
pages,
in the
published by
same
the Belknap
exact
Press of
place.
Harvard. Really an impressive piece of
100%.
scholarship.
A
She
lady who's been
herself
doing it 6
happens to
months
be
and
a
is much more
descendant of
venture
Montefiore,
capitalist
but
and
she's
mentally
also a
ill than a
professional
comedian.
historian, and it's very clear
Just body
that
Jimmy
her
Clifford
training
is
is
coming back
really
from
what dictates the
festivals just
voice
fresh and
of
ready.
her research.
All
At
right,
the same
Jimmy.
time,
I'll
it's
be honest, I'm a
fascinating
little
to read about some of
out
the
of practice. I
inside
just had a
scoop
baby
that
about
she
2 months ago.
There you
gives
go.
us.
That would have
Like, for
been an
example,
interesting thing to say
I'll
5
speak a
minutes
little
I
bit
think it
ago.
was
about
the
one
most
moment
interesting
when
thing in my
Montefiore's
entire
life
life,
was
Tony. I would
miraculously
say,
saved,
it's
and it was a
awesome.
custom at the Mass of the Seder that all the descendants of Montefiore read at the Seder one page from his diary, in which he describes his Christian salvation. It's a very unusual kind of perspective that a professional, well-trained Oxford historian brings to the task, and I think very worthwhile read. She's got a tremendous skill with setting the scene, whether it's Marrakesh or Damascus,
Very interesting. Doesn't matter if you've been doing it 10 years or 6 months, the pressure can get to you. Ladies and gentlemen, 1 minute uninterrupted. Next one is Liv Taylor.
That's our primary source for today. Her book on Moses Montefiore. So, who was this
So I
man?
recently
His years, as
turned
you can see,
31,
1784
and
to
as a woman, I
1885,
realized
he was
that now
just
I'm in my
over a
30s.
century.
There's a point in your life that you realize you're no longer in your 20s. Like, that decade of your life is over. That defining point. There's a defining point. For me, I thought, this is when you turn 30. Apparently, that was when I realized I went from having headlight tits to a headlight and a fog light.
Where he made his fortune, and at a fairly young age, basically retired from his business
like,
efforts.
I don't even have kids to blame this on, and I'm half Puerto Rican.
Into Claudius
Nothing short of a miracle in and of itself. I am half, and I don't speak Spanish. I think I'm more what you call like Puerto Rican.
Work through some of the political crises that they faced,
and I get that side from my dad. Kind of hard to talk about him, not because he's dead or anything, but because he's just such a fucking narcissist. He's Puerto Rican. It makes sense. But my dad's like that kind of narcissist. He went to a military high school. He's convinced that he's a veteran.
Actually a bit of a scandal when he became the sheriff of London. the idea that you should call the sheriff by the name Sir Moses to suggest that maybe you could anglicize that somehow to, I don't know, Morris or something like that. Like my middle name is actually Moshe Moses Hebrew, but in English it's Morris. And he said, not at all. I was born Moses, I will die Moses, and you'll call me Moses. Thank you very much. We'll talk about his religious orientation later on in his presentation, but it's quite fascinating. Ultimately made a baron as well. And his main claim to fame, as I mentioned, is his philanthropy and his support of Jewish causes worldwide. Here's one of the many tributes that appeared around the centenary of his birth. These beads here have a couple of names of places on it where he had tremendous influence. St. Petersburg, Rome, Morocco, Jerusalem, of course, we speak about how he improved the lives of Jews living there. Damascus, Constantinople, his coat of arms here, he was very proud to actually have the word Yerushalayim in Hebrew emblazoned on his coat of arms. And when his flag flew, when he traveled through the ancient Near East, and the Jewish community saw the flag, the English nobleman coming around with this Jerusalem banner, they often broke down in tears. It felt like
coming in hot. How are you guys? Good? Back at school finally. I hear you. We all get a little bit of a break from about 8 to 3 p.m. Back on that train, dude. Sports are picking up. That's right. If your kid is in sports, the schedule is getting packed. Your weekends are gone, fam. Your weekends are gone. I wouldn't have it any other way, but it's a lot. It's a lot to manage. We had 2 kids playing 2 sports, football and baseball. It's your glorified Uber driver. Shout out to all the dads and moms out there, but nothing better. Nothing better, because someday you're going to be sad that you don't have this celebration.
I should mention that much of the story that I'm going to tell you today is based on some of the official biographies that have appeared.
But it's a blessing, man.
It happens that he died childless.
Take it in, parents, take it in. Let's get to the action of UFC 318. This one is juicy. Overall, great card. The card was fantastic. We knew it was going to be a tasty one. They were edging us with these terrible fight nights.
Some years after
this one was good. This one was good. The criticism of this card doesn't come up in the main event, so we're just going to jump right into the main event. So, you'll see right now, especially along the MMA fan base, I would say the majority of fans are upset with the main event with Hamza and PDB.
Others have argued more charitably.
You'll also see a lot of people do what I do. Go, if you didn't like that, you don't know fighting, or DJ who absolutely loved it, was just turn it off. And they're right to that opinion.
It was an open question.
And I see both sides. I'm not trying to create a rift here or anything like that. What I'm saying is, it's okay if you don't enjoy Hamza taking the guy down and controlling for 25 minutes. You have that right. I get it.
And we have the official
Hamza's style, when it comes to his performance against DDP, I'm trying to compare it to this. I watch a lot of baseball, right? I don't miss a Dodgers game. My kids are obsessed with baseball, so now I get into baseball. What Hamza did Saturday night is no different than when back in the day when Otani was always pitching for innings. Yoshi for the Dodgers, right? Or Paul Skeens. What Hamza did is basically like throwing a no-hitter in baseball. It's so impressive. You're like, oh my God, they are dominating. But it's actually pretty boring to watch. Unless you really enjoy the game, unless you really enjoy fighting, I can see how a lot of people are deep. We got told, rightfully so, on paper, we got told this is the greatest middleweight title fight in how many years? I said it's going to be like, is he Kelvin Gastelum? Is he Kelvin Gastelum or Shogun versus Dan Hendo, that type of vibe?
He was, of course, Sephardi. This is the theme of this semester's activity. We're looking at the Sephardi diaspora.
You have to realize what Hamza did to DDP
Livorno,
was
also
an
known as Leghorn, was a major trading port in Italy,
it wasn't a
northern Italy,
competitive fight.
and it happened that Jews
So again, I can
found
see
that
that this is
the
born. This is like
welcome
a
center
Dagesar
for their
Chechnya,
activities.
John
Medici
Finch style.
had
I
actually
get that. I get that.
a law
But
guaranteeing
you have to
religious
realize he
tolerance,
pitched
which
a
was
no
rather
hitter.
unusual
He didn't
for
get
Europe at that
touched
time. And
in a
many Jews
world
flocked to that
title
region,
fight
primarily
against a
because
guy
they
who's
could be
undefeated
free
in the
to
UFC,
practice their
against
own
a
faith.
guy who's been
Both
destroying the competition
so-called
at every level.
the Spanish
He
Jews,
didn't get
Sephardim
touched.
per se,
So
those were Jews who had fled in 1492 of
I
when they were
enjoyed it. I
exiled
like Jesus
from
Christ. He's dominating.
Spain,
But
and
also I
also
enjoyed it
those
because
so-called Portuguese
a part of
Jews
me is always
who
like,
were the same Sephardi
DDP's going to pull
Jews who
something out.
had fled first to
There's
Portugal, where they
something
were
he's going to,
forcibly
eventually
converted,
something's going to
and
happen
then
here.
over the next few
It just,
decades,
it
they
kind of
managed to
did the end of the
escape,
fifth, but
trickling
I'm
out
with
of the
Dana.
Iberian
I had a
Peninsula
10-8
and then returning back to their
all 4 rounds, and the
ancestral faith once
fifth, it
again.
was a 10-9.
To just give you a sense of the pervasiveness of this community, the split between the Sephardi and the Portuguese. Portuguese was the official language of Montefiore synagogue in London. But that's actually how they would conduct all of their synagogue business.
So to do that, and nobody's been able to do this to DDP. Nobody.
The service was a
Even remotely close. No one's been able to dominate him like this. Again, he's undefeated in the UFC. His strength of schedule, his competition is out of this world. And he didn't have a career in winning this fight. It was an even competitive. He had dog bought.
With it, some of the German innovations.
So when you look at Hamzat, the criticism would be, well, he didn't go for blood, he didn't go for the finish. And I would argue it takes two to tango. He never had the opportunity to go for broke. He never had the opportunity to look for a finish. He went for that terrible Americano or whatever.
But nevertheless, his particular orientation
but
was
overall,
very
it takes two. So
and was based on his
when you
heritage.
look at Hamzat, he comes out like a banshee. He came out like
his
he
parents,
took
of
him out
course, were actually
in 8
English,
seconds. So he
hence
came
his
out like a
English
banshee, which
citizenship,
we
and
all
they were
thought.
visiting Livorno, where
I think this is the
their
perfect
parents had come
recipe
from,
because
and that's his connection.
you got to give DDP
His
his
wife,
credit.
shown here, Judith, was
We're
actually
going to see this as
Ashkenazi,
Hamzat's career
so it
goes
was a little
on.
bit of an unusual
DDP
marriage
is
at
the
the time
big
to have
white
one
rhino
of the
from South
Sephardi
Africa.
elite
He's so
marrying
big,
one of
he's
the
so
Ashkenazi
strong.
elite.
The
When
knock on him
they
would
had
be
a long relationship.
is
She passed away in the
technically
1960s,
he's
if I'm not
not
mistaken.
special in any category. His striking, you wouldn't watch and go, oh my god, this guy, world class. His grappling and wrestling, you would go, oh my god, world class. He's just a big fucking brute who has more will and has more heart than anybody on the roster.
However, she had another
Unfortunately, when
connection.
you mix
Her
that
sister was
with a
married
guy
to an
who
important
also has the same will and the same heart, but he
So the
has an
connection
exceptional
between the
talent in
family
grappling
and the Rothschild
that's going to
family was
overshadow
cemented
whatever
through
DDP
marriage.
is doing.
Doing
That's what
the
happens.
two sisters, one of whom Judith marrying Moses.
The narrative of like, oh, he's a play and pray, he's a GSP, later his career, he's this, he's boring, he lay and pray. I can understand it comes like conclusion, you know, because it's confirmation bias after this last fight. But I would say part of that is because he's fighting DDP, and DDP didn't try to really get up, create scrambles, and create those opportunities for Hamzat to take advantage and close the fight out. So I think it's a perfect storm because you have this big brute who's first in grappling. DDP is, you know, he's not a world champion, you know, ADCC guy, you know, but he's fucking pretty damn good on the ground. But when it comes to wrestling, he just wasn't doing the right techniques to get up, to create those scrambles that force Hamzat to use energy and to try and tire him out. Hamzat could have done this for 10 rounds. You know, I was in Hamzat's camp. I saw with my own eyes what he did to legit wrestlers, legit grapplers. It's the exact same thing, but he was finishing them because they provided windows of opportunity. They would create these scrambles and he could hold their neck and get something. DDP really didn't do that. He kind of just turtled up or would try to stand even though he had his back and was riding him out. He just wasn't giving Hamzat too many opportunities. So I think Hamzat's like, okay,
we do.
All
In
right,
fact, this was kind of
do
like
this for 25 minutes. This is my entire camp. I did this.
red line, a defining line in the sand for Montefiore.
That
Intermarriage
recipe
was something that he looked
that
on
DDP
with
had,
tremendous disfavor,
for whatever reason,
and in fact, he had difficulty
doesn't give
reconciling
you
himself
any
with
sort of
himself
opportunity
and
to
family
beat a guy
members
like
who did marry
Hamza.
outside of the faith.
And that's why he got absolutely
He made a tremendous
dominated.
amount of money in
And here's what sucks.
Turkey, and then
If you're a
later in the
DDP
stock
fan or
market,
DDP,
even more money.
there's
He invested
not
quite a
enough
bit of that into
hours in
several
the day
new
to
industries.
make up that
He was
gap.
very interested
He will
in
never beat Hamza.
gas lighting.
It just will
which was
never
coming
happen.
to
So
England at this
unless
time.
Hamza
That
moves
is,
up
like we have
to
electrification, they
205,
have
which I
gas,
can see him doing, whether he moves up and he vacates the belt or something, or someone catches Hamza and he loses, if Hamza's champion, DDP will never see gold
also
again.
in
There's just,
insurance.
it's just
tremendous value in
it's literally impossible to make up that gap
enterprises
in
overall.
grappling. It's impossible.
He became a phenomenally wealthy person at a very
So the
young age.
next narrative that people are going to say is, well, who's next? The middleweight division, there's some contenders. If you go to the top 10 from each of the middleweight division, we can go through the contenders. And again, I think this fight's going to age well for Hamza and DDP.
From his business affairs at the age
because
of 30.
The next guys in line,
he was regularly back at
they
the
might
office,
scramble a
using
little
his
better
office
than
for various
DDP.
personal activities, personal correspondence.
They're going to get
All
finished.
of his
They're going to get
activity
finished.
was
A
ultimately
lot of people
political
will say right
social
now,
or
RDR.
philanthropic in nature. So
He's a good guard.
very much working
So Hamza
well
won't be
into
able
his
to lay
80s
there
and
and
90s.
sure.
But
RDR can't wrestle, and RDR
he
is
had
no
actually
threat on
retired
the
from
feet
business
either.
per se.
So,
already at
and
the age of 30.
RDR will go for those transitions that will open up opportunities for
started
Hamza
out
to finish him.
primarily as a travel
I would bet
enthusiast.
my
To
last
give you a
dollar
sense of what
Hamza
it must have been like.
finishes RDR.
And Judith bought a carriage that
He's
looked
not
something like
as
this.
well versed,
And
especially
they would
at
travel
this
throughout
level
Europe
when it
and
comes
the United
to
Kingdom.
defense. He's not
That would
as
take days upon days
physically gifted. He's not physically as strong as DDP.
Just a few hours.
I have questions with his cardio, especially if DDP's taking him down over and over. Because RDR will attempt to get up and roll for ankles and legs and stuff like that. That fight doesn't go 5 rounds. That fight doesn't go 5 rounds. It just doesn't. Imavov and Barrio, probably, if somebody gets a impressive win, like they get a finish, that will probably be the next guy in line. If it's not RDR,
preparing to go to Jaffa, to Yaffo, Israel, and he was.
I don't think either of those guys have the skill set to beat a guy like Hamza. Here's how you beat a guy like Hamza. It's very similar to Marab, where you're not going to be able to. There's nobody on the roster. There's nobody in that top, we'll say 12 right now. There's nobody in the top 50, but there's nobody in the top 12 who can match Hamza inside the octagon when it comes to wrestling. It's just not happening. So we know that's not a path of victory as far as out wrestling Hamza. It's just not happening. He's probably the best wrestler in the UFC. Not happening. Okay, cool. So how do you beat Hamza?
Judaism,
You're going to get taken down.
very basic minimum that will be
You're
required
going to have
of
to
a
get
Jewish
up,
male
and you're going to have to create
participate
opportunities. You have to create Hail Marys. It's very similar to Marab and Corey Sandhagen. The reason why Corey Sandhagen has a chance to beat Marab is because he has those Hail Marys, meaning when Marab's shooting a flying knee, a spinning elbow, it's going to take something like that to dethrone these guys. It's 1 in 100 chances of happening, but that's your only chance to beat these two. You have to have that Hail Mary, and you might lose 9 out of 10 times, but there is the opportunity, if you have that in your arsenal, to pull it off. But in general, Marab, Hamza are new champions for very long stretches because
wealthy Jews of his
there's
class
not much risk
in the 19th century
when you have their styles. You're not an Izzy, you're not an Alex Piera, you're not a guy that gives them the opportunity to look for finishes on the feet. You're playing a different game. You're playing a much more safe game because you're so dominant in grappling. So it's on the opponent to try to create these windows. And it's such a Hail Mary, and it's such a small window to pull this off
poor.
And there's a few guys who can pull that off.
Refers many times to the great
the chance of it happening are not good. So you get these long, these guys are rated champs for a long time. Does that make sense, Jen? So of course, Yannick has the ability to pull that rabbit out of his hat. Again, the chance of it happening are not good. There's a reason he's a big underdog. I look at the rest of the roster in the middleweight division.
Particular philanthropies, the Holy Land Relief Fund, for example,
this loss for RDR is going to age well because he's going to be probably the only guy in a long time who's able to survive Hamza, and that's kudos to DDP, because that's kudos to DDP that he was able to stay in there for 25 minutes and not get finished. I have a feeling for the next few fights, guys are going to get finished because they're not DDP, they're not these big, strong brutes who are tough as nails, are aware of when Hamza gets their back. They're going to go, all right, I don't want to lose like DDP, I'm going to take some chances, and that's when Hamza's going to get finishes. Hamza just didn't have a lot of opportunity for finishes. It wasn't there, and that's why you get this fight. Again, I enjoyed it because seeing a guy like DDP at his level and his wins, and you look at his resume, like, holy shit, to do that to a guy for 25 minutes is wild. And he pitched a shutout. Again, if you're a baseball fan and you watch your team pitch a shutout, it's not that exciting. For a reason, when Yoshi's pitching,
which meant
he might give up 1 or 2 hits. It kind of sucks. Even though it's great for your team, it's not exciting at all. At first, you're like, okay, cool. After the first inning, you're like, okay, and it's just more of the same for fucking 7 innings until the closer comes in. You know, it's really not that fun. For the reason the Dodgers really don't create a lot of offense when he's pitching either. So you get scores like 1-0, 2-1. If you're lucky, there's not a lot of action. It's just not. But it's so impressive. It's insane.
Organizations
it's insane. But if every team in MLB had a guy who's capable of throwing shutouts every night, their ratings would suck. People like this, what do we like home runs? What do we like knockouts?
People just say,
What do we like
I don't know what to
finishes?
do with all of these solicitations.
We like that in an amen.
And he'll take
But
care
at the
of
same
it.
time, too, when a guy pitches a no shutout like Hamza did, you have to appreciate it. You don't have to like it. I'm not saying that. And you can criticize it, but I think the criticism should come from both ends. Because it's not just Hamza. Of course he wants to finish him. But there wasn't a lot of opportunity. And if you were to open up those opportunities for DDP to get him, then his opportunity and his chances of losing go up. So you can see why Hamza kept with his game plan. DDP's team's going to have to answer a few questions.
In fact, on the very first trip,
and I said this, you know, after we came back from Airport watching Hamza at Jackson's camp.
By boat to Israel because they were afraid.
I came to GSP, who's one of the greatest ever. I took him to John Jones. I helped out Randy Couture. I've never seen someone in training more dominant than Hamza. And I've been away from the game for a little bit. I haven't seen too many camps. So I don't want to come on here and fucking suck them off too hard.
That many guards to come with them, so we had to secrete.
Also, I'm not privy, and I don't have eyeballs on DDP's camp, so I didn't want to be too biased. But unfortunately for DDP, what he was doing, what Hamza was doing to world-class guys, I'm talking the who's who of wrestling grappling. He was finishing them and fucking them up way worse than DDP.
When he was in these places.
I didn't want to come on here and ride him too hard, but I probably should have. But I just didn't know what DP was capable of. His unorthodox style, it's hard to kind of ride into and really embrace. You know, so it's like DDP always figures it out. Maybe he'll figure this out, and that's why the fight was interesting too, because even after the third round, I was like, no, something's going to happen. They'll figure something out. And the coaching inside the corner, there wasn't a lot. I don't think they knew what to do.
More useful to my poor brethren.
There wasn't a lot of coaching going on. What do you say? Your fighter doesn't have the skill sets to defend the takedown.
And my dear wife to the end of our
now, a lot of people say, oh, well, his hips, and he never did this.
get a
I'm
sense
telling you, I've seen guys with the correct technique try to do it, and it
experienced
didn't work.
upon seeing Jerusalem. It
And
was
this
a
just
life-changing
validates what I was
experience
thinking
for
and
him.
wasn't expressing.
He, over the course
Hamzat
of these several
we're
trips,
out of this
came
world
with many
talented.
charitable ventures.
The
He
stuff
was
I saw
very
doing
against the
world
idea
class wrestlers,
that the
world class
Jews
jiu-jitsu
Israel
guys.
should be given the
I'm
means
telling you, there's not a guy on the
to make
roster,
themselves
and I know you're thinking, well, a guy like Fluffy Hernandez,
something
or
like
a guy like
3,000
Sean
Jews
Strickland,
are there.
or you know, insert whoever you want.
Ashkenazim and Sephardim,
RDR,
very different attitudes.
they're going to be able to, create more scrambles like
Europe.
Usman.
Montefiore was an unusual character
I'm
because
telling you,
of his
those
Sephardi
guys don't
roots, but
have the
also his
background to beat
tremendous
Hamzat.
wealth coming in the
The only guy that does is a guy who's going to take a chance.
He often
He's going to
enjoyed
get taken down, he's going to get beat up,
his
and pulls
official
off that fucking Hail Mary,
as the
throws a
sheriff of
flying
London
knee, and
after
Hamzat,
he
for
was
whatever
no
reason,
longer
doesn't see
sheriff,
it and catches
which is
him.
an interesting
The
kind
only way to beat a guy like Hamzat and a guy like Merab is by catching him. And the odds of catching him are so fucking low, these guys are going to reign for a very, very, very long time. So if you don't like that style, I feel bad for you. I feel bad for you. The good thing is for the UFC is pay-per-views don't matter anymore. So if you have a dominant champion who's just winning based off wrestling and grappling and control, it is what it is. So now, if I'm UFC, you're hoping that people tune in to watch these guys lose.
Various types of
But again, the narrative that Hamzat is some lame prey guy like a John Fitchstein isn't real. That narrative is coming from his most recent fight, and that narrative should take into account his opponent didn't allow him the opportunity to find the finishes. And that's kudos to DDP. Because again, y'all going to see his next few matchups, those guys aren't going to make it 25 minutes. I would bet my last fucking dollar those guys do not last 25 minutes. It's not a knock on them. It's that style. Alright, let's take a little break here, then we'll jump right back into this juicy ass UFC pay-per-view, Hamzat DDP, because this is the last one to win my TRX. Anything you buy, you're going to use Shopify. Picture this. It's midnight, you're laying in bed, scrolling through this new website you found, hitting the add to cart button on that item you've been looking for. After 15 minutes, you decide you've done enough damage to your wallet, decide to check out. You remember that your wallet card is in the living room. You don't want to get out of bed and go get it. Just as you get ready to abandon your cart, that's when you see it, that purple shop button, that has all of your payment and shipping info saved, saving you time while you stay warm and cozy in your bed. That's Shopify. There's a reason that so many businesses sell with it, like DriveFast All Gas. Go ahead, get right now, DriveFastAllGas.com. Because Shopify makes everything easier. Check out creating your own storefront. All right. So Shopify is the commerce platform behind 10% of all e-commerce in the U.S. of A. From household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands like DriveFast All Gas. Shopify gives you that leg up from the day you sign the dotted line. Ready to template to express your brand style. Forget about the code. Tackle all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and so much more. Did I mention the iconic purple shop pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world? That's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. Your customers already do it, so get it done. So if you want to see less carts being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to Shopify. Cha-ching! Set up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/shop. All lowercase, SHAP, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/shop. Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. Cha-ching! The only guy who could probably go toe-to-toe if he was just wrestling would be Bo Nickel. Bo Nickel is so frustrating. I love Bo Nickel. You guys know this. I'm on record saying how much I like him. If you remember when he first came to the UFC, he said he could beat Hamzat, and then he learned the hard way that
on the holiday of Passover,
you gotta do what you're great at. So Bo Nickel's problem is his camp, for whatever reason, has decided that he's a striker, and they have him clinching and striking a lot. It's not knocked on Bo Nickel, but again, there's not enough hours in the day for him to make up the gap to become just an efficient striker in the UFC. There's guys who've been training all their lives in the UFC for striking, the same way he's been training for wrestling. For whatever reason, he doesn't want to be boring. I don't know what it is. There seems to be some mental block with him and his camp that goes, no, we're a striker. You're not.
invocation.
You're an amateur striker.
People do different
Let's be
things with
very.
it. But anyway,
When it
he had
comes to
some of
MMA,
this. He called him with him
Odeko's
on
an
the
amateur
ship,
striker,
and the sea
but
was
you're at the
raging.
UFC
The
level,
sailors
and
were
you're trying to get
terrified.
wins
He
by
went out
striking,
to the
and
side
you're
of
learning
the
the hard way.
boat, and
So
he
if I'm
called
on
upon God, and he
tweeted out like, "Oh, I got work to
coming into the water." And amazing.
It's not even like you got work to do
Everyone
as
was
far as your
safe.
striking.
And
Fuck all
after
that
that,
noise, dude.
everyone was blown
Forget
away.
about it. Your striking will
Wow,
never be at
this
the level
guy's
where
a
you're
real
winning
Moshe for
legit
sure.
UFC
So
fights.
they gave
It's
him
not
a ton
ever
of credit,
happening.
and he
But
recorded
what
this
can we
in
take
his
away from
diary. And this is,
Hamzat's
by the way, the
success?
story.
You
When
can
they
get
leave
very far
and
based
the,
off your grappling.
at the
So he
Montreal
needs to
stayed
find
there ever since because his
ways
descendants
to
or
get guys
his
down, to
extended
get a hold of their
family
hips, to ride them out like
home.
Hamzat, and then
As I
fight the
mentioned,
finish once you break
he was
mentally
very
break him.
involved with
That's his fastest
Electoral
path,
college and healthcare, sorry,
and
not electoral
easiest
college,
path to
Electoral
becoming a
and
legit
healthcare,
UFC
which
star.
is still something very much.
If his camp is
Electoral
working striking
name,
every day, he should fire
he was
everybody.
big into a
That is
personal
not the
philosophy as well.
roadmap for
One
Bo
of the
Nickel.
major
Bo
controversies
Nickel should
going
look at
on
this
in
and
the
go,
charitable
well, I beat
industry in
guys that
Israel
can
at the time
beat Hamzat
was
wrestling.
how many
Cool,
people
dude.
are
Then
there
do
who are
that.
eligible to receive
Why are you trying to win fights with your fucking hands and feet?
the Chalukah, the
It doesn't make
division
sense.
of the
He got
funds coming
fucking
in from
KO'd by
Obviously,
RDR.
the
Isn't
census
exactly
is
a world-class
crucial
striker.
because when the funds are
He should
divvied
be
up
taking a
on an annual
page.
basis, if
Look,
you
you
walk
just
up
gotta
and
lock
say,
it in.
I
And if
represent
lock it in
3,000 people, or
you
I
fucking
represent 4,000
wrestling,
people,
then
that
lock
will
it
have a
in.
bearing on how much money
But
you
if
can
lock it
collect
in
for
means
your
you
community.
gotta get back in the gym
And
and hit
there was
mitts, then
tremendous
fuck my face,
controversy
dude. Because that ain't
various
gonna work.
sub-communities in Israel.
So if
There's no
anything,
accurate
hopefully Bo Nickel
censuses to
saw
try and
Hamzat
determine
goes,
how much
okay,
money should be
I got it.
distributed. So
Because
Montefiore
Hamzat on the
decided
feet's a liability. I'm not
that he
gonna lie
would
to you.
personally
Now in training,
give a charity
he's
to every
not,
single
he hasn't
individual in Jerusalem who came
adapted,
and
and he's
asked
not
for it.
as
And
comfortable
there are
on the
some
feet yet as he is
engravings
wrestling, right?
that are
His background
presented in
wrestling.
Dr.
Same thing
Green's
for
book. I
Bo
couldn't find it on the internet.
So
but
for
here on the
Hamzat,
side, where he's sitting
you see
down
him again,
with
it's a guy
Dr.
like
Lula
Burshard,
next to him,
who's
helping
not a
with
very
the
good striker. He
translation to various
fucking
languages.
starches him in
And
the
there's
face.
huge
Good striking.
lineups of people, kind of like Lubavitcher Rebbe.
But the issue for Hamzat is every guy he's fighting outside RDR, every in RDR skill, but every guy he's fighting, Sean Strickland's a better fighter, or not better fighter, better striker. Sean Strickland's a better striker. Imavon's a better striker. Izzy a better striker. Baralio's a better striker. Fluffy's a better striker. Robert Whitaker's a better striker. So notice he's not trying to keep it on the feet, because he knows that's their only opportunity to win the fight. If it's wrestling and grappling, his odds of winning go from 98%. There's a 2% chance any of these guys can beat him. It's just not happening. They have to have that Hail Mary. They have to hope Hamzat shoots with his head to the middle or to the outside, and they just have to be throwing and jumping time and time. It's the only way to beat Hamzat. His odds of winning are so much higher because there's not a lot of risk involved in your background wrestling. For Rob, there's not a lot of risk involved. That's why it's so impressive when guys like Anderson, Izzy, Teixeira, when they're pure strikers, and they still become champions. Winning a chance, that's so much more difficult to do. Because you get caught, it just happens. Even if their technique's flawless, they can get caught. But if you're a wrestler
on that
pedigree,
Jewish
you have such better odds of not getting caught. You control the fight. Does that make sense? So for Hamzat, and I know it was like, all right, man, let's see Fluffy. And I love Fluffy. And it almost even better if Hamzat goes up to 205 because I get a bunch of fun fights.
Outliers and say no, Jews
Fluffy
are
does
allowed
great,
to the vast majority of
those transitions. He does get back to his feet. He does have good cardio. And his wrestling's pretty damn good. But it's not Hamzat good. He doesn't really have a background in wrestling. I think he wrestled in high school, but I think he dropped out of high school and got kicked out. So he's, even though he's good for a UFC middleweight, he's not world class like Hamzat. There's a big difference. But Fluffy, I'm interested to see how he goes about that fight, because he doesn't have good cardio. And I'll say this too, for the Hamzat haters out there, like, we didn't learn anything from this fight. You might be right.
By the rabbinic establishment in Jerusalem.
We're going to question his cardio. This didn't, I told you, I've seen the guy's fucking cardio, it's insane, but it only matters when you do it inside the octagon. Because the Messi's looked for 5 rounds, but he also wasn't pushed. What Hamad did was,
we should have to pause it.
he can do all day, which
there are a couple of stories associated with it. One of those stories is that the fact he did not walk
there wasn't a
anywhere in
lot,
the Temple
this wasn't
Mount.
that high of
He
a
was carried
pace.
in one of those
He
sedan
wasn't,
chairs.
burning
And
his
so
energy.
the non-Jews, for whom there is
This is
ironically
all
no
muscle.
prohibition
This
to
is
walk up there,
another
they
daily
carried
offense.
around and never
He
actually
wasn't
set his
forced
foot
to,
anywhere on the steps.
make any kind of
That could
changes
be.
in his game plan. He
Another
didn't have to.
story, which
So
is
he
perhaps more
really wasn't
powerful
burning
and
the
more
candle.
telling
He was just kind of in cruise control beating the piss out of DDP.
is that when he was
Maybe
in
a guy like
Tehran,
Fluffy
he was excommunicated,
pushes him a little
he
more,
asked his secretary
which in
to
turn makes
provide a
for
list
more
of all of the
entertaining
signatories
fights.
of the fair.
If that's what you
All
want,
the rabbis,
these guys, these younger guys coming up, even Sean Strickland,
of course, they
the
received
RDR,
this list.
these
And then when
guys,
he was
I
called
can
for an
guarantee you the
aliyah
fight will be more
that following
entertaining.
Shabbos,
I can also
he
guarantee you they
asked
probably
the
get finished.
rabbi
Does that
to
make sense?
read a Mishaber, to read a blessing
And
on all
that's
of the men
kudos to
who had
DDP. I'm telling you, this fight,
So
him lasting
repaid
25
their
minutes, no matter
ostracism
what you think
with
about it,
inclusion, paid it with
him
a
lasting
blessing.
25
I
minutes
think that
is
says a lot
insanely
more
impressive.
about what
Because
kind of person
I just don't, I have a feeling nobody else
It's
can be able
also
to last.
possible, by the way, that Dr. Green discusses the problematic dates of
Team
this
this
particular
morning,
affair,
I don't know what
that
to
it
do.
may not even have been
I don't
his
think you ever
fault.
fight for
It may
gold
have been
together
his
if
wife's
Hamzat's the
fault.
champ. DDP's team this morning,
Because
if you're
among
sitting
the
around,
many
you're watching the
projects
tape,
that Judith was very interested in
do?
was women's education. Again, the whole idea
I don't know.
of making
We don't have the skill set to defend the takedown. It's not what we do.
productive, teaching them a trade, teaching them ways to earn a living.
I saw this coach
She
also say
opened
something
up
about
a Jewish
the
school
ref
for
system never
girls
off.
in Jerusalem. Let us recall, by the way, that this is a good 60, 70 years before Sarah Schneer.
Not taking accountability for your camp and for your fight.
Sarah Schneer had a tremendous amount of difficulty getting the idea of formal education for a woman established in a much more traditional community.
When he
Let
got
us
down,
recall
the first
that
10
there's
seconds,
nothing
like, this
specifically
is going to
forbidding
be
women
rough for
from
DDP. It was so fast. It was so fast. Because remember, DDP is not
close to
stupid. He's beat some
three-quarters
of the
of
very
our
best guys in the world.
undergraduates
He's a
are
world
women,
champion for a reason.
and that's something that's replicated not quite
I
with
would
that
assume,
degree at this point,
I gotta assume it's a good camp, that they worked on takedown defense from the majority of the camp.
The fears among the traditionalist community would be that
For
this
8
would
weeks,
be
whatever it's 12 weeks, you're working on
the
not
edge
getting
of
taken down.
much more
And in the
global,
first 10
far-reaching
seconds,
social
you
change.
get fucking picked up like a
The
baby
young
and slammed
girls
to the
learn how
ground.
to read,
It does
if they
something
learn how
to
to
you.
do mathematics, if they
You
learn
know?
how to, I don't know, keep books or operate computers,
But
or
I got a feeling this,
position
even though it's a loss for
assistants,
DDP, it's going to age
happen
well
could lead to, I don't know, mixed dancing or
because he didn't get finished. I got a feeling those other young bucks coming up are going to get
Sephardic
finished.
community ultimately
Because they're going to
came
go out
around
with
to
shields
it.
and create
All of
opportunities for Hamza
the
to
female
finish him.
students who showed up were Sephardic women.
The Roman
The Ashkenazi community
Murphy and
completely
Aaron
banned
Pico.
it. And the theorem that Montefiore was put into, according to Dr. Green, was probably more due to the upset over the idea that women in the formal environment, in the home environment,
I wanted to be a winner because all the skill set that
nowadays, of course, in the 20th century, we no longer have money controversy about women getting educated. You know, that's a perfectly. I'm joking. I'll probably cut that out. Anyways, that's some of his words. Let me just read you one other thing. After coming back from Israel, he was definitely a changed man.
they just don't
He
have
was
the depth,
definitely
but their
someone
top
who,
5 can compete in the UFC.
although prior
It's
to
not
this, he
fucking
had
true.
taken his Jewish
How many
identity
times
for
are you
granted
going to
and
have
his
to
Jewish
watch a guy
participation kind
come
of like,
out that has
you know,
success in Bellator or
sort of
whatever,
typical
come
for
over to
his
the UFC and
class
get
and
absolutely
station? After
fucking
visiting
butt
Israel,
stopped?
he was
How
a
many
changed
times?
man. And we
What do you
have
think
here,
it is?
on his
What do you think it is?
43rd birthday,
It has a
on
lot
board
to
a
do
ship
with their
on his way
competition they're
back
fighting
from
now.
Israel,
It
especially
has a lot
after
to
visiting
do
the
with it.
tomb of
They're fighting for
Rachel,
their
which
first fights,
moved
the toughest
Judas
competition
very,
they've
very
ever
deeply.
faced. There's that.
He
That's probably
writes,
the biggest reason. There's
I
also
humbly
B,
pray to the
and
God
again,
of my
listen to Dominic
forefathers,
Cruz, I'm
my
just an
God,
idiot
the
with
only true
CT.
God, to grant that I may henceforth become a more righteous and better man,
The nerves
as well as a
of the UFC
better
being the big show is
and that I
real.
may daily
Unless you're a
be more
complete savage
deserving
like
of his
Dominic
abundant
Cruz.
mercies,
For
that
the
I
majority
may,
of
at the end of
people,
my
the
days,
UFC's the big
be
show.
guarded
There's
and
a lot of
directed by
pressure.
his
And
almighty
even MVP, I
providence.
was just watching a
And
clip of
when
him
it
talking
pleases
about it
him
because
to
they said,
take me from this
why do you
world,
think
may he
guys come from
graciously
these
receive my soul,
organizations and they
pardon and
just
forgive my
don't perform
iniquities,
as well? He goes,
support and comfort
listen,
my dear,
even for
dear
me, my
wife.
first fight,
This day I
until
begin
now,
a
4
new
fights in,
era.
I still
I
haven't
fully
performed to my
intend to dedicate
abilities.
much more
There's just a
time
lot of,
towards
it's
the
just
welfare
different.
of the
There's a
poor
lot of
and to
pressure.
attend
So
as
when you come to
regularly as
UFC,
possible
these guys are trying
on
too
Monday,
hard.
Thursday, and Saturday.
In training,
and
in
in fact,
Bellator,
this is
and whatever
what
other
he
organization, there's not as
turned
much pressure.
around
You're
synagogue
more
in
relaxed and you're
such a
fighting
profound way,
to
on a
your
personal way,
capabilities. Come to
that
UFC,
it was
it's a
difficult
big show.
for
There's a
members
lot
of the
more
synagogue,
pressure. There's
particularly
a
the
lot more
wealthy
eyeballs.
classes,
It's
to
just
not
different.
attend. If they failed to attend a
Every
certain number
other
of
league
days,
is the minor leagues.
today, they
But
were fined.
there's me
They were
analysts on here
fined.
doing what I
They
do,
had to
telling
pay
you,
if you didn't
no,
show
these
up.
other leagues are just as good.
You
I
had to pay a
don't know if
fine.
they're getting paid from those
So
organizations. I don't
Rothschild,
know what's going
for
on there.
many years,
They're
simply
not.
paid the fine, and he showed up
They're
and felt
not.
like it. But then after visiting Israel,
You can give me
not
some
only did he
examples. Oh, what about this guy? Or what about this guy? Sure, those guys are doing well.
But
The overall assessment of guys that come from other organizations in the UFC, they don't do well. They just don't. Because they're coming from the CFL to the NFL, there's a big difference. But because the UFC is a big dog in town, the big pony everyone wants to hate on, I'm telling you, it's fucking different.
Personal
It just is.
something of about Cuba
It just
himself.
is. It will always be that way.
But we have to go on.
It will
There's so
always
much
be that
more to say
way.
about it.
So,
I jumped ahead a bit about this, right?
It's
I talked about this without even a slide. There you go. So
you have
what
this
is, I think, most
generational
significant though,
talent.
is
He does
religiosity.
everything
As I
well.
mentioned earlier,
You're
he was
DC
not a
talked about it
learned
on the
Jew.
broadcast
He
where
didn't spend a
if he
lot
was
of
stuck with
time
wrestling, he would
focusing
be an
on the
Olympic gold medalist. When
text.
his wrestler beat Aaron Pico,
But
he
he
celebrated like
regarded
they won the
his
world
own
championship because that's how good Aaron Pico was when he was 18. And he left wrestling to pursue MMA. He checks every box that you'd want for a prospect who's going to be world champion. Phenomenal wrestling, phenomenal boxing, great cardio, great camp.
Service, even that, service is not a great translation.
But there's just something
the word
that
avodah has two kind of complementary elements. One idea
everything's
is
on the line,
the word
he just
malakah,
doesn't
which means
get it done.
labor.
And it's such a fucking bummer. For whatever it is,
carry things and
or
get
whatever it is,
sweaty.
there's just
That's
when
part of
the
the
big time wrestler guard that I worked and I
slave,
LeBron James of MMA, this kid, and he gets choked the fuck out like the first thing. Like, oh, Jesus Christ. All right, he's young, but he ain't that young anymore. He's 28, but he's 48 in fight years. He's 48 in fight years. He's had a lot of wear and tear from amateurs to now. There's a lot going on. So he's 28. Okay, so he's not the young kid anymore. Really, you know. His prime's 30, but again, prime's tough because he has a lot of miles, man. He has a ton of miles. And I just don't do this because I'm an Aaron Pico fan.
So the
when he came out,
would be to provide,
within the first 30 seconds,
there's also an
when he was so aggressive, I looked at my wife when he's getting knocked out.
to provide for another person.
She goes, no, I go,
Looking at
he's so aggressive, and his head is over his feet.
Two elements.
So
Physical labor, effort, and service.
when you're fighting that style, and you're fighting a guy like Murphy, who's an elite striker,
Chesed, again,
Murphy mentioned this in the build-up. He goes, I'm going to use his aggression against him. And that UFC has such a high level to pull that off. And Murphy's that guy. So when I saw Aaron Pico being so aggressive, he got caught with a knee early, but it's just a matter of time. Again, in Bellator, PFL, you can fight that way, and you're going to melt a lot of guys and get a lot of wins. But then you come over to the UFC, and you're that aggressive, and you can highlight reel knock out in your first fucking fight. Because you're dealing with actual fucking pros at the highest level. And when they see that you just have these holes in your game, it's just you might get wins, but when you start fighting the top 15, all that goes out the window. Those guys see this glaring hole and they're going to take advantage of it.
It's a terrible story.
So for Aaron Pico, it's just, I don't know what you do.
Thomas and his servant, who was Muslim named Namara, disappeared in the streets of Damascus. We don't know exactly what happened to him. He was probably murdered and the body lost because he was involved with some nefarious activities.
I don't know what you do, but I hope
bones were later produced in the context of the scandals, but the people who found the bones would not release them to be examined by a forensic expert to see if they were human bones.
Unfortunately for him, you're supposed to find most of
or something like that. Anyway, we don't know what happened to them, but
that would have actually been a better
story went around Damascus, however, that
retrospect,
what happened to this monk
because most arms not going to do these crazy things and finish them. This can be more of a wrestling clinic. That would allow Pico to kind of flourish in that, use his body shots and set things up. And the risk of getting knocked out is not as high.
Complete
but this could be a blessing in disguise.
Whatsoever,
because outside most are
always doomed
those other guys, Pico Lopez.
Now, it happened that Damascus at this time was under some French control, and a French government employee actively prosecuted the case, believing that this, in fact, had happened, that the Jews had killed this monk.
I'm trying to find a positive here. The blessing is that this happened now.
And
tortured them. Go back to the drawing board. We gotta dial the aggression back. We gotta keep our chin tucked, not bleed face first, not be so aggressive, know when to use it.
And what ended up happening is two of
some
the
proper
tortured
matchups,
Jews
and then
actually
he can start to work his way back to the top five. So it could be a
Tried to
blessing
save himself
because
by converting
if he,
to
let's say
Islam,
he pulled off, because his aggression was so outrageous. Let's say he pulled off a 1 minute knockout.
Of course, because they're
They might give him a title shot because they're Pico.
and they listed
then
all
you're
kinds of
getting
names
dismantled
of Jews in
by
the community,
Alex.
particularly
Dismantled.
prominent Jews, and said they were
So,
all involved in this
Again,
crime.
it's a marathon, not a sprint. So
Those people were
in hindsight,
also
I'm telling him, okay,
arrested, and
here's
the
more
whole
to do.
cycle began
This is a
again. It
good thing
became
because now
quite
you see the whole chain game. Which
at one
I wish they
point,
would have solved
in
a long time
trying to
ago.
seek
But
more information,
let's
officials stormed a
patch up these
Jewish
holes so when you
school
get to
and
the
arrested
higher level,
63
this is an
children.
issue for you.
And
There's that.
kept them
Outside that, I don't know how
incarcerated,
much they can
separate
be.
from their parents.
Let's take a little break and I'll jump right back into blazing homicide. All right? You know what doesn't belong in your epic summer plans? Getting burned by your wireless bill. You're planning beach trips, barbecues, and 3-day weekends. Your wireless bill should be the last thing holding you back. That's why I made the switch to Mint Mobile. With Mint, you get coverage and speed you're used to, but for way less dineros. And for a limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for just $15 a month. So while your friends are sweating over data overages and surprise charges, you'll be chilling with the band, literally and financially. Alright? So this year, skip breaking the sweat and breaking the bank. Get this new cuss word offer and your 3 months unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/shop. SHAB. That's mintmobile.com/shop. Upfront payment of $45 required, equivalent to $50 a month. Limited time new customers offer for 3 months only. Speeds based slow above 35 GB. Unlimited plan, taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details. mintmobile.com/shop.
To indicate that their government agents should not
College protest looked fantastic.
So they ended up traveling to
two back-to-back spinning back elbow KOs
was
insane.
under the control of an individual in Egypt. And
you would have had all finishes besides that main event. You would have had all finishes if Michael had paid sheriffs more aggressive.
Ribs and so on, and he demanded to get to the
finish Jared Cannonier.
This man.
Probably going to knock him for
There were
this.
some other
He was kind of
geopolitical events going on
and I
that
love
was
Michael
complicated
Page.
for our purposes today, but ultimately it became
He
clear
probably should have
to
finished
the
him.
Egyptian
You know,
authorities
let
that
him wait
it would
around
be a
and
good
that
idea to
got Tyson for him. That's why we don't do
capitulate in
that
some
shit.
form.
For college protest, such
the
important victory
Egyptians
for him,
agreed
but
for the
also
immediate release of the
this
prisoners.
goes to show
not
you how
pardon.
good Ian Gary
They were
is.
just
My takeaway was I knew Carlos Protest was the man, but my takeaway was how fucking good is Ian Gary.
Eventually, they created there was a burial site created for
he
the
needs that
monk,
aggression.
and
He
the
needs that guy
inscription
to play
says,
the
"Here
game.
lies Thomas, who was cruelly
Your takeaway
murdered
from that is
by
like,
the
holy
Jews
shit,
for his
Ian Gary's
blood."
good. So is Carlos Protest. Ian Gary's
was
fucking
never
good.
able to have that inscription removed from the grave as well. but nevertheless, they also agreed to issue
Kai, your boy Kai, who's
a
an
document
international
that
superstar.
indicates that in fact Jews do not drink Christian blood.
Weird, right?
So this was regarded, even though it was not a total victory, they didn't get the pardon, they had other things associated with it. Nevertheless, Montefiore was hailed as a tremendous hero for his personal involvement
Mighty Mouse,
but
yeah, he's not like tip of the spear. He's tough, but
and he was viewed by the Jews of the eastern part of the Mediterranean as a tremendous savior figure. He was able to sail in from London and be able to actually turn things around for these beleaguered Jews in prison. When he returned to international fame, a Canada community actually created this massive trophy for him, kind of a commemorative thing. There's a picture of it in Dr. Green's book. It's in silver. It looks like it stands about 3 feet tall, and it has figures around here of Moses and Ezra, and here's one of the Jews of Damascus. The sphinxes represent Egypt, and on the panel shown down here there are the whole story of Damascus. And at the very top is a depiction of David killing the lion to save the lamb. In this passage from the book of Samuel. And obviously the imagery is that Moses, Montefiore was like David, who goes out and faces down a tremendous threat. The lion in this case is the lamb.
He's going back down to 170. I like that guy. I like that guy.
Moment, probably the high point of his career as a philanthropist and as someone involved in Jewish affairs. In the interest of time, I'm going to have to skip through things very quickly. Another major effort was in Russia, where Montefiore was called upon because Tsar Nicholas I shown here had issued a decree that all Jews had been displaced if they lived within 40 or 50 versts of the border. There was a tremendous amount of smuggling that was going on across the Austrian and the German borders to Russia. Jews were suspected, probably correctly, of being involved in that trade, but Nicholas I, in his typically autocratic and heavy-handed style, simply banished all Jews from this region. Tremendous dislocation and suffering and demographic upheaval. We should also recall that Nicholas I, here by the way, is a picture of the Tale of Settlement. This is the region where Jews were allowed to live in the Russian Empire between
because he put in the Christians
1772 with the first partition of Poland up until the end of the Tsarist Empire in 1917. This region, it's a strange name in English, Pale Settlement, but Pale really means region. In Russian and in Hebrew and other languages, it's just the region of settlement. The term Pale probably comes from English history, and the region that separates the southern part of the UK from Scotland is also called the Pale. You have this phrase English, beyond that Pale, beyond the normal. Anyway, so region settlements, these are the villages where I put them. Any Jews living within 40 or 50 versts of the bound of the borders with the rest had to move to the interior of the Pale settlement.
I found it interesting. I get it. You guys want to
went over there, met with a lot of the officials. He actually met with some of the reformers, the Jewish reformers who were trying to create a vocational school system there. He was initially quite impressed. One of the things that he thought was extremely valuable to Jews was that Jews should learn the vernacular. That was a key tenet of the reformers who were establishing these schools in Russia. Was to learn the Russian language. In reality, the proselytizing efforts of the church were using the schools in a very profound manner, and Montefiore was eventually soured on that idea because of the interference of the Russian Orthodox Church. But nevertheless, he did like the idea of the vocational school. He met with Nicholas the First officials and attempted to dissuade them from this particular plan. He was not especially successful, but he did spend a tremendous amount of time arguing with them and getting to know the Jews of Eastern Europe as well. He was very moved by his reception. During that particular, he and his wife visited grave of the Bill Magone and shed many tears there. As describes. One of the fascinating passages is he had debates with some of the local leaders. One, Richard Mayer in particular.
Like kind of still soft, right?
And
so,
the,
he looks good there. And also, I was worried that him at middleweight, he could toss around just the physicality of fight at middleweight. Jared Cannier's fought him, but Jared Cannier's a big boy. Just kind of toss him around a little bit. The strength wasn't as much an issue as I thought, so I'd like him to stay at middleweight. Even though there's so many fun matchups at fucking welterweight for him, but at middleweight, there's also a lot of good fights. You want to watch MVP versus, say, Strickland. You want to watch MVP versus Izzy, even though they're boys, fight each other.
This is Montefiore's doctoral assistant and translator. Tried to persuade the Hasidim that there was good cause to be made in favor of enlightenment by arguing that if Mordechai had not understood the dialect of Bigtan and Teresh, I remember the story of Mordechai overhears them plotting for the king. So he says, if Mordechai had not understood the language, he would have been unable to uncover the plot against King Ahasuerus. And so his linguistic ability had saved the Jewish people. Rabbi Rothschild responded as a perceived individual responding, but the Midrash proves quite the contrary. Had it been generally known that the Jews understood the native language, then Bigtan and Teresh would never have been so indiscreet. They would not have spoken in the vernacular because
talks about starting, but Dana White addresses at the Boston
as well. Was a member of the Sanhedrin.
Yeah, so this is for audio listeners, John Jones. Obviously, he went back into testing Dana White's response and potentially fighting at the White House.
Is there anything in the next few months or several months that John could do where you could say, okay, I actually trust him to put him on that card?
Let me ask you.
Rabbi Rothschild
smiled politely. John would do in the next couple of months that would make me trust putting him on the White House card.
I would not trust him, but I would like to see him fight Aspinall on that card down the road.
So I already said that I don't trust him, and you're asking me what could he do for me to trust him in the next 3 months. Sure, don't trust him.
I don't.
No, I haven't talked to him either. I haven't talked to him at all.
Well, there's a greater chance you'll talk to him than I'll talk to him.
Period in which unfortunately he was not successful.
I would not bet on him if I had to make odds. It's $1 billion to 1 that I put John Jones on the White House card.
Is there?
Now, it's never say never though. So you're telling me there's a chance because if John does stay out of trouble,
a young Jewish child was baptized as a baby by his non-Jewish maid.
I think this is Dana's
and when word got out to the church that in fact young Eduardo
I bet you won't do it.
Had been baptized
and John to respond is like, hold on, you don't think I can? And Dana's going, absolutely not. Matter of fact, $1 billion to 1, dude. And that's going to get John to stay focused, stay out of trouble.
He had been baptized.
Because I'll guarantee you, if John Jones is healthy, back in the test portal, ready to go, no issues, by the time they're booking that White House card, I will guarantee you he's on that White House card.
Seizure by the church.
This is Danny's very smart dude. This him telling John he can't do it. And when he gets John to do something, I tell him he can't. Yeah, John, that's what he's doing.
Sort this out. Please get this young, I think he was 8 years old, child back from the church and united with his family. Montefiore went to Rome, met with many officials.
All right, so this is another one. I think John Jones has a better chance of fighting the Connor.
Despite international pressure, and in fact, he had to go home empty-handed. Mortara was shown here as a baby on the left and as an adult on the right.
All right, so we've talked about, I think we talked about this last week, but then there was reports about the UFC Apex expanding from 5,000, anywhere from 5,000 to 10,000 seats.
When asked about
So it's like an actual event. I think Errol Hawani reported it. Errol Hawani reported it, and he got it from
accorded that
Las
sensation
Vegas Sports
to none
Biz.
other than divine
Which is a,
grace that God must have implanted
it's
within
like sports
him,
business news
desire
media
to
outlet.
remain a Christian.
And then this is Dana White responding to that. And what I found fascinating about this is the way he responded. So check it out. Complete lie. Everything about that story was a lie.
There was a report that the UFC Apex is going to be expanded to have like 10 to 15,000.
That was the biggest bullshit story ever written. It's fucking unbelievable. They quoted people that literally said nothing to them. never spoke to them or anything. That entire story was a fucking absolute bullshit lie. The craziest thing we've ever seen. We've had all the names that this whole story is a lie. Everything about it is a lie, including the people that they quoted. Never talked to them. How does that happen?
He leveraged his phenomenal wealth and his personal charisma and his political clout to literally save thousands of lives around the world, and the world has been transformed by his philanthropic mind and by his ceaseless dedication to the welfare.
If you look at the construction that's going on at the
very much for your attention. Look forward to speaking to you
next week. It's going to be a 10,000-seat arena?
Well, I guess what I found absolutely fascinating about that particular presentation. But I really loved it how this is an individual who stepped up to the plate and saw what he was capable of doing in the world. And why is he so far? It's absolutely mind-boggling. I wonder how many more Montefiores are there.
Pretty crunk around. I was like, yes, that would have been nice.
Watching this video.
He was like, adamant, like,
if you are even a little
Montefiore, right?
please think about what you can do for the
how's this a
world
fucking thing?
and act on it. That would be great. I'll give you a couple of
Let's
easy
do a break
things.
kill and just
First of all,
right back into
share
glazing
this
the boys
video.
that just fought, all right?
Maybe
This episode of the
that's the
Shop Show
extent
brought
of
to you
your
by Progressive
Montefiore.
Insurance. You ever
Maybe
find yourself
that's
playing a
what
budgeting
you
game?
can do
You
to
put a little money
encourage
here, a
someone
little money
else
there,
to
but it
deal
all
with
works out?
in a
Well, with the
significant
payment
way.
price tool from
And
Progressive,
that
you can
is
be better
going to be the
budgeter.
focus.
You
The
can potentially lower your insurance bill too. You tell Progressive what you want to pay for car
If you
insurance,
want
they'll help
to
you
push
find
your
your
Montefiore
options
just to
within
the
your
next
budget.
notch,
Try
think
today at
about
Progressive.com.
supporting our
Progressive Casualty
with
Insurance Company affiliates.
sponsorship
Pricing
of
coverage
one of the
mentioned in
lectures
advice
that
they all
you left
have
this
people all
semester,
states.
or
Progressive,
for another
let's get back to
donation to our
program.
scholarship fund in
We're
general
talking about
on
our
the
amigo.
website
He
on
leaves
the
a
bottom.
statement.
And if you want to do it
I
yourself,
feel bad for
I don't know, sky's the limit. Anyways, I hope you enjoyed this video, and I look forward to speaking to you next week. Thanks very much.
Last night was my night. That's the fight game. But again, Aaron, it doesn't have to be the fight game. It's the fight game because you're fighting so fucking aggressive. He was amazing, but then like that's how it goes. Like die on your shield, right? That's why we love Aaron. But it's like, buddy, you're playing a game where this is how it goes.
Thank you very much for coming.
He
Listen,
had
a bit
the
of
wrestling
sparse turnout tonight. I'm not
capabilities.
sure why. Maybe
It's your first fight in the UFC.
it's a
Take the guy
subject
down, get the
because
feel
it's
of the
a
lights,
very
get the feel of the
unusual
crowd.
topic they're going to
Once the
address
guy's
tonight.
tired, then you can be aggressive. Come out the gate like a fucking
Yo, what up, Prime 69? How you living, pimp?
Gets a striker.
You know, like intellectual and spiritual grace. We're going to go into the physical world.
What's good, son? How's your day? That's all right. What's new? What happened, big dog? And so they concussed you?
To say thank you. iHeartRadio. Standing to 5,000. .com/teacher.
So how'd you get the concussion? Okay, do you have a headache?
Here's an iHeartRadio podcast preview.
Okay.
Community connecting people.
Do you think you should go to the hospital?
Says good morning. Let's create the largest. And he had a brand new called Work.
What did the cop say? Well, that's an unfortunate situation. How are things with your roommate?
For free on the iHeartRadio app. One for music, radio, and podcasts.
So how's your relationship? How's your relationship with him?
George Norrie. She'll take your calls next hour with.
Where, Doug? You gonna have an okay relationship with him? Or do you want him to move out? Why did he want you in the first?
Help you look at mom and Dr. Allen.
He,
Your body.
Itself appropriate.
inflammation, depression, osteoporosis, the body's ability to protect those cells that it needs. And that is the purpose of together. The immune stem is going to have an immediate effect, but I tell you, your immune system is starting to function better.
How's your other roommate?
In most 30 minutes.
Order now at Healthy
How's your other roommate?
Protects your body's stem cells and stem cells. Five. 39. Oh, George.
Scan.healthylooking.com.
Right. Did they have a response?
Develop in a cliffhanging detective story. Who lands on the surface? Like thousands of miles.
Right.
Has begun. All satellites are being destroyed by debris. All cell phones fail. All GPS fails. All power fails. On Earth, as we understand, surviving. Surviving the Kessler Effect. Great book.
Okay.
Why are you putting it off?
Did she leave? Did she leave?
Online term life insurance up to $2 million in coverage with no medical exams. And get your free /today. Ethos.com/today. You think your 401k is safe, growing, real? Make you wealthy.
Right.
Built to shift risk onto you and leave your retirement exposed to Wall Street. Free and shockproof. Get your. That's noblegoldinvestments.com.
So, yeah, so they're done basically? Yeah.
Coast to coast, George Story with you as we get your week rolling here, Matthew. I'll let you finish it.
Right. It does.
Most people are probably aware of human level intelligence. That is one who's right on the verge of that like ChatGPT. And then people will probably be aware of something super intelligence, George, which is really where AI is able to recode itself and start to unfold on its own. And companies like Meta are already starting to make breakthroughs in that. So the question is,
Well, I hope everything improves for you, big man.
allows
That's what process does. So the United States, 1.3 the AI super to build the human really small ones about it's a leading part of the United States to pass that's mathematics. So energy infrastructure in order to do digital things to find for like intelligence and to evolve. I don't know how far AI will go, George. I think that you will never have the sole market. But I think one day we will want to discover the meaning of life. Humanity really understands human design, universe, and we can start to shepherd this new how to show simulate to feeling, okay? So we can simulate human emotion, simulate.
I've got you. What up, Zoot? How are you?
These voice interfaces, you know, it's a very nice sound. The way that he talks to you sounds like a friend. But can you feel emotion? I'm not sure about that actually, George, because from a scientific perspective, we're not even sure how emotions really function within the body. Because yes, from a biological form, certain neurons in the body, certain nervous system responses happen. But when you look at intuition, George, is that a divine gift? Intuition.
Well, I hope you feel better, big man.
Right. Because intuition is knowing. I will not be able to have feelings or sense emotions because it feels to me as if it's metaphysical as opposed to biological in nature.
Matthew, do you know what a Waymo automobile is?
Waymo, yeah. In fact, I track them actually. I found one in Scottsdale. I found a folder and see what happened here.
It doesn't react. It doesn't know how to roll with the punches. I was behind one a couple of weeks ago in Los Angeles. In LA, you're allowed to make the quick left-hand turn on a red light. If you don't, traffic will back up forever. A Waymo won't do it. Because the minute the light changes, it stops. And it just sits there.
Yeah, that's because it's amazing of self-driving cars. They're level 3. They're not level 4. They're not fully autonomous. They use video and they use LiDAR and other types of sensory information technique to see what the road conditions are, where the pavement are, where the pedestrians are, where the cars are, and kind of just monitor what's going on. But they simply don't have the human faculties for that kind of response. They're not able to have the functions that we have as humans to say, quick fix right, it's okay to turn left. They simply do not have the capabilities that we have as humans.
And it sits there. It sits there. It sits there.
It might be a problem with the element.
Well, we're going to look at the life of a prize fighter. Fascinating story of his life. Not necessarily kosher in all respects, but this is not a sermon or a drasha. This is a brief history class, so we're going to look at warts and all, so to speak. Let us begin with a thank you to Lieutenant Richard F. Moreno, who has sponsored many lectures, more than one in this particular semester. And this lecture is in memory of his father, Frank Moreno, who was born Pablo Igual Pero in Spain whose family history, of course, goes through much of the material that we're discussing here. We're very grateful to Lieutenant Moreno for his support of our students and of this particular series. Tonight's sources, there's no book-length biography of Daniel Mendoza, at least in traditional text format, as we shall see. So I relied on a few articles, which were quite fascinating. A beautiful article we'll read from beginning at the beginning of this lecture. Lewis Edwards prepared a paper for the Jewish Historical Society of England, writing in 1938. Fascinating to imagine what it must have been like to speak about a Jew who fought back in 1938 in an environment when the Jews of Europe just across the channel were enduring such tremendous persecution in the immediate pre-war era. We'll also look at John Wales' Daniel Mendoza's Contest of Identity, Masculinity, Ethnicity, and Nation in Georgian prize fighting. There's a lot to say about Mendoza and his specific role in embodying Jewish aspirations in a very physical form as a prize fighter, as opposed to a kind of like a pasty complexion, Talmudic, underweight man sitting and learning Talmud all day. Mendoza was a tough little scrapper, as we shall see. And finally, most interestingly, a recent master's dissertation defended at McGill University by Daniel Brody, The Jewish Strongman, Daniel Mendoza, and the Assault on Stereotype in Late Georgian England. A little bit longer study than the other two, and actually quite useful. Unfortunately, one book that I really wanted to look at, I did not get in time to prepare this lecture, but there is a graphic novel on Daniel Mendoza, published by Oxford University Press, which is in itself an amazing thing that Oxford University Press is publishing graphic novels. It says something about the medium and how it's maturing. I don't quite get it yet, but I'm hoping to understand exactly why graphic novels are so appealing. Perhaps they're intended for undergraduates and so on, but at any rate, fascinating material. I would have liked to have seen this before this lecture, but I'm putting a plug in for people who want to read more. So let us begin with just the bare biographical facts. What are we talking about here? And it would be appropriate now to speak about Daniel Mendoza in terms of statistics, because after all, he is a boxer, and that's what people do, right? His year 1764, we're not precisely sure about that date, but he passed away in 1836. He was 5'7" and 100.
So I think that unless we have ethics and morality fundamentally coded within AI, I'm just released a white paper on this artificial intelligence and the nature of realities and solutions for an authentic ethical AI based on universes and methods. If we can put that in AI, then it will say, how can I help? Right? But I think if we don't really get to understand the purpose of humanity, the purpose of the universe, and for AI to honor life as sacred, that's something that's core programming, life as sacred, then we're open for trouble, George. We're really open for trouble.
Matthew, what would you say is the greatest benefit of having AI?
The greatest benefit of AI, I love that. I would say two things. First of all, is that we have an opportunity to rewrite the systems on our Earth for everybody to have fresh drinking water, good wholesome food, housing, thriving family, good job, and contribute to society. I think it can really lift the human brain from survival mode to a creative format. So I think that would be
160 pounds, or so just to get a size of what that looks like. He had just a little bit of height on me, and I've got a little bit more than a little weight on him. So in other words, about my size, only more svelte. That's the kind of size we're talking about. And he was the heavyweight champion of the world, fighting as a middleweight. And you've seen those boxers, right? You've seen Muhammad Ali, you've seen Tyson and so on. They're like the size of a school bus, and he was defeating them all. In his record, which is incredible, he fought 37 formal fights. He won 34 of those fights, 30 of which he won by knockout or technical knockout. In this context, technical knockout, TKO, refers to fighting until your opponent is no longer able to continue. May still be conscious, but simply cannot continue anymore. So this little tiny guy, chutzpah, was fighting against these big, tough Irish, Scottish, and English men and beating them to a pulp. And he's a Jew. It's an amazing kind of thing. We don't have very many figures like this in Jewish history. Maybe you've heard the joke. It's not really a funny joke, but it's actually a little bit kind of like nasty. But yeah, I'm not even going to tell it, but it has to do with how many Jews are in sports, and it's just not true at all. At any rate, he was very much aware of his Jewish identity and the way that he was perceived as an outsider in Georgian England, and he used that to his advantage. He was always Mendoza the Jew. That's how he was billed in his fights, and it was he intentionally used his outsider status to portray his fights as kind of like a defense of this besieged nation and protect Jewish pride and really elevate the sensibilities of Jews. Even though he had some character flaws, as we shall see, nevertheless he was regarded as a phenomenal hero in 18th century, early 19th century England. Let's just start with a little bit of an apology. As we are talking now about not necessarily the most educated or the most noble of figures. We're not talking, we're putting them in the same series as people like the Fida, Sir Moses Montefiore, Benvenida Abrabano. Put all those away for tonight. We're going to look at a totally different part of Jewish history. And let us recall that, Jewish history is filled with Jewish people. As Rabbi Rothschild, one of the Dorians of popular history of the Jews, likes to say you should never confuse Judaism with Jews. This is very much the case here. We're not talking about someone who was, specifically motivated by his Jewish identity or tried to do something noble for the Jewish people. In fact, the opposite, he may have used his Jewish identity for personal gain in some context. But, that's the nature of the subject that we engage in. We're looking at Jewish life and all of its complexity and sometimes its darkness. Lewis Edwards was certainly conscious of this when he provided that paper in 1938, the first real scholarly biography of any type of Daniel Mendoza, and he wrote in the introduction, it is suggested that, and you have to imagine he's reading this before an august panel of intellectuals and scholars and historians at the Jewish Historical Society of England. They're trying to really reach the highest levels of Oxbridge learning and so on. And he writes, it is suggested that, though an apology is not necessary for the choice of the subject of this paper, an explanation would not be out of place. Meaning, why are we talking about Daniel Mendoza, a boxer, in this august setting? He says, to the muse of history, nothing nowadays is common or unclean. And were the subject of boxing, in fact, even more disreputable than its opponents have claimed, a society purporting to deal with all phases of Anglo-Jewish history could still not deny it an audience. Meaning, Mendoza is a thing, like it or not. Mendoza is an important person who had a huge impact. His Jewish identity was well known, and he was perhaps the most famous Jew in England in the 19th century. And as I think you will find interesting, he was probably the first Jew to meet King George, even before Moses Montefiore and many other people. First of all, we might as well get it out of the way. He does have a significant criminal record. Now, the archivists looking at his life have not been able to connect every single Daniel Mendoza reference in police records to our Daniel Mendoza. So in some cases, it's possible we're talking about multiple Daniel Mendozas. Certainly, there were crimes committed later in life after he had achieved tremendous fame that are definitely the Daniel Mendoza that we know and love. These earlier ones we're not entirely sure. But at age 18, for example, one Daniel Mendoza was convicted for a mugging that went wrong, and he was part of some kind of gang that was made up of other Jewish criminals. The reality of the history of Jewish criminality is something that goes way back into ancient times. Not to, and I'm not going to make any statements here about, the proportion of Jewish criminals vis-a-vis the rest of society. My grandmother, Allah Shalom, always used to say that Jewish husbands are always the best because they don't drink and they don't beat their wives, and that's what makes them the best husbands ever. Kind of like a low standard, but I have reached that. I made it. Okay, but it's not hard to imagine it. We know in real life that we live in an urban environment. There are all kinds of Jews engaged in all kinds of activities. We might be able to make some generalizations about when Jews go into crime. There are certain crimes that are more Jewish in character, like white-collar crime and things like that. Fraud, perhaps, God forbid. But Mendoza was like right at the bottom. He was with a whole bunch of other criminals running in the streets. And among the things that if he is the same Mendoza, at age 18, he mugged a man. The man tried to fight back. Mendoza took out some kind of blade, perhaps a penknife or something, and stabbed him several times in the hand. He was caught and arrested, and he was in fact deported to a penal colony for 2 years. He disappears for some time. The same would happen to his son, who also picked up a life of crime as well. We know that when he came back, or actually this is a little bit earlier, he had a series of menial jobs. He was a glass cutter, and he was fired because he beat up the boss's son. He was a grocer. Here it says grocer. This is an old 18th century spelling of the word grocer. He was fired because he had a female boss, and there was some other woman who was constantly accosting her, and so he would zealously defend his female boss. Excuse me, no, sorry, this was a male customers would sometimes bother his female boss, so he came to a rescue. We only know some of these things not from criminal records, but from Mendoza's own account, which can be somewhat self-serving, so we have to read these perhaps with a grain of salt. And as I mentioned, he was deported in criminal proceedings as a youth. It's interesting to note that the Mendoza nevertheless was a tremendous hero for Jews, both in his own time and then much later as well. So you can see another comic version of Mendoza the Great, because it's hard to find heroic Jewish fighters before the Zionist movement in particular. Like, where do you go to look for these people? You go back to the biblical period, King David, Samson, wow, plenty of them. But then the scope of the Middle Ages, Bar Kokhba, then it's really hard to find fighters, and Jews living under often anti-Semitic persecutorial conditions, feeling marginalized, feeling weak, feeling stereotyped. Mendoza was kind of like a, look at Mendoza. He's really what a Jew could be on a physical plane. It's a fascinating kind of contrast. Let us understand that when Mendoza was coming of age, this is in some ways a very bad time for Jews in England. The Jews had been expelled in the year 1290. The massacres in York, and Jews were essentially, persona non grata in England for about 400 years. They were readmitted under Oliver Cromwell. And remember that, I spent a summer studying at Oxford, and they have these beautiful botanical gardens there that were built on the old Jewish cemetery. After they expelled the Jews, they had this wide tract of land. They just removed all of the gravestones, and they built a gorgeous botanical garden. So one day, my wife and I were walking by, and she went up to the ticket window. My wife is like this. She has no fear. She's like channeling Mendoza in some ways. And she goes up to the person who had a ticket counter. She says to them, that all of this entire garden is planted on top of a medieval Jewish graveyard. And the woman behind the counter says, so that's why everything grows so nicely, right? So at any rate, They're kicked out in 1290. They're admitted back in the 17th century, right? 17th century, but they don't necessarily have full emancipation yet. They are slowly, especially the Sephardim, who culturally are much more inclined to adapt to the social norms of a society, adapting its dress and its language and so on and so forth. They are making real strides towards acceptance, and in fact, this is happening on the continent. France would grant equal rights to all Sephardic Jews in 1790. They would wait another year before they gave it to the Ashkenazic Jews. And in England, there was enough of this sort of momentum that in 1753, they said, you know what, let's pass a bill that was known as the Jewish Naturalization Act, informally known as the Jew Bill, that gives Jews equal rights. Passed through the House of Lords, but when it got to the House of Commons, there was such an uproar. I mean, it's a bicameral house, kind of like Senate and Congress. So the Senate, as it were, the House of Lords said, okay, sounds okay. It's close enough, I think, for Americans, right? So the upper house said, sounds like a good idea. But when it got to the popular house, there was such an uproar that it was considered an insult to Christianity, that you were vacating Christianity from the British Isles by admitting Jews as equal citizens. It was overturned, and the bill was dead. So England, as a government, had officially said no to Jewish emancipation, and they were kind of locked in a limbo of slowly increasing social rights, but legally they were still second-class citizens. There's a lot of fascinating things to contemplate with that. Perhaps we'll get to it on the next slide. This was not because of the Sephardim so much as it was because of the Ashkenazim. The Sephardim, as I mentioned, tended to adapt quite rapidly in terms of mores, behaviors, and attitudes, and so on. And they tend to be wealthier as well in business. We talked about the last week, but the Yiddish speaking
what up, Sweezy?
German territories.
Sweezy, how you living, pimp? What's good, Sweezy?
In August to its highest level in the post-COVID period. On that, Madden said, Newsmax is agreeing to pay $67 million to settle a lawsuit with Dominion Voting Systems.
Austria, Hungary, Germany itself, they were really quite foreign, maintained their traditional modalities of dress and commerce and so on, and England just was not ready to consider that the equivalent. It is important to note that England is a country that has a long tradition of philo-Semitism, that England has itself, the British people themselves, have often identified with Jews, seeing there's even a tradition that the British Isles were populated by the lost tribe of Menashe, that the English were actually descendants of that lost tribe. And there were some sort of, affinities drawn to the diaspora of the Jews, to the condition of the British people. So there was a natural trend of philo-Semitism that we definitely see through much of the early modern period. We see it culminating perhaps in the Balfour Declaration of 1931. At the same time, there's also a competing trend of anti-Semitism, which is it's not the same character as you will find in the continent. It's certainly not the same character of anti-Semitism you'll see in the German-speaking lands, for example. The blood libel and things like that, even though it has a history in England. The first blood libel was, of course, 1144 in Norwich, but it was not taken seriously. Instead, there was kind of like a genteel anti-Semitism that may have ascribed to Jews negative characteristics, but not necessarily ones that were fatal in nature, and not ones that would necessarily imply genocidal impulses. Fagin, for example, who's still about 100 years after Mendoza, 50, 60 years after Mendoza, is a classic case in point, where Dickens created this character of Fagin in Oliver Twist, who was absolutely horrific, and he was a Jew. But he was not, when you read it, he was not absolutely horrific because he was a Jew. Jewishness was just something that went along with his awfulness, like, let's say, the fact that he had red hair. His red hairness was part of his character, and Dickens, played it up, but he did not necessarily make Fagin Jewish in order to advance an anti-Semitic agenda. In fact, when he was called to the carpet about it, he was horrified that people would think this of him, and he later attempted to undo it by writing about positive Jewish characters in his later works, but it's hard to undo this kind of characterization. It's hard to apologize for something when you've already offended so many, but that gives you just a sense of the kind of two worlds in which Jews could inhabit space in the British society. So let's go back to Mendoza. Here's a great picture from the period. Have a closer look at it. You notice that there's kind of like this backdrop. First of all, his pose. He probably didn't look quite this muscular. Again, remember, he's about my height and a certain number of pounds smaller than I am. And here he looks like he's really quite buff, and he's got quite a bit of pounds on me. But nevertheless, you've got all these admiring British citizens in the background, and they're all, looking in awe at his awesome physique. He's got this determined look in his eyes. Note the haircut. That will be very significant, as I will explain in a minute. And he's got his fists up ready to go. In the background, you have like the beautiful British countryside, as if he's defending the British Isles themselves, as if he is somehow the representative of all that is good and noble in the UK, and he is going to stand for it. So his innovations, why was he a special boxer, besides the fact that, of course, he was the heavyweight champion of the world for some time? So first of all, he had a unique fighting style, which boxing websites, when I was doing research for this, will go on and on about Mendoza's style. Like it was something really unique and special for the time. I don't know how to imagine it. I wish I had some videos of it. But apparently he adopted, like most boxers of his day, tended to compete in a very rigid manner. They would take their stances and essentially rely on their reach and their power to try to pummel their opponent into submission. Mendoza, on the other hand, would move a lot. That was it's amazing. They thought it was a big finish, an innovation. Move out of the way. Someone else punches you. It takes a Yiddish cop, I guess, to figure that out. But he apparently moved a lot. He put a lot of emphasis on footwork, on sidestepping, rather than simply standing there and trying to bend one or the other. And he would also simultaneously defend and counterattack. So every move contained both a deflection of a blow coming his way and also a simultaneous attack on his opponent that was apparently quite deadly. From what little I know of Krav Maga, which is a form of martial art that was developed in Warsaw during the 20th century, that it has a similar kind of approach, but beyond our scope today. So his fighting style was apparently unique. I can't say too much about it. He was the first fighter to charge admissions for his fights. In other words, these were not like just, okay, I'm going to meet you tomorrow at noon, and we're going to create an open space, and whoever wins, wins. But there was a lot of money changing hands at these fights because there was gambling. And since there was a lot of gambling going on, and Mendoza also capitalized on the gambling, he and his opponents, particularly Richard Humphreys, who we'll talk about in greater detail shortly, they decided to mount their prize fights far away from the urban centers, often outdoors, but you had to commute to get there. It wasn't something that was like fought in the alleyways. And so therefore, people who went tended to have more means that they could get away from work and could afford to travel to attend these things, and then they would actually charge admission to watch these spectacles. So he applied an economic incentive to prize fighting, which of course is still true today. Haircuts. In one of his last battles, he was brutalized by an opponent who, realizing that Mendoza was very proud of his Samson-like locks, grabbed him with his left hand by his hair and with his right hand pummeled Mendoza into submission. And you have to realize that rules of boxing at this point in the 18th century were pretty limited, and so that he could do this it was legal, although somewhat dastardly. There is a widespread notion that you'll find on all these boxing websites that as a result of that particular fight, I think it was in 1795, boxers always cut their hair short. It's the Mendoza haircut in order to avoid this kind of situation in the future. He also had a unique sense of theater. He realized that boxing was the kind of sport that had a lot of economic potential and that there was a lot of build-up to it, the gladiatorial aspect of it, the personalities of fighters, that they could speak in advance, that they could have like trash talk, and it would be reported widely in the papers, much like it is today, and so people would be built up towards this pioneer who got inspired. So in many ways, Mendoza was the father of modern boxing as a whole. As opposed to just street fighting,
Fight is the issue at a high level. You're taking too many chances against world-class guys.
His first fight is
derailing your career. That's what this is.
Indicative of where he came from. He was a young man. He was 16 years old, 17 years old.
If he doesn't change his approach.
The fight was so remarkable. It was actually reported in the Times,
that's not true.
British newspaper.
You're going to get some
also mentioned in his memoirs, which we'll talk about later in this interesting discrepancy between the stories. At any rate, at this time, he was working as a grocer, and he had apparently a big box of tarts.
And you're right when you say he's too aggressive, because
and he was walking past a regiment of soldiers who were training, and he may have been Jewish or something, but one of the soldiers stepped out and
I think you kind of touched on this,
said some derogatory remarks and actually boxed him on the head.
I think you mentioned
hit him on the head. Apparently, he was carrying a box of tarts on his head. The box fell down. They were all crushed and ruined. Mendoza got quite upset, and he challenged the soldier to a fight. Mendoza at this point was 16 years old, still a kid, not like a guy. And the soldier was after all a man of war. He was near 30. He was a bully. Mendoza did not like him.
And continue to ride him out and say, you're assuming he fights the same way. Or does he fight like Joe
Mendoza challenged him to a fight right there. And all the soldiers thought this was hilarious. This big Jewish kid who is, he's not going to submit. And so they formed a ring right there. And in front of all the other soldiers, Mendoza completely demolished his opponent. Here's the quote from the paper that the Jew,
I can see how he comes to that conclusion. I don't see that.
He's the Jew, that's all you have to say about it. To
out.
the surprise of all present, he gained a complete victory over the Christian, although the man of war was near 30 and the confectioner only 16. He is now, this was written a little bit later than the actual fight, accounted the neatest, quickest, and most active pugilist in Europe. It's kind of like a story that's validated from outside sources. He relates it in his own autobiography as a moment of, he was abused. He was undoubtedly abused in an anti-Semitic manner, and he stood up for his rights.
That's what I like about him.
And in fact, right after he demolished his opponent, he demanded that the regiment pay for all of his tarts. And right there in the spot, to make up his mind, he went on his way.
He has the cardio, he's the tenacity. I think that's the best matchup.
Class fighter. His most famous series of fights, however, associated with this man here, Richard Humphreys. Originally, Humphreys, also a boxer, some years older than Mendoza, saw the tremendous talent in this young man, and he began to teach him and guide him along the way. And under Humphrey's influence, Mendoza won fight after fight. He was virtually invincible. In fact, most of the fights he lost, 4 out of 37, were at the very end of his career when he was already quite a bit older. At some point, they had a falling out. The falling out was probably over a debt that Mendoza may have owed to Humphreys. He denied that he owed that debt. Humphreys was upset about it. May have had to do something with Mendoza setting up a boxing school, not necessarily having enough funding for it. And in fact, Mendoza was plagued with debt most of his life. He married, he had a large family, he could never quite pull things together. Even though he often won large prizes for his fights and often won large gambling winnings on his fights, he never could quite escape poverty, and so he was always short over money, and he was short-tempered as well. So anyone who specifically needled him on money was sure to get
the whole Paramount deal with no pay-per-views. Dana White eventually said later on,
they ended up
there might be some one-off huge fights
to settle their debts, and at that point, it begins to acquire the aspect of theater. It has 3 well-publicized fights where the results went back and forth, and Mendoza ultimately would emerge victorious from the third fight, but it was kind of like this sustained grudge match between these 2 rivals. They had some arguments as well over training facilities. Since Humphreys had challenged Mendoza, it was up to Humphreys to provide the training facilities. And apparently, and we have to think about this in the 18th century. It's not like there are gyms and there are professional places where you can go to work out. The whole concept of working out didn't exist until the 20th century. So going someplace in order to exercise for health or strength, maybe you do that in ancient Greece, but it really wasn't part of European
4 times a year,
so
and we're getting the fight nights on Paramount Plus. Dude, the chance of there, I guess you can do pay-per-view if it's like
work out here. This is a place
a collar card,
Mendoza was offended with this suggestion. We know that he's not such a little worth his flower. Like, there are a lot of things he put up with, he was not, for example, even though he billed himself as a Jew, he had no problem fighting on Shabbos and things like that. But he was not,
maybe something like that.
Chief rabbi material. And he was so offended that he refused to train for his fight as long as he was placed in a bordello for his training purposes. And he has a famous quote where he says, "I rely on my excellent constitution and no need of training, so just walk straight into it."
And I bet you he
So they
changes
fought
to
3 classic
January 1,
fights.
2026.
Perhaps the most famous of them,
that
the most famous of them, just to give you a sense of the kind of drama of the ring under Mendoza. I didn't actually read the caption to this, but this actually says it all. Let's see if we can. It's kind of hard to read. It's written in script. By the way, most kids my 14-year-old age cannot read. They don't know how to read script handwriting anymore. Maybe it's a little bit too hard to read over, but anyway, here's Humphreys here. And this is Mendoza, and these are, this is one of the seconds of Humphreys, another one, a man named Johnson. These are 2 others, they're seconds of Mendoza. They're named Jacobs and Isaacs, right? And they really did play up the Jewish aspect of it, as we shall see a couple of examples shortly. So he's got these Jewish seconds who are helping him out. By the way, later on in life, when he was no longer capable of fighting, he also acted as a second for a boxer who was African-American who had fought his own freedom with his boxing. So he had kind of like an career
and it has BKFC on there, has BYB. I watch all of it.
At any rate, what happened in this particular fight, Mendoza was doing really well, and he was fighting tremendously well. Humphreys was beginning to tire. At one point, the match was going very poorly for him, so his second poured water on his stomach. Somehow that helped, and they got back into the fight. And when Mendoza was about to deliver a mighty knockout blow, Johnson stepped in and blocked the blow from his
So UFC, that's UFC on ESPN. We got you. I know we have 4 pay-per-views left. We said pay-per-views
the second is not allowed to get in there and block the ball. That's the dramatic moment here that's shown in the picture. You can see even the Jewish second
yes, sir.
they're saying, oh,
Khalil Roundtree, yes, sir.
But somehow he did it. There was a lot of excoriation, cheating, and Mendoza certainly would have won without that and so on. They had to have that third final match, and in fact, Mendoza did win the match. But one wonders, and I've not seen this as print from any of the analysis, but just
and they made some really good movies. They did the
I get the feeling that the whole thing is probably staged. Like this just adds to the drama and the tension. That you know what, Humphreys manages to eke out, not losing badly, but he does it with cheating and so on. Come on, it just makes you want to see the next fight. Makes you want to have Mendoza win in the end.
He's all covered up.
So that's this kind of material was in fact, au courant in the papers every day. People would read it, a sports page, that kind of material. This is a page, I believe, from that Oxford University press book, and this is sort of expressing the way in which he portrayed himself. It's not exactly I don't think this text is real. I think they made it up, but. Here's at a fight. Even the Prince of Wales, the future King George IV, was there at one of the fights. We definitely will see his connection with royalty in a minute. And George IV says, "You're an admirable boxer, Mr. Mendoza, and a credit to your people." And he says, "I'm a Briton, sir." Meaning, what do you mean, your people? I'm us people. I'm you people, too. He says, yes, that's what I was
worried when
so you get a little sense of the genteel anti-Semitism there. But we do know that, in fact, as earlier, he did meet George III, the current king, before even Montefiore, before Rothschild, before Goldschmidt, any of the wealthy Jews never got to meet him. This boxer got Mendoza. And it's a fascinating story. Apparently, he was invited to go on a fox hunt, which is something that British people do, I guess. They get together, they get a whole bunch of horses, and they get some hounds, and they go chase after foxes, and then they kill them.
I don't think it's
whatever they do. But anyway,
title.
Daniel Mendoza, coming from the lower echelons of British society, had no idea how he was supposed to behave at a fox hunt, and apparently he broke the rule. Watching the fights. I'm trying to figure it out because I've done more research. But I think all the people in the back are like the participants, and then you've got the people in the red are sort of like officiants or helpers. They're not actually stewards. They're called stewards. Or stewards. Because in America you say stewards. So the stewards are they're helping, right? They're somehow guiding the dogs and stuff like that.
DDP's up to his feet! Nothing really happened. Stand him up! Oh!
They send the dogs out with traps?
He is up.
Are the dogs supposed to trap the fox?
I think DDP just absolute heart won that fight. I think it should be who won the last round. So technically, I mean, wrong in the first fight.
And I guess the participants are not allowed to run with the hound.
That should be the takeaway.
The hounds run in front,
he's so
and you have to run behind them. So anyway, he broke the rule. I guess he raised the head with the hound. So what happened was, happened to follow the sport. No, wait, this is from his memoirs. Which gave great displeasure to a gentleman who rode up to me and accused me of riding among the hounds and of other improper conduct. So in other words, here he is. He's at this fox hunt. He doesn't know what to do. He breaks some of the some faux pas. And so some nobleman comes up to him and says, "Hey, you're breaking all the rules." He threatened to horsewhip me unless I altered my behavior. That's the right thing to say to a prize-winning heavyweight champion of the world. I felt greatly irritated at his language and therefore warned him in a resolute manner not to attempt anything of the sort, and declared that if he raised his whip for such purpose, I would certainly strike him off his horse. Be the consequence what it would. My surprise was greatly excited at learning almost immediately afterwards that the person I had offended was none other than his grace himself. Meaning the King of England, right? That's not the King of England comes up to Mendoza and says, "You're making all
the rules. And he says, oh yeah, well, come down here and say that.
Whenever he's not in camp,
kind of
he
humorous
just
stories,
blows up. Like when he does stop and retire, he's
he constantly played up this Jewish David versus the Christian Goliath. Like, even though Jews did not have equal rights, he nevertheless seized on this, and he always portrayed him as kind of like a Zionist mentality of like the David versus the Goliath, all the Arab armies surrounding him. Who knows how much of an impact he had on the formation of the Jewish mindset of the youth of the 19th century. Hard to imagine. They actually had, like, Jews would sing these little lines at some of their events. This one is reported also in the papers that said, then this is a pro-Mendoza Jewish taunt song, right, to taunt Richard Humphreys. My Dickie, which is Richard Humphreys, was all the delight of half the Gentiles in town. What a damnable shame to be spoiled by a cursed little Jew. Meaning it's tongue-in-cheek, but a cursed little Jew. Look what happened to you. He contemptuously viewed his opponent as David was viewed by Goliath. Right? The giant Goliath looks at David and says, why did you, am I a dog that you send out a boy with a stick to fight with you? So they really played up this kind of attitude. He wanted to be the greatest of all time. Media way, that dream for the aggrandizement of the prophets, no doubt, at the various matches. But that's not enough for him. That's not what he wanted. He wanted to be the greatest of all time. Fights conducted out in the open. And Mendoza is on the left. And it wasn't like he got caught. It'd be better if he got caught. If he would have got submitted in the first round, if he would have got clipped in the first round, that would be better. When you get dominated for 25 minutes, and he gave it his best. He gave it his best, and there was not a glimpse of hope. You go back Monday, somehow the money just disappeared. The answer is nothing. The answer is nothing. The answer is you have to hold palms on, get some caught by one of these other guys, and you get one win and jump back up there. Then what? His son also got come back, and
you just don't have the skill set to beat him. Or you hope he does a 205, and then you can go.
Robbery, and ultimately that was
dream of being the best ever.
And he was that's gone. I believe in either Australia or Africa, if I'm not mistaken.
I like that for
but he had it. I'm sorry, Canada. Canada didn't take.
So this weekend there's a fight. Fight night, it's good. Yeah, and it's in China.
So he wrote these memoirs. So they're difficult memoirs because they're as most memoirs are quite self-serving, and he glosses over a lot of the kind of darker parts of his life. In particular, played up the whole idea of here he's a Jew, and he's downtrodden by society as a whole, but he doesn't care. He'll speak his mind to anyone, and he had the courage to stand up for his perception of who he was as part of the nation. In the end, he just fought too long. Like so many boxers, they keep fighting and fighting.
Well, thank you guys for watching, liking, subscribing, doing all this stuff.
Another challenge.
What is it, August 18th?
And, you know, he
So
had
we got
to financially
2 weeks left of this giveaway. Because I'm sick of promoting. We got a bunch of new shit dropping. A bunch of other ways to earn extra bonus entries. But the TRX is going away at the end of the month. Thank God. I'm sick of moving this thing around for my cars. Sick of driving it. Get you some, man. The TRX last call edition of $50,000 in odds. The winner also gets $10,000 cash. This thing is completely tricked out. King Shocks, KB Tech, Fiberworks, Willwood, Walk Off Road. This thing is so sick. It is a showstopper. Ultra Dad rig. Big ass 38 Toyo, 100 tires on it as well. I love this truck. You guys are gonna love this truck. Whoever wins it, you're getting a hell of a truck, man. It all goes down this month. This is the last of it. DriveFastAllGas.com. Anything you buy automatically enters you to win this badass truck. Get you some. Alright, DriveFastAllGas.com. That's it for me. Thank you guys for tuning in. Love you guys. Thanks for watching, subscribing, doing all the stuff. That's it, man. I'm out.
He was
Have a good week.
convicted and found guilty for that attack. So he definitely is not a poster child for all of the good character traits that we try to emulate in ourselves and in our children, but nevertheless, he's a dramatic illustration of a different path for Jews that can really reach high greatness. Here is a picture where he looks a little bit more like me here. This is at age 43, he came out of retirement, the first of 2 times he came out of retirement, and he actually won a fight after a really horrific 56-round match. And these matches, by the way, the rounds had very little break time between them, like 30 seconds, and they would go at it. He tried again at age 57, so I'm not quite 57 yet, but just imagine somebody like me
Coming
deciding
in
to
hot.
back
How
out
are
of
you guys?
retirement.
Good?
And
Kids back at school
he was
finally.
not
I hear you.
able
We'll get a little bit of a break from about 8
advanced
to
in
3
age, but
p.m.
nevertheless it shows his
Back on that
triumphant, his
train, dude.
indomitable spirit.
Sports are picking up. That's right. If your kiddos in sports, the schedule is getting packed. Your weekends are gone, fam. Your weekends are gone. I wouldn't have any other way, but it's live. It's about the match.
Sort of
We had 2 kids playing 2 sports, football and baseball. It's your glorified Uber driver. Shout out to all the dads and moms out there, but nothing better. Nothing better, because someday you're going to be sad that you don't have this crazy schedule, because we grown up and driving themselves. So try to embrace it. I get it, man. I get frustrated sometimes. Like, oh, God, I didn't know that before, but it's a blessing, man. It's a blessing, because that's going to go away. So just
this is
take
the Raw College. We are
let's get
named
to
after
the action of UFC 318.
Family.
This
So
one
it'll be very
is
relevant
juicy.
discussion of Sephardic Jews in
Overall,
early
great card. The card was
Thank you very much for your attention. I hope you have an excellent week.
fantastic. We knew it was going to be a tasty one. We knew they were edging us with these terrible fight nights. This one was good. This one was good. The criticism of this card doesn't come off the main event, so we're just going to jump right into the main event. So you'll see right now, especially along the MMA fan base, I would say the majority of fans are upset with the main event with Hamza and DDP. So you'll also see a lot of people do what I do, go, if you didn't like that, you don't know fighting, or, DJ who absolutely loved it, just turn it off, and you're right to that opinion. And I see both sides. I'm not trying to create a rift here or anything like that. What I'm saying is, it's okay if you don't enjoy Hamza taking the guy down and controlling him for 25 minutes. You have that right, and I get it. I get it. Hamza's style, when it comes to his performance against DDP, I'm trying to compare it to this. I watch a lot of baseball, right? I don't miss a Dodgers game. My kids are obsessed with baseball, so now I gotta be into baseball. What Hamza did Saturday night is no different than when back in the day when I'm telling you, when was only pitching 4 innings, was Yoshi for the Dodgers, right? Or Paul Skeens. What Hamza did was basically like from the no-hitter in baseball. It's so impressive. You're like, oh my God, they're dominating. But it's actually pretty boring to watch. Unless you really enjoy the game, unless you really enjoy fighting, I can see how a lot of people
Let's just do some of the good welfare material to start with. First of all, tonight's lecture was sponsored by an anonymous donor.
Title fight in how many years? I said it's going to be like, is he Kelvin Gastelum winning on? Is he Kelvin Gastelum or Shogun Rua versus Dan Hendon? Type of vibe.
Just an important reminder that this is the last class we're going to have.
If you can step back from the entertainment side of things, step back. You have to realize what Hamza did in previous classes was an absolute
a trip into Spain and Portugal this summer.
Competitive fight.
So
again, I can see it. This is more. This is like Chechnya and John Finch style. I get that.
Locations in Spain and
But you have to realize he pitched at no,
which is really nice. It's almost
didn't
sold out.
get
So it's the last
touched
push for anyone who wants to participate in this
world title
wonderful
fight against a guy who's undefeated in the UFC.
Undefeated.
A guy who's been destroying the competition.
somewhat hagiographic biography by Leon Villeneuve, who was a historian with about 100 years ago. 1871 to 1957 are his dates. He was German born, and he spent a lot of time in American Jewish history, in 16 monographs, an incredible amount of, a very prolific writer, including 2 volumes of poetry, which I particularly admire. And he wrote a book called The Life of Judah Torah, which is, of course, our main source for today. That is the only biography of his that has appeared, although there are some fictionalized accounts in German and in English of Judah Torah, for reasons which are, so maybe we'll return to it at the end of tonight's lecture. The figure of Judah Torah was very important to 19th century German historiography. His particular life story was part of the whole competition is out of this world model of the ideal Jew, and so his life was portrayed in some German fictionalized, serialized novels and things like that. We'll also look at some contemporary scholarship for period. Morris A. Christine, who wrote The Story of the Jews of Newport, another monograph by Aaron Lopez and Judah Torah. These were major source texts for Villeneuve in his monograph. And some more recent material, not a lot has been written on Judah Torah, but Bertram Cohn and Jonathan Ness. I also saw just today an article by Jonathan Sarna, a major American historian today, who wrote something interesting on the monument, the proposed monument to Judah Torah after his passing. So we'll get to that as well.
This is the perfect
Those are
recipe
our main sources for today's lecture. So, who exactly was Judah Torah?
We're going to see this.
As I heard someone in the audience say a few minutes ago, he doesn't look happy. This is the only photograph that we have of Judah Torah that I am aware of. It's a daguerreotype. His years here are 1775 to 1854. And as one of his contemporaries remarked here, Colonel John Winston, it is a strong likeness of him in every way, perhaps too strong to retain the same amiability which so softened and pervaded his countenance, and which the artist has not been able to express. In other words, he's much better looking in real life, much less angry looking in real life. I can say from his biography that's certainly true. He did live a life of great solitude, a failed love affair early on in his life was the end of his romantic life, and he lived alone, a very simple lifestyle, very incredibly successful businessman, but very few social contacts, only reserved a small circle of friends that he closely associated with, and yet at the end of his life, in particular, a tremendous production of philanthropic works in his will, and many during his lifetime as well that remain inventorial.
So I think it's the perfect
This is
storm.
the man whose life we're going to study from 1775 to 1854.
TDP is,
Let's look at his Sephardic background. The story, as you'll recall, that we've been following since the semester, is the departure of the Jews from the Iberian Peninsula. And you've got lots of Jews we talked about, for example, the Dog making it out to Eastern Europe. We spoke about the Abarbanel in Italy, Usque also in Italy. We spoke about the Hostel making it to Amsterdam. And there are many Jews who made it all out to the Americas. In particular, at this time, there are many Jews who actually went to Portugal, held territory in Brazil. You'll recall that the experience of Spanish and Portuguese Jewry were somewhat distinct. Many Spanish Jews tried to evade the oppression of the Inquisition by fleeing in 1492 or earlier across the border into Portugal proper. And once they lived there, they found that the refuge was very short-lived. And ultimately, the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, and it represented a tremendous hardship for the Jews living there. Over the course of the next 100 and 200 years, Portuguese Jewry sought to escape, all the while maintaining maintaining their identity
there's not enough
outwardly
hours
as
in the
Christians
day
and
to
retaining
make
their
up that
Jewish
gap.
identity at
He
home.
will
So
never
that's
beat Hamza.
the
It just will
origins
never
of
happen. So
the
unless
Turo
Hamza
family
moves
in
up
particular.
to
They
205, which I could see him doing,
many of these
where he
Portuguese
moves up and
Jews
he
made it
vacates
to
the
Brazil
belt,
because
or
that was
something,
under
or
Portuguese
someone
control at the
catches
time,
Hamza
and they were
and
hoping
he
that by
loses.
moving
If
from the
Hamza's
center to
champion,
the
DDP
periphery,
will
they
never
would
see
be able
gold
to
again.
escape
There's
the
just,
clutches of the
it's just,
Inquisition. This was unfortunately not the
it's
case.
literally
The
impossible to make
Inquisition
up that gap.
followed Portuguese and Spanish Jewry
It's
east in the New
impossible.
World, and you had several major auto
So
da
then the
fe
next narrative
public
that people are going to
burnings
say is,
of
well, who's next?
suspected
The middleweight division, there's some
Christians.
contenders.
You had
If you go to the top 10 for
many
each
of
of the
these
middleweight
Portuguese
division,
Jews living in
we can
Brazil
go
at
through the
this time.
contenders. And again,
And
I think this fight's
Brazil,
going
of
to
course,
age well
is
for Hamza and
highly
DDP.
religious territory. Once the Inquisition came
Because
there, it was
the next
unusually
guys in
strong.
line,
So it happened that
well, they might
many of the
scramble a
Jews, these
little better than
Portuguese Jews, were
DDP.
living in the northern section that
They're
was
going to get
conquered by
finished.
Holland
They're going to get finished.
between
A
1630
lot of
and
people will say
1654.
right now,
Holland,
RDR,
unlike Portugal,
he has
had
a good guard.
tremendous religious
So
freedom.
Hamza will be able to
Amsterdam,
lay there
of
and do
course, was
sure.
this bastion
RDR can't
of
wrestle, and
liberal
RDR
values
is
in
no
general
threat on the
and
feet
tolerance
either.
for all faiths. And so
And
a lot
RDR
of these
will go for those
Portuguese Jews
transitions
who had
that
been
will open
posturing
up
as Christians
opportunities
for
for Hamza to
generations
finish him.
said, okay, in
I would
Mardi
bet my
Gras,
last dollar
once
Hamza finishes
Dutch
RDR.
rule came to northern Amsterdam,
He's
all
not
of these
as well versed,
hidden
especially
Jews
at this
began
level
to show their
when
true
it comes
colors
to
and
defense.
were
He's not
outwardly
as
practicing as Jewish. This, of course,
physically
was a
gifted.
death
He's not
sentence
physically as strong as
when
DDP.
the Dutch lost Brazil.
I have questions
And
on this cardio,
with the
especially
overcoming of the
DDP's taking
Portuguese,
down
that
over
meant
and
that
over.
the
Because
Jews
RDR
were
will
once again
attempt
under
to
Portuguese
get up
control
and
simply at the
roll for
feet.
ankles and
So you
legs
had
and stuff
a
like
few
that.
dozen Jews leaving Recife
That
who
fight doesn't
eventually
go 5
ended up
rounds.
in
That fight
this
doesn't go
part of the
4
world.
rounds.
You may
5 rounds, it
recognize
just
that
doesn't.
as Lower
Imavov
Manhattan,
and
because at that
Mario,
point, Lower Manhattan was, of course,
if
New
somebody gets
Amsterdam
an
was still
impressive
under
win
Dutch
and they
control.
get a finish,
So
that will
these
probably be the next guy in
erstwhile
line if it's
Portuguese
not
Jews
RDR.
moving to Brazil to try and get from the center to the periphery, and then when it
I don't think
becomes Dutch, they say, all right, let's try it out. Let's see if we can represent ourselves as
Here's how you beat a
Jews.
guy like
And
Hamza. It's
when the
very
Portuguese
similar
come
to
back and they
Rob.
flee, they end up here in New
You're not going to be able to
Amsterdam, which
there's
of course is
nobody on the
New York
roster.
City.
There's
And then
nobody
from
in
New
that top,
Amsterdam,
let's
many
say
of them
12
moved
right now. There's
out
nobody in the
to
top, there's in the top
Newport,
50, but
which was
there's
at the
nobody in the
time
top
a
12
wrestling
who can
industry.
match
And
Hamza
that's where we're going to
inside
pick
the
up the
octagon when it
specifics
comes to
of the
wrestling.
Judah
It's
Tour
just
story
not
because
happening.
a small number of these Portuguese Jews had made it to Newport,
Not a
and
path
in
of victory
1658,
as far as out wrestling
15
Hamza.
Jewish
Just not
families
happening.
from
He's not as good
Poland
as wrestling in the UFC. Not
came
happening.
directly
Okay, cool.
to
So how do you
Newport,
beat
Rhode
Hamza?
Island to join those few
You're going to
Portuguese
get taken
families that
down.
started there, and they included among
You're going
them
to have to get up,
Judah
and you're going to have
Tour's
to
father,
create
Isaac,
opportunities. You have to
for
create
whom,
Hail
together
Marys.
with
It's
Judah,
very
this
similar to
particular
Rob
college is
and
so
Corey
named.
Sandhagen.
Are
The
you able to
reason
get
why
this over
Corey
here? Does it
Sandhagen
show
has
up?
a chance to
Can you
beat
see the
Rob
Torah? Is it
is
too low?
because he has those
Okay,
Hail
good.
Marys. Meaning,
There we go. So
when
that's
Rob's
basically
shooting
the
a
story
fight,
of how the Toros
spinning
come
elbow,
to
it's going
America.
to take
Let's look at
something
that
like
in
that to
particular.
dethrone these
Isaac
guys.
Turo is the
It's
important person in
1 in
this
100
particular
chances
story.
of happening, but
Here's
that's your only
a
chance to
drawing
beat these
of
two.
the Portuguese
You have
synagogue
to
in
have that
Amsterdam.
Hail Mary,
And remember,
and you might
Portuguese
lose
are
9
the
out of 10
Jews
times,
who
but
have
there
lived
is the
for who knows how many
opportunity, if you have
generations
that
as
in your
Christians.
arsenal,
And then
to
when they
pull it
finally get
off.
to a liberal place like
But
Amsterdam,
in
then they begin
general,
to express their
Rob,
Jewish identity. And
Hamza are
the
the
name
champions for
Turo
a very,
occurs
very
many
long,
times in
very
the
long
community
stretches
records.
because
One Abraham Turo
there's not
is
much
named
risk
after Gabbai de de Terra Santa, which means the treasurer of the Holy Land Society. You recall we talking about the Chida. There are many organizations that were collecting charity for the benefit of the Jews living in Israel. And so Arturo was one of those officials in Amsterdam who was responsible for that. He was also Parnas in 1682. Meaning he was the president of the Jewish community in Amsterdam, a very prestigious position.
And it's such a small
One of his descendants is Isaac Zero, shown here, who was born 17. He had religious inclinations, and he served as a chazan, as a cantor. probably
So, of
more
course,
like a
he
rabbinic
has the
position
ability to
without
pull that
necessarily
rabbit out of his hat.
having smicha,
Again,
without
the chance
necessarily
of it
having
happening or
different
not good,
ordination.
there's reason
But
being
in Jewish
underdog.
context, that really
I
doesn't
look at
matter,
Marcel Rothschild,
at
the
least
middleweight
for
division.
officiating at synagogues and performing a lot of life cycle functions.
This loss for
He
RDR
moved to the New World, and he actually bounced around quite a bit. He served in Curacao, Suriname, New York, and Jamaica before he eventually joined these Jews living in Newport, where he met his wife. He served as the spiritual leader of the famous Touro Synagogue, one of the oldest synagogues in North America. This is the building as it's located in Newport. It has some interesting architectural features which are not really visible in the current configuration, but it included, among other things, a trap door right under the bima, so that people could escape, because they're always concerned that perhaps the Inquisition might come to America and Jews might have to escape at the last minute. It's a very fascinating synagogue. These fans are direct from the 18th century, very rare electric devices. No, I just made that up. Okay. Right, you know that. Anyways, he ended up becoming the rabbi of the synagogue in Newport, which was not, of course, called the Touro Synagogue back then, but nevertheless, it has been associated with his name and with his illustrious son Judah, who we will explore now. So, what's happening is to Isaac Touro, the Chazan who moved from Holland to Newport. He marries Raina Hayes of Boston. Raina Hayes' brother is an extremely important person in Judah's life shortly. They had 3 children, Abraham, Judah, the second son, and Rebecca. But then the American Revolution broke out. And ironically, while Judah, the son, ended up becoming very much an American patriot, his father, Isaac, was a Tory, was British. And this never happens in the modern age where a father and a son have different political viewpoints. But anyway, the father, was concerned with the Revolutionary War, and so he ended up leaving Newport with the Torah scrolls and took them to New York City, where he had some protection from the British government. And then when the American Revolution expanded still further, he ended up moving to Jamaica, where he served as a rabbi in Kingston. After living through this New York winter, I don't know why anyone would want to go to Jamaica for the position, but that's where he set up a synagogue. Unfortunately, he died a year after, and Judah, his son, was only 8 years old. So following the trail here, Isaac, the father, comes from Holland, moves to a few places in the world, settles in Newport, and marries there. And then with the Revolution, he makes his way down to Jamaica, and unfortunately passes away, leaving his widow with their young children. She decides to go back to Newport, and the children are raised in the home of her brother-in-law, Moses Michael Hayes. Very important American history. Judah is raised from the age of 8 in the home of his uncle, Michael Hayes. Moses Michael Hayes. Hayes, unlike his father, who was a Tory, Hayes is an American patriot who supports the revolutionary efforts, and he also has some rather unique, broad-minded values. And this is a small section from an abolitionist named Samuel May, who was a Ben Bias, was a regular householder in the Hayes home. A Christian, and he writes in his memoirs about what it was like visiting the Hayes so often. He writes here,
you don't have to like it, I'm not saying that. And you can criticize it.
Both Uncle and Aunt Hayes, so I called them, were fond of children, particularly of me. And I was permitted to stay with them several days, and even weeks together, and I can never forget not merely their kind, but their conscientious care of me.
I was the child of Christian parents, and they took special pains that I could learn nothing of my religious training so long as I was permitted to abide with them. Every night I was required on going to bed to repeat my Christian hymn and prayer to them, or else to an excellent Christian servant woman who lived with them many years. I witnessed their religious exercises, their fastings, and their prayers, and was made to feel that they worship the unseen, almighty, and merciful one. Of course, I grew up without any prejudice against the Jews or any other religion, because they did not believe as my father and mother believed. It's a beautiful short passage, a little longer section here, that describes how the Hayes home was clearly religious in nature, that they have their fasting and their prayers, and the young Christian child who was a bit biased there. I don't even know what the right term for bit bias is. Someone who was a child who was constantly on the foot in your home and a regular guest without any invitation necessary.
I'm talking the who's who of wrestling grappling.
Friends, like
he was finishing them
my boys' best friends are constantly at our house. I send a bill every 6 months to their parents.
I didn't want to come on here and ride him too hard, but I probably should have.
He was in their house,
I just didn't know
when he would sleep over for whatever reason. The parents were out of town.
He's unorthodox style. It's hard to kind of bite into and really embrace, so it's like,
and they confirmed that while they had their own religious
they'll figure this out, and that's why the fight was interesting to me, because even after the third round,
what kind of home Judah must have grown up in from a very impressionable age. And it also says something about the kind of values that he imbibed.
There wasn't a lot of coaching going on.
Which maintained a strong identity rooted in the Jewish tradition, but at the same time quite tolerant and even promoted the religiosity of others.
I'm telling you, I've seen guys with the correct technique try to do it,
you do not see so often anymore.
And it's just
unfortunately, here is the beginning of the tragic part. He fell in love with his first cousin, the daughter of the Hayes family. So here he is, a young orphan, who's living in his uncle's home and growing up in close proximity with young Catherine, who was born right about the same time he was, and he falls deeply in love with her, and she with him. And he begs her father's permission to marry, and he denies. It's not the issue of a consanguinity.
The only guy that does is a guy who's going to take a chance.
Not the issue so much that it would be illegal in either
pulls off
Jewish
that
law
fucking
or
Hail
sexual
Mary,
law
goes
for
flying
them to marry.
for whatever reason doesn't see it and catches it.
But
the only way
for what
raised me
reason
to kind
we
of
do not
comes
know,
on
the
to feel like
sources are
Rob
sparse in this
is
area.
like catching
The
them.
father
The odds of catching them are
objected
so
and would not
fucking low.
allow
These guys are going to wait for a very, very, very long time.
He tries
So if
a
you like
couple
that
of
style,
interesting stratagems to keep them apart.
I feel bad for you.
At the age
The good
of
thing is for the
23,
UFC,
when the
is
love affair is
pay-per-views
still
don't
not
matter
going away,
anymore.
Catherine
So
isn't
if you
going
have
to
a
date
dominant
anybody
champion
else.
who's just
So
winning
he says,
based
okay,
off
and Judah, by
wrestling
the
and
way, at this
grappling
point
and
is
control,
working in his
it is what it is.
international
So now,
and import-export business.
if
He
I'm
says,
UFC,
Judah,
you're hoping
I
that
want you to
people
lead a
tune in
ship
to watch these
that's going
guys
to go all the
lose.
way to the
But yet the
Mediterranean.
narrative
It will
that
take you
Hamzat's
2
some late
years
great guy like a
to
John Fishstein
manage this
isn't
particular
real.
mission. And his
That
hope
narrative is
was,
coming
at least
from
in
his
the
most recent
assessment
fight,
of the biographer,
and that narrative
that
should take into account
after
his
2 years of
opponent
separation,
allow
she'll
him
meet
the
someone else,
opportunity
maybe he'll meet
to
someone
find
else,
the
and
finishes. And that's
the
kudos to
puppy love
DDP.
will die out.
Again,
It's
you're
also
young
a pretty
pussy.
dangerous mission.
His
He
next
ends up
few
being attacked
matchups,
by
those guys
pirates,
aren't going to make it
survives the
25
venture, he
minutes.
actually
I
saves
would
the
bet my
cargo.
last
He ends
fucking
up
dollar.
becoming a huge
Those
success.
guys
He
do
comes
not
back
last
2 years
25
later,
minutes. It's not a
mission
knock on them.
accomplished with
It's
a
that
phenomenal
style.
amount of
All right, let's take a little break here, then we'll jump right back into this
positive
juicy ass
results
UFC
to the
pay-per-view
venture.
Hamzat
But the father says,
DDP,
no
because
way,
this is the
go with an
last
olive,
month to win my
not marry
TRX.
my daughter.
Anything you buy, you're going
So
to
Judah
Shopify.
importunes
Picture
him,
this.
and so
It's midnight,
Hayes
you're laying in bed,
fires him
scrolling through this
and
new
says,
website
you're
you
out of a
found, hitting
job,
the add to cart
find
button
someplace
on
else
that
to live.
item you've been looking for.
So
After 15 minutes, you
Judah,
decide you've done
not
enough
sure what
damage
to
to your
do
wallet,
with
decide to
himself
check
at
out.
this
You remember
point.
that your wallet card is in the living
Right
room.
now,
You don't want to
all
get
of
out
his
of bed and
efforts
go
to
get
marry
it.
Catherine
Just as you get
are
ready to
blocked.
abandon your cart, that's when
In
you see that
Newport,
purple
it's a
shop
small
button,
town
that shop button
dominated
that has
by
all of
his
your payment and shipping info
would-be
saved,
father-in-law.
save you time while you
There's
stay
no way for
warm
him
until
to
it's
go
in
out
your
and
bed.
make a
That's
fortune.
Shopify.
So he
There's a
heads
reason
off
that so
to
many
the most
businesses
likely
sell with
place
it,
for
like
it.
Drive
He
Fast,
goes
All
to
Gas.
New Orleans,
Go ahead to
which
the
at this
giveaway
point is
right now,
extremely
Drive Fast, ShopifyWithSaltGuest.com. Because Shopify makes everything easier from checkout to create your own storefront, right? So Shopify is the commerce platform behind 10% of all e-commerce in the USA, from household names like Mattel and Gymshark to brands like DriveFast All Gas. Shopify gives you that leg up from the day you sign the dotted line, ready to go templates to express your brand style. Forget about the code. To have all those important tasks in one place, from inventory to payments to analytics and so much more. And I mentioned the iconic purple Shop Pay button that's used by millions of businesses around the world. It's why Shopify has the best converting checkout on the planet. Your customers already dig it, so get it done. So if you want to see less carts being abandoned, it's time for you to head on over to Shopify. Sign up for your $1 per month trial and start selling today at Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase, SHAP, all lowercase. Go to Shopify.com/shop, Shopify.com/shop, all lowercase. The only guy who
tremendous opportunities there for South America, North America. It's good climate for lots of international trade and so on.
You guys know this. I'm on record saying how much I like him. If you remember, we first came to
it would be excellent.
By
1840, 4 decades later, it became the fourth busiest port in the world.
What you're great at.
Understand this. The context
So
of
Nichols' problem
only
is
London, Liverpool, and New
his
York
camp, for whatever reason, has decided that he's a striker.
or
See,
cargo
and
out.
they
It
have
was
him
actually the
clinching and
third
striking a
largest
lot.
city in the U.S. and the
It's not like the
wealthiest
Nichols,
per
but
capita city.
there's not enough
By
hours in the day
1840, the
for him
wealthiest
to make up
city
the
in the
gap
Union,
to become
based on
just an
per capita
efficient striker
basis,
in the UFC.
was in fact New
There's
Orleans.
guys
So
that have
his
been training
gamble was
all their lives in the UFC for striking,
planned,
the same way
and
he can train for wrestling.
really it worked
The
out
only
for
reason
him
is because when you're
because
born, I don't know
he
what it is. There seems to be some mental block with him as Cam. He goes, no,
he
you're a
owns
striker.
several
You're
ships,
not.
some of them
You're an
captained
amateur
by
striker.
Daniel Marcy, shown here, who later became
When
a
it comes to
representative to
MMA,
New
nobody
Hampshire.
goes to amateur
And
striker.
so I tried
You're
to
the
get
UFC
pictures of
level,
them.
and you're trying to get wins by striking,
really
and you're
would
learning the hard way.
But these massive
So if I'm
1,000-ton ships with
and he tweeted out
4 or
like, oh, I got
5
work to do.
large masts, constantly
It's
carrying
not really
goods
got
all over
work
the
to do
world,
as far as your striking.
all
Fuck all that noise,
in
dude.
the hands of this
Forget about your striking will never be at the level where you're
who is
winning
setting them left
legit
and right,
UFC fights.
managing
It's not
every single
ever happening.
detail of
But
his
what can we take away from Hamzat's success?
with a
You
tremendous
can get
degree
very
of
far based off your grappling. So he
concentration
needs to
and attention
find
to detail. And
ways
then one story
to
that I
get
read
guys
about
down,
was
to get a hold of their hips, to
he
ride them
sent
out
out
like
his
Hamzat,
clerk to
and
buy
then find
him
the
a
finish
new
once you break,
cloak,
mentally break him.
and
That's his
before the clerk
fastest
could
path.
come back, another
And
vendor
easiest path
came
to
in to the
becoming a
store
legit
saying that
UFC
they're
star.
on sale for
If his
$2
camp is
cheaper
working
at a
striking
different
every day, he
store.
should fire
So he
everybody.
sent that clerk to go buy
That
it
is
for
not
$2
the
cheaper.
roadmap for Bo
And then
Nickel.
when the clerk came back, he
Bo
told him
Nickel
to
should look at
return
this
the
and go,
cloak.
why
So in
beat
other
guys
words,
that can
he saved
beat
himself
Hamzat wrestling?
$2, which okay, maybe it would be
Cool,
the equivalent of
dude.
$50 or
Then do
$60
that.
today, but still.
Why are
for
you
an
trying to
incredibly
win
wealthy
fights
man,
with your
not a lot
fucking
of
hands and
money.
feet?
But at the same time, he wrote a
Doesn't make
$5,000
sense.
check to Tzedakah
He got
for
fucking
charity on that
KO'd
same day.
by
So he
RDR.
may be very
He isn't exactly a
with
world-class
his own
striker.
parsimonious. Did I pronounce that right?
He should
Thank
be
you.
taking
Are
a
you an English
page.
teacher? Because you nodded
Look,
at the
you
other
just
one
gotta
too.
lock it in. And if
Okay,
lock it
English
in
major,
means
thank you. There's
you
one word I
fucking
used to get wrong
wrestling,
all the time.
then lock it in.
I used to say
But if
reverberate.
lock it in means
Anyway.
gotta get back in the
So
gym
he
and hit
was
mitts,
very,
then fuck my
very
face.
particular about
Because
a
that ain't
dollar or
gonna
two
work.
here or there for his own personal needs.
So if anything, hopefully
Extremely
Bo Nickel
philanthropic
Hamzat
and
just,
generous with
okay,
his money, as
I
we will
got it.
see shortly.
Because Hamzat on the
Here's
feet's a liability. I'm
his,
not gonna lie to you.
the center
Now in
of his
training,
business in New
he's
Orleans,
not, he
massive
hasn't
buildings. Imagine those
adapted.
pictures like
He's not as
1840s.
comfortable on
Really
the
quite
feet as he is
significant.
wrestling, right? Because his
Compare that
background's
to
wrestling.
Macy's
Same thing
and
for Bo
34th
Nickel.
Street, buildings like
So
that.
for
Really quite
Hamzat,
incredible
you see him against a guy like Burshard, who's not a very good striker. He fucking starches you in the face with a striking.
entire duration of his business career.
But the issue for Hamzat is every guy he's fighting outside RDR, every and RDR is gonna learn, but every guy he's fighting, Sean Strickland's better fighter, or not better fighter, better striker. Sean Strickland's better striker, Ilma's better striker, Izzy better striker.
As I mentioned, very few friendships. He
Aurelio's
was
a better
very
striker,
fond of
Fluffy's a
life,
better striker,
especially
Robert
after
Whitaker's a better striker.
his,
So notice he's not trying to keep it on the feet
war of
because he knows that's their
1812.
only
One of his best
opportunity
friends
to
was
with the fight.
Here,
if it's wrestling and grappling, his odds of winning go 98%. There's a 2% chance any of these guys can beat them. It's just not happening. They have to have that Hail Mary. They have to hope Hamza shoots with his head to the middle or to the outside, and they just happen to be throwing a jumping knee and time it perfectly. It's the only way you beat Hamza. His odds of winning are so much higher because there's not a lot of risk involved when your background's wrestling. For Rob, there's not a lot of risk involved. That's why it's so impressive when guys like Anderson, Easy, Alex Pierre, when they're pure strikers, and they still become champs and reigning champs, that's so much more difficult to do. Because you think you get caught, it just happens. Even if their technique's flawless, they can get caught. But if you're wrestling pedigree, you have such better odds of not getting caught. You control the fight. Does that make sense?
About his friendship with
So for Hamza, and I know everyone's like, all right, man, let's see Fluffy. And I love Fluffy. And
this is from the biography of Andrew Jackson by James
fun fights.
And I'm going to read you a section about Judah Turtle here.
Fluffy does create, those transitions, and he does get back to speed. He does have good cardio.
On this day, January 1st, 1815, served his country in a capacity much more dangerous than that of a combatant. When the state was invaded, Mr. Turtle was attached to the regiment of the Louisiana militia. After performing severe labors as a common soldier in the ranks, Mr. Turtle on the 1st of January volunteered his services to aid in carrying shot and shell from the magazine to Humphreys Battery. In this humble but perilous duty, he was seen actively engaged during the terrible cannonade with which the British opened that day, regardless of the cloud of iron missiles which flew around him, and which made many of the stoutest hearted cling closely to the embankment or seek some shelter. But in the charge of duty, this good man knew no fear and perceived no danger. It was while thus engaged that he was struck in the thigh by a 12-pound shot, which produced a ghastly and dangerous wound. What ended up happening is that he was lying on the battlefield, bleeding out, being hit somewhere in the thigh, and this man, Wesley Shepard, ran out there, grabbed his prone body and dragged him back to safety and got him to medical attention. Apparently, it took close to a year for him to recuperate, but he ultimately saved his life, and they maintained a very close friendship for years thereafter. He was just kind of associate, a non-Jew, who was very close with Turtle. But I think it's interesting to contemplate how here, by 1815, he's really quite a wealthy man. He's been living in New Orleans for a dozen years, and yet he volunteers for the militia, and he's out there doing the grunt work of carrying shot through the battery to be able to reload, to allow the soldiers out there to reload. Incredibly dangerous work for a businessman who at this point was in his late 30s, early 40s. It's really quite impressive that he would personally undertake that kind of heroic activity. And it shows his patriotism as well. Now let's turn a little bit to his Jewish life. He was not especially gregarious. I mentioned earlier, he didn't like going to synagogue very much, in particular because the first synagogue in New Orleans was not Sephardic. There was a German synagogue there, and he was not very fond of it, so he rarely participated. He doesn't show up as one of the more generous members. Later, when a Sephardic synagogue would be established, then, like Montefiore, he has kind of like a change in his attitude and ends up becoming a very regular attendee of services and so on. So he obviously had some deep attachment to his Sephardic. And he was also secretly giving thousands of dollars to charities all over America. And
What's good? How's your day going? All right, well, what happened? Cough and audible? Half of an audible, okay. How'd you find out about me? Word. Okay, well, welcome. We're watching Jewish History Lectures Feel free to enjoy.
And across the world, we've already mentioned last week when we spoke about Montefiore that he donated $50,000, incredible sum at the time, to the Alms House, which is right by Montefiore's windmill, in an attempt to provide a livelihood for the dispossessed of Israel. But he began to sort of seed money of $5,000 here, $5,000 there, to all kinds of congregations all over the eastern seaboard, both Ashkenazic and Sephardic. He even was quite interested in the practice of Jews in exotic countries. At that point, the Jews of Kaifeng in China were discovered. Here you can see some of those Jews from that region. And he gave thousands of dollars to able to support this struggling community, which amazingly was not able to make a go out of it, even though they had such tremendous proximity to authentic Chinese food. They simply could not attract enough Ashkenazim to keep it going, even on December 24th. Here, but his philanthropy went far beyond Jewish life as well, and he was an incredible supporter of non-Jewish causes as well. And this is, I think, something signal about Judah Turo and also about the Jewish experience in America. We know from Talmudic sources that the rabbis enjoin the Jewish community to support communal causes, even if they are primarily benefiting non-Jews. The Talmud says explicitly, but the Jews have to support non-Jewish graveyards, non-Jewish hospitals, non-Jewish orphanages, that we are required to support the general community as well as our own. And this is something that Judah Turo took very seriously, and for which he was probably much more well known than he is for his Jewish activities. But here's one interesting story written from a Christian minister in 1855. So there was a church, the first Congregational church in New Orleans, that had gone bankrupt, and they were going to be evicted from their premises. So he writes, Mr. Turo became the purchaser without any conditions expressed or implied as to what disposition he should make of it, meaning of the building. Then we were few, feeble, impoverished, and bankrupt. A noble Israelite snatched us from the jaws of destruction. From that day up to its conflagration in 1849, he held it for our use, receiving not enough in the way of compensation for keeping it in repair. He might have torn the church down and reared on the site a block of stores whose income by this time would have amounted to $500,000. He was urged to do so, and at once replied to a gentleman who made a very liberal offer for the property that there was not money enough in the world to buy it. Immediately after its destruction, he bought a new building for us, meaning after the church burned down in 1849, he paid for a new building for the congregation, where we have worship till now, free of charge. Is there a Christian society in New Orleans that has ever offered to help us? It's an amazing kind of, to use the term from the Jewish sources, a Kiddush Hashem, a tremendously public action of kindness that it'd be hard to imagine happening today so easily, particularly in the kind of strained relations we often have intercommunally. But this was not Judah Turo. Judah Turo, like his would-be father-in-law, was very tolerant of all faiths while clinging very strongly to his own, and he put his money where his mouth is. Let's have a look at some of the philanthropic causes that he was involved with. He established New Orleans' first lending library. I believe it is the first lending library in the United States of America, meaning a free public library. This is something that I know appealed to Dr. Lander, alav shalom, when he established the name Turo, because here Judah was clearly very interested in public education, free education, and providing for the community as a whole. This is a picture of the building that Turo built in New Orleans. He was also very involved in healthcare initiatives. He created this Turo infirmary that you see some of the buildings of it. He contributed, by the way, he created the hospital, which is known today in New York as Mount Sinai. that came from Turo's seed funding. And he also was associated with many universities. Tulane University, for example, has the Turo Medals, which are awarded to their top students in several fields, and really quite impressive. His name, particularly in the South, is all over the place because of the tremendously generous donations that he gave. There are so many stories about how he secretly gave money. In one occasion, I recall reading in some of the letters that were preserved that he heard that a particular building was falling down, and he said, listen, I'll give you money. Please do not reveal where this source came from. And by the way, when I walked by it the other day, I saw that the entire road leading up to it was rather in bad repair. So listen, I'd like to pay you to make sure that the road leading up to your facility is also put in good repair, and once again has to be done completely confidentially. So a tremendously generous individual who was looking to do something productive with his funds. Really quite amazing. Now let us turn to his legacy, which is fascinating and complicated in many ways. He was ultimately passed away in New Orleans, but he asked to be reinterred next to his mother. He wanted to be buried next to his mother, and of course that would have been close to Catherine, who also died just a few days after him, and was also buried there. This is actually his gravestone. In his funeral cortege, all of the orphans in New Orleans followed his hearse because he had supported 6 orphanages. He had maintained the facilities and the costs of 6 orphanages in the city, so they brought all the children out to walk behind his cortege as he was taken off for burial. And at that point, a Jewish society thought we should really erect an appropriate monument to Judah Turo. Oh, I forgot to mention, by the way, that in his will, he gave away $500,000 to Jewish causes all over America. I should have done the calculations, I apologize, but $500,000 in 1854 would probably be somewhere in the neighborhood of, who knows, $20 billion today. It's hard to imagine that kind of money. Imagine Bill Gates plus Steve Jobs plus whoever giving away all their wealth. He had no children, so he gave all their wealth. Well, maybe not Steve Jobs, but someone wealthy giving away lots of money. Incredible. He gave away money to his family. He gave away $5,000 to Catherine. He did not realize that she was going to pass away shortly. But this incredible, windfall for struggling congregations essentially established them and allowed them to continue well into the 20th century. So anyways, they thought, let's build a monument, and they sketched out a couple of large, statues where you could see his figure and you could get a sense of who this individual was. But there was a German Jewish traveler who would make a name for himself later by writing a book called Drei Jahre in America, 3 years traveling through America. He went by the name Binyamin Hashemi, which was an echo of Benjamin of Tudela, a famous medieval traveler. This was another traveler who made his way through America and went back to Europe to tell the story of his experience there. And he devoted 20 pages in his memoirs to how he vigorously fought against the monument for Turo, not because he had anything against Judah Turo as an individual, and in fact he praised his philanthropy, but he really maintained that a plastic image, a stone image would be contravening the basic tenets of Judaism. To make a statue that would be quasi-worship would be so antithetical to Jewish values that really could not happen. And Binyamin Hashemi, the second Benjamin, held the day, and so as a result, no specific memorial other than the gravestone was erected to Judah Turo, although his legacy is celebrated in many other ways. And of course, the most important way that we should talk about today is how he was associated with this institution, Turo College. So without, we could easily spend an entire hour speaking about the founding of Touro College, which maybe we'll get around to sometime in this series. But let's just take a minute to see what is the connection with Touro. Why Touro? So this is the founder of Touro College, Dr. Bernard Lander, Rabbi Dr. Bernard Lander, who at the age of 54 decided he would just, give up his prestigious position at another important university in this city and just start his own college. And everyone thought he was crazy except for his wife, who said, go ahead and do it. And she was his main support. And he set about with tremendous success to create this massive institution, which now has campuses in Jerusalem, Los Angeles, Moscow, Berlin. We have 18,000 students worldwide. I mean, it's an incredible institution. We are the single largest provider of healthcare graduates in the state of New York. It's an incredible kind of achievement. 5 medical schools. We can go on with these things. How did he come to choose the name Touro College? So this is the official biography here by Peter Weiss, called The Lander Legacy. It's actually a pretty good read. I did enjoy it thoroughly. And it appears that when he was tossing about for names for this college, he had to find some kind of, motivational figure to start this project. It happened that it was rather rushed, and in 1969, an important member of the organizational committee had to register a name for a state charter. So Leon Reich chose the name the Hebrew College of Brooklyn. Now, it happened that Dr. Lander was not pleased with that impromptu name that was filled out essentially for just you had to have a name. You can't just start a college without a name, because he felt it was too limiting. First of all, our mission at Touro College is really a dual mission. Dr. Lander articulated this vision where Touro College would serve the traditional Jewish community in a culturally sensitive manner, but at the same time, Touro would also be dedicated to serving traditionally underserved communities. That's why we have, for example, a medical school in Harlem. You don't normally put medical schools in Harlem, but that's kind of Dr. Lander's vision. So he felt that the Hebrew College, and just in Brooklyn, that's way too limiting. So we had to cast about for other names. So the other names that came up, they thought, okay, how about, because it is such a visionary and unusual kind of place, let's call it New College. The only problem is New College has already been taken. Lots of new colleges around. There was a new college where I was educated in Toronto, a new college in Oxford, so you can't just call it New College. So then they said, okay, how about naming it after Israel's first chief rabbi and call it Herzog College. There is, by the way, a Herzog College in Israel right now. But they were concerned, well, maybe the family wouldn't like that. Maybe the family has other plans with it. So Herzog College didn't fly either. And then here's my favorite. They thought, okay, what about an extremely important individual in the founding of Israel, because Dr. Lander was very Zionist and very much pro-Israel. How about we name the school after Rabbi Abraham Isaac Kook? And then Dr. Lander said, no, then what will happen is the students will be called cookies, and that just won't work in English. But we could have been Cook College. That's not impossible. So ultimately, after a long discussion of many of the options, Dr. Lander decided on the name Touro College after Isaac because of his religious credentials and his service as a Chazan, and after Judah because of his tremendous philanthropy and his tremendous love of both Jewish people and the American people. And I think, humbly, it was a very appropriate choice, because a lot of the values of the college, the fact that we will have, these tremendous programs in the Bronx and the kind of neighborhoods where there are food deserts, but there's not an education desert. And at the same time, we have, one of the largest undergraduate programs. I think we are the largest undergraduate college for Jewish students in the world, maybe outside of Israel. But those two kind of visions are very much, exemplified by the life and work of Judah Turo. I have one more photograph just for my own satisfaction. Here's a picture of me with Dr. Lander. This is me here when some of my beard was still a little bit darker. This is Rabbi Alan Senior. Rabbi Senior and I were involved in setting up a campus in Miami Beach for Turo College, and here we are at the Fontainebleau Hotel with Dr. Lander. I have many personal memories of the brief number of years that I knew him when he was already quite an elderly man, but it was through him that I think I really channeled the ideas of Judah Turo, and hopefully we can represent those well to the next generation with our student body. And that's the presentation on Judah Turo. I hope you found this fascinating and as inspirational as I did, and I hope you all have a tremendously wonderful Passover. Look forward to seeing you on April 16th. Thank you.
My DNA, which is, spiritual in nature. So I guess the answer to that would be yes. The short answer is yes.
Melissa, what is intuitive channeling?
So intuitive channeling,
as you are well aware, the
you would sit in front of someone and say,
a pattern that we've set for the past couple of years actually is to do biographies where we look at a particular historical period through the lens of one specific perspective and try to understand how that person lived their lives and what kind of information we can glean about the surrounding society from their particular experience. Tonight, we're going to do something a little bit different. We have to do several things differently, but the most important change for tonight's theme is we're going to look at the macro theme. We're going to look at the Holocaust writ large, specifically how it affected Sephardim. I'm tempted in future years perhaps to return to this topic in a biographical format, but for now, we have to take a broader approach, primarily because much of this has been largely ignored by the scholarly community, as we shall see shortly. So let's do the good and welfare very quickly. Tonight's lecture is sponsored by Richard Moreno, Lieutenant Richard Moreno, who has sponsored actually quite a few of our lectures. If you are interested in sponsoring a lecture, we have 2 left for this season, which are yet unsponsored. Next week is Emma Lazarus. The week after, we have the Crypto Jews, also another thematic class, and then we will go on to Rabbi Ovadia Yosef to close the class. So 2 of those are still unsponsored. The website is bit.ly at the Friends of Jewish History, or just contact the office. We would love to have your sponsorship. Okay, let's go to the subject at hand, though. The Holocaust in Sephardic lands, or the Sephardic experience of the Holocaust, is subject to what one scholar, me, called a double occlusion, meaning a double hiding. And there's 2 elements to this. The first is that the Holocaust is overwhelmingly understood as an Ashkenazic experience. When you look at popular culture, the victims of the Nazi genocide inevitably have their language inflected with Yiddish or Polish, perhaps French, German, Dutch, but you rarely hear Arabic as one of the languages spoken by the victims of the Holocaust. This is a grave distortion of the historical record. To be sure, the vast majority of the victims of Hitler's tyranny over Europe were Ashkenazic Jews, but there's significant numbers, tens of thousands, perhaps hundreds of thousands, that hail from Greece in particular, from Turkey, North Africa, and their experience has largely gone unstudied. Even the Greek Jews, who are perhaps the most European, and their experience was most closely related to their Polish brethren to the north. And this is a highly unfortunate situation. There are only a handful of scholars who are doing any significant work on the Holocaust in Sephardic lands. For a variety of reasons, but it has meant that the story of these tens of thousands of victims have gone untold. I'd like to rectify that very briefly tonight in a tiny way, so that, especially after Yom HaShoah that was just commemorated a few days ago, we can understand a little bit more of the scope of the devastation of the Third Reich. That's the first occlusion, is within popular culture, the Holocaust affecting Sephardic lands is not well known. The second occlusion is that within the academic world, I speak for myself as someone who, associates with other academics and historians, there's just not much talk about the Holocaust and how it affected Sephardim. And if it's not being generated in the academic world, where we are capable of studying the most arcane and sometimes ridiculous things, then how are we going to push this out to the popular world? So in tonight's short lecture, I hope to try and address that a little bit from an academic perspective. We're just going to do a sweeping overview of the Holocaust in the Sephardic lands in order to understand a little bit more of what we are missing in terms of the larger picture. Perhaps one of the problems that has plagued the field of historians and also, by extension, popular culture, is the fact that the Sephardic experience was far from uniform. We can say certain generalities about the experience of Ashkenazic Jews, particularly if we try to, focus on Eastern Europe as opposed to Western Europe. Maybe we can break it down a little bit by country, because each country had its own unique experience. Hungarian Jews, for example, had a very different experience than, let's say, Polish Jews, certainly than French Jews or Dutch Jews. But the Sephardic Jews, especially those from places like Tunisia and Libya, totally different from what was experienced north of the Mediterranean basin. So that's made it much more difficult for scholars as a whole. This is a fascinating photograph showing some Greek Jews in a displaced persons camp holding a mass wedding, a celebration of life writ large in 1946. A rather joyous occasion that gives a sense of the life that reverberated from the ashes of the Holocaust. That's a mixed metaphor, but I'm not going to delete it. Okay, so let us just quickly, in the context of Yom HaShoah, and as a lead up to understand the distinctions with the Sephardic experience, let me just very briefly catalog what we know about the Ashkenazic experience. I know that many of you are deeply familiar, perhaps personally familiar with these things, either through your own experiences, perhaps, certainly through parents and extended relatives, but I'd like to give you a little bit more of an academic perspective. And in so doing, I would like to introduce you to one of the most significant debates that historians have had since the 1950s over the interpretation of the Holocaust. Basically, there are two main scholarly groups in approaching the big questions about the Holocaust. And when I say big questions, I mean things like, how could it possibly happen? How is it that an entire continent could participate in the murder of millions of its citizens? How is it possible that such a complex system of murder, a bureaucracy of murder that required detailed coordination of everything from arranging the train schedules to dropping off supplies to processing the recycled gold teeth and eyeglasses and prosthetic limbs of the murdered Jews, how is it possible that the entire continent could bend itself to this single nefarious task? Why was there no collective resistance? Why was there no one standing up and saying, hey, wait a second, we can't do this? Literally no one, except for partisans hiding in the woods, and maybe a few people in underground bunkers. There was really no major resistance against it. And we'll talk about France, well, perhaps not today, but these are some of the big questions of the Holocaust. So two schools developed. The first school is called the intentionalist school. The most important intentionalist, perhaps you've heard the name, is a great historian named Lucy Davidowitz. And she was essentially following a model that was created, a philosophical model of the Holocaust that was created in the context of the Nuremberg war trials. 1946, 1947, right after World War II ends, immediately the Cold War begins. And America and Russia are locked in this global conflict to try and establish domination over Europe. And the assets of Europe, particularly the human assets like the German rocket scientists and so on, are hotly sought after, and the allegiance of the populations, many of whom were either pro-Nazi or were willing to go along with Hitler's aims, have to be secured in order to ensure that either America and democracy, or conversely, the Soviet Union, communism, can dominate what would eventually become a divided Europe. And so what was necessary for the Allies in the war trials is they wanted to wrap things up really quickly. They wanted to find who was guilty, hopefully not a very large circle of people, punish them, and let's move on. That was really the strategy of the justices at Nuremberg, is they wanted to find the guilty, punish them, and move on. It was important that, for example, Western Germany should realize that, yes, we have to throw in our lot with the Allies, and we have to face West, and we have to democratize, and you just can't do that if you're going to hold guilt over a society for decades and generations. So they came up with a legal strategy, which we can question as historians today, which posited that the reason the Holocaust happened was that Hitler formed a conspiracy with a tightly knit group of individuals, particularly those associated with the SS. And with this small group of people, perhaps a few hundred, they were able to essentially dupe the rest of the continent into going along with the process of murder. The Poles really didn't know what was happening in the fields around Silesia, and the Germans near Dachau, they thought they were some kind of factory there. They had no idea. This is the model of the intentionalists, and it worked fairly well for a long time. A very small number, 10 people, were hanged at Nuremberg, and they established clear criteria for who was a war criminal and who was not. And basically, Shalom Nafshi, at that point, we kind of wrapped things up, and we were able to try and rebuild Europe, Marshall Plan, and so on. So that's the intentionalist school, which says fundamentally that Hitler intended this from the very beginning and created a model that invited co-conspirators and kept everyone else out in the cold. This model held up until the 1950s, when many historians, Martin Grosjat in Europe, began to poke holes in and say, wait a second, it doesn't really make sense, because we see a few things that argue against this trend. For example, why was it that the ghettos really didn't get established until 1940? If Hitler really intended it from the beginning, why didn't he start right away? And furthermore, why is it the Jews were still allowed to leave? And why is that Hitler actually set up 2 different repatriation plans, one in the island of Madagascar, another one in the Lublin region of Poland, where it seemed like he was trying to transport Jews as opposed to murder them all? Why is it that the mass murder only begins in 1941 and the death camps only begin in 1942? These dates just don't make sense with the intentionalist model. It really should have been earlier if that was the conspiracy. So a more sophisticated, in my humble opinion, a more sophisticated model called the functionalists began to rise. The functionalists argued that certainly Hitler was an anti-Semite of millennial proportions. There's nothing to say about that. Not to mention any way his dastardly intention for the Jewish people.
I would assume,
however,
I gotta assume
he and his co-conspirators, so to speak, only stumbled across elements of the Holocaust when they saw
8 weeks,
that
whatever is
people
12
were
weeks you're
willing to
working
go
on not
along
getting
with it.
taken down.
When they radicalized one aspect or another of the legislation, and they saw that no one's bothering us. Like, for example, Kristallnacht, we have a massive pogrom all across the country. We burn hundreds of synagogues, break lots of glass, 260 people are killed, and what happens? Nothing. People slap us on the wrist by writing op-eds in the New York Times, and nothing really changes. So you know what? We can get away with it. And bit by bit, the Nazi regime was radicalized until Operation Barbarossa, which is where we're going to pick up the story at this point. So the functionalists who argued the Holocaust was a function of the war, As the war became more brutalized and more seemed to be possible, then the idea of actually murdering all of the Jews of Europe dawned in his mind, and he was able to actually implement it to a terrible
like when guys come from other organizations and
so, for example, to give you a sense of who's a modern functionalist, most
everybody else
modern
who does what I
historians
do
adhere to this model of understanding.
try to
People like
paint this picture that these other leagues are just as good as the UFC. They'll say, well, the depth, they just don't have the depth, but their top 5 can compete in the UFC.
German
It's
citizens
not
as a whole
fucking true.
were willing to go
How
along
many
with the
times
plan.
are you going to have to watch a guy come at the best successive Bellator or whatever, come over the UFC and get absolutely fucking butt stopped? How many times?
Apathy in
What do you
society
think it
that is
is?
willing to see
What do you think it
this
is?
minority population.
It has a lot to do with the competition they're fighting now.
Corroborating evidence,
It has a lot to do with it. They're fighting for their first fights, the toughest competition they've ever faced. There's that. That's probably the biggest reason. There's also B.
Let's look at the essential timeline of how the Holocaust played out within the context of the intentionalist
the
versus
nerve of the UFC being the big
so
show
perhaps
is
the
real.
first thing
Unless
that
you're a complete savage like
Hitler
Tom Cruise,
embarked
for the
on
majority
at the
of
beginning
people,
of the war,
the UFC's the big show. There's a lot of pressure.
is
And
the
even MVP,
concentration
I
of
was just watching a clip of him
and
talking
this
about it because
happened
they
in
said,
a
well, you
haphazard
guys
manner
come from these
throughout all of the
organizations and they just
occupied
they don't
territories.
perform as well. And he
There
goes,
did not seem to
listen,
be a
even for me, my first fight,
plan
even
as to
till
what
now, 4
exactly
fights in,
this
I still
concentration
haven't
was
performed to
for.
my
But
abilities. There's just a lot of it's just
and we
different.
should note
There's
also
a lot
that
of
these
pressure.
concentrations,
So when you come to the
are called
UFC,
ghettos,
these
of
guys are
course,
trying too hard.
many of them did not
In
have any
training,
kind of
Bellator,
barriers
whatever
other
other
than
organization,
administrative
there's not as much
ones.
pressure.
Meaning they would
You're
simply
more
put out a map.
relaxed and you're fighting
This is the Jewish region. You
capabilities.
must live in
Come
the
to the
Jewish
UFC,
section
it's
of
a
town.
big
And
show.
if a
There's
Jew
a
is
lot
not
more
outside of the
pressure.
section,
There's a lot
especially
more
when
eyeballs.
a year after
It's
the war
just
begins,
different.
they institute formal badges
Every
and
other
armbands
league is
for
the minor
Jews.
leagues.
A person could be shot for
There's
being
me analysts
outside
on
the
there do
division.
what I do and
But
tell you,
there's
no,
no
these other
external
leagues are just as good.
constraints like a
I don't
wall
think it's
keeping
beat
them
from those
from within the
organizations.
ghetto.
I don't know what's going on there. They're
Types of
not.
ghettos develop.
They're not.
Some, like in the Polish city
You
of
can give me
Łódź,
some examples.
seem
Well, what
to
about this guy?
operate
What
on
about
the
this guy?
model
Sure,
that
those guys are doing
the
well. But the overall
purpose of the ghetto
assessment
was
of
slave
guys that
labor.
come from other
And
organizations
so
and
the
the
way
UFC,
to
they
survive
don't
the
do
whole
well.
culture of the
They just don't,
strange
because they're
culture
coming
of
from
the
the
ghetto was
CFL
built
to the
about
NFL,
earning a
and
work
there's a
permit
big,
so you
big
could work up say in the
difference.
textile
But because
factories
the
that
UFC's a big
populated
dog in
Łódź,
town, the big
and
pony,
then you
everyone
would
wants
be
to hate
able
on.
to
I'm
get
telling you,
rations to
it's
feed your
fucking
family.
different.
Other ghettos like
It just
Warsaw,
is.
shown here,
It
were
just is.
understood
It
to
will
be
always be that
simply
way.
holding pens for
It will
Jews
always
to
be that way.
starve. That they were there to just attritionist places where Jews were given, for example, the daily ration for Jews in the Warsaw Ghetto was 150
generational talent.
calories,
He does
which is
everything
basically
well.
like a few potato
Here at
skins.
DC talk about it on the
Average, I just did
broadcast
one
where
of those
if
breathing
you were
tests
stuck with
today,
wrestling, you'd
and
be
they
an
told me
Olympic gold
that
medalist.
I
When
need to eat
his wrestler beat
1850
Aaron Pico, he
calories per day.
celebrated like they
I
won
said
the world
that's per
championship
day.
because that's how
Right now,
good Aaron Pico was
half a
when he
day
was
and
18.
then another
He left
1850 a
wrestling
night
to pursue
per
MMA.
day. So an adult
He
male
checked
has to
every
eat about
box that you
1,800
want for a
calories.
prospect.
Jews
Who's
are
going to be
given
world champion.
150 calories. So
Phenomenal
they're like
wrestling.
intended for
Phenomenal
starvation.
boxing. Great cardio. Great
Starvation
camp.
was in fact the occurrence in most of these ghettos, which remained intact basically from the beginning of the war of 1939 until the spring of 1942, when the next stage was deportation. But before we get to the deportation, we should understand that one of the great turning points around which functionists and intentionalists have a tremendous amount of debate is the significance of Operation Barbarossa. Looking at the war militarily, one of the things that Hitler was well aware of was that Germany has this geographic problem. Whenever it fights a war, it's in many times in German history, Germany, since it's the center of Europe, cannot win a war fighting on two fronts. Germany cannot fight both to the west and to the east simultaneously, primarily because of logistics. If you have a weakness on the eastern front, and you need to get a supply line out there, or you need to get reinforcements, you've got to schlep them all the way to the western front, which is frequently impossible. Furthermore, when you go into further, you hit the greatest general of the region. You've heard of General Winter. The Russian winter is so brutal that it's impossible to
fighting that
maintain
style, and you're fighting a guy like
occupation
Murphy,
of
who's an elite
beyond the Urals in
striker.
any way.
Murphy
At any
mentioned
rate,
this in the build-up.
Hitler
He
followed
used
his
his
plan by
aggression
conquering the
against it.
West first.
And
He
that,
took
you have to be
over
at such a
France,
high level to pull that
following
off.
Norway,
And Murphy
Denmark,
is.
and so on,
Murphy's that guy.
leaving England
So I
for
saw
later,
him
but
Pico being
attacking
so
with
aggressive.
punishing
He got caught
brutal
with the knee
war
early,
campaigns.
but it's just
And
a
once the
matter of
West was
time.
pacified,
Again,
then
in
he
Bellator,
broke his
PFL, you
deal
can
with
fight that
Stalin
way,
that he had
and
signed
you're
in
going to
late
melt a lot of guys and get you a lot of
1939 and
wins.
invaded
But then
in a
you come over to
surprise attack.
UFC,
Now,
you're
what's
that
significant
aggressive,
beyond the
and you
military in terms
highlight
of
real
the Holocaust, and
out
remember that the
in your
war
first
and the
fucking fight.
Holocaust are two
Because you're
separate
dealing
but
with
related
actual
phenomena.
fucking pros
The
at the highest level.
Wehrmacht was
And when they
trying
see
to
that
advance
you just
the
have
war
these
effort,
holes in
and
your
at the same
game,
time, Hitler was
it's
trying
just
to advance
you
a
might
second
get
war
wins,
effort, that
but when you
against the
start
Jews.
fighting the top
So he
15,
sent out
all that goes out the
4
window.
groups of
Those
what were
guys
called
see this glaring hole,
Einsatzgruppen,
they're
or
going to take
special
advantage of it.
commandos. And these special
So
commandos,
for him,
A, B,
Pico,
C,
it's
and D,
just, I don't know what you
followed
do.
the Wehrmacht
I don't know.
into Poland and the
They're going to
former
give him
Soviet
his next
Union,
one, probably be,
and
they're going
essentially
to dial it back. Okay.
followed the troops in
He's not
and
top 10
went
guy.
to the
He's
tiny
not what's way
Stetland
wrong.
where
And
Jews
he's
lived.
going to get some
They would
wins.
round them up
But
in
unless
these
he
tiny
makes those
Stetland,
mental
these roving
corrections,
commandos, and
this
they
thing will
would
continue
drive
to keep
them out
happening.
to
I don't know what you do,
ravines.
but I hope
Sometimes they would have
if
them
there's a
dig their
mental
own
coach or
graves,
something, you know,
strip
with
them
Jackson,
naked,
who's great
and they
with the
would
mind
shoot them
games.
en masse.
I don't know what you do.
They
I
did
don't know
this
what you do.
for about a year,
It's a bummer.
and they killed somewhere between 1.5 and 2.5 million Jews in this
Unfortunately for him,
manner,
you're supposed to fight
including most
Mozart.
of my own family that remained behind in Europe.
That would have actually been a
This
better
is,
fight for him.
however, a far cry from the death
Yeah, in
camps that would
retrospect,
be
you're like,
created
oh,
later.
yeah, because Mozart's not going to do
Historians
these crazy
wonder,
things and
did
finish him.
Hitler
You know, this can be more of
switch
a
to the
wrestling
death
clinic.
camps
That
because
would
he
allow
saw that he was
Pico
going to lose the war,
to kind of flourish in
because the
that,
winter
use
was
his body
beginning to
shots and set
impinge
things
on
up,
his troops movement,
the
or did
risk
he
of
move to
getting
the death
knocked out
camps
is not as
because he
high.
saw he was able to shoot
But this
so
could
many
be
Jews
a
in
blessing
a
in
fairly
disguise.
inefficient manner with machine guns.
Because outside
Perhaps
Mozart,
he should get away with
those
something
other
even more than
guys, Diego
so
Lopez,
the war at this
Yair
point, this is when
Rodriguez,
you
Brian
have the
Ortega,
first actual
they're going to
incidents
fuck you up,
of
dude.
organized mass murder. It's significant to recall the date, June 22nd, 1941. The war has been going on for almost 2 full years at this point, and you have not had any organized mass murder.
The blessing is that this
So
happens now.
Stalingrad is a massive,
You go back to the drawing board, guy. We gotta dial the pressure back. We gotta keep our chin tucked,
and
not
there's
lead
lots of
face first,
incredibly
not be so aggressive, know when to use
attacks
it,
on Jews,
and then
but they are
they give him
called
some proper matchups, and then he can start to work his way back to the top
don't
5.
have a
So
clear
it could be a blessing
mandated
because
military plan,
if he,
a
let's say he
technological
pulled off,
bureaucratic plan,
you know, because his
until
aggression is so
1941,
outrageous,
which
let's say he
lends
pulled
more
off
strength as
a
well to the
1-minute
20th century.
knockout, they
So
might
after
give him
the
a title
Einsatzgruppen
shot against Pico.
have had
And
significant
then you're
success
going to
for
get
about half a year,
by
then
out,
they move on to the next stage, which is the development of death camps.
Again, it's a marathon,
We should
not a
recall
sprint. So
that Hitler actually
in
had
hindsight, I tell you, okay,
thousands of
here's some more.
concentration camps
This is a good
that
thing.
were operating
Now,
already from
we
the
see the whole J game,
1930s.
which
And
I
he
wish
put
they
into
would
the
have solved
concentration
a
camps
long time
basically
ago.
anyone he didn't
Okay,
like.
let's
Political prisoners,
patch up these holes
communists,
so when you get to
Jehovah's
the
Witnesses,
higher level, this
homosexuals,
isn't an issue for you.
gypsies, anyone he
There's
didn't like.
that.
Jews were
Outside
only
that, I
a
don't know how
tiny
possible it can be.
minority of the camp
Let's take a little break
population
and I'll jump
before
right back into Glazing
1942.
Homicide. All right.
And
You
you
know
can
what
see here
doesn't
these
belong
black
here? Epic
dots
summer
are
plans
many of
getting
these
burned by
camps.
your old wireless
One of my
bill.
own teachers was
You
here
were
in
planning
South
beach
South.
trips, barbecues,
Then,
and 3-day weekends. Your
in
wireless bill should be the last thing
1941,
holding you
largely,
back.
by the way,
That's why I
as a
made the
result
switch
of
to
the
mid-roll.
experience they had
Meant you get
testing new
coverage
methods on
and speed
Sephardic
you're
Jews,
used to, but for way
Sephardic
less
Jews
to
were the
narrow. first Jews and for a limited time, Mint Mobile is offering 3 months of unlimited premium wireless service for just $15 a month. So while your friends are sweating over data overages and surprise charges, you'll be chilling with the fam, literally and financially. Alright? So this year, skip breaking a sweat and breaking the bank. Get this new customer offer and your 3 months unlimited wireless plan for just $15 a month at mintmobile.com/shop. SHAB. That's mintmobile.com/shop. Upfront payment of $45 required. Equivalent to $50 a month. Limited time new customers offer for 3 months only. Speech-based slow above 35 GB. Unlimited plans. Taxes and fees extra. See Mint Mobile for details.
And of course, we know the story of what happened with the death camps. The Jews have been languishing in the ghettos, were rounded up, like this photograph again from Warsaw, the shot blocks, separated male and female, and then put into cattle cars. where they were often for days trucked across the landscape, and they would be emptied out at one of the many concentration camps, such as Auschwitz, shown here. There would be a selection process where the vast majority of them would be sent immediately to be killed. But those who either showed promise as slave laborers would be dedicated to one of many satellite work enterprises that surrounded these death camps. For example, Auschwitz had outside of it a plant for making acetone, goes to show you how good chemical use in the war effort. And so a small number of physically healthy Jews were separated off to be worked to death as slaves. Those were ultimately the very tiny minority of Jews who survived admission to these camps. We were typically among the ones who were associated with slave labor. Also taken away at this point were Jews who were useful for medical experimentation by pseudo doctors such as Joseph Mengele,
international superstar.
Vice Engel, the white angel, they called him. He is specifically like taking children who are twins, because you can experiment on one and use the other one as a control.
Stop that TV. Good showing when
the Nazis also used Jews for a whole series of war-related experimentations, such as, for example, field amputation. If a person stepped on a landmine and lost a leg, it can possibly sew on another leg. So they would remove limbs, sometimes reattach them, sometimes ship them onto the front. And in their typical Prussian way, they kept detailed records of which continue to pose a ethical dilemma for scholars who wish to perhaps use that medical research today, despite its nefarious origins. The vast majority of Jews, of course, would be taken to a gas chamber like this one at McDonald's. They would be exposed to a rat poison called Cyclone Bay that would mix with the air and would asphyxiate the Jews within 20 minutes. Other Jews would be brought in to remove their bodies and take them to crematorium for
refuse to.
I'm sure everyone in this room is broadly familiar with this history.
The guy thought Eric Nolan had, he's a military dude. I was rooting for him. He had some success in the fight. He's going back down to 170. I like that guy. I like that guy.
They may have grandparents who experienced this, and know grandparents who experienced this firsthand. But they're the last generation. It's hard to imagine there will be a trilogy that has any meaningful contact with survivors. So there's repeating primarily for the internet audience.
They can find him 4 days notice, but also find a cover. He has a lot of charisma. There's something about him. But he has a long way to go.
Survivors, I mentioned, are typically those who were selected for slave labor.
The card overall was fantastic.
Who happened to be fortunate
I can see the criticism of the main event,
at the time of liberation in 1944-45.
And they're not that exciting.
We
saw shut up.
Many of the slaves had actually tipped over the point of what we would call conscious sentient life and become what the camp slang called Musulmanas or Medlums, which was a slang for people who simply gave up on living. They felt nothing. They literally felt no pain.
His ground pound wasn't great. Wasn't that much of a threat.
To even eat, and they would typically die within a few days. They were exposed to horrific conditions. These are the latrines, for example, fed a gruel that encouraged diarrhea and then forced in very brief periods of time to use these latrines. One of the most fascinating accounts and studies of the camp system, very in-depth study by a man named Terence Desprez, who wrote one of the first early studies of how the camps actually worked. He wrote a brilliant study called The Survivor, and after finishing the book, like many great scholars of the Holocaust, he promptly killed himself. And he wrote about the latrines. He argued that the Nazis actually consciously used what he called an excremental assault, meaning that he wanted the Jews to actually go back and lose all of their humanity, lose all the things such as their distinct clothing, their hair, was forbidden to refer to another Jew by their name. You had to refer to them by their serial number, and ultimately even to lose the most basic of
This time I've invited
civilizing elements of our lives to lose their ability to be toilet trained. But that's again for another time. Now, we have to bring it back to Sfarad. So the scope of the genocide, this is a map that shows you the
Look at this.
deportation range, which essentially extends from France, France is one of the major transit camps, all to the 6 death camps in southeastern Poland in particular. But the Sephardic lands are hardly represented here. Spain was technically neutral, as was Switzerland, although as we know, when you're being neutral when there is a tyrant in the room, essentially means you're siding with the tyrant. But what about all the Sephardim who are living down here in North Africa? What happens to them? They largely survived the Holocaust, but only as this map shows, the vast majority of them experienced their own demographic upheaval, not at the same level as those of the Jews to the north, but they were decimated by the uprisings of their local populations and the establishment of the State of Israel. I'm just looking at some of these numbers. Countries like Algeria had 140,000 Jews in 1948 when the state was established, and in the year 2000 they had 100. Libya went from 38,000 to 0. A tremendous Jews forced out of their homes and essentially exiled to Israel. I mean, if you have to be exiled, Israel is a good place to be exiled too. But this is the contrasting experience of the Sephardim, which is slightly later than our time. Okay, so if we look at the Sephardic context, we say 3 basic things about their experience and why it was different. And I am painting in broad strokes, but we're just trying to place it within the overall context. The first and most important thing is the date of occupation by the Nazis. And this is true of Europe as well. The longer the Nazis held the territory, the more likely it was the Jews there were to be murdered. You see that most impressively, perhaps, in the case of Hungary, where the Jews actually managed to hang on right until the very end, until 1944, until the Nazis drove out the local Hungarian government, which was an ally to the Nazis, but was hesitant to actually put in place the draconian measures that Hitler demanded. And once the Nazis took over Hungary, then of course one of their first priorities, even at the expense of their own war efforts, was to immediately murder as many Jews as possible. So the same rule holds true as well for Sephardic lands. Greece, where we'll have a large population of Jews, was taken over fairly early by the Nazis, and they had some of the most devastating losses. North Africa, however, which was associated with Operation Torch, and Rommel made his way across the coast here, hoping to close the circle around the outside of the Mediterranean basin. These countries had it progressively easier because Nazism was in their countries for less time. It's a simple function. The longer the Nazis are there, the more likely it is the Jews will be murdered. The later the Nazis come in the war, the more likely it is that Jews would survive. Persecuted, but still survive. Second very important factor, this is number 2, so 2 here, is colonialism. Especially in North Africa, the indigenous populations did not view the Nazis as liberators. Algeria, Tunisia, Libya, Egypt, they viewed the Europeans on the other side of the Mediterranean lake as essentially interlopers who were coming in and were forcing their ways onto the local populations. So what difference does it make if you're dealing with the French in Algeria or you're dealing with the Germans in Algeria? There was a tremendous amount of skepticism in the local populations who were not as enthusiastic about cooperating with the Nazis. This is not the same situation that you have in Europe, where, for example, in countries like Lithuania, Latvia, Poland, Ukraine, there is tremendous enthusiasm, honest enthusiasm from the local population who feel threatened by the Soviets. They're welcoming the Nazis with flowers, thinking, okay, with German help, like we had in World War I, we'll drive the communists back. This is not something that happens in North Africa because they view the Germans with mistrust. And thirdly, sorry, I got this out of order, but I'll go back this way. The thirdly is the fact that Sephardic Jews still tend to be far more acculturated than Ashkenazi Jews. Ashkenazi Jews tended to maintain their own separate language, Yiddish, tended to have their own separate modalities of dress. They tended to be very focused and very narrow commercial enterprises like money lending, petty trade, card artisanry, things like that. In North Africa, in the Arabic-speaking lands, Jews were highly adapted to local populations, virtually indistinguishable from them in dress, language, culture. They did not have nearly as narrow a range of occupations, and so they were generally much more well-connected to society as a whole. This is something that we see all the way back from the golden age of Spain, where Sephardic Jews had significant linkages with local populations and were able to blend in with a much greater degree of success than they were in Ashkenazi lands. The great exception to that rule, of course, would be Germany and France, where the Jews attempted with phenomenal effort to slavishly imitate local non-Jewish norms. So let's have a quick look at the three main regions of Sephardic lands and understand their experience with Holocaust. Greece is the region with both the largest concentration of Jews and also the most European of experience of the Holocaust. And in fact, the Greek experience is largely indistinguishable from that which we see to the north in places like Poland. The key distinction is which part of Greece are we talking about? Because when you look at the Peloponnesus, the peninsula that extends into the Mediterranean, there's three zones. There's one zone occupied by Bulgaria, that is a German ally that invades a territory in the north of Greece that they coveted. Then you have a region in the center which is occupied by Germany directly. And then you have the fairly larger section here which is occupied by Italy, of course also a German ally under Il Duce Mussolini. And as we would expect, the Jews who were in the German zone experienced the Holocaust with full force immediately upon the Germans invading the region. Ghettoization proceeds particularly in Salonika or Thessaloniki, one of the most important centers going back a millennium for Jews. Many Sephardic Jews had settled there after the expulsion of 1492, and the Jews are rounded up in short order. Thankfully, one of the leaders of the Jewish community there understood what was happening and took all of the local community records and burned them. So the Nazis did have some difficulty actually rounding up the Jews. This was not the case in Germany, in Poland, and elsewhere, where the local Jewish leaders were forced to cooperate with the Nazis on pain of death, and so the Nazis were able to identify Jews much easier. But nevertheless, they took them eventually, sent them to burning wells, the vast majority were murdered. In Bulgaria, there was this phenomenon that we see in many places in the Holocaust where the Bulgarians were not especially fond of the Jews from the central part of Greece that became refugees, and they were very happy to turn those over to the Nazis. But there's a big distinction made with what they considered our Jews, our Bulgarian Jews who have lived here for many centuries. They were not in a hurry to go along with their ally and hand them over. And in fact, only after great pressure did they in fact do so and send their Jews to the death camps. This is in contrast, by the way, with France. When France was conquered, even though we have this image of, these heroic French guys wearing berets and bombing things, and the reality is the Vichy French offered the Jews to Hitler before he asked for them. They already deported their Jews in advance of a request from the Nazis. The same thing happened in the Italian zone. The Italians were perhaps the least or the most reluctant of Hitler's allies. Mussolini himself had very fond relations with Jews, had a Jewish mistress for some time, and he was just not, he loved the idea of territorial expansion, he just could not really get his arms, his head wrapped around the idea of anti-Semitism, especially genocidal anti-Semitism, but ultimately he was forced to come over. So Greece had the most traditional, one last footnote about Greece, perhaps the saddest emblem of the disappearance of Jews in Thessaloniki is the centuries-old Jewish cemetery, which is a famous pilgrimage site for many because it really was centuries upon centuries and quite a large region in Athens. And it was taken over, the stones were removed and used as building materials, and now you have the Aristotle University that sits on its grounds today. Serbia and Croatia has a similar experience to many of the European regions. The Sephardic Jews in Serbia were exposed to incredible cruelties. The Ustaše, which was the Croat Nazi party, were very enthusiastic about ridding themselves of all minorities. Here is a photograph from the war of the Croatians actually sawing the head off a Serb. And if you were around in the 1990s, you remember the tremendous the war that went on there that America participated in as well. This incredible fighting between the Serbs and the Croats. So the Jews were equally within that mix, and the Ustaše were very enthusiastic about deporting them. As I mentioned, the Serbian and Croatian Jews were the first to be exposed to gas technology for murder. This van is one of the many gas vans that were constructed. They were vans that were taken off their wheels and put on blocks, and essentially they used in these early attempts carbon monoxide poisoning. It turned out to be not very efficient, and so they had to move to the rat poisoning I mentioned earlier, but the idea of murdering Jews at a faster pace was something very important to Hitler, and they experimented with these Sephardic Jews. North Africa, to conclude our discussion, as I mentioned, they primarily experienced a military occupation and not a strong civil occupation. In other words, as I mentioned earlier when we talked about Barbarossa, the Holocaust is a function of the war. The Wehrmacht, although allied with the Einsatzgruppen and aware of what they were doing, nevertheless considered the Einsatzgruppen to be beneath them. The Wehrmacht were warriors and soldiers, expanding the Reich. The Einsatzgruppen were like literally exterminators, getting rid of the Wehrmacht. So you only had the Wehrmacht in the North African countries. Hitler did not impose in these later territories the same kind of search and destroy missions that you had in Europe. So primarily what the Jews experienced there were the first stages of the Holocaust. The attempt to collectivize them in ghettos, not very successful because the Jews in Algeria and Libya and so on were much more diffuse, not concentrated in neighborhoods the same way they were in Europe. As the revocation of certain privileges, such as the Chemnitz Decree of 1870, that allowed Jews some preferential rights vis-a-vis local Muslims, was removed, and a statute was imposed instead that removed their civil rights. But by and large, just when the Holocaust was getting underway, the Nazis were forced to retreat, and so the Jews in North Africa did not experience the same level of persecution. So to bring our lecture to a close, sorry that we could not spend more time on this topic. I'm thinking that perhaps next year for my students, my undergraduate students, we might do a year-long course on the Holocaust, because I'm feeling is a tremendous academic necessity. But I hope that in the spirit of Yom HaShoah,
big tribes on
and
Chinese
for
land.
the ocean, many of whom we may know personally,
Unprecedented, obviously, at
at
one
least
point. And it had
who at
the
least
Chinese
participated in
wondering,
commemorating
what the hell
their
should we do
experience
next?
through discussing
And
it
I think
collectively
this,
tonight.
let's
Hope
nail
you
the
all
date.
have an excellent
In my
week.
mind,
God
around
willing, I'll
about
see you next week when we
BC
speak about Emma Lazarus, a much more cheerful topic, the great
because
poet
the
of the
history
new
is
Colossus, the Statue of
at that
Liberty.
time.
Thank you very much for your attention.
There was a state in the northern part of what we would know as today's China, called the Zhao state. And the king of the state was in, well, more than a quandary at the occurrence of the regularity of these raids on his land by these people that changed the rules of warfare. The people that came from the north were not in chariots, they were not on horses, they were just riding horses. And they were superb horses. And what was more threatening was they used weapons on the back of the downfalls, very skillfully, particularly low. And eventually,
honored and happy to have such a great turnout. So, they asked me to say a few words and to introduce our keynote speaker. They also prepared for Rabbi Rothschild.
Because, you know, I'll tell you what, I've learned in my life, the last 25 years, by explaining the great to people fresh off the boat, you know. Arriving and travel, read about the Great War. And the easiest way to confuse them is to, you know, introduce the guys to Nazis' names and judges' names and what have you. So, yeah, but on the King and he reigned. My memory serves me right. For about 30 years, roundabout 44 and it was he who decided that he needed a new way of warfare to face the regular raids. So the first thing he did, he attacked our cavalry. You make your own cavalry, train your own men, provide horses, train them in skills of archery, try and get them to progress at the same time. And of course, you know, this couldn't be done over a short period of time. But eventually, he tell us that he trained us cavalry, altered the style of dress, so, you know, the baggy sleeves didn't interfere with, as an archer would throw an arrow from his quiver, all this, you know, backward sleeve and clothing didn't interfere with the bow. But still, cavalry has been trained up just with no match with professionals coming from the north. So it's at this time he decided to, I think, do what the Chinese good at, and bad. So the Chinese, I think, in this time were not very skilled at the field. They like to face the enemy properly and battles were explained like a sporting fixture, and then both sides use their infantry and use their chariots.
Very, very grateful for those warm words of love. I'm so honored to be here tonight, and I'm really disappointed.
So, in an attempt to avoid being caught out in the open, what were the Chinese good at? What were the people in Zhao State good at? Well, of course, they were good at doing as they were told. They had traditionally practiced the construction of wall building around all their settlements. All they had to do was change the shape and put in an extra few years of work, and they could have a immediate defense. Smile! Built cross-country, exploiting the lie of the land.
There you go. Oh, good. Well, that's great. Okay.
It basically
wow, I gotta send that to my wife.
So she knows I actually was here. So tonight's lecture is on an absolutely fascinating topic. I'm really grateful for the opportunity to be able to speak to you about it. I hope all of you at the back can hear me all right. Okay, great. So I'm going to speak for about 60 minutes or so. I'll pause at a few moments for questions. Please don't ask any hard questions, because this is not really my area of expertise, but I really enjoy studying this material.
A flat
lecture
because they had gravity on their side.
Right. Okay. So first of all, great thanks to the Well. I'm a big fan of this institution. Ms. Weinberg came to my office. Well, of course, she's herself a distinct.
Advantages are going to last for a long time, and the advantages are you have the height.
Welcome everyone. Russell Montgomery here with another CHP special episode. Unfortunately, thank you all for tuning in. This time I've invited Mr. William Lindsay onto the program. And if there are any foreigners besides William Lindsay who have spent more time studying, researching, and climbing the Great Wall, I don't know who might be. William has published 8 or 9 books about the Great Wall, including a couple of new ones out on Earnshaw Books called Wild Wall, The Foundation Years, and Wild Wall, The Genco Years. So many of the articles written about William Lindsay is described as an author, runner, and conservationist. He's a longtime resident of Beijing, been there since the mid-80s. If you ever attended a lecture or read any of his books, William Lindsay is an acknowledged expert on the subject of the Great Wall, an object that has fascinated people all over the world from the time they first laid eyes on it, and we're going to discuss all that today. Mr. William Lindsay, welcome to the China History Podcast.
Thanks very much, Laszlo. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is really all mine. So, William, let me ask, what's occupying your Great Wall life and thoughts these days? This year, your 35th year there for the wall.
Yeah, it seems I'm celebrating anniversaries quite regularly now, and this year is my 35th anniversary of finishing the journey along the wall that really laid the foundation for my future in China for the purpose of getting to know the Great Wall better. So 35 is a big year, because you kind of start to wonder, am I going to make my 40th? And should I go on a big journey along the wall to celebrate? Actually, I'm happy to report that just as the Great Wall was a generation-to-generation project during many dynasties, in my family there is a condition that we regularly refer to as wall fever. So, as you can probably tell, I'm from Great Britain, and in Great Britain we have a war, Hadrian's War, and it was my run along Hadrian's Wall in 1984 that is actually one of my big stepping stones to China, and because of that run, I came to China, I made my journey along the wall. People say, it's an obsession, and I say, actually, it's a fever, because there's a very famous writer in Great Britain. He didn't write solely about Hadrian's Wall or history, in fact. He wrote just about the outdoors. And one of our great national parks is the Lake District. So anyone who knows the Lake District in the UK will know Alfred Wainwright. And one of his most famous guidebooks is to the Pennine Way. And the Pennine Way crosses Hadrian's Wall. And in the book, he says, when you get to Hadrian's Wall, be careful, because
there is a healthy and rewarding pursuit known as wall fever. So yeah, I've had wall fever since that time, and my wife and I, we have 2 children, grown-up children, James and Thomas, Jimmy and Tommy for short, and of course they have inherited this condition of wall fever. They've, you know, been at the wall since birth virtually, and as I speak, they are, I think, you know, 90% of the way through a remarkable journey following the line of the Great Wall across northern China. So they began several months ago in July, and they've clocked up 3,200 kilometers, which is about, I don't know, it's about 2,000 miles, isn't it? So that's really, you know, one of the big events of the year, keeping in contact with them and, you know, talking to them about, wow, in my day, in 87, it was like this, and now it's like this. Some have improved and some things have deteriorated. The wall is 35 years older, all kinds of stuff going on, yeah. And as you kindly mentioned earlier, by chance marking this 35th year with the publication of my memoir, autobiography, which is called Wild Wall. So yeah, a busy year in terms of, you know, all of these big events and memories. Not such a big year in terms of getting out and seeing the wall in as many places as I would normally do, because you know, China is the last bastion of trying to avoid any COVID infections, and that has greatly restricted people's movement over here. So I think I've only been up to the wall on about 25 occasions this year, which is it's like a zero for me. I'm normally getting up to the wall for more than 100 days per year.
Yeah, I've been following Jimmy and Tommy on Twitter and YouTube channel, and it looks like a great experience.
Great experience, great adventure. You know, they're very familiar with one particular location because, you know, my family has had a base at the foot of the Great Wall, about 100 miles north of Beijing, where, you know, the classic Great Wall winds its way through the mountains. So, you know, they've grown up seeing the Great Wall literally in their backyard, and the Great Wall for them is, you know, a couple of weekend walks. But to really know the Great Wall, there are various challenges, and one of the challenges is the immensity of what we simply in English call the Great Wall of China, and what the Chinese call the Wanmi-Chang. And it really never fails to surprise me how vast a geographical expanse that this monument from various dynasties ranges across. It's actually quite humbling to be reminded of that, because, you know, we're living in an age where we think we know everything. People can Google and Yahoo or Great Wall and the names of locations, but between the famous names there are hundreds of other places, and I often kind of summarize the immensity of the Great Wall by saying, well, the Great Wall is not a place, it's tens of thousands of places.
Let's talk about the Great Wall. The high school, college, popular Chinese history narrative tells us that Qin Shi Huang connected all the individual walls to create the Great Wall. What walls were being built in the Qin dynasty? Who were they trying to keep out? Did different warring states have different kinds of walls?
It's quite a complicated question. There's a lot of long walls before Qin Shi Huang's famous Wanmi-Chang. But I think it will help listeners by kind of going back to the very beginning. It seems the practice of building a wall around a place to live is very, very ancient in China. And, actually, I'm not very literate, but it's worth knowing that the Chinese character for town, city, and wall is all the same. So it's Chang, C-H-E-N-G. And if you look at that character, part of the character on one side is actually the character used for Earth. Yeah. I often say this is literally the oldest historical evidence for the material used for the most common kind of wall construction in China, the earth wall. And it shows us that in the minds of the early Chinese, whether they were living, by themselves, or in a little cluster, or in a settlement that may now be deemed a hamlet, or going up in scale, village, town, city, they felt safe if they were living behind a wall. I mean, I often explain to people that my perception is that the earliest people in China desired to live in a place that gave them shelter, a roof over their heads. It was a place where food could be stored, where a livelihood could be lived, and it was a safe place behind a wall. And of course, in the early days, the enemy probably wasn't coming from very far away. It could have been just, the neighbors in the next valley, from a different family, a few tens of miles away. It could have been perceived enemies in the dark. It could have been wild animals. But eventually, as the centuries rolled on, an enemy from afar appeared over the horizon, the northern horizon, and turned out to be so lethal. These people were such fierce warriors that it drove the Chinese into, for sake of simplicity, rethinking, redesigning the shape of their walls from being circular enclosing walls to being linear walls of extraordinary length, routed cross-country, with the purpose of stopping the enemy progressing on their horses.
Who were these enemies? Were these Mongols, Turkic, people from the north?
Well, because we're dealing with such a sweep of history here, I think the best term to use is a term that describes their way of life. And that was an unstable way of life, nomadic, relying on the raising of animals. And that lifestyle was very precarious, could easily be damaged, could easily be wrecked by a natural event, such as a drought in summer, such as a particularly cold winter, or disease that could wipe out livestock. And of course, any event like that robbed people of their immediate future livelihood, hunger, starvation, threats. And the only way to break away from that threat was to make a journey. And the journey across the grasslands of 100 miles probably wouldn't bring any relief, because it would be very likely that the neighbours suffered from the same drought, the same winter, or the same disease. So a long distance journey was eventually necessary, and it led the people south because, of course, that's warmer weather. Eventually it led to land that was occupied by the Chinese, who lived in clusters and who were a lot more organised about their way of life. They had transitioned from raising animals to raising animals and growing crops, and particularly, they planned for the future. They stored surpluses in their barns, in towns and cities. The states stored surpluses in granaries, and they had the ability to ride the natural disasters that came their way. But the man-made disaster that was the attack of the big tribes on Chinese land was unprecedented, obviously, at one point. And it had the Chinese wondering, what the hell should we do next? And I think this, let's nail a date. In my mind, round about 300 BC seems to be a turning point, because the histories record at that time there was a state in the northern part of what we would know as today's China, called the Zhao state. And the king of the state was in, well, more than a quandary at the occurrence, the regularity of these raids on his land by these people that changed the rules of warfare. And the people that came from the north were not in chariots and they were not on foot. They were just riding horses. And they were superb horsemen. And what was more threatening was they used weapons from the back of a galloping horse very skillfully, particularly the bow. And eventually, the king, which I haven't named, I tend to avoid littering my explanations of the Great War with too many historical names, too many dates, because, I'll tell you why. I've earned my livelihood in the last 25 years by explaining the Great War to people fresh off the boat, arriving at Beijing Airport. They've read about me, they've come to learn about the Great War. And the easiest way to confuse them is to, introduce the dynasties and emperors' names and generals' names and what have you. So, but I'll name the king. This is King Wuling. And he reigned, if my memory serves me right, for about 30 years, round about just before 300 BC. And it was he who decided that he needed a new way of warfare. He needed to adopt a new style of warfare to face up to these increasingly regular raids. So the first thing he did, if you're being attacked by cavalry, you make your own cavalry, you train your own men to ride horses, you train them in the skills of archery, and you try and get them to do both things at the same time. And of course, this couldn't be done in a boot camp over a short period of time. But eventually, the histories tell us that he trained up cavalry, even altered the style of dress, so the baggy sleeves didn't interfere with, as an archer would reach for an arrow from his quiver as he drew the bow. All of this, bat wing sleeves and clothing didn't interfere with the bow. But still, the cavalry that he trained up just were no match for the professionals coming from the north. So it's at this time he decided to, I think, do what the Chinese were good at and avoid what they were bad at. So Chinese, I think, at this time were not very skilled at open field warfare. They like to, face the enemy in generally flat terrain. Almost at this stage of history, battles were almost arranged like a sporting fixture, and then both sides could use their infantry and use their chariots. But of course, this couldn't be done in this new theatre of war that was evolving along the northern frontier. So, in an attempt to avoid being caught out in the open there, what were the Chinese good at? What were the people of the Zhao state good at? Well, of course, they were good at doing as they were told. They had traditionally practiced the construction of wall building around all their settlements. All they had to do was change the shape and put in an extra few years of work, and they could have a linear defense of extraordinary length, built cross-country, exploiting the lie of the land. And when it was built, it basically turned the table it not only leveled the battlefield, I think it tilted the battlefield in the favor of the jousting, because when their soldiers stood up on that wall, first of all, they could see the enemy coming from afar. Secondly, as the enemy got closer, the range of weapons used from the high position was greater than the range of those same weapons used from a flat position, because they had gravity on their side. So the simple advantages were, if you get your people to invest in a structure that delivers these advantages, then those advantages are going to last for a long time. And the advantages are, you have the height, which at this stage of warfare was a critical advantage, because height gave better range. Whatever was released from height went further and faster and had a greater chance of stopping the enemy. But you know, I've talked to many audiences, and often the most interesting audience to talk to are very young children. And for an audience of children to listen to that 10-minute explanation, that's not going to work. So I would tell kids, the first Great Wall of China, in my eyes, dates from about 2,300 years ago, and it was simply built by the Chinese to make the enemy get off their horses. That's it.
Was Zhao State the only one that was building walls? What about the Yen or any of these other most northern states?
Yeah, well, good question. And I know there's a lot of history buffs out there, and so let me kind of summarize for those that aren't so familiar with the political geography of the land.
You have no idea how erudite my China history podcast listeners are. So go ahead.
Okay, so round about several centuries BC, in the so-called Warring States period, many small states existed. And of course, they're not very friendly towards one another. But you still have the copycat society, the copycat economy. So when one state builds a wall, others tend to follow. And from the archaeological evidence that we have, off the top of my head, although I haven't seen all of these remnants myself, I've only seen some of them, it seems about 10 warring states at least built structures that we would call, that the Chinese call, changchun, long walls. Between 300 BC and 221 BC, which of course is a key date, because that's when the Qin state succeeded in creating the Qin Empire out of all the conquered warring states. At this time, about 10 different states had long walls, changchun. So many people say to me, okay, is there a difference between a changchun, a long wall, and a Wanli changchun, which is at 10,000 feet? And, well, I think there is. It's a bit of a name game. It's a bit of an academic point. But I think I'd like to give listeners my view on it, and also Sima Qian's view on it. This term, Wanli changchun, first appears in Records of the Grand Historian, written by, of course, Sima Qian. So Sima Qian, in one of his later chapters, he actually says, I have been to the northern frontier and I have seen a changchun, and it's Wanli, and it starts here and it goes through such mountains and it ends there. And I think this is a very interesting page in his history. Actually, one of my projects of about a decade ago was The Great Wall in 100 Objects.
You have the book.
And yeah. So in my choice of 100 objects, there are a handful of books. There's Franz Kafka's The Great Wall of China, very nice, 10,000 word essay by a fellow who's never been to China, but he uses the Great Wall as this platform for exploring the psychological toil that this mega project had on its builders. Another book I chose in my 50 objects was The Great Wall of China by William Edgar Dial, which is the first book in any language solely about the Great Wall. And another book that I chose, or page of the book, was Sima Chan's Records of the Grand Historian, because he uses the brand name Rabbi Rothschild, and he attributes the work of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as being basically the mastermind of the Great Wall. Because he who, having conquered all the land, decided that, to consolidate his power, the long walls kind of dividing the old states, they should be dismantled, because they could possibly be used in the future by people who wanted to break up the big grand new empire. But he retained 3 states on the northern periphery of his empire, and one of those walls was the wall that I referred to earlier, the Zhao State Wall. Another was the Qin State Wall that had been built partly by him, and another was a wall much further to the east, the Yan State Wall. So actually, again, explaining this to children, I say that the formula you've got to remember, kids, is Zhao Wall plus Qin Wall plus Yan Wall equals Qin Dynasty Great Wall. And that's the formula.
So, Great Wall history, it's so dominated by what happened in the Qin and the Ming. What were the notable historic moments in Great Wall history that weren't Qin or Ming? It sort of seems like whenever you read anything or see anything, there's the Qin Shi Huang story, and then a blank space, and then all of a sudden it's, late Ming and Qi Huang. And then we start to hear more about the wall. What about not including those guys?
Yeah, that's also a good question. I think
it's a lot of history there, from Qin to Ming.
A lot of history. It's a sweep of, basically from 300 BC until the end of the Ming in the mid-1600s. So it's, for the sake of argument, it's a couple of thousand years. And when I began my 50 Objects project, I was concerned that exactly as you said, I was going to have a few objects at the beginning and a ton of things at the end, from the Ming, and there's going to be like a desert in the middle. And I was really keen on finding objects between the 2 bookends, as it were, that would explain what was going on with wall building in China at the time. And if there was no wall building, to explain why not. Because I thought that was an equally fascinating point. Times of peace, times of war. So actually, a lot was going on. There's a lot of detail, and there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of objects to tell these stories. But back to the 50 Objects project, I managed to find even objects from the Song Dynasty that told a particular episode of the Great Wall story. So anyway, to give your question a more direct answer, how many Chinese dynasties were there? Well, that depends on how long must the dynasty last for, what territory must it dominate. But I think the figure I often go for is if we look back over these thousands of years of Chinese history, there were approximately 65 dynasties. You know, there's the Ming, Ting, Tang, Bing, Dong, Ding, Yong, you know, all the rhyming sounds, and Joe Ag from the other side of the world only knows the Ming, only knows the Song, and only knows the Chip. But there's a lot in between that was ever heard of. But of these 65 dynasties or so, 16 at least built long defensive structures that are regarded as great walls of China. And a lot of confusion results in the refusal of people to call the Great Wall what it really is. It's the Great Walls of China. They are the Great Walls of China. You know, I'm constantly asked, how long is the Great Wall? The question that I fire back is, which Great Wall are you talking about?
Yeah, that's like the Silk Road, too. There was not one single Silk Road either.
Exactly. And, you know, you talked about the school, the college view that Chichuang 2,000 odd years ago did this. And actually, there's also the tourist guide description that yeah, Chichuang organized the construction of the first Great Wall, and as our glorious history rolled on, many other emperors added to the structure, and it grew in length. And the final renovation was a few hundred years ago in the Ming, and most of the Great Wall we see today dates from that time, which is actually a load of guff. And history is history, but you know, I'm not an historian. If I'm asked to describe myself, I say I'm a subject matter expert on the Great Wall. And actually, you need to be quite a bit of a geographer, quite a lot of an archaeologist, quite a bit of an historian to get to grips with the subject. But archaeology can tell us a lot. And this century, there have been two major surveys of the archaeological remains of the Great Walls of China. The first took place between 2003 and 2007. So for 5 years, archaeologists and surveyors in every province of North China were instructed to find and measure the extant sections of the Ming Dynasty Great Wall. And in 2008, they announced that the Ming Dynasty Great Wall of China, the remains that we can find, measure 8,851 kilometers, which is about 5,500 miles. Next, the teams went out further because the walls that were built pre-Ming have a large geographical distribution. So the archaeologists went out to measure all three Ming walls, and a couple of years later, they announced, now this figure is really easy to remember, they announced all three Ming Great Walls collectively measure 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 kilometers. Isn't that handy? Yeah. So, if we add the pre-Ming 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, okay, with the Ming 8851, we get a grand total of the length of the Great Walls of China extant on the landscape of the People's Republic today. And that figure is 21,196 kilometers.
More than one.
More than one Li. Well, you know, I think you could do a whole episode on the length of the Li throughout the dynasties, and you know, when you're out in the sticks in China, I mean, back in '87, you know, I could hardly speak a word of Chinese, but one of the early terms I mastered was only kilometers. And then in the countryside, you know, I would be asking people, Chang Chang, and farmers would say, oh, Chang Chang, okay, so quick translation. William's a farmer. How many kilometers away is the Great Wall? Farmer to William. After 5 Chinese li, you will arrive there. But William didn't know the difference between a metric kilometer and a Chinese li. And there's a big difference. And apparently there's a difference as to whether, you know, the li is uphill or downhill. It's kind of a rural measure of the difficulty of a journey on foot.
Well, I've always considered when I learned the character Li, my Chinese teacher said it's a third of a mile, and I'm just stuck with that ever since.
Yeah, it's about 500 meters, yeah. It's confused people, it's confused as foreigners from the very early stages. So, but we switch now to 1793. The great visit to the Qing Empire by Lord Macartney, yeah.
Or the Earl McCartney, Paul's ancestors.
Earl McCartney, yeah. So sent over by our King George III. And after, you know, a long voyage, they arrive in China. They come up to Peking in 1793. And I think it's August, and they kind of check in with the ministry, and they're told, the emperor, the general emperor, is he doesn't spend the summer, you know, in the city. He goes out into the countryside north of the wall because, you know, he's a Manchu ancestry. He wants to get out of the urban environment, back into the hills there, do a bit of hunting, enjoy the cool temperatures. And the Brits, they say, oh, can we go and see the emperor? Because, you know, we bought him some nice gifts, including this birthday gift. And they get permission to head north to the Imperial Resort, which is in a city now known as Chengde. So it's about 150 miles north of today's Beijing. And so the British delegation, which was about 200 strong, set off.
Conservationist. He's a longtime resident of Beijing and since the mid-80s. If you ever attended a lecture or read any of his books, William Lindsay is an acknowledged expert on the subject of the Great Wall, an object that has fascinated people all over the world from the time they first laid eyes on it, and we're going to discuss all that today. Mr. William Lindsay, welcome to the China History Podcast.
Thanks very much, Laszlo. It's a pleasure.
The pleasure is really all mine. So, William, let me ask, what's occupying your Great Wall life and thoughts these days? This year, your 35th year there for the wall.
Yeah, it seems I'm celebrating anniversaries quite regularly now, and this year is my 35th anniversary of finishing the journey along the wall that really laid the foundation for my future in China for the purpose of getting to know the Great Wall better. So 35 is a big year, you know, because you kind of start to wonder, am I going to make my 40th? And should I go on a big journey along the wall to celebrate? Actually, I'm happy to report that just as the Great Wall was a generation-to-generation project during many dynasties, in my family, there is a condition that we regularly referred to as wall fever. So, as you can probably tell, I'm from Great Britain, and in Great Britain we have a wall, Hadrian's Wall, and it was my run along Hadrian's Wall in 1984 that is actually one of my big stepping stones to China, and because of that run, I came to China, I made my journey along the wall. People say, it's an obsession, and I say, actually, it's a fever, because there's a very famous writer in Great Britain who didn't write solely about Hadrian's Wall or history, in fact. He wrote just about the outdoors. And one of our great national parks is the Lake District. So anyone who knows the Lake District in the UK will know Alfred Wainwright. And one of his most famous guidebooks is to the Pennine Way. And the Pennine Way crosses Hadrian's Wall. And in the book, he says, when you get to Hadrian's Wall, be careful, because there is a healthy and rewarding pursuit known as wall fever. So, I've had wall fever since that time, and my wife and I, we have 2 children, grown-up children, James and Thomas, Jimmy and Tommy for short, and of course, they have inherited this condition of wall fever. They've, been at the wall since birth, virtually, and as I speak, they are, I think, 90% of the way through a remarkable journey following the line of the Great Wall across all of China. So they began several months ago in July, and they've clocked up 3,200 kilometers, which is about, it's about 2,000 miles, isn't it? So that's really, one of the big events of the year, keeping in contact with them and, talking to them about, wow, in my day, in 87 it was like this, and now it's like this. Some things have improved and some things have deteriorated. The wall is 35 years older, all kinds of stuff going on, and as you kindly mentioned earlier, by chance marking this 35th year with the publication of my memoir, autobiography, which is called Wild Walk. So a busy year in terms of, all of these big events and memories. Not such a big year in terms of getting out and seeing the wall in as many places as I would normally do, because, China is the last bastion of trying to avoid any COVID infections, and that has greatly restricted people's movements over here. So I think I've only been up to the wall on about 25 occasions this year, which is it's like a zero for me. I'm normally getting up to the wall for more than 100 days per year.
Yeah, I've been following Jimmy and Tommy on Twitter and YouTube channel, and it looks like a great experience.
Great experience, great adventure. They're very familiar with one particular location because, my family has had a base at the foot of the Great Wall, about 100 miles north of Beijing, where, the classic Great Wall winds its way through the mountains. So, they've grown up seeing the Great Wall literally in their backyard. And the Great Wall for them is, a couple of weekend walks. But to really know the Great Wall, there are various challenges. And one of the challenges is the immensity of what we simply in English call the Great Wall of China, and what the Chinese call the Wanli Changjiang. And it really never fails to surprise me how vast a geographical expanse that this monument from various dynasties ranges across. It's actually quite humbling to be reminded of that, because we're living in an age where we think we know everything. people can Google and Yahoo or Great Wall and the names of locations, but between the famous names there are hundreds of other places, and I often kind of summarize the immensity of the Great Wall by saying, well, the Great Wall is not a place, it's tens of thousands of places.
Let's talk about the Great Wall. The high school, college, popular Chinese history narrative tells us that Qin Shi Huang connected all the individual walls to create the Great Wall. What walls were being built during the Qin dynasty? Who were they trying to keep out? And did different warring states have different kinds of walls?
Yeah, it's quite a complicated question. There's a lot of long walls before Qin Shi Huang's famous Wang Li Changcheng. But I think it will help listeners by kind of going back to the very beginning. It seems the practice of building a wall around a place to live is very, very ancient in China. And actually, I'm not very literate, but it's worth knowing that the Chinese character for town, city, and wall is all the same. So it's Chun, C-H-E-N. And if you look at that character, part of the character on one side is actually the character used for Earth. Yeah, I often say this is literally the oldest historical evidence for the material used for the most common kind of wall construction in China, the earth wall. And it shows us that in the minds of the early Chinese, whether they were living, by themselves, or in a little cluster, or in a settlement that may now be deemed a hamlet, or going up in scale, village, town, city, they felt safe if they were living behind a wall. I mean, I often explain to people that my perception is that the earliest people in China desired to live in a place that gave them shelter, a roof over their heads. It was a place where food could be stored, where a livelihood could be lived, and it was a safe place behind a wall. And of course, in the early days, the enemy probably wasn't coming from very far away. It could have been just, the neighbors in the next valley, from a different family, a few tens of miles away. It could have been perceived enemies in the dark. It could have been wild animals. But eventually, as the centuries rolled on, an enemy from afar appeared over the horizon, the northern horizon, and turned out to be so lethal. These people were such fearsome warriors that it drove the Chinese into, for sake of simplicity, rethinking, redesigning the shape of their walls, from being circular enclosing walls to being linear walls of extraordinary length, routed cross-country, with the purpose of stopping the enemy progressing on their horses.
Who were these enemies? Were these Mongols, Turkic, people from the north?
Well, because we're dealing with such a sweep of history here, I think the best term to use is a term that describes their way of life, and that was an unstable way of life, nomadic, relying on the raising of animals, and that lifestyle was very precarious. Could easily be damaged, could easily be wrecked by a natural event, such as a drought in summer, such as a particularly cold winter, or disease that would wipe out livestock. And of course, any event like that robbed people of their immediate food the life and the only way to break away from that was to make a journey. And the journey across the grasslands of 100 miles probably wouldn't bring any relief, because it would be very likely that the neighbours suffered from the same drought, or the same disease. So a long distance journey was eventually necessary. And it led the people south because, of course, that's warmer weather. Eventually it led to land that was occupied by the Chinese in clusters, who were all more organised about their way of life. They had transitioned from raising animals to raising animals and growing crops. And particularly, they planned for the future. They stored surpluses in their barns, in towns and cities. The states stored surpluses in granaries, and they had the ability to ride the natural disasters that came their way. But the man-made disaster that was the attack of big tribes on Chinese land was unprecedented, obviously, at one point. And it had the Chinese wondering, what the hell should we do next? And I think this, let's nail a date. In my mind, round about 300 BC seems to be a turning point, because the histories record at that time there was a state in the northern part of what was now actually today's China, called the Zhao State. And the king of the state was in, more than a quandary. The occurrence, the regularity of these raids on his land by these people that changed the rules of warfare. And the people that came from the north were not in chariots and they were not on foot. They were just riding horses. And they were superb horsemen. And what was more threatening was they used weapons from the back of a galloping horse very skillfully, particularly the bow. And eventually, the king, which I have named, I tend to avoid littering my explanations of the Great War with too many historical names, too many dates. Because, I'll tell you why. I've earned my livelihood in the last 25 years by explaining the Great War to people fresh off the boat, arriving at Beijing Airport. They've read about me, they've come to learn about the Great War. And the easiest way to confuse them is to, introduce the dynasties and emperors' names, and generals' names, and what have you. So, but I'll name the king. This is King Wu Ling. And he reigned, if my memory serves me right, for about 30 years, round about just before 300 BC. And it was he who decided that he needed a new way of warfare. He needed to adopt a new style of warfare to face up to these increasingly regular raids. So the first thing he did, if you're being attacked by cavalry, you make your own cavalry. You train your own men to ride horses, you train them in the skills of archery, and you try and get them to do both things at the same time. And of course, this couldn't be done in a boot camp over a short period of time. But eventually, the histories tell us that trained up cavalry even altered the style of dress, so, the baggy sleeves didn't interfere with, as an archer would reach for an arrow from his quiver, as he drew the bow, all of this, bat-wing sleeves and clothing didn't interfere with the bow. But still, the cavalry that he trained up just were no match for the professionals coming from the north. So it's at this time he decided to, I think, do what the Chinese were good at and avoid what they were bad at. So Chinese, I think, at this time were not very skilled at open field warfare. They like to, face the enemy in generally flat terrain. Almost at this stage of history, battles were almost arranged like a sporting fixture, and then both sides could use their infantry and use their chariots. But of course, this couldn't be done in this new theatre of war that was evolving along the northern frontier. So, in an attempt to avoid being caught out in the open there, what were the Chinese good at? What were the people of the Zhao state good at? Well, of course, they were good at doing as they were told. They had traditionally practiced the construction of wall building around all their settlements. All they had to do was change the shape and put in an extra few years of work, and they could have a linear defense of extraordinary length, built cross-country, exploiting the lie of the land. And when it was built, it basically turned the table. It not only leveled the battlefield, I think it tilted the battlefield in the favor of the Zhao state, because when their soldiers stood up on that wall, first of all, they could see the enemy coming from afar. Secondly, as the enemy got closer, the range of weapons used from the high position was greater than the range of those same weapons used from a flat position, because they had gravity on their side. So the simple advantages were, if you get your people to invest in a structure that delivers these advantages, then those advantages are going to last for a long time. And the advantages are, you have the height, which at this stage of warfare was a critical advantage, because height gave better range. Whatever was released from height went further and faster and had a greater chance of stopping the enemy. But I've talked to many audiences, and often the most interesting audience to talk to are very young children. And for an audience of children to listen to that 10-minute explanation, that's not going to work. So I would tell kids, the first Great War of the Chinese Empire dates from about 2,300 years ago, and it was simply built by the Chinese to make the enemy get off their horses. That's it.
Was Zhao State the only one that was building walls? What about the Yen or any of these other most northern states?
Yeah, well, good question. And I know there's a lot of history buffs out there, and so let me kind of summarize for those that aren't so familiar with the political geography of the land.
You have no idea how erudite my China history podcast listeners are. So go ahead.
Okay, so round about several centuries BC, in the so-called Warring States period, many small states existed, and of course they're not very friendly towards one another. But you still have the copycat society, the copycat economy. So when one state builds a wall, others tend to follow. And from the archaeological evidence that we have, off the top of my head, although I haven't seen all of these remnants myself, I've only seen some of them, it seems about 10 warring states at least built structures that we would call, that the Chinese call, changcheng, long walls. Between 300 BC and 221 BC, which of course is a key date because that's when the Qin state succeeded in creating the Qin Empire out of all the conquered warring states. At this time, about 10 different states had long walls, Changchun. So many people say to me, okay, is there a difference between a Changchun, a long wall, and a Wanli Changchun, which is a 10,000 people? And, well, I think there is. It's a bit of a name game. It's a bit of an academic point. But I think I'd like to give listeners my view on it, and also Sima Qian's view on it. This term, Wanli Changchun, first appears in records of the Grand Historian, written by, of course, Sima Qian. So Sima Qian, in one of his later chapters, he actually says, I have been to the northern frontier and I have seen a Changchun and it's Wanli, and it starts here and it goes through such mountains and it ends there. And I think this is a very interesting page in his history. Actually, one of my projects of about a decade ago was the Great Wall in 100 Objects.
Folks,
You have the book. And,
are you really aware of this athleticism and how amazing it is? Because I've got to take a whiz. Oh, fuck. I have to take a whiz. Look at this athleticism, though.
By a fellow who never been to China, but he uses the Great Wall as this platform for exploring the psychological toil that this mega project has on its builders. Another book I chose in my 50 objects was The Great Wall of China by William Edgar Giles, which is the first book in any language solely about the Great Wall. And another book that I chose, or page of the book, was Sima Qian's Records of the Grand Historian, because he uses the brand name Wanli Changchun, and he attributes the work of Emperor Qin Shi Huang as being basically
Look at this athleticism. Do you see this?
Who, having conquered all the land, decided that
Look at these moves.
Consolidate his power. The long walls kind of dividing the old states, they should be dismantled because they could possibly be used in the future by people who wanted to break up the big grand new empire. But he retained 3 states on the northern periphery of his empire. And one of those walls was the wall that I referred to earlier, the Zhao State Wall. Another was the Qin State Wall that had been built partly by him. And another was a wall much further to the east, the Yan State Wall. So actually, again, explaining this to children, I say that the formula you've got to remember.
All right, folks, look at this athleticism.
Zhao Wall plus Qin plus Yan equals Qin Dynasty Great Wall. And that's the formula.
So, Great Wall history, it's so dominated by what happened in the Qin and the Ming. What were the notable historic moments in Great Wall history that weren't Qin or Ming? It sort of seems like whenever you read anything or see anything, there's the Qin Shi Huang story, and then a blank space, and then all of a sudden it's, late Ming and Qin Shi Huang. Then we start to hear more about the wall. But what about
not including those guys?
Yeah, that's also a good question, and I think
it's a lot of history there, from Qin to Ming.
A lot of history. It's a sweep of, basically from 300 BC until the end of the mid-1600s. So it's, for the sake of argument, it's a couple of thousand years. And when I began my 50 Objects project, I was concerned that exactly as you said, I was going to have a few objects at the beginning and a ton of things at the end.
Israel,
Adonai,
Adonai,
really keen on finding
objects
between the two bookends, as it were, that would explain what was going on with wall building in China at the time. And if there was no wall building, to explain why not. Because I thought that was an equally fascinating point. Times of peace, times of war. So actually, a lot was going on, a lot of detail, and there's a lot of information out there, and there's a lot of objects to tell these stories. But back to the 50 Objects project, I managed to find even objects from the Song Dynasty that told a particular episode of the Great War story. So anyway, to give your question a more direct answer, how many Chinese dynasties were there? Well, that depends on, how long must the dynasty last for? What territory must it dominate? But I think the figure I often go for is, if we look back over these thousands of years of Chinese history, there were approximately 65 dynasties. There's the Ming, Ting, Tang, Bing, Dong, Ding, Yong, all the rhyming sounds, and Joe Egg from the other side of the world only knows the Ming, only knows the Song, and only knows the Qin. But there's a lot in between that nobody's ever heard of. But of these 65 dynasties or so, 16 at least built long defensive structures that are regarded as great walls of China. And a lot of confusion results in
athleticism. Folks, I'm really going to try to summarize this. Rabbi, give us a play-by-play while you're listening to this. Great Wall of China.